These children may die again as soon as they are born, because once they learn to crawl, they will be thrown into a mountain of knives full of sharp blades by their family, and then thrown into a fast-flowing river to soak, hoping to survive. The family will force them to kill each other until only one person survives, and this is just a test for the Basque family to train hunting dogs. Dark Knight was the most powerful hound among them. He helped the family eliminate tens of thousands of opponents with fierce means, making it the leader of the 7 major families. Later, he helped the family win the Human-Demon War that lasted for 10 years in order to reward his great contribution. The Basque family sent him to the guillotine personally. There was only one reason for his execution. He knew too much, and before he died he swore that if he could live again, he would kill all the members of the Basque family with his own hands. Perhaps God heard his request, for when he opened his eyes again, he had returned to his infancy. At this time, a man walked past the babies, who were really a bunch of crying wastes. Then he stopped by Anye's bed and ordered the servants to throw all the children into the blade cradle, and Yi immediately recognized the young man in front of him. It was his father Hugo who sent him to the guillotine. Hatred instantly took over his mind, and Anyi tried his best to catch this man, but at this moment, he was just a baby who could hardly turn over, and if he wanted revenge, he could only temporarily receive help. However, the blade cradle that he was about to be thrown into turned out to be a good opportunity for him to accumulate strength. The blade cradle is called the grave of newborns. Children thrown into it must crawl through countless sharp blades to the sticks on the other side to gain qualifications. The sticks can reshape the child's body into a body of steel. In his previous life, he was left behind by the other brothers here, and did not gain any benefit from the sticks. This time, in order to be the first to reach the sticks, he decided to climb through the blade barrier in a straight line, but by doing so, he would have to endure the pain of his body being cut by the blades. At this moment, his young body was already covered with scars, and he jumped in under the gaze of the adults. His body sank deeper and deeper into the sticks, and the river water continued to seep into his body through the wound. His bones changed at this moment, and he desperately covered his mouth, just to get more blessings from the sticks. The servants on the shore were anxious and urged him to come out quickly. His father showed a satisfied smile on his face. Baymore, how long has this kid been jumping in? After learning from the steward that 7 minutes had passed, he walked to the shore at a fast pace. Boy, if you don't come out, you will die. And Yi heard Higao's voice, but he did not intend to go up. Instead, he gathered his strength and swallowed the river water frantically until it exceeded his body's endurance limit. He lost consciousness and slowly sank to the bottom of the river. Higao carried in Yi with excitement on his face. You little brat, you are so good that you even dare to drink the water from the river Styx. After a while, the teeth have grown out. It seems that this time she gave birth to a son with strong desires. He didn't know that what Anyeshing wanted was not lust, but the desire to kill him. Higao, you can be as arrogant as you can now. I'm still in the teething stage now, and when the time comes, it'll break your neck. All the Basque family members don't even think about escaping. Afterwards, Anyi woke up in a daze on the bed. At this time, a maid came over with a box of gifts. He quietly placed it at the end of her bed and turned away. The box slowly opened, and an ominous aura emanated from inside. Suddenly, 2 poisonous snakes, vying for fame, jumped out from inside. And Yi immediately recognized that this was the extremely poisonous Xing Hong Man Ba. They actually sent 2 rare poisonous snakes to assassinate me. It seems that someone is eager to get rid of me at this time. The venomous snake bared its fangs and pounced on her. Just 2 poisonous snakes tried to kill me. Whoever you are, I have to thank you for the supplements you sent me. The next day, the servants were so frightened by what they saw that they broke out in cold sweats. I saw Anyi sleeping soundly with the snake's corpse that had already been torn into pieces. That same day, the family executed all the maids who were on night watch and replaced them with guards who took turns to guard the place. Just like that, 8 years later, Anyi became the young master who was most valued by the elders in the family. But among his peers, there are always people who want to kill him. After class, the triplets cornered him in the utility room. And Yi knew these 3 guys very well. They were known as the Trident of the Basque family. In his previous life, it was these 3 people who had been hunting him down endlessly. Perhaps because they were connected, the 3 of them worked very well together. if he grows up to be a headache for Yi. He randomly decided to take this opportunity to strangle them in the cradle. At this time, Harper took out a dagger and pointed it at Yi. I heard that you held your breath in the sticks for 7 minutes. You shouldn't be afraid of the knife, right? You want die, right? Then he asked Lauper to restrain Yi from behind and cover his mouth and nose tightly. Hold it for another 7 minutes and let us see. I've heard before that these little brats are very cruel. It's true. I'll play with you guys first. As 10 minutes passed, and Yi still stood there motionless. Harper felt bored, so he asked Lauper to let go of Yi and planned to change the way of playing. At this moment, a crisp sound came from Yi's mouth. Before Lauper could react, he bit off his index finger. Screams were heard immediately, and the other two were startled immediately. Yi stared at the three people evilly. The loser should be punished. Harper immediately rushed forward with a knife in his hand, and stabbed Yi in the abdomen with all his strength, but he suddenly froze. The full force of his knife only scratched his clothes, and did not penetrate Yi's body at all. Harper's right hand was broken directly. Harper was immediately frightened and struggled to run away. Yi raised his hand and punched him in the face. Harper snorted and blocked it straight away, trying to resist even though the sword was broken. Yi kicked him instantly. Next, I will only let one of you leave this room. As for who can leave, that is up to you to decide. They'll be waiting outside, but I don't have much patience when the time comes. Don't let all three of you get stuck here. After Yi left, the three brothers looked at each other warily. Suddenly, a loud fighting sound came from the long room. At this point, the future of the Basque family's trident drama no longer exists. Not long after, the housekeeper reported the fight to the head of the family, Hugo. Harper's teeth were all rotten, Nepa's face was sunken, and Law's index finger was broken, although they have all recovered through treatment. But the three of them suffered a severe mental blow. Hugo was very surprised when he heard this. Weren't the three of them close? Why did they kill each other? The housekeeper told him that it was actually a young man named Yi who made the three of them like this. As soon as Hugo heard this, he became interested in Yi Lai. After a moment, he called Yi to his side. I heard that you beat up the triplets from the senior class. What happened? The three of them originally had a super strong combined attack technique, but now it has been completely destroyed by you. Yi looked at Hugo proudly, but he didn't expect Hugo to suddenly question him. Do you know you are wrong? Yi's face has changed. I am stronger than them. How can a strong person make mistakes? Hugo's tone became extremely cold. When he heard this, the housekeeper beside him broke out in a cold sweat unconsciously. They all said that they had forgiven you. Don't you feel guilty? Dark Knight's eyes suddenly showed a strong murderous intent. Forgiveness? This is just an excuse for the weak who have no ability to take revenge. Hugo immediately laughed evilly. He felt like he had found someone of his kind, but he didn't know that Yi's words were also referring to him. Then he was satisfied and asked the butler to take Yi to the granary to pick out any snacks he liked. When Yi turned to leave, Hugo suddenly called him back, hoping that he could get excellent results in the midterm exam in the near future. This means that Hugo has accepted this period of time. After hearing this, Yi clenched his teeth tightly. The more Hugo valued him, the more hatred he aroused. The so-called midterm exam was to let these young hounds survive in the Red and Black Mountain full of monsters for a month. But not only that, they must also constantly hunt monsters during this period, and find ways to eliminate opponents to get higher scores. Although directly killing the opponent will reduce points, it does not mean that you cannot kill someone with a borrowed knife. The instructor picked up a bell at random, and with a flick of his finger, the assessment officially began. Although the family explicitly prohibited infighting this time, it did not say that they could not kill someone with someone else's knife. After the rules were introduced, the instructor slowly took out a bell from his arms, and the trial officially began. Everyone rushed into the forest quickly, some to seize the advantageous terrain as soon as possible, and some formed alliances to find an opportunity to grab points. Only Dark Knight was not slow to walk in the forest, responsible for monitoring his lead dog. I heard a long time ago that he was a genius who showed his potential as a child. Now I want to take this opportunity to see his strength. Yi stopped in front of a huge tree and used the wooden stick in his hand to test the softness of the soil. Unexpectedly, he stretched himself and planned to spend a vacation here. The lead dog who was responsible for monitoring him was stunned, and thought he had heard it wrong. But then, he started to collect branches in the dark night, built a shed, and then lay down to rest. The leader dog was stunned when he saw the person he bumped into others were fighting for points or fighting to the death with giant monsters. I didn't expect this guy to spend several days digging holes to rest and hunting for food. Did he plan to hide for a month? This so-called genius seems to be just rowing the boat. Then the lead dog dodged away, not intending to continue staring at him. Unexpectedly, as soon as he left, his entire temperament changed instantly overnight and he finally left. It turned out that Annihilate did this on purpose these days, because only when no one was watching him could he carry out his next plan. I saw him throwing a handful of cocoa into the fire to roast it. After the beans were roasted to the desired degree, he stood up and walked towards the unlocked area of the mountains. The unlocked area meant that there were countless unknown dangers, but this was also the purpose of his trip. He found the charred area by the smell, and a pile of burning feces also proved that he was in the right place. There was only one kind of monster nearby that could produce this kind of feces. A monster with flames all over its body suddenly appeared and stared at him condescendingly. At first, just meeting you would annoy me. Now that I suddenly see you like this today, I really miss that hellhound. Although it is almost impossible for Dark Knight to defeat the Betrayal hellhound with his 80-year-old physique, he is very clear about the weaknesses of this monster. As long as he can use them well, the impossible will become a desire. The first weakness is that he can only move in a straight line, making it difficult for him to catch a target that suddenly changes its appearance. The second weakness is that it is afraid of water. No matter how much water there is, the water spilled on the ground by Dark Knight will hinder the hellhound's movement route, thus affecting its attack speed. The third weakness is chocolate, which is a deadly poison to all canines. This was why Dark Knight had picked chocolate jelly in the warehouse as a temporary reward. Then Dark Knight pulled out his personal accessory and stabbed an arrow at the kidney, the most vulnerable part of the hellhound. Then he moved the sword to crush the hellhound's internal organs, and the hellhound died completely. Then, a blue substance gradually emanated from the wound and continued to merge into Dark Knight's body. This is a substance called Leaf Valley, which appears after killing monsters. It can strengthen the body and increase strength. Annihilate suddenly felt that the sword in his hand had become much more flexible just as he was about to chop off the hellhound's head and leave, for hellhounds quietly approached behind him. It seems that he wants to avenge his companion. Dark Knight cut off the head of the hellhound with a knife, and raised it in his hand sharply and provocatively. "Come on, I have plenty of beans." The group of hellhounds were suddenly startled. As if they had encountered their natural enemy, they wanted to escape but dared not move. He could only stand there feeling melancholy, as Dark Knight noticed something strange about these monsters. Turning around and looking behind me, I saw the three-headed hellhound, a monster of the first level of danger. Wasn't this guy living in the 7th section of the mountain? Why would he come to this outer section? As the three-headed dog approached, Annihilate discovered that he was covered in wounds and bleeding. The wound on his back was even more serious, with arrows piercing deep into his body. He immediately remembered that there was a barbarian tribe on the other side of the mountain, and they must have been forced here by them. Annihilate swallowed nervously and excitedly. Although he was very likely to die, he was unwilling to give up this great opportunity to kill the three-headed dog. He immediately stopped hiding his strength and instantly stimulated his aura to the extreme. A strong sword energy immediately emanated from the long sword. This is an understanding of swordsmanship, an ability that can only be used by high-level swordsmanship experts. After a round of tentative attacks, he had a certain understanding of the monster's current state. He had at least an 80% chance of winning. However, he still underestimated the danger of the three-headed dog. After just one hit from the three-headed dog, Annihilate fainted. The three-headed dog was approaching him, and Annihilate suddenly woke up. He felt a sharp pain in his left arm. Fortunately, his body was strengthened by the sticks, otherwise he would have suffered more than just these injuries. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and escaped. His only weapon was broken, and he dared not continue his attack. Before the three-headed dog could react, he ran desperately towards the distance. "Just cross the barbed wire and you can return to where you were just now. I have to lead him back to where he walked into the trap. If I get caught, he'll be dead." "Where is it?" "I clearly remember it being around here." "Found it. Just a little bit, you must hold on." The tree is now. Director, welcome to the Blade Cradle. I didn't expect that the trap prepared for Hellfist would be used on you. Luckily, I had applied cocoa beans to the first trap in advance. Otherwise, this trap won't be able to deal with it at all. Now it's my turn, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The rumors turned out to be true. Anyone who comes into contact with the venom of the starred mamba will die. Luckily, I had inserted the snake's fangs into it beforehand, just in case. With the death of the three-headed dog, a very strong scent of leaf fruit emanated from its body and continuously flowed into his body. But Dark Knight's mind was not here, because he remembered that the three-headed dog was a guardian monster, and his appearance also meant that there must be an unknown space with hidden treasures nearby. Dark Knight then smeared the three-headed dog's feces on his body to hide his breath and avoid being discovered by other monsters. Then he followed the footprints on the ground and walked deeper into the mountains. After a while, he came to a dark cave and found it. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of treasures will be inside. The cave was dark and filled with a strong stench. As he went deeper, a dazzling red light emanated from the end of the cave. A red gem that continuously exuded an ominous aura floated on the stone platform in the center of the stone chamber. When Yi was about to go forward to check it out, he found a weathered corpse lying on one side of the stone platform. A yellowed piece of letter paper next to the corpse caught his attention. To his surprise, the words on the letter were written in Basque, the family's ancestral font. The purpose of leaving the letter was to tell future generations that there was no treasure in this cave. Only a rule and endless teasing. This cave was an ancient copy that had been passed down in the family. My brother and I killed countless monsters in the caves before we came to this stone chamber. But we were trapped in this stone chamber for 3 years. We found a rule written on the front of the stone platform. When it came in, there was 1, but when it went out, there were 2, and when it went out, there was 1. At that time, I thought this rule referred to us brothers. Because when my mother first became pregnant with us, there was only 1 baby, but after we were born, there were 2. In other words, if we want to get the treasure and leave, we need to become 1 again. After a fierce battle, I killed my brother, but there was no change in the stone chamber. Obviously 2 people became 1. Why can't they get the final treasure? I killed my own brother. I was in agony for a long time, and finally decided to leave here. If there are descendants who can see this letter, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. There is no treasure here. After reading the letter, Yi immediately concluded that the 2 brothers had misunderstood the meaning of the rules, because there was no such thing as an unbreakable dungeon. But what was the real meaning of this rule? At this moment, he suddenly discovered a clue from the ground. Could it be, this is what it means? It turns out that the answer has always been in the cave, but they happened to be 2 brothers at the time, so they misunderstood the true meaning. To break this rule, all you need to do is let the cave fall into darkness again. The real answer is shadow. As the gem shattered, a stream of starred energy floated from it to the stone wall behind. Is this what brothers want to achieve by killing each other? Only the blood of the Basque family can pull out Barzivo. Yi was suddenly startled and broke out in a cold sweat. Unconsciously, it turned out to be Balzuo in the myth book. Balzivo is a mysterious monster that invaded this continent in ancient mythology. It is also known as the demon constellation of the 7 great disasters. In order to stop the 7 great disasters, the 7 major families each took on one of them. What the Basque family faced back then was the gluttony camp Barzivo. Finally, the family stored the remains of Barzuo somewhere in the territory. I didn't expect it to be here. Now that I have found you, you are mine. But after I picked up the magic sword, it actually went into my arm. After that, an evil magic sword grew out of my right hand, but this made me even more excited, having a magic sword made from the corpse of the 7 disasters demon king. Adding to that the countless skills and experiences I had in my previous life, I really want to know how powerful I will be in this life after I got the magic sword. I swept the place again. After making sure there was nothing, I walked outside. But suddenly I was overwhelmed by a sudden surge of hunger. Why was I so hungry? No, to be precise, this magic sword is now extremely hungry and thirsty. But when I thought about how it could directly affect my body, I was extremely shocked because this magic sword actually had its own consciousness. But at this time, the magic sword took me forward and deliberately found the hellhound I had just killed. After absorbing the hound's blood, I actually gained his special skill, the first snow. I didn't expect that this magic sword could actually plunder the opponent's skills. It seems that he is really the gluttonous demon king in the disaster. If I could also plunder the three-headed dog's skills, wouldn't I be even more powerful? Sure enough, after absorbing the essence of the three-headed dog, I actually obtained the top-level skill burn. But I can't let it continue to absorb. I'm still hoping to take the corpse to Hugo to ask for a reward. However, when I felt the magic sword in my body, I found that I had an additional skill super speed. But I felt relieved when I saw the rat under the three-headed dog. This magic sword is really not picky about food. In the blink of an eye, the 7th day of January has arrived. Everyone was left with scars, but they all received their respective scores and rewards. When I appeared dragging the corpse of the three-headed dog, all the examiners were shocked and stood there in shock. I undoubtedly became the first in this survival test. The news that I hunted high-level monsters also reached the head of the family, Hugo. His face was indeed filled with shock, and he quickly asked the butler to summon me over. After seeing Hugo, I knew what he wanted to ask, so I told him the story of killing and wounding the three-headed dog. At this time, Hugo also took the opportunity to test me, but I was no longer the silly boy in my previous life. I immediately gave him a show. I am the Hound of the family, the patriarch of the family is my master, and I will always be loyal to the family. He seemed very satisfied with my answer, and according to custom, he gave me a chance to make a wish. I immediately asked for access to the Empire's library of tens of thousands of books. I have been waiting for this opportunity for many years, because only the clan leader, deputy clan leader, and their direct descendants can enter this library. In my previous life, I was an illegitimate child of the Pang family. Later, Hugo didn't dare to let me in because I was too powerful, so I never entered it in my middle life. But I didn't expect that the fish fruit in this life actually agreed to my wish and even allowed me to enter the restricted area in the library. He even recommended me to go to the 6th restricted area to read the 6th Sword of the Baskervilles, which surprised me as it's still the fish fruit I know. But this did not surprise me too much because my goal is much more important than this, and Hugo also wished me good luck. If it knew that I was going to see the swordplay manual left by the 10 layers in The Legend of the Baskervilles, I wonder if it would still allow me to go. But no one knows the value of that book yet. Hugo, I will definitely surpass you and become the strongest in this life. The game between us has just begun. But in order to achieve this dream, I must improve my strength as soon as possible, and in the Empire's 10,000 books library is the supreme sword record that I have always dreamed of. But just now, the head of the family, Hugo, actually agreed to let me enter the one book library. I didn't expect that the money was for its own selfish desires. I worked so hard to help it kill people, but in the end I couldn't get in to watch the sword record. But in just 8 years of my life, I realized my dream, and after obtaining permission, I came to the library. The first thing I did was to read the sword record recommended to me by Hugo, which contains the summary of the family's first 6 sword moves. I really didn't expect it to allow me, a bastard of the Pang family, to watch the 6th sword record. Perhaps in its eyes, an 80-year-old child would not be able to remember these sword records anyway. If it were in my previous life, I would have kowtowed in gratitude. In Baskerville, except for direct descendants, others can only learn the first 4 sword moves in their lifetime, so no matter how talented you are, without the help of swordsmanship, you will not be able to break through the 4th sword move in your lifetime. I used to be the most talented person in my family, but in the end I could only barely deduce the 5th sword move. This is also the direct reason why I can never catch up with Hugo in my life. But the purpose of my trip was not to find the 6 sword notes. What I really needed was not in the restricted area, but in the miscellaneous books section of the library. Finally, I found this swordsmanship textbook in a corner. This book contains some basic knowledge of swordsmanship, but because many pages were missing, it was treated as a piece of junk. But after the missing pages were filled in, the legendary 10th Sword of Baskerville was recorded inside. In his previous life, Hugo successfully collected 7 pages with my help, and in the end he broke through to the 9th sword record. In the end, he was afraid that I would leak the secret and sent me directly to the guillotine. It's a pity that God let me come back again in this life. I will not let anyone in this family except me know the existence of the 10th sword record. I spent the whole night reading the swordplay textbook and the remaining pages I got from my previous life. It just so happened that the guardian knight had gone somewhere to slack off. Then I decided to practice the sword skills of Taoism directly. The next moment, I held the sword in my palm and easily performed the 4th sword move. In my previous life, I only reached this state when I was 30 years old, but now I have achieved it at the age of 8, but I was even more angry in my heart and swung my palm again, and the 5th sword mark was just casually hit out by me. Reaching the 5th sword mark in the family means entering the realm of the Saint Extreme Power at the same time. At this moment, I felt that the magic power in my body was slowly becoming more precise. It turns out that after performing this move, I broke through to the primary level of Sword God, and my sword spirit power even reached the level of Liquid Halo. This means that I have finally entered the world of swords, and now I have memorized all the contents of this book. Then let it disappear from this world forever. No one will care if such junk is burned, and these 2 guardian knights who left their posts without permission will surely conceal this matter for me. After completing my biggest goal, I returned to my family to face the swordfish fruit, but I deliberately revealed that my spiritual power had reached the liquefied level. Now Hugo and the housekeeper were both stunned. As for the 80-year-old swordmaster, Hugo was filled with shock. But he still wanted me to show him some of what I learned from the 6th sword record on this trip. Then he brought me to a huge duel arena in the family when everyone was feeling bad about being summoned. I was already waiting for the opponent that Hugo had arranged for me to appear. The next moment, the iron cage in front of me suddenly opened. Was it a crank orc? Hugo still underestimated me. As the chains on the orc were opened, his ferocity instantly erupted. Without being restrained, the orc attacked me like crazy. But in the blink of an eye, I cut off his arm. The orcs in the field were full of confusion and fear. I knew his confusion very well because the high-speed recovery inherent in the orcs did not work under my sword. It turned out that I also had the level skill beginner attached to that sword. The skills of low-level monsters are ineffective under the skills of higher-level monsters, but such an outcome is definitely not satisfactory to Hugo. I also know exactly what he wants to see: liquid spiritual power. Come on. Under my terrifying power, the orc was chopped into countless pieces of flesh and blood and scattered everywhere. But now I'm obviously not addicted. Then he asked Hugo, "Does the master have anyone stronger than him?" He'll hit 10. And Eve become addicted to fish fruit sword. The whole person became a little excited. Then he asked someone to find a mutant troll for me to use as an opponent. Looking at the sunny sky giant in front of me, I started to take it seriously. But I have to say that Hugo really found a good opponent in order to test my limits. The monsters close to your level are indeed almost as powerful as beginner swordsmen. And it was inevitable that I would have to use my sword skills to defeat him. But I absolutely cannot demonstrate the 5th sword technique I learned earlier. Perhaps Hugo could understand that I became a saint-level expert by absorbing high-level magical beasts and comprehending the 6th sword technique. But the 5th sword skill often requires years of practice and endless training to comprehend. This is not something that only geniuses can do. Even though Hugo had only mastered the 7th sword skill at this time, his spiritual power had already reached its peak. If he knew that I had mastered the 5th sword technique at the age of 8, I would probably become a guinea pig. Therefore, I need to pretend to be in a close fight with the mutant troll. Otherwise, I can kill the giant monster in front of me instantly with a full-strength attack. Thinking of this, I immediately took my sword and killed the troll. Hugo, since you want to see it, I will give you a good show. The level troll has amazing regeneration ability, and my bleeding attack cannot effectively suppress it, so the key is to find its weakness and give it a fatal blow under the troll's wind-like attack. I dodge it every time. But the family members on the stage thought that I wanted to tire the troll to death. How foolish! The trolls have amazing recovery abilities, not to mention that this one is a mutant. How can ordinary humans outlast them? Although I pretended to be inseparable from the troll, my energy was really being depleted. I had to interrupt the troll's attack first. In the next move, I found the right time and shot an arrow to tear his left arm, but his wound healed in just a few seconds. Everyone on the stage thought I was going to fail. Even Hugo wanted me to leave. Otherwise I would be in danger if the troll got angry, but I said that I was the last arrow. If I failed, I would quit. The 2nd sword skill I just used couldn't kill it, so I'll use the 3rd move. All these demonstrations were done just to pretend to have mastered the feat of sword skills in battle. Thank you for playing with me for so long. Now let me take off your head as a thank you gift. The next moment, my sword skills have become like a meteor and I hit the troll's head. The terrifying blade instantly beheaded the troll. In less than a minute, Everyone on the stage was shocked by me. This bloody and violent killing made them unable to believe that the person in front of them was an 80-year-old child. They couldn't believe that I actually used the third sword skill. I also pretended to be surprised at the right time. Hugo on the stage was completely stunned and couldn't utter a word. But after this incident, the children in my family now isolate me more than before. Or are they afraid of me now? When they saw me, they immediately avoided me as if they had seen a monster. But these 3 yellow-haired ones are the only exceptions. After I taught them a lesson, they recovered quickly under the treatment of the mage. But now they seem to have become my little mystery brothers. This left me speechless. Are the 3 of them Doin? I got goosebumps all over my body when I heard them flattering me. Fortunately, the housekeeper came out in time. Otherwise, I will beat them up again. The housekeeper then told me to go to the family room quickly. If you have something to ask me, please come to me at this time. This bold and flamboyant flag is flying in front of the Baskerville family. This is the Mog family, one of the 7 great families of the empire. If Baskerville majored in the sort of killing, they were actually Adolphe Mog, the acting patriarch of the Mog family. They were discussing the upcoming joint training between the 2 families. However, due to the ownership of the ruby on the border, the 2 families often fought over the years. The idea of joint training was proposed by the emperor of the empire, because he believed that sword and magic were a complementary pair. This is also the reason why the family gave birth to sword spirit power. This is the product of combining with magic. Unfortunately, most people in the family still only practice swords and halberds, and the Mog family is the same. But because it was the emperor's order, the 2 families insisted on conducting joint training even though they were not in harmony. And when they heard that a genius was born in Baskerville, he then introduced to Hugo that a top magician genius had appeared in the Mog family. And this time, a red-haired girl also pushed open the door of the master of the house. But as soon as he came in, he accused Hugo of stealing the ruby that belonged to the Mog family. He even bluntly said that Hugo was a thief and robber. But Hugo ignored the childish remarks, but he continued to ask for trust. This time Hugo got angry on the spot. Baskerville of the Iron Bloodsword clan used him to insult him again. Unfortunately, the man in front of him was a straight woman, Kong, who immediately stopped Hugo from getting angry. At this time, I also arrived at the family ceremony. He even said arrogantly, "Are all the children of the Mog family so uneducated?" But the girl couldn't sit still after hearing this. She immediately stood in front of me and confronted me, but the moment I saw her, I was stunned. Is she Camus Mog? The only queen of the Mog family in the previous life. The one who slaughtered the entire barbarian tribe by himself and was able to control the royal family. If there was anyone who could rival Hugo after she broke through the 9th level in her previous life, then it must be the future magic queen in front of us. And if the previous life continues to develop, there is a high possibility that she will directly rule the continent. Because Hugo was already close to death at that time. But Camus was still in his prime. Besides, she is indeed as beautiful as the rumors say. But that is only in the distant future. She is just a child now. Camus became even angrier when she saw that I ignored her. Then he argued with me about the ownership of the ruby mine. Unfortunately, the Mog family had always been wrong. Ruby is a magical raw material that is extremely important to the Mog family. But for Baskerville, who is in charge of tree construction, the ownership of the land is more important. However, the Mog family took advantage of the border between the 2 families to mine freely in the family's territory. How could a berserker family allow this? At this time, Camus was still using his hands to measure to me why the Mog family thought that the ruby area belonged to them, because the ruby mine was already under the territory of the Mog family, just like an arm. But the next second I grabbed her slender little hand under the girl's blushing gaze. I said, "If that's the case, then you are my cat now." Hearing this, Camus became even more shy and said, "What are you talking about?" It seems that he misunderstood what I meant. I immediately drew the short blade from my waist. To everyone's shock, I pointed the knife at Camus' arm and said viciously, "I mean, your arm is mine." Just when I was about to cut off the girl's arm, a terrifying aura penetrated deep into my bones and came from behind me. Adolphe Moss came up behind me at some point. Suddenly, a chilling aura made me unable to move. Camus also took the opportunity to be dragged out of my hands. The next moment he threw himself into Adolphe's arms and burst into tears seeing his niece being bullied. Adolphe could no longer suppress his anger. He turned around and asked loudly, "Is this how you treat your guests?" At this time, Hugo also realized that I had gone too far. But before he could say anything, I took the initiative to apologize to Camus and Adolphe, and showed that the short blade just now was just a toy knife. At this time, Hugo Jianzhuang also spoke up to stop Adolphe, who was about to get angry again. After the farce, Hugo told Adolphe that he had a better suggestion about the ownership of Red Treasure Live, and he would discuss it with him after the joint training was over. At this time, Camus turned around with tears in his eyes, but he actually warned me to be careful. But I didn't say much, just smiled apologetically. In a blink of an eye, the day for joint training has arrived. The duel was between boys and girls aged 8 to 15 from both families. The biggest focus of this training is the duel between the two geniuses, Camus and me. As the bell rings, my duel with Camus is about to begin. Camus is also a true magic genius. He is almost the same age as me, but he can use 4 semi-hollow-level purification spells at the same time. I think no one in the entire Baskerville generation can defeat them except me. And seeing that I dodged his terrifying magic so easily, he was about to engage in close combat with him. The next moment, a magic earth wall quietly appeared in front of me. There are 4 magic chess players, and low-level magic can be performed smoothly without chanting. It's a pity that such a talent met my hanging arm. My powerful strength directly shattered the wall in an instant. At this time, the distance was too close for Camus to defend himself. Just when he was about to close his eyes and accept the attack, I just violently bounced him away, but this made him even angrier, and I continued to add fuel to the fire. In anger, he attacked with another fire magic, but this level of attack could not hit me. I thought that treating him to violence would make him retreat, but I didn't expect that it would cause more trouble. I saw him releasing magic madly, and I couldn't really do anything to him. But he didn't intend to give up, which was really difficult. But I saw another duel behind me, and I thought of a good idea. When Mosgas magician cast the spell, I immediately jumped behind me and pushed away the children of the family. At the same time, he reminded Camus to prepare defensive magic. But the distance was too close and the attack came too suddenly. A bright magic fireball slowly bloomed in Camus' larger beauty. Adolphe on the stage was even more shocked the next moment. A violent explosion suddenly sounded on the battle stage. After the explosion disappeared, thick smoke slowly covered the entire battle platform. And in the smoke, Camus heard his uncle's desperate voice. Although he had blocked the magic fireball, his clothes had all been burned. Once the smoke cleared, he would become the laughing stock of the two families. Thinking of this, tears welled up in his eyes again. But how could I let this happen? It was my fault. I was wrongly afraid of the power of magic. I took off my clothes and covered his head with them, then said calmly, "Open my clothes and put them on." But he was worried that I was completely exposed without any clothes. But as a killer hound, why would he care about such a thing? As for the explosion just now, I saw that Camus had no time to resist, so I took action to stop the magic. At this time, wounds appeared on his hands. He didn't expect that this body blessed by the sticks would be unable to withstand the magic attack. At this moment, the smoke and dust had completely dissipated. Seeing that Camus was not injured, Adolphe breathed a sigh of relief. But it was hard to tell who would win between me and Camus. Although he was the one who fell to the ground, my hand was also injured. But at this time, everyone's attention was on my sturdy body. With perfect lines and strong muscles, it was hard to believe that this was a child of only 8 years old at this time. Adolphe came to Taichung and held Camus in my arms. "Humph, it's great to have an uncle who loves him so much." After the training, Hugo asked me what I learned from the fight with Camus. I answered truthfully that this was completely different from a fight with swordsmen, and I gained a lot, but this wound was my biggest failure this time. Seeing this, Hugo said no more and asked me what I thought about the ruby mine. But I think the mine should be given directly to the Moss family, because the rubies are of no use to the Baskervilles. The main purpose of the family is to expand the territory, and our biggest enemies are the monsters in the Monster Mountain range and the barbarians on the border. If the mine is given to the Moss family, they will definitely send more magicians to station at the border. We only need to drive the warcraft and the barbarians to the border and we can easily kill them and take over more land. My thoughts coincided with Hugo's next. It depends on what the Moss family thinks. At this time, Adolphe really came to the door on his own initiative. He came to continue discussing the solution to the ruby mine with Hugo. This time, Adolphe wanted to marry Baskerville and pay enough rent to make Hugo hand over all the ruby mines to the Moss family, but the person he wanted to marry was Camus and Hugo's eldest son. Even Hugo found this ridiculous because his eldest son was already 25 years old, 17 years older than Camus. Camus refused out loud, saying that if he wanted to marry someone older than him, he would have to defeat his mother first. After hearing this, Adolphe had to comfort him again and again, because Camus' mother and father were among the strongest magicians on the continent. If the conditions were like this, even Hugo would not be able to marry him, but then he said affectionately and silently that he would only accept someone he liked, and his eyes were fixed on me. This made Adolphe anxious, and he whispered to Camus that I was just an illegitimate son of the Pang family. No matter how strong you are in the future, you will just be a speck of dust in the family. I don't agree with this. The 7 major families are like this. Even if I am the #1 genius in the family, others still look down on me. It was like this in my past life, and it is the same in this life. But Hugo interrupted Adolphe and said that the wishes of both parties to the engagement are the most important. Then she asked me if I was willing to marry Camus with the expectation of a young girl. I answered that I did. A future stunning queen actually wants to marry me at this moment, and I have no reason to refuse her. Even though I know Mosca will not agree to this marriage, I still have to fight for it. After hearing my voice of agreement, Camus' delicate little face was covered with a girl's ruby compared with his shyness. Adolphe's face was already extremely bad in his opinion. A bastard like me could never be worthy of Mosga's pearl. Although Hugo said that only strength mattered in Baskerville, I thought it was just a joke. When I chose to reach the king level, the family was still unwilling to give me a higher chance. Because in their eyes, the children of the Pang family will always be an unstable factor. After hearing Hugo's words, Adolphe still looked down on me and even said that my agreement was too irrational, and he would not allow Camus to marry anyone casually, and he humiliated me time and again. My patience had reached its limit. At this time, Adolphe saw that I was full of dissatisfaction, and he also proposed to Hugo that he wanted to test my skills. After Adolphe's repeated requests, Hugo finally agreed to his request. Adolphe Moss, one of the strongest magicians in Mosca. Even at my peak before my rebirth, I couldn't defeat him hidden, but if he insists on fighting, I won't give in either. Then Adolphe and I came to the battlefield, and Adolphe told me not to have any blessings. Let him see where my confidence in agreeing came from. I agreed to his request on the surface, but if I really used all my skills, wouldn't you be scared to death? Adolphe's magic power directly turned into words, and the next 3 elements of water, fire and earth slowly appeared in front of him, creating something out of thin air. It was so powerful that it made people tremble all over. Camus on the stage was also surprised, because he rarely saw Adolphe take action. I didn't expect that I could blend the 3 elements perfectly. At this moment, Adolphe pointed to the jug he had just made above his head. He told me that he would fight me with this pitcher on his head, and I only needed to let a drop of water fall out of it to win. Seeing that he looked down on me so much, I could no longer bear it and immediately took up my sword to kill him. But Camus loudly reminded me not to charge at Adolphe Hedon. I was shocked because I had never fought a magician of Adolphe's level Hedon in my previous life. But I was able to stop the sword in time. Hearing her niece's elbows bent outward, she felt helpless. But his hands didn't stop moving. I saw cracked rock spikes appearing around him, and the next moment they flew towards me. But Camus in the audience blamed Adolphe for using powerful magic. Adolphe, who was speaking classical Chinese, even asked Camus which side he was on. Seeing that Adolphe stayed behind, Hugo didn't want to disturb the duel any further. After I narrowly avoided the red cracked rock cone, I knew it was impossible to win this duel Hedon, but I could take advantage of the fact that he thought I didn't dare to attack Hedon, and directly attack and break the water can, and then pierce Adolphe's defensive magic shield with an arrow. If one shot doesn't work, keep trying. I keep attacking the same spot like a machine. Adolphe was puzzled by my repeated attacks, because his shield was much stronger than his sword. Sure enough, after I had fired countless arrows, my arrows were directly broken by the shield, but my goal had been achieved, and the victory or defeat was now decided by 1 point. Camus on the stage looked at the battle center in disbelief. Adolphe was still proudly saying that it was very stupid to call me, but the water on his head had slowly flowed to his forehead, and I saw that the broken tip of my arrow had pierced the water bend on Adolphe's head. I even mocked Adolphe, who was in a state of pressing, "Are you kidding me? This is your biggest mistake." Seeing me so heroic on the stage, Camus Shangya's heart was beating like a deer. Maybe in Camus' eyes I was lucky to break Adolphe's water bend, but in Hugo's eyes my performance was simply perfect. Unfortunately, even so, Adolphe still thought that we should wait until Camus and I were adults before making plans, but in the end, Hugo still handed the ruby mine to Mosca. 7 years passed in a blink of an eye in the family duel arena. The Baskervilles' former beagles have now become iron-blooded swordsmen who bravely kill their enemies. The 3 yellow-haired brothers' combined sword skills are even more perfect, and today will be the last training for everyone in the family. Afterwards, everyone will be assigned to different battlefields to perform tasks, which may be to subdue the barbarians in Red Mountain, to fight the monsters in Black Mountain, a forbidden area of monsters, or to become an elite manager who is superior to the other players. Under the solemn blessing of the Hound instructor, this batch of hounds has now all graduated. But before we leave, we still need to choose our own Knight's Medal. Baskerville has 7 different Knight's Medals, corresponding to 7 different scissors, and they have different tasks to complete. At this time, some people turned their attention to me. They were more curious about whether I would enter the management level like the direct descendants, or be used as cannon fodder to expand the territory like the collateral descendants. And I, Bask Wiki, am now a 15-year-old teen wolf. The strength I have shown now has reached the level of the family's shadow hound. That is, the 3rd sword skill has been perfected, but my hidden strength has not made much breakthrough. After losing the countless magical beasts' karma in the restricted area, my spiritual power has now reached the peak of the intermediate holy level, and my swordsmanship is only at the 5th level of sword skills. If we only talk about swordsmanship, I have surpassed my previous self before rebirth, but this is still much slower than I expected. With the experience from my previous life, I quickly reached the 5th sword skill, but I have not yet mastered the 6th sword skill at this time. The butler suddenly appeared and interrupted my meditation. It turned out that Hugo came back from the battle and wanted to see me. When I came to the master's room, I saw Hugo, whom I hadn't seen for many years. Ever since the ruby mine was handed over to Mosca, the family has been busy with the wars with the river barbarians and monsters. 7 years later, Hugo had become more mature and experienced after experiencing countless battles, and then I noticed the scar on his cheek. He said that he was wounded by one of the barbarian women during the war, but he also left the same scar on her. He came to me now to find out which order I would choose to join. After I graduated, I became a member of the Fighting Dog Knights, wandering between Red Mountain and Black Mountain for many years, fighting against monsters and barbarians. This is also the final destination of most of the descendants of the Pang family. However, if they are direct descendants, they will be assigned to the elite management level, receive the highest level of swordsmanship instruction, and learn management and political education. The children of the Pang family are their guardians, or the hungry dogs they raise. Will Hugo in this life allow me to join the elite knights? I am very curious about this, and Hugo actually recommended that I study in the next academy. This is the best elite knight group of the family, and it is truly the highest management. The people in it manage all the affairs of the family and the diplomatic and political leaders. Hugo is one of them. At this time I was also stunned. He actually allowed an illegitimate child to study in the elite class, and the next college? And Hugo's answer was that I was not talented enough. I have surpassed all the elites of Baskerville, so he treated me like this and even gave me a 10 chance of becoming the deputy city lord. But I still have something I want to ask him for help with. I need a lot of money, so I want to borrow some funds from Hugo first. I knew this was an excessive request, but Hugo decisively issued me the money I needed because he believed that his son would not do anything stupid. I thanked him with great gratitude, but no matter how many years passed, I still couldn't get used to him calling me son, because in my previous life, when I was so young, I hadn't even seen him for a few years, and I had never heard the strange name, and I couldn't forget the severed head that was still engraved in my bones. Until now, I still feel like a sharp knife is sliding down my neck at any moment. Hugo, I will never forget the pain you brought me. A few days later, I arrived at the city known as the most chaotic city in my family, but as soon as I stepped into the city lord's mansion, I was stopped by a mediocre person nearby. He thought I was a child brought by a servant, but my fierce look immediately scared him away. Then I took out the family's appointment documents and asked them to prepare delicious food and wine immediately. Because I was going to have a grand party tonight, the servants were stunned when they heard this, but they still prepared everything needed for the party according to my request. At the same time, wealthy businessmen and celebrities from all ethnic groups in the city were invited to attend the party. However, the mayor's secretary, Baskerville, who was in the mayor's office, looked at the extravagant banquet in front of him and felt even more worried about the future of the city. After all, if you have a boss who starts drinking right after taking office, it would be uncomfortable to deal with anyone. He was even more angry about why the family sent a little brat to manage a city. But it was me who suddenly appeared from behind Jill. "Are you the secretary of this city?" My cold voice slowly sounded behind her. But this scared her a lot, but she still introduced herself briefly, and I had investigated her before coming. She is a native resident of the City of the Week, due to her outstanding work. She was appointed by her family and given the surname Bask. I know that he has had a very difficult time at work over the years. After all, the previous city lord was fired for corruption and bribery. I told him that I would not interfere with their work, and I believe that he will do a good job. Seeing this, Gil had no choice but to agree with me because he didn't guess what I was up to. He suggested throwing a party, but I didn't go. Instead, I stayed here chatting and reading with him. At this time, I held the legal document in my hand and told Jill that there were too many loopholes in the rules of the City of the Week. Here, countless underground organizations have completely overridden the laws of the city. They use illegal means to endlessly drain every drop of blood from this city, causing the people here to become increasingly poor. The inaction of successive city lords has made people no longer trust the family's management of the city. Therefore, we must first establish trust with the people in the city, and then eliminate all these illegal organizations. For this reason, I need a legitimate reason to eradicate these dark forces, and since the deputy city lord can enact new laws, he'll use this opportunity to put on a good show. In a blink of an eye, the next day had arrived, and the Dortmeier Street in the city was already crowded with people. All of them came to see the new laws I promulgated. But these people were full of distrust and contempt for a 15-year-old deputy city lord. I didn't say much in the face of their suicidal behavior. When I saw that most of the people had arrived, I immediately raised a wooden stick. The next moment, it stabbed into the ground fiercely, and then said coldly, "Today I will enact a special law. Whoever comes up and pulls up this stick will receive 100 million gold coins as a reward." When these words were spoken, not only were all the people shocked, but even Jill and his group behind him were terrified. The whole street immediately began to talk about it. But no one wanted to believe me. They even thought that I would kill them right away. Seeing that no one dared to pull out the stick, I increased the prize money to 1 billion gold coins, but still no one came up. Some even said that I was teasing them and would never pay so much money. I just smiled coldly at this. Later I increased the prize money to 10 billion gold coins. This time everyone hesitated, but they still didn't want to believe me. But at this moment, a pair of tender little hands were raised. The cute little girl in front of me actually wanted to come up and try it, but the people next to her advised her not to go up, because she would be killed by me after pulling out the wooden stick. But the little girl's mother was sick and urgently needed money to see a doctor. She didn't care about all that at the moment, and soon she came to me. I didn't say much, just pointed at the wooden stick below and asked her to take it out, and she pulled it out easily. Now everyone was stunned. Was it so easy? The little girl began to feel scared because it was too easy. At this moment, my hand suddenly reached for my waist. Just when the girl thought I was going to draw my sword to kill her, I handed her a bag of heavy gold coins. He even told Jill behind him that he would send someone to give the remaining gold coins to the little girl later. I stroked her head and said to everyone present that as long as they abide by my rules, everyone will get the reward they deserve in the future. I will also issue similar special laws as rewards from time to time. By then, the reputation of the new city lord being generous and trustworthy had spread throughout the city. After sending the gold coins, Jill and I returned to the city lord's mansion, and the first step of building trust had been completed. Then the second step is to clean up these secret underground organizations. After all, with such a huge loss, they always have to find a place to replenish their supplies. And with the memories of my previous life, I knew very well where they were hiding, but at this time someone came to me outside the door and told me that the Family Autonomous Association in the city asked me to convene a city meeting. I smiled at this. It seems that the wine at yesterday's party has only just come to its senses. Since it's already dark, let me take care of you. But after arriving at their so-called meeting room, I became even more angry at these pests. What greeted me was not a meeting, but a dinner party with the second generation of young people from this group of indigenous families. When I came to clean them up, I walked in when the waiter saw me walking in so arrogantly. He immediately reached out and grabbed my hair. There are many people who seek death, but it is rare to find someone as bold as him. Instantly I twisted his arm that was grabbing my hair and broke it the next second. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the hall a minute later. I said coldly, "Is it you rubbish who asked me to come here?" But they didn't expect me to come so soon, and they kept apologizing to me. But then they started discussing how to deal with me. But I'm not here to play house with them. Then I let out my spiritual power without restraint. The next moment, all the red wine glasses stacked high in the field were shattered by me. These playboys were immediately stunned by the scene before them. Seeing this, they finally understood that I was not some 15-year-old brat, but a strong warrior who knew how to fight. Looking at the liquid spiritual power that was wantonly venting around me, they began to panic. They even doubted whether I was really only 15 years old. At this time, I found one of the young men. But before I could open my mouth, he actually told me his plan to deal with me. But under my murderous gaze, they kept saying that this was just a test for me. Just wanted to test if I was worthy of their assistance. But the next moment I punched the person who said that right in the stomach, because only owners can test their dogs. But when it is the other way around, it only proves that the dog has started to become disobedient, and the owner will punish him severely. Then I stepped on the person who was talking and asked them if they knew why I did that to them. But these idiots just don't care about anything and say they know everything. He should be punished by me if he said something wrong. If that's the case, then you should know what happened to him. Then I crushed the person's head right there under my feet. Now all these playboys were scared by me, but they still did not forget to threaten me that if I offended them, the consequences would be serious. But I really want to know how they will deal with me. He has kidnapped, murdered, and sold slaves in the Baskerville family's territory, and is now threatening the family's designated deputy city lord. Then they should punish the crime together. The death penalty was imposed at first. Then he spoke even more evilly to the remaining people present. It seems that there are still too many disobedient dogs in this city. Then let me teach you a lesson. After dealing with them, I asked Jill to take people to lock them all up in the dungeon. But even in the dungeon, these people still shouted and threatened us loudly. It seems that they have been at ease for too long. Forget who the owner of this land is. Jill, who came to the dungeon, started talking to me about beating them like this. Those families will not let this go, but I don't care. Because this is just the beginning of my fight against them. I will make these families reignite their fear of the iron-blooded sword clan. At the same time, I also need their resources and money to improve my strength. At this time, I walked up to the blonde man and talked to him about those who lack reverence and commit crimes. I will let him go to hell and reflect on himself. I turned around and told Jill that I would kill all these people after sunset. Now all the second generation of indigenous people were panicked. They begged me for mercy frantically. He was even willing to offer all his assets. Unfortunately, he was faced with a group of people who colluded with those underground organizations to devour his family. I won't give them any chance, because the world is about to undergo a major change. I will be sent to the battlefield soon, so I have to sort things out here as quickly as possible. At the same time, obtain enough resources to improve your strength. After these pests are quickly driven out, the city will slowly change. Then I can leave here with peace of mind. But this group of people still didn't give up. They think I have no evidence to prove that they committed those things. I smiled evilly at this. Really? Then I hope your mouth can still be so hard later. And behind me, a bald man carrying a bag of things walked into the dungeon. I couldn't help but praise him for coming so timely, and then I just hoped that they could play with me for a while longer. Who just said that I had no evidence? They'll bring out the evidence right away. But I really hope that you can continue to deny it, because that will make me happier. Remember, please don't tell me anything. Just now, under my severe torture, he confessed his crimes even before sunset. But after sunset, I still ordered people to cut off their heads. They were placed along with their confessions on the busiest street in the city to warn those families who were once unscrupulous. Those who said behind my back that I would release these family members. Now they were all shocked by my iron-blooded methods. They didn't expect that I would really dare to massacre so many noble children at one time. This was also the first time that a native family in the City of the Weak was punished by the law. From then on, all the laws I promulgated were iron laws. In their eyes, those who violated them would be punished accordingly. But for me, this is not enough. I don't want to make these families suffer. I want them to die. So I still need your help next. A few days later, in the suburbs outside the city, Joe was walking slowly forward in a suit and a mask on his face. Behind him was an iron dragon. Inside the iron dragon was me, disguised as a handsome young slave. At this time, we were on our way to a slave auction at a circus outside the city. As the auction house opened, countless slaves and goods escorted by noble merchants slowly entered the auction house. I became one of them after entering. A man wearing a clown mask began to value everyone's goods. After some evaluation, I was chosen as the final product to be presented. As night falls, a dirty and chaotic auction is about to begin in this circus. The auction items here are so diverse that even a high-level hell bison can dream of them. The participants were also very wealthy, either from indigenous families or members of underground organizations. The next 10 auction items were also brought to the stage. They were young girls from the barbarian tribe in Hongshan. Although she had suffered countless tortures and was auctioned off as a slave. But the tenacity in her eyes was indeed chilling. Everyone present also knew that the slaves of the barbarians could never be tamed. They would tear their masters to pieces one day. But no matter how the clown on the stage boasted about her merits, he kept lowering the starting price. But no one was willing to bid for the barbarian girl. The clown was a little annoyed. The person behind her dealt with her and took out the finale of the day. The next moment, the satisfied girl was knocked unconscious by the hit of the hood on her head. After the girl was taken away, the clown began to ease the silence. And then he said that he would take out the best items of this auction. As she finished her words, I was brought to the stage. Long black hair and a red face. The young and handsome face also has beautiful muscle lines. This made the rich lady in the audience's eyes light up immediately. At this time, the clown introduced me as an extremely rare black-haired redhead. And he is a pure little boy who is still developing. But before she could name the starting price, the rich woman below couldn't help but raise the sign in her hand and immediately offered a price of 600 million gold coins. The man behind her stood up and offered 800 million. The rich woman in front of her immediately started arguing with her because she had Rong Yang's hiha. At the same time, more and more people began to raise their signs to participate in the auction, until the owner of the number 99 sign offered 6 billion gold coins. The whole place fell silent instantly. This person was none other than Baron Gambino from the indigenous family. Over the years, she has made countless money by cooperating with underground organizations. At this time, she was looking at me on the stage with such greed. But the female guard beside her reminded her that she was spending too much. But she was immediately scolded by her. The offer of 6 billion made many people afraid to speak out, and finally I was buried by her with the sky-high gold coins. As I was brought before her, Baron Gambino smiled at me with a smile on his face, but her appearance had already pushed my patience to its limit. Then I lifted the chains that bound my hands. But she actually thought I wanted her to untie me. But the next moment, under her dull gaze, I tore all the chains into pieces in an instant, and a powerful aura burst out from my body. He immediately sent the fat pig Baron flying. Looking at the Baron falling to the ground, I asked her if she wanted to play a game. The theme of the game is Gongha Show, but I will be very fierce, so you just have to endure it with all your might. Then the Baron's screams like a pig being slaughtered echoed throughout the circus. But before he could ask the guards for help, the next moment I tore him to pieces on the spot. The snow-like characters all over the sky were flying onto the delicate and frightened face of the female guard. Amidst everyone's shock, I slowly pulled off the wig on my head, and all of these people recognized me. Baskerville of the Baskerville family, the current deputy leader of the weak city. At this time, my devilish voice sounded again. My lovely Baron is too fragile. How could he die instantly with just a slight tear? I haven't had enough fun yet. Everyone present was shocked, including my secretary, Jill. She didn't expect me to make a big deal out of it, and at this time I smiled sickly at everyone. This circus is really suitable for you. It seems that tonight's game won't be so boring. The clown who was the auctioneer was at a loss for what to do with my sudden appearance, but he still found that I, a member of the Baskerville family, did not have a sword in my hand at the moment, and then he commanded all his men to attack me. But when this group of fish was about to rush in front of me, the gluttonous demon's sword in my right hand also revealed its bloodthirsty fangs at this moment. The next moment, the magic sword was swung out, and the blood light instantly illuminated the whole place. This matter would require all the enemies who came to attack to be beheaded. At this time, the Joker finally realized that he had offended a bloodthirsty devil. However, the masked man who had just dealt with the barbarian was obviously very dissatisfied with me, seeing that he was so eager to try. I certainly had to help him, but after just one look, the masked man's eyes were filled with endless fear. But it was too late. The next moment, I violently cut off his entire body and the hammer with one sword. What does it matter if there are more people? The more trash there are, the more excited I will be. I didn't expect that I could be so powerful and invincible even without a sword. And it was this action that made the Joker think he had found a glimmer of hope. But at this time I was still wantonly slaughtering the small fish in the auction house. But the clown interrupted my action with a radical and crazy voice. It turned out that he had held my lovely secretary Jill Seong hostage, and threatened me to surrender immediately. Facing the clown's threat, I slowly put away the magic sword in my hand and looked at him coldly. Fortunately, the enemies around me were all shocked by my bloody means, and they didn't dare to take the opportunity to attack me for a while. But Jill's performance next surprised me. He actually took the initiative to move towards the clown's short blade, because he would rather die than get me hurt, and his action made the clown even more shocked. But then I burst out laughing and praised his loyalty generously. I also told him not to worry, because this matter was not only taken seriously by Hugo. After graduation, he joined the next house of the elite knights. How could I come here without any preparation? It turned out that, after dealing with the second generation of indigenous people, I told Jill that, in order to effectively obtain evidence of these nobles committing crimes, then I can only participate in their illegal activities in person. After that, I asked the family hounds to secretly investigate the activities that the underground organization will carry out in the near future. After getting the news, I asked Jill to bring me here disguised as a slave. I originally thought that it could be easily solved without the help of the family, but it is worth it to save such a loyal person. I put the whistle tied to my calf in my mouth, and the next moment I took a deep breath and blew it hard. Suddenly, bursts of shrill whistles spread throughout the venue. Everyone present was struck by the double ears of the whistle array. As my whistle gradually faded, the people in the 10 games slowly came to their senses, and the clowns who found that nothing had happened also breathed a sigh of relief. He thought I was just trying to scare him, but when he was about to threaten me, a sharp sword suddenly pierced his throat. This sudden change made the clown man stunned in place. But before he could react, he was beheaded on the spot by the family hound behind him. Jill, who was standing by, was so shocked that she couldn't say a word when she saw the clown falling to the ground. After seeing the clown die, the small fry nearby immediately slashed at the family's hound knight with a sword. But as the knight swung his sword quickly, the small fish was chopped into countless pieces of flesh and blood and scattered on the enemies who were about to continue the attack. How dare a bunch of trash use swords in front of the Iron Blood Sword clan? What a stupid choice. At this moment, a burst of hurried and orderly footsteps came from outside the circus. The next moment, the Fighting Dog Knights, one of the 8 knights of the Baskervilles, made a domineering appearance. Each of them is a murder hound who has passed the family graduation exam. They are also the terror hunters deeply embedded in the hearts of these underground organizations. The female guards beside them also recognized that they were the Annihilators, the cruelest knight organization in the Empire. They were the Fighting Dog Knights of Baskerville, and their appearance meant that there would be bloodshed tonight. But at this time a Hound Knight had come behind him. Just when the Hound Knight was about to behead him, I suddenly appeared and stopped the knight's action because keeping him alive would be useful to me later. When the hound saw me coming, he let Baron Gambino's female guard go. At this time, I also issued orders to all the hounds present. Those who stayed in their seats and did not move would be spared for the time being, but if anyone dared to move, They would be killed without mercy after receiving my orders. The hounds immediately began to act. They ruthlessly charged into those who tried to escape. And this is a noble crawling on the ground in horror. He even asked the hounds for handcuffs to cuff him. But the dog knights don't have such a service, and there is only one way to keep the enemy in place. That is to just cut off his legs. At the same time, a strong man came behind me. The person who came was my uncle, Boston Baskerville. He was the chief commander of the family's fighting dog knights. He came here to see how heroic the so-called first genius of the family was. It turns out that all the fish fruits that make him so arrogant value me so much. At this time, he expressed his desire for me to join his dog fighting knights. And he will definitely make good use of me. But now I have more important things to do. After saying hello to him, I prepared to leave. But my indifference to him unexpectedly aroused his desire to have me join the fighting dog knights after the hounds took control of the circus. I came to the storage room hidden in the back. Now it's time to clean up the spoils, and here is what I want. As soon as I came in, I saw a safe with a lot of money in it, which was just enough to make up for the previous expenses. But this is not the purpose of my trip. Then I pulled open the tattered mat that covered the cage. But what was inside really surprised me. The person lying inside was the barbarian girl from before, so she was still alive? It seems like there is really an unexpected surprise. I originally planned to try to tame her. But I have to consider that what happens next will expose my magic sword ability. It was not convenient to bring a barbarian who might not be subdued, but seeing her miserable plight at this moment, she was still alive. It seems that I am destined to be a kind person today. But she was indeed lucky. According to her current physical condition, she would probably die soon. But I happened to be carrying the life element leaf that my Uncle Boston had just given me. Then I poured the yuan yi into her mouth. After a while, her body suddenly radiated red light. At this moment she suddenly opened her eyes. The waking barbarian girl looked at me in panic, just as I expected, because I had opened the iron door of the cage for her. Fortunately, I had fought against countless barbarians in my previous life, and I knew some basic aspects of their language. So I used very poor barbarian language to ask her to leave, but she still looked disappointed. She doesn't know if I'm lying to her, but now I'm afraid if I delay too long the things I need will disappear. So he signaled her again to run away quickly and not to stay. But then she suddenly spoke a bunch of incomprehensible barbaric words quickly. Although I knew a little bit, I couldn't understand it at such a fast speed. Fortunately, she stood up and prepared to leave after she saw that I had no ill intentions, but she left a message before she left. This time I understood what she meant. It was probably to express her gratitude to me. At the same time, he told me that he would definitely see me again. After the sword girl left, I started my treasure hunt, and finally found what I needed most. It was the Warcraft Hell Bison that was auctioned before. Since that experience 8 years ago, it has been a long time since Magian, and I have tasted such a gorgeous and pure top-notch monster. This time, the magic sword in my hand could no longer suppress the hunger that had been suppressed in my heart for so long. After the Bai meeting, I successfully acquired the Hell Bison special skill, Chenjun. This trip was quite rewarding. The day after the incident at the slave auction house was dealt with, some news spread throughout the city. That is, the new deputy city lord cut off the hands and feet of all the slaves who participated in the slave auction or the kneeling tribe that night. The fighting dog knights and I followed the clues and eliminated many underground dens hidden in the dark. After witnessing my ruthless methods, they also heard that I would hand over the collected evidence to the imperial envoy. The chiefs of the indigenous families all knelt in front of the city lord's mansion and begged for my forgiveness. Their appearance was really ironic to me. Even though their son was killed, they still had to kowtow and apologize to the enemy. I don't think there is anything more painful than this. Unfortunately, I have already said that I want their lives. I presented all the evidence I had found to them and even demanded that they surrender all their assets. At the same time, all these people were sentenced to death for violating the family's laws and will. How could there be a chance to survive? After dealing with these families, I invested a lot of money to set up many new trade channels. This ensures that many people in the city find lucrative employment. Many days later, Jill was happily making coffee for me. However, I handed him some new development plans and planned to let him try them out in person finally. After finishing the day's affairs, I came to the dungeon of the city lord's mansion. I've been so busy lately that I even forgot about the female guard who stayed behind. Through my investigation of her and the Baron, I also learned that her real name was New Delas and the Baron's rapid rise was basically all due to him. He was always confused about why I didn't kill him, but I kept him because there were a few questions I really wanted to know. But my biggest question is how he helped Baron Gambino get so much money. Because in my opinion, a fool like that would never be able to do it. At this point I promised him that I would let him go as long as he answered all the following questions truthfully. But he simply said that the Baron's money was indeed earned by him. Then he stopped talking the next second. I stood up and said indifferently, "What I need is a specific process and detailed methods, and you need to cherish this chance to survive." After making him understand the stakes, I released my grip on his chin. The next step is to look into his eyes and see if he can impress me. After figuring it out, she gritted her teeth and told me how she helped the Baron start his business during that time. She even gave me some advice on how to manage the city. In her opinion, my actions will eventually bring disaster to this city, because under my laws, countless families will slowly rebel. At the same time, the love that the people in the city have for me will gradually surpass their loyalty to their family. At that time, everything in the City of the Weak would be in great danger, both for me and for the City of the Weak. Hearing this, I couldn't help but become interested, so I asked him what he thought I should do next. His suggestion was to return power to the family leaders after managing the city well, because for me now, having resources is enough. He also suggested that I go to Montenegro or the Imperial Academy of Colosio for training. If conflicts arise in the city later, my family will bear all the consequences for me. I have to say that this woman's brain is really useful. Her advice was pretty much what I had been thinking, but I was a family hound. What is the difference between this behavior and biting back at one's own master? If I wasn't a fool, how could she tolerate me then? But I didn't show it. I just smiled casually and took up the gloves to untie her gloves at the same time. I praised her idea and said it was a good idea, and I fulfilled my promise because her speech was really wonderful. But even now she still doubted whether I was willing to let her go, but my keeping my promise was known to all the people in the city, and she got up and prepared to leave. But at this time, I asked her if she had ever heard of a family called Dinero. This is a merchant family, and also one of the original native families of the City of the Weak. Unfortunately, this family was destroyed by the blood of Baskerville. After hearing what I said, she clenched her fists. It turned out that this family had a banquet. One of the children demonstrated a set of sword skills in front of everyone, but frightened all the nobles present. Because this set of sword skills is the secret sword skills of the Baskerville family. The families who got the news quickly stole the sword skills. The Dinero family was completely destroyed overnight, but the child's sword skills were taught to them by several young men from the same original family. However, there are still survivors of the Dinero family, because those young men managed to rescue a beautiful girl, who was then forced to suffer inhuman torture. But Xind immediately interrupted me. She had a ferocious look on her face and was about to leave the dungeon angrily. But I told her there was more to this story. For example, later a demonic resurrection master came to this city. She used cruel means to obtain a lot of evidence from the hands of the youths. This included admitting the evidence that framed the Dinero family. At this time, Xind stopped her steps. At this moment her eyes were full of tears, and I said that the girl was her with the alias Xind. She loudly questioned that these were just my one-sided statements. How can we ensure that those rubbish are really punished? I just lit the torch in my hand. At the same time, she turned around and looked at the cell next to her. The scene before her filled her with disbelief. In front of her were the young men who had enslaved her. And all of them are headless corpses. There were countless horrible scars on her body from the torture she had suffered. Now Xind could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes, and she collapsed to the ground in tears. Looking at this girl with a rough fate, I guess I still have some compassion. But I told her that I had already dealt with those families for you, but the revenge for Dinero has not ended yet. Because there is another enemy you should hate the most. That was the Baskervilles. She wiped the tears from her eyes and asked me hatefully why, As a member of the Baskerville family, I should help her. But my eyes told her that it's better not to know too much about some things. At this time, Xind also stood up and told me that she would definitely repay this favor. She also promised that I would not have to worry about money in the future because she would give it to me. And this is what I really want. A brilliant business genius. And she was full of hatred towards the Baskerville family. Just 3 days after dealing with the Shindy incident, when Jill opened my door, what he saw was a bloody scene. I woke up after hearing the sound, but my body was covered with blood fat. Then Gil asked what was going on with the bodies on the ground. Then I told him about some fearless bugs that came last night. I crushed it to death after I cleaned up. Jill and I prepared to go and deal with the matter. And I was thinking about the many strange things I had encountered recently. For example, as soon as I went out, I was built. Even a glass of water was poisoned by the maid. Even walking on the street would result in being run over by a carriage. Although these are not threatening enough for me, but it seems that someone is secretly trying to disgust me. I decided to start investigating the strange events that had occurred recently after I had dealt with my affairs. But just as Jill and I were discussing, an exquisite and noble carriage stopped in front of us outside the gate. The flag symbolizing the Basque country is still fluttering wildly. But when the people inside came out, Jill was so scared that she broke out in a sweat on the spot. The person who came was Bailey Moore, Hugo's butler, and I already knew the purpose of his visit. It seems that Hugo has also heard about my performance in the City of the Week. Based on his current attitude towards me, he will probably give me some rewards. I hope my performance can help me get into the largest academy in the empire, Clausel, but now I am more looking forward to meeting Hugo again. Sure enough, the butler then said that Hugo was very satisfied with my performance, and he ordered me to return to the family headquarters to receive the reward. A few days later, the housekeeper and I returned to the family. After seeing me, Hugo praised me for what I did in the City of the Week. Because I made it clear to everyone in the empire, the Iron Sword clan isn't just a bunch of idiots with swords. But I don't have too much pride in front of him, just saying that this is what you should do. After praising my achievements, Hugo then mentioned a reward that both surprised me and made me look forward to it. He decided to let me enter the Imperial College Crossel in advance. All the elites in the empire gathered in this academy, and I could improve my strength safely without being noticed by Hugo at this time. Hugo also told me to select a few people to go with me. But he wanted me to choose it myself. After some thought, I decided to let the 3 yellow-haired brothers accompany me to the Imperial College. After seeing my decision, Hugo agreed to let them follow me into the academy, but he asked me if I remembered a plan for the ruby mine when I was 8 years old. Of course I still remember this, and now Hugo tells me that the plan can be fully implemented because Mog has agreed to join forces with Baskerville to fight against the barbarians. Since giving the ruby mine to Manga, they were also disturbed by the barbarians in the Red Mountain, but most of them were barbarians who retreated to the border due to the oppression of their families. At this moment, Hugo asked me to check the border territory before leaving. By the way, it increases the friendship between the two sides. At the same time, I will see whether the laws I promulgated are being implemented there. After all, the City of the Week is on the border. Some of the cities where Manga is stationed are under my jurisdiction, so I accept Hugo's proposal. I might be able to see Chemismog again on this trip. After packing up all my things, I returned to the City of the Week. At this time, Jill was tired of seeing me off. He also promised me that he would take care of all the affairs in the city. Looking at Jill, who was about to leave, I still felt a little reluctant, but this time the reward of the fish fruit brought my goal forward by many years. I must seize this opportunity. After leaving the city, I asked all the hidden dog fighting knights to show up. They no longer had to hide here. The man in front of me was the dog fighting instructor Staver. They will be responsible for getting me safely to the Imperial College. This is me asking him about my Uncle Boston's recent situation. But Staver told me he was crazy about getting me into the order of the dog fighting. Since the last incident at the slave auction, Uncle Boston was very persistent in getting me to join his dog fighting knights, but I never agreed because I still had a lot of things to do. After meeting up with the knights, I began my inspection trip. But none of the people I saw on the road actually violated the law, and after going forward, We will soon reach the city that was given to Manga. According to the intelligence from the fighting dog knights, many important people came to Manga. They valued ruby mines much more than we thought. On the other hand, our so-called patrol team actually only consists of me and dozens of dog-fighting knights. It is worth mentioning that the real elite of the family are already on standby at the other end of the mine. But it has nothing to do with this joint agreement. As we slowly went deeper into the border, a desolate city soon appeared before our eyes. However, countless white skeletons were hanging on the thorn trees outside the city. I guess Moggs has not been idle over the years. These works are probably their warnings to the barbarians. And this scene couldn't help but remind me of the magic Queen Camus before her rebirth. One man wiped out all the barbarians in Hongshan. I wonder if she has become more beautiful 7 years later. But when we arrived outside the city gate, the triplet girls on the city wall were very arrogant and refused to let us in. I have deep memories of these three sisters. They are the three twin sisters of Manga, and they are also geniuses among magicians. In my previous life, their notoriety for arrogance was known even within the family. Seeing their arrogant look, I immediately revealed that I was an envoy from the Baskerville family. This trip was just to inspect the territory and enhance the friendship between the two sides, but the three of them were obviously planning to embarrass us. He even said that we would be allowed to enter the city only after reporting to the higher-ups, and asked us to come back tomorrow. This really gives me a headache. It seems they don't know whose territory they are on. And now I can no longer control the anger in my heart. How dare you not let me enter my city? I saw my cold voice slowly ringing in their ears. If you don't want to die, open the door. This is your last chance. At the same time, my terrifying sand wings, carrying today's spiritual power, instantly pressed towards them. At this moment, they also understood that I was the crazy city lord who had appeared recently. They were already very upset with me, so they immediately cast their magic. They even said arrogantly that they like to teach lunatics like me a lesson. Faced with their show of force, I easily dodged them by pulling my horse away. But these three scumbags even had the audacity to say that this was Maga's private territory and outsiders were not allowed to enter. Stav next to me said that it seemed that we couldn't get in today without taking action. I fully agreed with her point of view. But at this moment, three extremely familiar voices came from the fighting dog knights behind me. They loudly retorted, "Can't the people of Manga even tell who their master is?" I roughly guessed who they were, but I didn't expect that they had been hiding in the Knights Templar for a long time. The three sisters became furious upon hearing this. They thought this was a violation of Moga's authority. This time they must teach these ignorant huskies a lesson. But they don't know that I am so embarrassed by their immature language, although this is a world where everyone can use magic. But there was only one family that had no magical talent. At this point, the imperial movement was divided into two major factions. The Mog family uses magic as a means of attack, and the Baskerville family is famous for sword fighting. But which one is the strongest, sword or magic? For 500 years, no one has been able to win. When I went to the territory that was leased to the Mog family, however, they were obstructed by the three sisters, the female boss. They even said that this was their order. No one from the Baskervilles was allowed to enter. Obviously, such behavior has violated the concession contract. I will never let it go. But just before I dismounted to fight, Baskerville's trident suddenly appeared from behind. Then she stood at the front of the team, saying that they would be the ones to deal with the Queen of Flowers. The reason why these three people came to help me, it was because I asked my father to ask them to go to the academy to save me. Fortunately, they didn't know my real secret. According to the memory of the previous life, although Trident's brain is not very good, at least they will complete the task at all costs. It seems that I can now justify asking them to be my punching bags. Suddenly, the three sisters on the rooftop shouted in unison, "Three idiots! If you have the ability, don't act humble." But the three brothers had nothing to fear. Then he showed them an international jewelry. This really pissed off the three sisters. I saw them condense magic in their hands in an instant. Seeing them like this reminded me of my past life. Shit uses grass magic. The second one uses earth magic, and the third one uses water magic. Although this is not a high-level magic from the perspective of the Mog family, But as long as the three sisters can cooperate, the power they display will be greatly enhanced. As they chanted the spell, a small grass seedling suddenly emerged from the ground. It only took less than 2.5 seconds. The killing time has grown into a man-eating tree. Mao is strong and fearless, and his eyes are filled with murderous intent. With one move, Xuanzhan easily cut off a huge vine root. The smooth operation was so smooth that even Staver couldn't help but praise it. On the other hand, I had a serious look on my face because Amazon hadn't even used her full strength yet. As a result, in the next second, Damao was successfully attacked by Tingding from the side. Even if the reaction is quick and barely resisted, but the powerful impact could only block her temporarily. Now the trident is in such a state of desolation. Not only did the three sisters immediately start to laugh at him, they are called the lungs that command the bow and arrow. The three Huiyan brothers were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Because this is not only a shame for them, it even concerns the entire Baskerville family. The three of them quickly gathered and flashed into the air. Start to split up and launch the offensive. The three sisters are no ordinary people. Facing the strong attack of the trident, waiting would only waste my time. I have been quite busy recently, so I decided to teach the ignorant outsider a lesson myself. At this moment, a huge fireball suddenly appeared after a loud bang. My face was immediately filled with excitement. Any mortal would be burned to ashes with this move, but what I didn't expect was that the trident was only burned with hair curled up, and it was not a big deal. At that time, they were puzzled as to how the three sisters could master the fire mode. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, they found that the big fireball was not created by them at all, but by the person standing on the roof. He is Cam, the strongest fighter of the Mog family. In the future, he said to the people below in a light tone, "If anyone makes trouble in the area under my jurisdiction, no matter if they are from the Mog family or outsiders, they will not be forgiven." After that, he moved down from the roof. The three sisters wanted to take this opportunity to explain that they did not mean to cause trouble, but they were cursed by Cam, who then pointed at the enemy who was stuck in the air by the tree branch. "If they don't want to be like this, just close your eyes." But as soon as I finished speaking, Cam noticed me. Soon his vicious expression disappeared in an instant, and he greeted me. "It's been a long time since we last met. It seems like 7 years have passed since we last met." Just like in his previous life, Cam is not only charming when he grows up, but his breasts are also surprisingly big. The Pipple Knights behind me only took a look, and all of them had the idea of marrying me in this life. Let's get back to the point. Then I told him the whole story that just happened. Who knew that Cam would roar at me immediately after hearing it? "What? Is this all you want to say to me after not seeing each other for so long?" Staver instantly sensed something was wrong. It seemed that after the battle just now, it was now the turn of the geniuses of the two families to fight. But even though Cam was furious, I still didn't understand what he meant. In desperation, he pointed at me and said, "I'm your future wife. How can you treat me like this?" Listen, the two teams of triplets suddenly exerted great strength. Even I was speechless. It turns out I have a fiancé. This is a tribe with strange strength. The arrows they shot were like cannonballs, and ordinary city walls could not withstand them at all. Even the two most powerful men of the era were injured by it. No one knew where this power came from, so I led the Pipple Knights to investigate. But since many of them were relatively young subordinates, Cam took the opportunity to tease me that I did not understand the strength of the barbarians and actually wanted to rely solely on some useless soldiers to support the front line. I told him that Baskerville had been fighting the barbarians all year round, and that the powerful huntsman had long been assigned to the front line to lurk in the dark. It was just another task entrusted by my father, which was to investigate whether the territory leased to Mog was legal and in compliance with the newly enacted law. In order to test whether I was bragging, Cam asked me again what the more difficult tribe among the barbarians was. I was speechless at the moment, but I still answered his question seriously. There were two difficult tribes, Barak, who was known for his warriors, and Lok, who could use witchcraft as his main means of attack. However, the most troublesome thing is Barak's archery skills, which are not on the same level as those of the Empire. No one knows why this happened, but Cam was very satisfied with my answer, so he rated me an 8 based on himself, which puzzled me. Cam explained that men don't need to be too smart, and in his opinion, men should just be like Xiao Dai Dai. Then he scored me on other aspects at least 6 points, 4 points for clothing, 1 point for etiquette, and as for appearance it was still 99 points as I approved at the beginning. I quickly tried to stop this unexpected event, but Cam naturally refused because he had to be strict with his future husband. Yen, I told her that the child marriage was just a joke between Adolphe and I when we were children, and there was no need to take it seriously at that time. I just wanted to test my own strength. The broken sword piercing the kettle above Adolphe's head could only be seen as luck, not a real victory. At this moment, Camus suddenly became furious and talked to himself. Although she resented her uncle for using such a low-level test method to choose a husband for her, since he had already made the decision, she still had to be tolerant and patient with her future husband. But my next words made Cam's anger soar to the highest level. Just treat the child marriage as a childhood memory. Pinba threw a piece of clothing at my face and told me that child marriage was the prerequisite for cooperation between the two families. Now that it has been implemented, there is absolutely no way to reverse it. He also said that he is a genius and will remember everything important, but then again, the clothes that were lent to Cam to cover his body have been kept until now. It seems that this child marriage cannot be denied. Cam then told me what had happened recently. The barbarians would invade the territory here from time to time, not only plundering crops but also slaves. The barrage of bullets appearing on the city wall at this moment was caused by the arrows shot by the barbarians during the invasion. After long-term observation, the scouts of the Mog family discovered that the barbarians' bows and arrows all carried a mysterious aura, so the arrows they shot could easily penetrate a 2 to 3 meter thick wall. At that time, the magic shield that Adolphe was proud of was also broken, and coupled with the arrow wounds on his body and the serious damage to his self-esteem, he has not been able to get rid of this shadow until now. This reminds me of the expression on my father's face. He reminded me at that time that the barbarians are now more than 10 times stronger than before, and they have even produced many talented offspring. At this moment, Mog's subordinates suddenly came to report. Turned out that 2.5 minutes ago, the search team at the front caught a barbarian who was doing reconnaissance work. When I saw the other person's face, I knew at a glance that he was a member of the Rock tribe. But they were also extremely cruel and actually cursed themselves. The magic that caused Mog to read his memory did not work. Then Camus scolded, "You are a bunch of despicable scum. How many people did you kidnap from the village you successfully ambushed a few days ago?" Camus was so angry because his beloved sister was among them. However, since all those who understood the barbarian language had been captured, Camus had no idea what the other party was saying. Seeing this, I told him that I had studied some basic barbarian languages when I was a child, so let me do the interrogation. But when I told them about Camus' problem, the barbarians smiled like saints and kept repeating that they were killed by them. Although the result was tragic, I still told Camus the original words. As a result, the moment he heard the word death, Camus couldn't suppress the anger in his heart at all, and suddenly a light flashed in his eyes. What followed was a piercing of the heart and a burning on the spot execution of the barbarians. His eyes were filled with the breath of death, and he swore that he would kill the barbarians until they were extinct. After doing all this, Camus turned around and walked out, but when I followed him, I found that Camus actually ran out to cry. He didn't want the barbarians to see him like this, so I quickly comforted him and told him not to be too sad. But Camus told me that the sister who was killed was his childhood friend. He had never even been exposed to killing, and his life should not have ended in such a cruel way. At this time, Camus suddenly asked me because he heard a familiar barbarian language, and I decided not to hide it anymore. At that time, the barbarians didn't just talk about death, they also deliberately said that all the people they captured would be eaten. After hearing this, Camus shed tears again, and this time he cried without reservation. My fiancée was abducted by the enemy in front of me, but I did nothing to rescue her. Instead, she stood there quietly waiting for reinforcements. As someone who has memories of her past life, I know that this is Camus' fate. Only after being imprisoned by the enemy can she completely transform into the magic queen of the future empire. Before this, Camus was still crying in pain for the death of his sister. He felt that he was the most useless sister in the world. However, with my unnecessary comfort, Camus quickly adjusted his mentality and vowed to make a plan to attack the barbarians. But at this moment, a bell rang, and Camus' expression suddenly became solemn, because she knew that the sound of the bell meant that the barbarians had appeared near the city. At the same time, on the other side of the hill, an archer was holding a bow and aiming at the city wall more than 10 kilometers away. When he shot, the arrow tilted out like a cannonball, aiming directly at the scouts on the city wall. By the time they felt the danger, They had already thought it was a passing thing. Not only did the arrow kill 2 of them instantly, but the city wall was also reduced to ruins by the arrow. Then the leading woman issued an order to invade, and her men rode giant wolves to madly kill innocent people. As for the women, they took ropes and began to kidnap the men they liked, preparing to take them back to be used as breeding machines. There was such a commotion that I arrived at the scene very quickly. At this moment, 2 ropes with magical powers suddenly came towards me and firmly wrapped around my neck. I looked up and saw 2 barbarian women in front of me. Listening to their conversation, it seemed that they were just completing the tribe's task of finding a husband. It seemed that they were planning some other unknown secrets. But how could I let them succeed so easily? Suddenly I grabbed the rope, threw the 2 people into the air, and slammed them hard to the ground. The 2 strong men of the barbarian tribe were stunned, but they quickly adjusted themselves and took fighting stances and shot arrows. At this moment, I had no intention of killing the other party. I just waved arrows to block their attacks. Because before coming here, Hugo had anxiously reminded me. Before Baskerville's main force arrived, I absolutely could not sound the clarion call for war. However, just as I was thinking, a raging fire suddenly fell in front of me, instantly burning the 2 barbarians to ashes. It goes without saying who is coming, but Camus is extremely angry right now. When he saw that I didn't want to kill the barbarians, he immediately used magic at full power to kill them. Even if he had to burn this place to ashes, he would still wipe out the entire barbarian tribe. Then Camus mocked me for not being worthy of being the strongest graduate of Baskerville. But I explained to him that the patriarch had given me an order I couldn't act on my own. Before the main force arrived, my portrait hit Camus hard like chicken blood. You still have to obey the orders of that useless Baskerville. Now get out of my way. I alone can destroy the barbarians. At this moment, the transition of anger had already made Camus' consciousness blurred. He began to attack the enemy recklessly, without considering the consequences of his attacks. But what is incredible to me is that anger actually increases the lethality of Camus' attack. Originally, I thought that this territory would be burned to ashes, but the enemy hiding in the blind spot of my vision launched a sneak attack, and a true pattern kiss hit Camus' neck. Fortunately, this was not a poison needle but a needle that would cause an inebriating effect. I was about to prepare to rescue him. Another barbarian threw a trick at me from behind, but luckily I reacted in time and broke the enemy's plan. Then I told Camus that we should retreat. Camus couldn't stand it and responded with a rebuke. What will happen to Montaigne and the slaves here if we leave? Are we just gonna give up like this? We really have to wait until Baskerville's main force arrives before we can take action. No matter what, I can't back down today, because I must avenge my sister. Just when I was about to take Camus away by force, a huge power fluctuation suddenly appeared behind my head. Fortunately, I was able to bend down and dodge the attack. When I saw the face of the person who attacked me, I realized that it was the genius girl of the barbarian tribe that Camus mentioned earlier. At the same time, a barbarian took Camus away when I was not paying attention. I don't know what to do at this moment. Things just keep going in a bad direction. Although this is the fate that Camus will inevitably experience, she was also imprisoned by the barbarians in her previous life, but in fact, it won't be long before she will wipe out the barbarians in one fell swoop and return, truly transforming into the magic queen of the empire. Suddenly, the talented girl jumped up and attacked from the side. Naturally, I can't tell the difference between moves of this level. However, the fact that I could inflict such powerful damage just by holding a bow still made me nervous. The other party did not give me a chance to recover, and swung her fist at me again. Although I successfully dodged again, I did not expect that this action was actually an attack from her dress. The real attack was the kick to the abdomen that followed. The powerful impact forced me to retreat 10 meters away. It seemed that I had met a strong opponent. Just when I was about to fight with all my strength, the behavior of the savage tribe genius girl shocked me for 2.5 years. She actually pointed at herself and spoke human words. But I will definitely meet you again. A low-level magic that can only adjust the volume has become the ultimate magic weapon for sneak attacks on enemy camps. Just now, my fiancée of 2.5 years was abducted by the enemy in front of me. But I, who have the memory of my past life, don't want to save her, because this is the fate that Camus, the incarnation of the female fire god, cannot escape. Suddenly, the genius girl of the barbarian tribe picked up the carpenter and attacked me. I originally thought that she only had excellent shooting skills, but I didn't expect that her close combat ability was also so explosive. But what shocked me the most was that the genius girl actually spoke human language and said that this was the second time she met me. Suddenly, a memory emerged in my mind. Only then did I realize that it was I who I had rescued from the slave trade. It turned out to be the newly born genius girl of the barbarian tribe. Then I asked seriously, "So this is what you did to repay your benefactor?" I thought that this matter had nothing to do with me at all, and it was the Mog family that almost ruined him and made him a slave. This time he came with the determination of revenge and wreaked havoc. After saying that, I jumped on the white wolf mount and told me that his revenge mission had been completed. But the Mog man who was captured was not seen by him. If I want to rescue Camus, I must go with I and the others now. At the same time, Adolphe, who had learned the news, led his soldiers to the scene, but it was too late. Camus had already been captured by a male barbarian and fled to the Red Land. Seeing that the remaining barbarians wanted to leave, Adolphe directly chanted forbidden magic. Just at the moment of contact with the ground, a strong airflow immediately blew the ground into pieces. But even so, the barbarian mounts can still dodge with ease. They easily dodged Adolphe's attack and escaped successfully over the collapsed city wall. Following the opponent's escape route, Mog's soldiers reported to Adolphe that the barbarians' route of advance was actually the existing restricted area in the Red and Black Land. Adolphe was stunned, as there were all kinds of unknown dangers there. If he went there rashly, even if the whole army wasn't wiped out, there would still be heavy casualties. At the same time, he began to doubt his own strength. Is it true that my dear niece has been arrested and I, Adolphe, am powerless to do anything? I explained the current situation, saying that it was still possible to catch up with him now. After all, it would take at least 2.5 days to reach the barbarian base camp, and I also told Adolphe that I could be your stranger. I often went to the restricted area when I was a child, but this was actually thanks to the fact that I was reborn. As soon as I finished speaking, Adolphe urged me to act quickly. At this time, the soldier behind him persuaded again that entering the restricted area with our current strength would be tantamount to seeking death. As a result, Adolphe stopped her before she could finish her words, and then she drank Akashima. This is my most beloved niece. If anyone doesn't want to go, please don't go. I won't blame anyone whether it succeeds or not. Now I have no other choice but to place my last hope on Camus' fiancé. The scene changed, and we arrived at the border of the restricted area of the Red and Black Land. Although this is also within the territory of Baskerville, large numbers of bloodthirsty monsters will suddenly appear at night. Adolphe was shocked for 2.5 years. At this moment, he finally realized the gap between his family and the Baskervilles. In terms of courage alone, he had already been completely defeated, because all those who accompanied him were from the Baskerville territory. As for me, I served as the vanguard of the entire team. If there are any monsters blocking our way, I will kill them instantly with my sword. Soon, 2.5 hours passed, and we finally caught up with the barbarians and locked onto the temporary camp they had built for a rest. I reminded everyone based on my experience in my previous life that whenever the barbarians were resting, they would spread dead leaves 8 meters away from the camp to prevent sneak attacks by the enemy. So next we have to, before I could finish my sentence, Adolphe cast magic on my lower limbs. Although this was only low-level magic for him, it was just right to use it here. It could effectively eliminate noise while walking, and it also meant that he could handle the rest. At the same time, in the camp ahead, Camus was shouting insults at the barbarians, reminding them that it would be best not to let him break free. Otherwise, the entire barbarian tribe would definitely be burned to ashes. However, no matter how he shouted, the greedy people were in no hurry to pay attention. The reason is simple: not everyone can understand what people say. Like AIE, seeing that his threats were fruitless, Camus fell into a depressed state. Now he could only pray that his uncle would come and rescue him. Suddenly, the barbarian Alan who had captured him earlier appeared from the side. He began to examine the upper and lower parts of the Camus body, preparing to use it as a breeding tool in the future. He even knew that Camus' genes were very strong. Seeing this, Camus directly scolded the other party not to have any ideas about him. But Alan also couldn't understand what he said. The only thing that could be confirmed was that his eyes showed dissatisfaction. Then Alan pinched Camus' cheek, and then took out a bow and arrow, ready to punish the future slave for resistance. Just then, AIE came over and yelled at his slave to get away from him. Alan was very upset that his natural possessions were snatched away. Although Ai, you are my commander, it is obvious that I caught the Mog girl myself. Ai asked. What do you mean you caught her? Can you recognize your own strength? Without my anesthetic needle and without me holding back the boy with the arrow, do you really think you can escape so easily? But Alan was still determined not to give up the slave that was about to be obtained, and Ai stopped talking nonsense with him. His fists began to emit blue aura. If you don't agree with what I said, let's have a unknown fight. Whoever wants this slave will be his under this kind of deterrence. Alan was instantly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Yen Mang waved his hand to explain that he shouldn't talk back. He didn't want the slave anymore. He let his commander deal with it. Seeing that Ai seemed to have won the confrontation, Camus was about to say something when Ai kicked him in the chest. I was captured by your Mog family and made a slave. If I hadn't gotten some kindness in my slim luck, I would never have been able to escape the fate of becoming a slave, but you won't have the luck to have it. I will tame you myself and make licking toes one of your daily tasks. At this moment, a strong explosion suddenly occurred behind Ai. By the time he reacted, his men had already suffered heavy casualties. The one who could kill so many people in an instant was Adolphe, the patriarch of the Mog family. You bunch of despicable Sangon barbarians. It'll give you the last 3 seconds to think. Hurry up and release my niece, otherwise. Don't blame me for being ruthless. My neck has been locked tightly with the death god. But the other party went crazy and said that he was saving my life because the previous battle alarmed the Guardian pack here. However, it was too late, and a huge spike suddenly burst out from the ground. Suddenly appearing before our eyes was the Shrank boss octopus who was guarding this area. Just now, Adolphe successfully raided the temporary encampment of the barbarians and ordered his men to eliminate them all. Seeing 2 enemies riding on giant wolves and trying to escape, Adolphe Jinchuang shouted loudly that no barbarian could be allowed to escape today. At the same time, I sneaked up to the tree where Camus was tied, and then made a gesture to him not to speak. But when I cut the ropes that bound Camus, he excitedly asked me if I was there to save him. Eventually my undercover operation was discovered. But Ai already knew that I would come. So he approved of my ability to carry corpses for thousands of miles without feeling tired, and my willingness to risk my life to save the woman I loved. By the way, he also gave me a qualified label. I was so angry that I had no idea what he meant by that. However, Camus saw through his consciousness, and the 2 of them confronted each other in an instant. On the other hand, I was thinking about how to hide my strength and fight with Ai. Although he was able to hurt his father Hugo and Adolphe, according to my memory of my previous life, I have never seen a person named Ai born in the barbarian tribe. Don't tell me that the scar on Hugo's nose was caused by intentional beatings. I originally guessed that he was the talented archer Yi, whom I met in my previous life. But Ai is still young, and his skills are not mature yet. Could he be the descendant of Yi Hu? At the same time, a bunch of magic tubes hidden in the blind spot were facing Camus. Just as the poison needle was about to hit Camus, I reacted quickly and blocked the sneak attack with my hand. But actually, I had already realized the other party's position, and I saw that things were becoming more and more wrong. I told Camus that I would send him to Adolphe immediately, and then turned around and retreated quickly into the distance. Ai touched his head and felt very troubled. He originally thought that I would go back with him obediently. It seems that the soft way to walk is to use the hard way. At this time, the 2 barbarian archers who were blocking the road in front attacked us. But this level of attack couldn't hurt me at all. I just pulled out the accessory and easily blocked the opponent's full-strength attack. Little did I know that just when I relaxed, Ai, who was standing in the same place, actually pulled the bow in order to bring me back. He had to take Camus away directly in the remaining time. Suddenly, a powerful and deadly arrow shot out. By the time I realized something was wrong, the arrow was already very close to me. Fortunately, Adolphe arrived in time and used a large-scale freezing magic to save Camus. When he learned that his niece was poisoned, he immediately used healing magic on Camus. But since this was a very tricky paralyzing poison, Adolphe, who was not born a priest, had no way to deal with it, so he decided to take Camus to the gorilla family to seek treatment from gas. But in the next second, Camus actually pushed away his uncle's hand that was treating him, then jumped up and hugged me tightly, and thanked me for saving his life again. Seeing this, Adolphe was instantly stunned, and said with tears in his eyes that he was actually very serious about Camus. Upon hearing this, Camadang scolded, "Uncle, how old are you? How can you say such cheesy love words? I will definitely tell my mother when I get back. At this moment, a noose suddenly appeared and locked my neck firmly. I knew who was coming without even thinking about it. But what Ai said next made me feel very threatened. He told me that there was not much time left and that if I followed him now, I could save my life. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud noise from a saint suddenly appeared, and the gray sky was instantly dyed purple at this moment. Ai was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Although he knew that time was running out, he never expected it to come so quickly. At the same time, the iron parasite in my right hand began to squeak, constantly warning me of danger. The next moment, a huge cone rushed out from the ground. The barbarians who were eating small lotus seeds were talking about monsters, but just as Camus was wondering where it came from, the spike actually spread out into 8 groups and stuck on the road. Adolphe realized that this thing was extremely dangerous, and immediately stood up to protect Camus. I also took precautions. The moment I saw the 8 groups, I really didn't expect to meet him here. If I remember correctly, the attacking monster was the Shrank Boss Giant Pig Eggs. In order to kill my own father, I chose to sacrifice my life in a battle with a monster. It turns out that I was killed by my father. Now that I have returned to this world and hold a more powerful power, I must do everything I can to get out of my father Hugo's sight. Fortunately, during the rescue of Camus and Slevel monster, the octopus giant pig suddenly visited. This monster is undoubtedly my best choice. It's because in my previous life I learned from an old man that an Slevel giant octopus pig is powerful enough to destroy a city in 2.5 minutes. I can fight against him with the iron body I got from the water of the Styx and the strongest demon sword in my right hand. At this moment, Adolphe, as the elder, immediately stood in front of Camus and me. But when the giant pig let out a saintly roar, Camus was so scared that he was about to scream, and I immediately covered his mouth. Because the giant pig lives in a place with very weak light, his eyesight has basically degenerated instead. His sense of touch and hearing are extremely sensitive. However, just as we were thinking about how to escape from here, the giant pig suddenly opened its bloody mouth and fired out green venom, which contaminated the thick branches and corroded them instantly. I couldn't help but realize that its toxicity was extremely high. I relied on my agility to dodge them one by one. Adolphe protected Camus with a magic barrier, but Alan only had 2.5 seconds longer, and his braid was instantly eroded by the venom. At this moment, he gnashed his teeth and pounded the ground with his hands to vent his anger. Such behavior was immediately reprimanded by Ai. You are such an idiot. Knowing that the giant octopus has very sensitive hearing, he still deliberately made such a loud noise. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant pig turned its body towards Ai and prepared to attack. So Ai immediately ordered his men to mount their mounts and flee deep into the forest. But it was this detail that caused the giant octopus to switch its target of attack to Adolphe and others. There weren't many trees on their escape route. It was completely open land. Seeing that they couldn't escape the giant pig's pursuit, a Mog magician condensed fire magic in his hands. From years of hunting experience, he knew that this was the weakness of insects. As his attack suddenly blasted out, a powerful explosion occurred while hitting the monster steadily. The sword magician and the others were very pleased. This attack was simply amazing. However, they did not notice the difference in level. Even though the giant pig's weakness was fire, it could not cause fatal damage in the face of such a low damage attack. The next moment, the two were pierced through the body by the giant pig's sharp claws. Even though they shed tears of unwillingness in the end, they could not escape the final fate of death. In desperation, Adolphe could only continue to find ways to stop the giant octopus pig, but Camus' condition made him feel troubled. Suddenly, an idea came to me, and I slammed on the brakes, turned around and stopped. Staver immediately asked me what I was doing, and I responded seriously. If we continued to run away without resistance, everyone would be killed by the giant octopus. We must have someone step forward to temporarily restrict the monster's pursuit. In order to discourage Staver from fighting, I immediately asked, "Do you think you have the strength to face an Slevel monster? If not, keep running. Besides, Baskerville's territory is ahead, and we must not let him set foot there. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. So the only one who has the chance to complete this task is me, and it must be me." At the same time, I also gave Adolphe the decision of whether to escape or stay and resist. However, as Camus' condition was getting worse, Adolphe had to personally escort him to receive treatment. Finally, he made up his mind not to waste the escape time I created for the team. Seeing that Zuankamu was crying heartbreakingly, he shouted at me to come back to see him safely. I am speechless. I just made up a lie and everyone believed it. After all, even if we bring him to the front territory, even if we gather the forces of Baskerville and Nog's comrades, we will not be able to defeat the giant pig. But this is undoubtedly my only chance to escape Hugo's surveillance. If I can pretend to be dead in this operation, I can buy time to learn and break through the 10th sword halberd. When I am skilled enough, I will no longer be manipulated by the Yu Kingdom, or I can improve my skills to hide my own strength. Then I will return to the Baskerville family. The Tao Tai that is parasitic on my right hand has already become unbearable. At the same time, the figure of the giant octopus pig appeared above my head. At this moment, I will use all my strength without reservation, including the iron body given by the Styx, Baskerville's 5th sword, and the strongest and most important sword of the Demon King Tao Tai. Then I turned into a series of afterimages and flew directly above the head of the giant octopus pig. Soon he also sensed a terrifying demonic force, but I would never give him a chance to take advantage of it. I saw my sword of iron burst out with terrifying magic power. I immediately stabbed down at the top of the giant octopus pig's head in order to complete my revenge plan in my previous life. I must not let this opportunity go. Seeing the giant octopus pig's palm begin to make cracking sounds, I actually exceeded my limit and broke through its final defense. At this moment, countless blood gushed out from its huge mouth, and my powerful blow also formed a huge red shadow that filled the entire forest. However, seeing this scene on the screen, I was hit hard in my heart, as well as the cry of being unable to help me. I was recognized as a genius at the age of 6, joined an assassination organization at the age of 18, reached the limit of swordsmanship at the age of 25, and annihilated the demons at the age of 36 and led humanity towards the Holy Eye. But the reward for my triumphant return was being sent to the guillotine by my father himself. Even though I have been reborn and embarked on the road of revenge, this hateful memory always comes to my mind one after another. When I opened my eyes again, I was lying in an unfamiliar place. I didn't know how many days I had been unconscious. Did I survive the battle? At this moment, I suddenly remembered the battle with the giant octopus. If it had not been blinded by the glare of the explosion during those 2.5 seconds, I would have died because I could not defeat it. I underestimated the strength of the octopus pig. Its attack power is simply a nightmare level for me now at this moment. No matter my muscles, bones, or blood vessels, I can't feel any pain. But I still have no idea why this rope was tied around my neck. Could it be that this rope saved my life? But it doesn't matter if things continue to develop as they are now. I can follow my original plan to escape from Hugo's sight naturally. I don't have to worry about my death certificate. Camus and the others will become the most critical witnesses in the city. But when I walked out of the simple tent, I found that I had come to the camp of the barbarian tribe. It seemed that I was captured by some enemy soldiers. At the same time, behind me, a barbarian woman was walking quickly with 4 slaves, ready to execute them. I saw that the 4 slaves were third-rate nobles in Baskerville, but I was still puzzled as to why I was treated differently. Suddenly, someone called me from behind. It was Alan, who wanted to attack Camus again. Seeing that I had woken up, he asked, "How does it feel to watch your compatriots die? After all, you are powerless to resist with your crippled body, but you still have to be thankful that your master saved you. Otherwise you would have ended up like those 4 slaves just now." But what he said next completely angered me, and even the commander's pet dog. At this moment, I once again remembered the fate of being dominated by Hugo in my previous life. No matter how much I paid in this life, I would never repeat the same mistake. The murderous aura that I exuded when I was angry made Alan feel as if the god of death had come, but he quickly realized that I was now a useless person. Then he raised his fist and hit me hard in the face, and then yelled at me to quickly follow the rope to find my owner. He has no other options left. Alan left the scene angrily. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. When my body recovers, I will double my response to the punch that bastard hit me. Then I followed Alan's words and successfully found the end of the rope. To my surprise, the so-called owner turned out to be Ai Yi, a talented girl from the barbarian tribe. Seeing that she was still bathing in the river, I didn't know what to say. But at this moment, Ai Yi suddenly yelled at me to get down, and pulled the rope to force me to the ground. Then a sword appeared and hit the tree in front of me. Listening to Ai Yi scolding the barbarian children, I realized that I was being targeted by them. It seemed that I would be in real pain if I stayed here for a while. After the scolding, Aie thanked me for saving her life, and she also said that she saved me twice because among the barbarians, it is clearly stipulated that kindness must be returned double, but if it is hatred, it must be returned tenfold. 1 yen, I asked in confusion. So this rope is the proof that you saved me, right? That's right, if it weren't for it, you would have been swallowed by the giant octopus long ago. Then I asked again, I am an enemy of the barbarians, why am I being treated differently and sentenced to death? Aie smiled and said, of course it's because you seem to have a very high status in Baskerville, so I want to try how much money I can get in exchange for you. It seems that I am in big trouble if the barbarians really negotiate with Baskerville about the conditions for redeeming me. Then my pretending to be dead and my subsequent plans will all be ruined. At this moment, Aie suddenly showed an evil smile. But unfortunately, I don't want money now, I just want you to be my slave. So now I will teach you the first step of the slave training manual, which is that from now on I have to aim the sword accurately. After saying that, he used the sword to cut the rope that was connected to me. However, Aie believed that before taming me into a slave, he must take me to see someone, who was the chief of the tribe in charge of this place. This is a tribe where women are superior to men, and women have become the main force supporting the race. Every day they look for prey with strong genes for us, and bring them back as slave workers to reproduce offspring. On the other hand, men are born beggars. They have to go out every day to beg for food from women, and they can only sleep in hammocks. Aie told me that this is a common thing in the barbarian tribes. After all, what strong woman would refuse a partner with strong genes? However, there are exceptions to everything. Over the past 100 years, there are still a few strong men who have stood out from the crowd. The patriarch's father is one of them. As we chatted, we arrived at the tent in the center, but what I didn't expect was that when Aie entered the door, she actually addressed the tribe leader as mother. Seeing that the slave her daughter brought was still a male, she boldly said, "It seems that you have finally brought the boy with strong genes given by day and night." After hearing this, Aie immediately stopped her loudly. "I didn't do that, mother. Please stop joking. I brought her to see you for something else important. It seems that everything will become much more interesting." In other words, the woman standing in front of me at this moment is the business I knew in my previous life. She is also the female warrior who left a scar on my father Hugo's nose and caused Magadolf's mentality to explode. So in order to test the current strength of the barbarian chieftain, I compared her situation with that of my previous life. The chance of winning in a heated confrontation is 0, and the chance of winning in a sneak attack from behind is also 0 if it is to escape. Although there is a 20 chance, this probability is not the chance of winning but the chance of escaping from her. At this moment, the barbarian chieftain looked at me carefully, and seemed not to welcome my arrival, but in the next second, she showed a surprised look. "I seem to have seen this face of yours somewhere," but he didn't say much. After all, in his opinion, most emperors look like this. After seeing that my identity was not exposed, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I almost thought that with his 7.5 years of intuition, he could determine that I was Baskerville's closest blood relative. Then the chief of the barbarian tribe questioned the bandages wrapped around my body, saying, "My dear daughter, the slave you brought to me seems to be no different from the cripple in the tribe." When Yen Aie smiled and explained, "Mother, don't be fooled by his appearance. At the moment he has the ability to hit with both hands without error. But now she needs to receive good treatment. So from now on I will make her my personal slave and let her go hunting with me every day." The mother naturally understood her daughter's thoughts best, and then told Aie to do it 2.5 a night. The most important thing was that the slave's genes had to be strong, but she still had to be careful about the other party's identity so as not to end up hurting herself. After meeting the chief of the barbarian tribe, Aie decided to take me to do something big. But I couldn't help asking her what she said before. "Why do you want me to stay here? The Baskerville family rules are very strict. Even if you want to use me as a ransom, they will not agree easily." Aie's face immediately turned red, indicating that she was just joking at that time. "In fact, what I want more is for me to stay by her side," but she told me not to think too much like her mother. The topic ends here then. It was the first task that Aie assigned to me as a slave, to build a tent for myself to live in. From now on, that is where I will no longer live in the barbarian tribe. After saying this, Aie smiled and fell quietly. That's right, with her arrogant personality and the fact that she is a member of the human empire, building a house must be a fantasy for her. By then, she will definitely beg me to give her some advice. I will use these methods more often to let her measure the gap between master and slave. As 2.5 minutes passed, Ai, who had just returned from an outing, showed a suspicious expression. Because I actually took advantage of this time to build a simple tent, and it even looked quite reliable. It seemed that Ai's original plan was completely ruined, and I had worked so hard to find a lot of useful equipment. Looking at the tents that had been set up, I couldn't help but recall the memories of fighting in the past life. At that time, it was an era of destruction, and most of the swordsmen in Baskerville could only swing their swords to kill the enemy, which made them deadly heroes who could not survive for a long time. In order to solve these problems, Baskerville began to pay attention to them. Before every child grows up, they must be tested in extreme environments, so setting up a tent is a piece of cake for me at this time. Ai carefully examined my data in all aspects, whether it was the sewer or the stability of the tent. They were all perfect. So he asked me how I did it, and since Ai had saved my life, I told him everything without reservation. The first thing we have to do is to find lime soil and ritual stone to mix to make bricks, and then use animal fat to refine them by fire to strengthen the hardness. At the same time, I also told him that when he was talking with the tribe leader, I found that the tents of the barbarians all had big problems and would definitely be unstable if there was a heavy rain. So after making bricks day and night, Ai and I decided to use them to build the tent of the barbarian chief. After practicing bricklaying techniques for 2.5 years, the instability of the tent in bad weather was finally solved. The robust barbarian tribe leader was full of surprise. It seemed that there was still room for them to learn from the people of the empire now. Even in bad weather, the tribe no longer had to worry about leaks and collapses. So the next task I got was to work with Ai to solve the tribe's tent problem. A few days later, I started living a miserable life as a slave, doing miscellaneous tasks like washing clothes and cooking every day. Ai finally couldn't stand it anymore and asked if I really wanted to continue like this. Have you ever thought about becoming a formal member of the barbarian tribe? I responded indifferently that doing odd jobs is not a bad thing. Indeed, it is better than the scheming Baskerville. After listening to my answer, Ai knew that I must have received professional training. However, on the way back, Ai still insisted on persuading me to integrate into their barbarian tribe. He will also teach me how to survive and adapt to the environment here. But I wasn't interested in any of that, until he said something that would free my neck from this. I turned around and asked if it was true, and then I asked what I needed to do. Going out hunting was the answer that Ai gave me, because during this period, the barbarians had not caught any large prey for a long time, resulting in the children in the tribe not being able to get enough nutrition. In other words, as long as you can change the current situation, it will not be difficult to integrate into the barbarian tribe. Besides, with your skills, you would definitely be a top-notch sparring partner here. So you can be right. If you trust me, you will definitely be grateful to me as the commander of the hunting department in the future. I had no choice but to agree. After all, who can stand having a runaway dog around your neck every day? Like a dog? But just as we were about to pack our equipment to go out hunting, a figure suddenly appeared behind us and eavesdropped. This person is none other than Alan, who wanted to kill me. Disgusting bastard. I will make you pay the price. You can't stay here. This is a barbaric tribe where women are superior to men. The women here have become the main force supporting the race. Every day they go out to look for prey with strong genes. They were captured and used as slave labor to reproduce offspring. On the other hand, men are considered to be at the bottom of the racial hierarchy from birth. Not only do they have to beg for food every day, they can only sleep on the streets. In order to change this situation, Alan decided to let everyone in the tribe know that as a man, he can also hunt down huge hunters. Thanks to Alan's efforts, he successfully brought a 3-turtle back-to-back wild boar. After seeing this, the tribe members praised him continuously. In addition, since Alan acted alone, everyone in the tribe agreed that he would be the best candidate for the next hunting team leader election. Alan was extremely excited after hearing this. Everything he did was to replace Ai. At this moment, he was gradually losing himself in the praise of the people in the tribe. He also mocked Ai for bringing a disabled person with him, and he might not be able to catch a decent rabbit when he returned. But the truth was not as Alan said. Ai had already set his hunting target on the horned bear. In order to enable me to make great contributions and join their barbarian organization, Ai spent a total of 2.5 days to thoroughly study the habits of the horned bear and his fatal weaknesses. At this time, we followed the traces of the horned bear and came to a snowy area. For a male horned bear that has just been drained of its body by a female, this is definitely the best hiding place. Just when we thought that everything would go according to the original plan, an accident struck. Quietly, a pair of starry red eyes suddenly appeared beside Ai. After the male horned bear realized that his whereabouts were exposed, he decided to take the initiative and rushed forward with his huge claws raised, wanting to kill the enemy. Ai, who sensed the danger, reacted in time, but the instinct of love and fear made him stand there at a loss. Fortunately, I hugged Ai's waist in time and forced him to lean back to avoid the tragedy of disability. But the stars were seriously out of sync, and we fell hard to the ground. Brook saw his master being bullied, so he opened his bloody mouth and attacked the horned bear. Even though Brook succeeded in biting the horned bear's arm, his bite attack was completely ineffective in the face of the absolute gap in level. Seeing this, I reminded Ai to avoid direct confrontation with the horned bear as much as possible at that time. We should flank it from both sides and work together to attack the weakest part of the horned bear. As soon as I finished speaking, Ai ordered me to find a place to hide in the back and he would protect my life. But this is actually Ai's way of showing off his authority as the master. Thinking of the blows I would get if I disobeyed orders, I found a rock big enough to cover my body, but I still felt no rush. Logically, slaves should be at the front line instead of hiding. I really don't understand the weird rules of the barbarians. At the same time, Ai rode Brook and jumped back and forth in the rugged mountains. They planned to launch an attack from the air, leaving the bulky horned bear powerless to resist. After being hit by many arrows, the horned bear also hid behind the rocks in panic to avoid being shot. But he completely underestimated the opponent's strength in front of Ai's magical archery. Obstacles were useless. Even if it was a city wall, it would be shot through and collapse on the spot after he used all his strength. But what surprised me this time was that the arrow shot by Ai did not penetrate the rock, but used the impact with the rock to generate impact airflow, attacking the horned bear hiding behind, and even accurately hit his secondary weapon with the weakest defense. I couldn't help but admire such superb archery skills. Only the descendants of the night fox could turn shooting into an art form and have the skill to flawlessly grasp the prey's weaknesses. If we only look at her talent, Ai's strength in the future is likely to surpass that of the future magic queen Kano. At this time, after being hit by a fatal blow, the horned bear was bleeding continuously from its mouth. Probably knowing that he would not live long, he decided not to continue running away, but turned around and rushed towards the enemy who attacked him. The arrow-shaped love leaf was not panicked at the nail point, but continued to pull the bow and shoot the prey leader. Seeing that the horned bear was already in danger, Ai once again injected magic power into the arrow, preparing to use a full-strength ultimate move to send the horned bear away. After the arrow with magic power was shot out, the surrounding air even vibrated slightly when affected by the shock wave. It is not surprising that this move can penetrate 2.5 cities. Originally, it was thought that the horned bear would be completely destroyed after the brutal collision, but unexpectedly, at the critical moment, his eyes emitted a fierce light, and he used his own intelligence to cleverly avoid the attack. Although his right foot was not spared, he successfully knocked away the enemy who posed a threat to him. Ai, who was attacked, also rolled out of the 100-meter bend at this moment. He finally understood why the female horned bear chose this male horned bear. Because in the entire horned bear community, he is more than 10 times smarter than other males. However, Ai also neglected what her mother had told her before. When a wild beast is on the verge of death, it will burst out with unprecedented wildness and attack power until it kills the enemy that threatens its life. Ai looked at the horned bear that had appeared in front of him, and his instinct of fear once again held him in place. He knew very well that his life was about to end here. But when the horned bear opened its mouth, I couldn't bear to watch it anymore. You should have shown your majesty, right? Now it's my turn. Seeing my eyes emitting a fierce light, I immediately summoned the Tautai that was parasitic on my right hand. I hit the oncoming horned bear's mouth directly, and in an instant, a powerful flame suddenly gushed out. After the horned bear was hit, it was completely defeated by Shiman. However, when I was about to mock Ai for overestimating her ability, I was forced to rely on my injured body to use the power of the devil. But suddenly the heart spell stopped and I fell to the ground. I just ate the long internal organs of the bull bear's body. The next day, All the women in the tribe lined up in front of the tent of the Presbyterian church, and dressed up in disguise so that I could marry them. But I was kept in the dark and didn't know the seriousness of the matter, because the biggest contributor to this hunting operation would have to marry any woman in the tribe from now on. At this moment, the people in the queue showed panic on their faces, because Ai had returned from hunting. I saw her angrily scolding these ignorant guys. I worked so hard to distribute food to you yesterday, but today you blatantly try to steal what belongs to me. After hearing what Ai said, everyone began to look unconvinced. The elders had clearly not made a decision yet. So how could they say that the slave belonged only to you? Ai thinks that if you think the men in the empire are good, then you should go out and choose them with your own strength. But those people still felt that I had nothing to do with the empire, but rather was the strongest human being given to them by God. Seeing that they were not giving up, Ai suddenly became furious and prepared to start a killing spree. If you think there are no decent men in the empire, then I'll send you to hell to find them. As soon as these harsh words were spoken, the unmarried women in the tribe were frightened and fled away. Ai was extremely distressed at this time, saying that those guys had already started to rob me before my body recovered. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have let the public eat up the lifeblood of the bull and bear yesterday. Then she looked around for her slave, and she didn't notice me standing behind her. After hearing what she said, I was completely dead. That is to say, what I ate yesterday was that disgusting thing. No wonder Ai's face was as red as a monkey's butt, and he kept repeating that eating anything would replenish what you have, and even several women in the tribe deliberately came and shouted loudly, "Captain Ai, I advise you not to have any improper thoughts about slaves." Even though Ai tried her best to deny it, it seemed that they all knew what the hell this long piece of bull and bear intestines was. I had no choice but to accept the fact that I was cheated. But what makes me curious is that the barbarians have quite a lot of weird traditions. First, women were superior to men, and then before going out hunting, everyone had to apply charcoal on their face and wear a muzzle ring around their neck. As a result, as long as the meat is divided a little less, it can also improve my reputation in the barbarian tribe. Although Ai told me that if I want to successfully join the barbarian family as an imperial citizen, a higher reputation is naturally one of the most important factors. Even though I have accumulated a lot of reputation from hunting bulls and bears, I still have to eat less meat to prevent any accidents. Fortunately, after eating the strong beef and bear meat, my physical injuries recovered a lot. I estimate that I will be able to move freely in 2.5 days, and I will have even better gains. That is, after defeating Niu Xiong, I successfully plundered his 11 skill Qian Zhen Xiu. As long as I hold my breath, I can increase my weight to a terrifying 600 kilograms in a short period of time. For me, who can hold my breath in the water of the Styx for 30 minutes, this skill is like a cheat. When night fell, I came to a huge broken tree. There were traces of venom corrosion around the tree. It seems that what Ai said was true. The giant octopus pig would really be summoned to eat at that time. He took the freshest parts of the prey caught by all the tribe members and placed them all on the broken tree. At first I was very aggressive and asked if this was the way the barbarians stored food. Wan Yen, I looked at the sky in the distance with great concentration, and he told me that these foods were dedicated to the giant octopus pig. If this is not done, the barbarians will not be allowed to live in the land of the Red Rainbow. It was at this time that I realized that when they encountered the giant octopus, Ai and the others were obviously more fearful. It seemed that my reckless behavior almost destroyed the entire barbarian tribe. It was the next morning, and Ai hurriedly found me because a demon palace ceremony would be held in 2.5 minutes. By then, I will become the most glorious hunter in the tribe, and I will be able to make requests to the leader of the barbarian tribe and get full marks. But as for what I should do next, Ai has already made all the plans for me. Soon we arrived at the tribe's meeting hall, which was decorated with festive red cloth for the occasion. Under the leadership of the team leader and with the observation of all the elders and network members, I put on the clothes of the most glorious hunter in the tribe. But what surprised me the most was that Aquila, the usually cold-blooded chamber pot, actually made me feel a tenderness that I had never experienced before. At this time, Aquila smiled and said, "In view of the reward you got from hunting yesterday, I will exempt you from your status as a low-level slave in the tribe. From now on, you will officially become a member of our big family." As soon as he finished speaking, The shaman Ashman among the elders coughed, seemingly not approving of the patriarch's decision to exempt Emperor Boss enemies. Before this ceremony was held, Ai had actually told me that Ashman was Alan's grandfather, and naturally he was the most dissatisfied with me. At the same time, Akila slowly stood up and then asked me what wish I wanted to fulfill. If I want any woman in the He tribe to marry and have children, she can arrange it for me. If you want to get one or more slaves. I pretended to close my eyes and began to think about the problem. This step is actually part of AI's plan. After 2.5 minutes, I showed a determined look. If the tribe leader is willing, I want to soak my body in the brave fountain. But as soon as I finished speaking, both the tribesmen and the council of elders remained in shock for 2.5 years. As for Akila, his face was serious. Choosing the Fountain of Heroes. Do you know what that means? I simply ate the long internal organs of the horned bear. The next day, all the women of the tribe lined up in front of the tent of the elders' meeting, all dressed up and ready for me to choose, but I didn't know the seriousness of the matter because I was not familiar with the customs. As the biggest contributor to this hunting operation, in addition to being able to ask the barbarian chief to fulfill his wish, he can also choose a female from the tribe to marry. And they also took advantage of the lustful nature of most men, and determined that I would definitely choose to have children with them. Little did I know that my tolerance for women had already been trained to perfection in my previous life. So I decisively made a request to the tribe leader, which was to allow me to enter the fountain of bravery of the tribe. Akila showed a sharp look and asked me if I knew what the fountain of bravery meant. As a result, just as I was about to answer, the shaman elder Ashman, who was sitting next to me, started scolding me in the super chat, saying, "Nonsense, how can an outsider like you be so arrogant? You should know that those who can enter the fountain of bravery must at least have a record of battle that the tribe can be proud of." After hearing Ashman's words, Alan, who was sitting in the opposite corner, also agreed, yes, if you want to enter the fountain of heroes, you have to prove your strength. Not everyone can go in casually, but Ai didn't care. Because in this hunting operation, not only did I catch a very powerful prey, but it also allowed the entire tribe to have a full meal for 2.5 months. Then Akila asked again, "How much do you know about the Fountain of Heroes?" And I replied firmly that its greatest function is healing. As long as you soak in it for 2.5 minutes, any internal or external injuries can be healed instantly. However, it takes a very long time for the spring water inside to be filled, so its use value must be extremely high. To get in, you must be one of the most powerful people among the barbarians. After carefully listening to my explanation, Akila couldn't help but appreciate me a little more, and then he fell into deep thought. Seeing this scene, the elders of other tribes also expressed their opinions. Some people think that lowly outsiders should not be allowed to use the Fountain of Bravery, while others think that I have extraordinary talent and can definitely be trained to become a powerful warrior in the future. Ashman Jinzhuang also took the opportunity to taunt, "When did our precious Fountain of Heroes become a small group of barbarians that can accommodate countless people?" On the other hand, Akila felt it was a pity he could meet this request, but due to the opposition of the majority and the strong obstruction of the shaman elder, he was unable to give a response for a while. At this moment, a bell suddenly rang outside, so I asked in confusion, could it be that the sentry tower had discovered the invading enemy? Ai listened to De Bien's explanation that the people coming this time were not enemies but guests, and it seemed that the people who came this time were of great significance to the barbarians. The Akila Alliance instructed the people here to go out and welcome him. As for the Fountain of Heroes, he asked me to discuss it after the matter was done. This was naturally a good sign for me, but Ashman saw that his various excuses could not gain the trust of the patriarch, and his eyes were immediately filled with hatred. When Ai and I arrived here following the sound, people from many ethnic groups had already gathered here. The scene that came into view shocked me. For 2.5 years I saw countless merchants bringing goods to the barbarian tribe. Then Ai told me that these people came to exchange goods, and in return they could get rare commodities that could only be purchased from the empire. I was extremely puzzled by this because the flag on the visitor's carriage was that of a capitalist from one of the 7 major families, but to get here one had to pass through the territory guarded by Manga and Baskerville. Naturally, this kind of behavior by merchants would not be allowed at all, so they could only come here in another way, which was smuggling. As merchants displayed a variety of imperial goods, people from different tribes offered various leathers and sweaters as exchange items, but the best-selling item was the glass beads called Dreamy Sleep. However, I immediately concluded that this group of merchants were committing fraud. They wanted to take advantage of the information gap among the barbarians and exchange items of extremely low value for items of extremely high value. At this moment, Ai suddenly angrily scolded the merchant because he had exchanged a diamond for a corn. But I thought he had realized the unfairness of the deal, but what he said next left me speechless. How could one be enough? At least two would be enough. After seeing what Ai did, the other barbarians followed suit, and in the end they also got double the exchange items. Seeing this, I immediately turned around and left, fearing that the other party would recognize my identity. At the same time, a little girl found the merchant and said she wanted to exchange a glass bead, but when the merchant saw the exchange item brought by the little girl, an expression of disgust immediately appeared on her face, and she immediately knocked the insect out of the other person's hand and turned away, leaving the little girl kneeling alone to observe the insect's injuries. Originally, this was a matter within the barbarian tribe, and I didn't want to get involved and cause trouble. Until the merchant said that he wanted to sell the little girl as a slave, I decided to uncover this scam that had lasted for who knows how long. I first told him not to leave here in a hurry, and then I told him firmly that this was an unfair deal. Ai, who was standing next to him, seemed to have noticed something strange, and he didn't understand why I suddenly wanted to tattoo my body. Seeing the barbarians who could speak the imperial language, the merchant pretended to be a nice guy and greeted them, but I still asked him not to change the subject because this was an unfair transaction involving fraud. Unexpectedly, the other party swore me not to do anything stupid. He believed that he had already done it for himself, and that this was a deal allowed by the shaman elder on behalf of the forest god. So I took advantage of the opportunity and pointed at the book in front of me and said, "The corn you brought is worth at most 100 gold coins each, but the diamonds you exchanged are worth at least 2 million gold coins each. This is the person you are talking about." After hearing what I said, the merchant was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. As for what I will expose next, they have tarnished the word sacred. I saw that I was holding a glass bead called Dreamy Sleepiness in my hand. This kind of thing is the main source of income for the Empire's underground organizations. Once inhaled, this illegal drug will cause hallucinations. Even excessive use can turn a healthy person into a walking corpse. I suddenly crushed it into pieces. When the merchant saw someone who understood the market among the barbarians, he immediately signaled with his eyes to run away. Since Ai knew some imperial language, he seemed to have heard that glass beads could harm health and suggested a step, and I gave a positive answer. The next moment, he sensed that the atmosphere was different, so he immediately took out his weapon and shot an arrow at the merchant, who was still pretending. Now everyone in the tribe knew the dangers of glass beads. I decided to ask the merchants for an explanation. Seeing that the situation was not good, they at least fled here, leaving behind the goods they brought. For this reason, I asked Ai why he didn't chase them. But he told me in amazement that the other party is a businessman, and they will not give up easily. If they suffer a loss next, they will definitely find helpers to return for revenge. At the same time, the merchants came to a camp where a group of vicious and armed thugs gathered. It seemed that a fierce battle was bound to take place tonight. At night, White Eagle, who loves the night, came to report the situation. He decided to take the initiative and slaughter all those cunning businessmen. This hot spring only condenses once every 3 years. It is revered by the barbarians as the fountain of the brave. Only the strong ones who are respected by the authorized tribe are qualified to possess it, because as long as you soak in the spring water, no matter what kind of terminal cancer it is, you can recover instantly, and you can have 8-pack abs and 6-pack abs by soaking in 2.5 days. If one could absorb all the magic power inside, one could even have an invulnerable body. So when an outsider like me proposed to immerse myself in it, many people in the tribe strongly opposed it. However, my next move will make the entire tribe regard me as the most powerful hero. At this time, Ai and I were standing on the highest cliff in the Red Rainbow Land when we saw that the group of merchants had found helpers. Ai decided to take the initiative to launch an annihilation operation. At the same time, the merchants also worked out a countermeasure and prepared to sneak into the area where the barbarians were least guarded and launch a surprise attack with the tigers. But on the way, the leader of the mercenaries, One-Eyed Dragon, mocked his employers. He had long felt that the barbarians were despicable and shameless, and it was simply unrealistic to cooperate with them. It would be better to exterminate them or sell them as slaves for money. Although the merchant endured the verbal humiliation from the other party, he still kindly reminded the mercenaries that, in his opinion, the barbarians were one of the most powerful tribes, and it would not be an easy task for just a few dozen of them to win. However, the one-eyed Tingba still had a look of disdain on his face. He said that there had been no task that he could not complete since he was born, and he even claimed that he was an undefeated leader in the entire mercenary business community. So the one-eyed man forced a commission for this task, and he would take 50 of the total income from this transaction. But at this point, the businessman no longer cares whether he can make a lot of money or not. He just hopes that he can wipe out the entire barbarian tribe, as the mercenaries said. At this time, two people had a conflict over lighting a cigarette. It turned out that one of the mercenaries was a newly joined intern. He didn't know that lighting fires continuously on the battlefield was a taboo, but he didn't listen to the advice and directly grabbed the match and lit the cigarette. He thought this was the superstitious tyrant in the rumor, but he was less arrogant than 2.5 minutes. An arrow pierced his forehead directly, and his teammates were also killed. The merchant immediately shouted to the rear to be on guard. Most likely the barbarians had taken the initiative. The appearance of Ai Yi not far away also confirmed the merchant's guess. But it was too late. Ai Yi would never let anyone who dared to harm the tribe escape from the forest tonight. As for me standing aside, I was shocked by the strength of the barbarians. I never expected that every archer of the barbarians could rely on a tiny light in the distance to shoot at the part they wanted to hit. At the same time, a group of people carrying wooden barrels appeared behind me. This was a crucial step for me to achieve merit and win the admiration of the entire tribe. Then I gave them orders to tie the barrels with ropes and shoot with bows and arrows at the enemy's location. As the wooden barrels were fixed between the tree trunks one by one, a dragnet was immediately formed above the enemy. The mercenaries were stunned. Where they were, they had no idea what tricks the barbarians were playing. As a result, in the next second, the wooden barrel above suddenly exploded after being shot by a flaming arrow. The chain reaction caused by the explosion instantly caused the group of mercenaries and merchants to fall into a sea of fire. Some people were even directly swallowed up by the flames. Then I took the opportunity to sneak into the enemy camp and found the merchant who was shot by an Yi before. At this moment, my eyes were emitting murderous light. From my own perspective, I will never let any lawless criminal go. At this time, the businessman realized that his life was in danger, and he suppressed his inner fear and shouted wildly, and even took out the so-called exploration license from Governor Baskerville. If you dare to kill me, you will definitely not escape the punishment of the imperial law. I won't pretend to speak classical Chinese anymore, as I remember I have never given anyone a license. At this moment, the merchant finally remembered that the person in front of him was the consul he had mentioned. Before he could even kneel down and beg for mercy, I shot him in the forehead and heart with a bow and arrow. Anyone who forges Baskerville's legal documents will be killed. Suddenly, dark night found me riding Brook. There is no time to lose. They must escape quickly, otherwise both sides will suffer losses. The mercenaries on the other side also realized something was wrong. Jian Ye's attack was unexpectedly decreasing. Some people think that the barbarians are not good at making progress and are afraid that they have escaped. After hearing this, they immediately gained confidence and wanted to sound the clarion call for a counterattack directly towards the barbarian base camp. Little did they know that behind them, the giant octopus pig had been summoned by the explosion just now. In just a moment, all those people were killed instantly. Seeing this scene, Ai Yi couldn't help but praise us. He didn't expect that I would think of borrowing the power of the giant octopus pig. I firmly believe that after this mission, I can definitely become the strongest and most intelligent warrior of the barbarian tribe. But once I saw the giant octopus pig, I fell into deep thought, wondering what kind of power would be enough to defeat them. The scene changed, and Aquila held another ceremony to invite me to take credit, and she also agreed to my wish to use the Fist of the Brave. At the same time, no one present had any objections, except for the shaman Ashman. She was so angry that her lips turned purple. But the minority must obey the majority, and she could not interfere anymore. Then Aquila ordered Ai Yi to take me to the location of the Fist of the Brave to recover from my injuries. Before leaving, Ai Yi couldn't help laughing at Ashman. It turned out that she had once uttered a curse. She seriously told the whole tribe that if they could not buy the glass beads called Dreamy Sleepiness from the merchant, they would all be cursed with death by the forest god. Naturally, some people believe it and some don't. But from now on, Ashman's words will probably no longer have the power to bring happiness. I couldn't help but take a glance. It seemed that the so-called shaman was just a drug addict, and the transaction between the barbarians and the merchants was just a capital scam. As night fell, I finally immersed my defeated body in the legendary fist of the brave. Although the distance is far, fortunately its effect is really the same as AIE said. However, the essence of the brave fist is actually the so-called peace and defense. There is no age limit here like in Baskerville, but what disgusted me most was that AIE actually soaked with me. So I asked her, "Don't you know that the effect will be reduced by half if two people soak together?" When Yen AIE angrily told me not to think too much about it, since I have officially joined the big family of the barbarian tribe, I should make selfless contributions. And AIE thinks I should thank the person who discovered this hot spring. Although she is old now, you should know that she is the strongest warrior in the tribe who can fight with a slap. When she heard me, she teased her, "If this story is true, I will definitely respect that strongest warrior." AIE was instantly angry when he heard this. Believe it or not, I believe it anyway. But after soaking for 2.5 hours, AIE's face suddenly turned red, and she suddenly remembered what her mother had said. "If my slave can recover from his injuries with the fist of the brave, then he will be a good husband in the future. Yes, yes, you must belong to me alone. So the plot has come to this point. Do you want me to be with I or with Camus?" Here it comes. AIE is finally going to express her love. She didn't want me to live as a slave among the barbarians, nor did she want me to return to the Baskerville Empire, but just as she was about to say those 4 words, an accident quietly struck. And just 10 minutes ago, AIE and I were soaking in the legendary fountain of bravery. In order to recover from my injuries as quickly as possible and launch my revenge plan, I spent 25 hours a day in it. Although there is always a shameless guy who competes with me for resources, fortunately, this fountain of heroes has not been used for 2.5 years. Even if 2 people soak in it at the same time, dividing the blessing power of the spring water equally, it will not have much impact on the recovery of my injuries. At this moment, AIE suddenly told me that he had known for a long time that the group of people who hurt people were unscrupulous businessmen, and that it was common practice for them to seek huge profits, but he would not stop such behavior. Because AIE thought that the diamonds dug by the barbarians were useless. They could neither be eaten nor used, except that they were beautiful and could be used as decorations. When Yen laughed at him for being shameless, and then asked, "Do you know how many corns a diamond can be exchanged for in the empire?" Unexpectedly, AI Yejing said with confidence that there were only 20 or 30 at most. It seems that he has a complete misunderstanding of the empire. I just grinned. "Are diamonds really so worthless in your eyes? That thing is one of the most expensive gems in the world. Take the goods brought by the merchant that day as an example. Just one of them can easily exchange for all of them." Hearing this, AI Yejing's jaw dropped. Ever since he was born, the value of food is always the first priority, but now AIE treats me like a slave, which makes me very angry. Then I solemnly reminded him that I am now a member of the barbarian tribe and asked him to address me by my full name when we meet in the future. As soon as I finished speaking, AIE's voice suddenly became deep, and then he lifted my chin with his hand. "I don't want you to be my slave, nor do I want to call you Virgil. What I want is your fist." But I didn't expect that his love had not yet been expressed. Suddenly, 4 little brats appeared behind me. AIE was so embarrassed at that moment. Before I could recover from the shock, those little brats came forward to ask for rubs and hugs. I was left standing there in a daze, with my minor injuries of 180. I really couldn't figure out what AIE wanted me to do. But when I saw the little brats playing around in the fist of the brave, AIE immediately angrily said, "If you want to play, go to the shore and play." This was given to Virgil by the team leader. Once its effectiveness is halved, her recovery period will be even longer. When I heard the news, I immediately laughed at AIE. "Didn't you say that stingy people would never be satisfied again and would never appear? Why are you fussing with a child now?" Soon, Alan brought 2 little girls over and told me and AIE that these were orders just issued by the team leader because these children had eaten the glass beads sold by the merchant. The team leader wanted the brave fist to solve the problem for them. AIE was immediately so angry that her teeth were grimacing. She had prepared this series of plans for 2.5 months, so she resolutely decided that she must settle the score with his mother when she returned. But what I forgot and didn't expect was that Alan actually took the initiative to apologize to me. It turned out that her sister was also a victim of the glass beads. If I hadn't uncovered the merchant's conspiracy, she would have lost her beloved sister for this. I just replied with a beat, "After all, this is what I should do." But Alan still reminded me confidently that an apology does not mean giving up for her, and she also made an agreement with me to fight in 2 years. When Yen showed a look of disdain. If you have the ability, you can try it, but don't be even more useless than you are now. When Ai saw Alan like this, the anxiety she once had was finally relieved. As for that sentence, we can talk about it later. After all, we are both only 15 years old now, so there is still a long time. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the duel agreement between Alan and I was finally fulfilled, but she was defeated by me before even 1 round. But while Alan and the others were shocked, I was no exception. I never expected that after gaining the power of the Fist of the Brave, my strength would improve so much. Seeing that Alan couldn't continue to fight me, I decided to do something more important. At this time, Alan's younger brother suddenly said, "I heard that boy's swordsmanship is comparable to Captain Ai. Yes, I think he is a monster now." But another younger brother totally disagreed. If he were to hit Alan's nose, he could also hit it until his nose bled. 1 yen. Alan corrected his misunderstanding because it was not the fist that hurt his nose, but the front of the fist. At the same time, I came to a huge stone wall and left 6 huge pits on it. Obviously, my strength has broken through to the 6th sword level. Although there is still a long way to go to reach the most complete and strongest Emperor sword level. But to be able to reach this level at the age of 17 is unprecedented since the establishment of the Empire. At the same time, my Taotai sword has also been increased to absorb and copy 6 skills. It can be said that my strength is now infinitely close to Hugo. Combined with the assassination skills learned in the previous life and the newly learned barbarian archery skills, the revenge plan will be put into action sooner. The scene changed, and Ai and I were chasing a big snake. Judging from the traces it left behind, Miawa's body was big enough to feed everyone in the tribe for 3 meals. But Ai, who is always the most cautious hunter, seemed to be worried this time. However, when Ai saw that I seemed to be observing her, her cheeks immediately flushed and she quickly turned around and touched Brooke to ease the embarrassment. But in the end she couldn't hide it any longer. She took out a dagger from her back and told me that she had found it on a captured Imperial soldier. Although one of them managed to escape, I was sure from the venomous snake pattern on it that it was used exclusively by the Reeves family, one of the 7 great families in the Empire. But when Ai saw my serious face, she suddenly asked me, "Virgil, do you want to return to Baskerville?" Hearing this, I was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to respond. But what Ai said next made me realize that it was not advisable to stay here for long. Because during these 2 years, the woman I had captured had been hiding something, and she also said that she wanted to find an Imperial man. I think her target should be Virgil. People who often fake their own deaths know that the best way to disguise yourself is to hide your strength. But my fiancée Camus just doesn't believe it. Although the danger level of Bazua's residence is epic, she still feels that with my strength, it is impossible to be defeated like this. So during the time when I pretended to be dead, Camus went crazy and conducted a carpet search of the flooded forest, but he couldn't find even the slightest trace. She never gave up. And just 2.5 minutes ago, Ai suddenly asked me a soul-searching question. She asked me if I wanted to return to the Baskerville Empire, but I pretended to be dead just for revenge, so how could I go back so easily? But what Ai said next surprised me. She tactfully confided that the woman I had captured had been appearing in the flood forest according to reliable information obtained from the barbarian sentinels. She was looking for an Imperial man. I think her target is Virgilny. Ai also told me that she had been to the flood forest more than once or twice ever since the 2 sides were attacked by the BA claws. The woman and her search team have been conducting a carpet search. Then Ai asked again reluctantly, "Do you want to go back with her? I feel she cares about you a lot." After listening to Ai's series of words, I frowned and began to think about the various decisions I would have to make next. But as to whether I should return to Baskerville or not, there was only one answer in my mind: it was impossible. Although it felt a bit unfair to Camus' persistence in me, in order to annihilate Baskerville I had to hide and break the 10th commandment. As for Ai, after hearing that I didn't want to go back to the Empire, she was silent for a long time and then showed me a happy expression. It turns out that she had always thought that I had lost contact with the Empire and stayed in the barbarian tribe. Now I am finally relieved. From now on, I can go in with her and hunt all kinds of powerful prey together. On the other hand, I breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the people of the Empire are still unsure whether I am still alive, and after being able to hide my power perfectly, I will never let Hugo easily find any clues left by me. But then again, Ham has been looking for me all the time, which is probably a task in the diplomacy between the two ethnic groups. But I remember that the relationship between the two clan leaders was not very friendly in the early days. Have the diplomatic ties become stronger this time because of my death? It seems that sooner or later I will have to sneak out of the flood area to investigate what is happening outside. At this moment, irregular bubbles suddenly emerged from the pool, and then a giant fish 8 kilometers long jumped out of it. Ian didn't find it strange to see this, because the fact that this kind of fish dared to jump from the water to the land meant that the rainy season was about to come and flood the forest. And judging from its size, this rainy season should be very long. However, my focus is not on how big the fish is, but why there is a spear in its belly. When I cut it open with my sword, what suddenly appeared before our eyes was a dead body that had been corroded by the acid until only bones and remains were left. Judging from the unsightly necklace it was wearing, the person eaten by the fish was a member of the Rococo tribe, who were also barbarians. But this kind of fish will never actively attack humans. They are so stupid that they only hunt dead creatures. So in order to find out what was going on, we decided to go to Rococo's base, as it was likely that some kind of disaster had occurred there. Soon, Ai and I arrived at our destination before nightfall, but the scene before us made us hesitate and our fear deepened. This 5-year-old child was cursed to be doomed to die because all 250 people in the village died, leaving him alone and unharmed. But when I learned that his identity had accumulated history, I realized that a huge disaster was about to befall the barbarians just now. Ai and I found a child in the belly of a fish, and from this person's special necklace. Ai concluded that it was the Rococo group, which was also a barbarian group, and there was a serious anomaly among them because this kind of fish is born with an IQ as low as -2.5. They often feed on dead and rotten corpses. Besides, humans are the creatures they fear the most. How could they actively attack humans? In order to find out what was going on, I decided to take Ai with me to have a look, because it was very likely that a serious disaster had occurred there. As expected, when Ai and I arrived, the tragic scene before our eyes made us hesitate. All the Rococo warriors guarding the entrance of the tribe were dead, and they all had strange red spots on their bodies. But in my previous life, I had been away from home for many years and had already experienced and witnessed various injuries. The erythema plus diarrhea and vomiting were obviously that kind of terrible infectious disease. Red Death. The appearance of erythema will cause continuous vomiting, diarrhea, general weakness and extreme pain, eventually torturing the person mentally and physically to death. In his previous life, due to his massive outburst and lack of control, he almost killed all the barbarians at the same time. Ai also discovered something strange. It should have been time for the tribe to eat, but there was no smoke from cooking fires at Rococo's camp. So we moved forward without hesitation, but there was no sign of villagers' activities here, and it was impossible for them to be sleeping at this time. But after seeing the weeds growing profusely on the ground, it meant that the people of Rococo had not taken care of it for a long time. At this time, Ai opened the tent that was closer, and suddenly countless flies rushed out of it quickly. As for the screen that appeared inside, it made Ai feel suffocated. She quickly covered her mouth and shouted at me, "Virgil, there are many corpses here that have been half decomposed by insects, and the area I am investigating is no exception. It seems that they have been tortured to death by infectious diseases for a long time. It is very likely that those soldiers at the door were some of the stronger fighters who wanted to escape the disaster. Their strong physical fitness allowed them to run a few more kilometers at this moment." Ai suddenly shouted, "Virgil, we have to leave Rococo's village quickly. This place has been infected with a terrible poisonous insect." Yen, I told him not to panic. Judging from the symptoms of the deceased, this is just an infectious disease, and it is not easy to spread to others. Ai immediately angrily accused us, saying that if you and I were caught, it would likely affect more people, so just listen to me and run away. But I didn't pay any attention to what Ai said. Then I told her that Rococo's tribe did not seem to be completely wiped out. Judging from the number of deaths, it was very likely that the remaining people abandoned the sick and the dead and fled to other places. Then I decided to go and search for some useful things. Not long after I left, I suddenly heard a faint breathing sound behind Ai. When I heard her scream, Ai was so frightened that her legs were paralyzed on the ground. She pointed at the door of the tent in front of her, where stood a child who looked only 5 years old. So I let AI go first and let me handle the rest by myself, but this person actually acted like a rogue. Lying that she had sprained her leg and couldn't walk at all. Seeing this, I turned around and walked away, and came to the child and asked her, "Are you a child from the Rococo tribe?" I heard her tremblingly say 3 words. Rococo, slave, kitchen girl. It seems that this child is a slave captured by Rococo from the Empire, but why is she the only one alive here? So I asked again and again. But the child didn't answer my question. She told me her name was Pomerian, and her father was La Baskerville. I was shocked to hear this. Could she be? Here it comes. The true identity of the little girl is finally revealed. She is not only a direct descendant of the Baskerville family, but also an impure hybrid born to a barbarian male. Turns out that the Baskerville family has 3 middle names: Ban, Lay, and La. The owner of the half-word middle name is Mantis of Baskerville. Lay is the male in the direct line, and La is the female in the direct line. The little girl's name was Pomerian Baskerville, and her red eyes and the pocket watch with a Hound logo on her chest confirmed that she had Baskerville blood flowing in her body. But at first I thought she was a child kidnapped from the Empire by the barbarians. It was not until I saw the old photos in the pocket watch that I realized the seriousness of the matter, because the man standing on the left side of the photo was actually my father Hugo, and the woman sitting on the right side was Hugo's First Lady Roxana. So I immediately asked Pomerian, "Who are the people in this photo, and what does it have to do with you?" But my stern look and ruthless tone frightened Pomerian so much that she trembled all over. She began to retreat backwards in panic. Seeing this, AI was desperate. After all, Pomerian is still young, and any other child would subconsciously dodge in fear if he asked the question in such a harsh tone. My subconscious reaction was that I was anxious to get the answer, but it was also because of the memory of my past life that made my emotions easily out of control. Then I forced a smile and asked again, "Pomerian, can you tell me who the people in the photo are?" Although AI was still not satisfied with my performance, fortunately Pomerian finally spoke. He pointed at the people in the photos and said one by one, "This is Grandpa, Mom, and Grandma." Silly incident. My memory goes back to the time when I was summoned by Hugo to serve as the Archon. At that time, the butler John once said that my father had always been a sentimental person towards his family. Even though many people did not agree with this evaluation of him, it was true in John's eyes. But the story has to start from before the death of First Lady Roxana. Among the 3,000 women in Hugo's family, his favorite wife is Roxana, and they also gave birth to their love child Penelope. But the good times did not last long. Penelope was captured by the barbarians in an accident. After learning of this tragic news, Hugo was determined to let the Empire appoint him to be stationed at the border. In the days that followed, he began to slaughter the barbarians endlessly and crazily. But in the end he did not find even a trace of Penelope. It was after those few years that Hugo became as cold-blooded and ruthless as he is today. Having children was no longer to eradicate the fruit of love, but only to cultivate more ruthless killing machines. At this moment I was looking directly at Pomerian. Although I was still skeptical when Butler John first said these words, now that I have the hard evidence in front of me, it is impossible not to believe it. However, Hugo's hatred for the barbarians has reached its peak. If he knew that his granddaughter was born to his enemies, he would probably sentence Pomerian to death on the spot. But these are all matters for the future. The most important thing now is to settle Pomerian. Looking at his appearance, he must have been treated as a slave among the Rococo barbarians, but at this moment, Pomerian suddenly pointed at me and said, "Your eyes are the same as your mother's. My mother once told me that if I ever meet someone with red eyes, I must ask that person to take me away from here." After saying that, Pomerian stared blankly at the pile of stones behind him. It seemed that this was definitely Penelope's grave. And this memory also became the unexpected encounter of 2 stray dogs in Baskerville. In the days that followed, no matter what I did or where I went, Pomerian would never leave my side. The loneliness that only a person can experience has probably been deeply imprinted in her heart. But even if Pomerian promised to depend on me for life, I still felt that he couldn't stay with me in the barbarian tribe forever. At least he should be sent to a more developed part of the empire to receive education. Then I took her to the barbarians' meeting room. In order to prevent the spread of the plague, Aquila convened an emergency meeting to collect enough reliable suggestions, and there would be a long period of commissions in the future. This undoubtedly provided the best environment for the plague to spread. Suddenly, Shaman Ashman proposed a solution, because he always felt that the plague was a curse, and in order to lift it, a large-scale memorial ceremony must be held. But as I told Ai before, this plague has nothing to do with the curse, but is an infectious disease called the Red Death. So Ai immediately rejected Ashman's suggestion. He thought that they should evacuate the current place as soon as possible and find a new place to live, but just after he finished speaking, Ai was quickly criticized and educated by the elders. For them, this land is where they have lived for more than 100 years. How could they just abandon it so easily? Fortunately, most people are rational and they agree more with Ai's suggestions. If the plague really spreads here, it will undoubtedly be a deadly poison for children with weak immunity. At this moment, the elders and the villagers were divided into two factions, arguing fiercely in the meeting room as for which suggestion to implement next. The decision-making power was firmly in the hands of Aquila. But they didn't know that the severity of this plague was comparable to the Black Death that once occurred in the Empire, and the speed of its spread would be even faster. Although the Empire did receive death threats. Fortunately, with Camus fire magic and the saints sent by the Kovadis family, the two worked together to resist the spread of the plague. But it was limited to the Empire. The barbarians and most of the neighboring countries perished one after another. This should be great news for the Empire, however. Everyone was wrong. In the days when there were no barbarians, the food chain in the flood forest was disrupted, and then monsters began to spread, and all the attacks were directed at the Empire. Fortunately, the Baskervilles were very powerful at that time and barely withstood the threat of dampness, which also became an opportunity for Ubu to expand his territory. So in order to prevent history from repeating itself, I decided to help the barbarians. I raised my hand and told Aquila that I had the best way to solve the plague. I simply boiled the river water to 120 degrees, which shocked everyone present because it turned out to be the most effective way to deal with the plague infection. However, in order to make all the barbarians happy, I decided to do a human infection experiment, so I immediately told Ai to catch a few goblins that no one wanted even at 99 yuan, and then soak them in half in a water tank filled with river water. The experimental results were soon revealed. All the goblins that had been soaked in water were infected with the Red Death. They were then immediately thrown into the fire and burned on the spot. In order to curb the spread of the plague, the water in the tank was then boiled and allowed to cool before a control experiment was conducted. Finally, after soaking the remaining goblins, those that had been soaked in boiling water did not show any plague red spots. The strong people in the tribe all relaxed their minds, as they had finally found a way to overcome the Red Death. For this reason, Aquila decided to hold a ceremony to commend me and congratulate me for saving the entire tribe once again. In Wenyan's words, I told him that he must not take it lightly, because boiling water is only a small part of preventing plague infection, and he must do more next. But before I could finish my words, Ashman, who had just been mocked by Ai, suddenly spoke up and said, "Don't be so wishful thinking. Avoiding the water won't last long. The rainy season will be here in a few days. By then, the river water will flow into the forest, and the fog in the air may also infect you with the plague." After hearing what Ashman said, the tribe's brain circuits were instantly blocked, and they began to realize that there are great limitations to boiling water. But before Ashman could feel proud for 2.5 seconds, his expression turned panicky. It turned out that I had already anticipated these consequences when I told everyone present, and I had also found the most advantageous method, which was to change the tribe's settlement. However, this did not mean abandoning the spiritual system passed down by the ancestors, but rather moving the village to a higher place based on the original foundation. As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the tribe began to discuss each other in confusion. This fantastic design really touched upon their blind spots in knowledge. As time went by, a huge rainy season descended upon the red and black land. Many urban plains were washed into swamps by the rivers. The flooded forests where the barbarians lived were no exception. There was hardly a place to stand anywhere. According to the elders of the Presbyterian Church, this rainy season is the most devastating in history. But now they can still sit in the tent and talk about the rise and fall of the world, thanks to my imaginary migration plan. The tribe's tents were moved onto tall and thick tree trunks, and people could move between them freely using simple escalators. Little did they know that just after the installation of the garrison was completed, an uninvited guest came to revel. Suddenly, a black shadow emerged from the river below, and then a brutal monster fish with hundreds of sharp teeth suddenly rushed out of the water and began to indiscriminately hit the tent on the tree trunk. Dinner was about to be served. The strange fish also opened its bloody mouth, ready to swallow the two men into its stomach. Fortunately, Ai grabbed his weapon in time, and shot a magical arrow at the 7-inch point of the strange fish. Get the hell out of here, you despicable and shameless scum. At the same time, I asked Ai Yi in confusion, what is the origin of this strange fish? When Yen Ai Yi explained that he was the Dragon Fish King, the overlord of the area, and also the monster that loved to attack humans. As for why he was called a scum among fools, it was because he became the overlord by being stabbed, but no matter what, wantonly destroying the fruits of others' labor should be punished accordingly. After saying that, I jumped towards the position of the Dragon Fish King, and then awakened the long-sleeping Taotai sister. This time I can give her a good meal, and if I'm lucky, I can also hunt for some useful hidden secrets. As I swung countless arrows across the spine of the Dragon Fish King, she immediately let out a hysterical roar when she was attacked. But what I didn't expect was that my full-strength attack couldn't even cut her skin. Before I could attack again, the Dragon Fish King turned over and rushed into the river, fleeing in a panic in the distance. Although I did not execute her on the spot, I fought bravely and was cheered by the tribe members. They all shouted that Bichir was the hero of the barbarians. Only Ashman clenched her fists, and the atmosphere was different, because if this continued, my status would sooner or later bury her Sam's position. As for Ai Yi, he excitedly gave a thumbs up, secretly thinking to himself that this Bichir must be a good man worthy of entrusting his life to. After calming down the storm, I returned to the tent and cooked dinner, but it was obviously for my niece, Pomerian. Why did Ai Yi follow me again? But seeing that both of them were enjoying the delicious food I made, I couldn't bear to drive away the guy who was eating and drinking for free. But no matter what, it was only natural that he should pay for the meal. When Yen Ai Yi said again that I was her slave, and that it was free for the master to eat the slave's food. At this moment our quarrel was seen by Pomerian, and the next second, she said something that accumulated directly. Uncle, Sister Ai Yi, you two look like a couple. Ai Yi naturally loved to hear this, and she started to show off wildly while hugging Pomerian. As for me, I was dead without any remaining. I already had a fiancé in the empire, but at this moment, the curtain of the tent was suddenly pulled open by someone. When I turned around, the figure of the person looked like a walking corpse under the blessing of thunder. Ai Yi immediately asked, what is your intention in coming to Virgil's tent in the middle of the night? It was not until I saw the man's face clearly that I realized it was Alan, whose eyes were soaked with tears. Virgil, please save my sister. Meanwhile, at Alan's residence, her sister was breaking out in saintly spots all over her body, with a fever of 102 degrees. This is an infectious disease that even the great Dr. Huatua had to be wary of, but the man handed his sick sister over to someone who didn't even know any medical skills. It turns out that I know the causes and prevention measures of infectious diseases better than anyone else in my tribe. Although Alan's grandfather Ashman always felt that the Red Death was a curse that could only be completely lifted by a large-scale sacrifice, seeing that her sister had a high fever of 102 degrees, she decided to abandon superstition and choose to believe in science for medical treatment. However, the only way to get the antidote was strongly opposed by Ai Yi. Just now, Ai Yi and I came to Alan's residence, and the one sleeping on the blanket was Asu, the sister who was suffering from the Red Death. Seeing her spots spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye, I asked Alan when her sister first developed the symptoms, and Alan replied that it was yesterday. I vaguely remember that Asu followed me to the swamp to look for wood for construction at the same time. Ai Yi also looked anxious, wanting to know whether I had found a treatment method, but just when I wanted to tell him the specific plan, a heavy stomping of the feet interrupted our conversation. Looking back, I saw that the person who walked into Alan's tent was his grandfather Ashman. That's why I have repeatedly emphasized to you that if you don't listen to the advice of the elderly, you will suffer the consequences. Now, Asu is probably in danger of death, so you should continue to trust that imperial man. Wenyan. Alan tactfully asked Ashman not to say such harsh words. After all, I am now a member of the barbarian tribe. As soon as he finished speaking, Ashman rewarded Alan with a big fight, saying, "You are such a useless guy, you are just a coward like your parents." After the lesson, Ashman opened the door, but before leaving he reminded me again that the Red Death was not an infectious disease as the people of the Empire said, but a curse that could only be lifted by holding a sacrifice. Now that things have fermented to this point, he decided to find the team leader to quickly collect the things needed for the sacrifice. When Yen Ai Yi was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He really didn't expect that his mother actually believed Ashman's lies. As for Alan, He was crying silently. He was really afraid that Azu's life would be taken away by the disease. At this moment, my words rekindled Alan's hope of breaking away. I had a way to cure the Red Death. But before that, I seriously told Alan to sterilize any items used by Azu with high temperature, and to light mugwort on the campfire to drive away mosquitoes and bats around, because those are the pathogens most likely to carry infectious diseases. Only by doing all these well can we create a hygienic environment and alleviate Azu's condition. Wanyen Alan immediately wiped away his tears, cheered himself up again, and promised me that he would do these things perfectly. Ai Yi, who was watching from the side, also believed that I could make Azu recover. But when I told him about the next treatment plan, Ai's expression suddenly became dull. If the team leader knew about this, he would be severely punished. But I still repeatedly emphasized the importance of this action. The only way to get medicine to treat Azu now is to leave the flood and go to the Empire. After hearing this, Ai Yi immediately became irritated. Virgil, you must understand that you are now a member of the barbarian tribe, and any outings must be approved by the team leader. But my mother is a person of high principles, and she would never agree to use the imperial methods to treat her people. I remained calm after hearing this, because I thought that as long as I was secretly taken out of the flooded forest and returned without anyone noticing, no one would find me. At this moment my eyes became extremely firm. Although Ai's mood was extremely complicated, she still agreed in order to save Azu. So after learning the specific route to leave the flooded forest, I immediately took Pomerian and set off on the journey back to the Empire. But at this moment, I suddenly realized that someone was following me, so I stopped immediately, and found that it was Ai Yi who was following me. Didn't you agree that I could go to the Empire to find medicine for treatment? Why are you still following me? Are you afraid that I will run away? After hearing this, Ai Yi frowned and asked me to take her to the Empire, or to tell her where I was going. Of course, these two things were confidential to me, and even Ai Yi could not tell them in the end. I rejected her requests one by one. So I asked her again, why did you take Pomerian away? Is it because you don't trust the barbarians enough? But do you know why I trust Queen Virgil so much? When we first met, you saved me from a slave auction. This kindness is a memory that I will never be able to erase in my lifetime, and from the first day you became my slave, you obeyed any of my orders unconditionally. Although we became members of the same tribe and our relationship became closer after getting along with each other, I still didn't ask too many questions about your life experience and the unknown sword in your hand. I can give everything for you, even if I have to rebel against the whole family for you. This is because I really like Queen Virgil, and those days of hunting are the most beloved memories in my mind. That was the beginning of our most harmonious relationship with each other. When I was in danger, you saved me from the attack of the horned bear despite your own injuries. After that, we soaked in the hot spring together for a long time. It was also the first time that I mustered up the courage to express my love to you. I'm really, really afraid of losing you. And there is always a knot in my heart. That is, as long as I get the answer from you, you will completely disappear from my sight. So I choose to keep all of this inside my heart. When she spoke of love, she slowly lowered her head, but my words filled her heart with overflowing happiness again. I will definitely come back. Please wait for me. Meanwhile, in the city where I once governed, Go was staying up late to sort out documents without a second thought. But suddenly she walked to the window again and stared blankly at the bright moonlight in the sky. It turns out that Go remembered the time it spent with me. Although it was very hard at that time, she also felt very fulfilled. She also rediscovered the meaning of her life at that time, but it was difficult for Go to accept it. The goodbye I said to him when I was going to the border turned out to be the last time we met. But in the next second, Weiki's expression instantly changed from sadness to horror. When she saw me standing upside down in front of her, the first thing she thought of was that she had seen a ghost. Weichi. Long time no see, how have you been these years? In order to kill my own father, I chose to sacrifice my life in a duel with monsters. It turns out that I died under the tyranny of my father in my previous life. Now that I have been reborn, I hold greater power. Not only did he absorb all the blessings of the water of the Styx, but he also obtained the Taotai sword that has the ability to devour. He even absorbed the violent sword skills from the barbarian tribes. But before I could absorb Baskerville's 10th sword skill, I had to do everything I could to escape from my father Hugo's sight. That's why I decided to use the power of the giant octopus pig and pretend that I had died on the battlefield. But today, I suddenly returned to the Baskerville Empire. Although I have only absorbed the 6th sword skill now, I must take this risk in order to save the barbarians from the danger of the Red Death, and my next plan is to go to the city where I once ruled. But when Weiqi saw me standing upside down in front of him, he was almost scared to death. Fortunately, I explained in time that I was still alive. Weiqi's emotions gradually stabilized, but unexpectedly he couldn't hold back his tears the next second and burst into tears. He really didn't expect to see me again in this life. Seeing that Weiqi is still loyal to me, I feel at ease leaving Pomerian to his care. But at first, Weiqi thought that Pomerian was the youngest son born to me and the barbarian. When I heard this, I immediately denied his guess. After all, I've only been faking my own death for 2.5 years, and there's no way Pomerian would think that. Then I responded to Weiqi that the descendants of Baskerville's lineage all looked very similar. But in the subsequent conversation, Weiqi was very puzzled about one thing, that is, why I want to save the barbarians. If they can be extinct in the epidemic, it will undoubtedly be a good thing for the empire. I patiently explained to Weiqi that I owed the barbarians a big favor. If they hadn't saved me from the slap, I'm afraid I would have died. Although half of these words were made up by me on the spot, Weiqi believed them all without any resistance. But after learning that he couldn't manage all the affairs of the city well with his ability, I asked him to find someone. This person was Wendy, the criminal I had let go before. The idea sounds good, but Go doesn't know where Wendy lives. It's certainly not difficult for me to find him. Then I asked Weiqi again, do you still remember the little girl who took away the 10 billion gold coins reward? If my guess is correct, there's a 99 chance that Wendy will be there. If Wendy refuses to cooperate and join in managing the city, at least he can know that I am not dead. After everything is explained, I must carry out the next plan as soon as possible and find the magic holy water that can cure the Red Death. And this is all because there is an agreement between me and Dark Knight that we must abide by. At the same time, in the Kovadas family, a businessman was about to be searched by the city gate guard. Seeing this, he took out his household registration certificate and said that he was also a familiar customer who had been in and out of the Kovadas city many times. The guard naturally understood that the businessman wanted to save time, but he still told him to at least randomly check one. But the moment the guard made his choice, the businessman's expression immediately became panicked. It turns out that among all the oil barrels, the one chosen by the guard was the only one that was hiding something fishy. The businessman thought that he was definitely finished. After opening it, the guard did not find anything unusual. When the merchant was told that it was okay, he breathed a sigh of relief. The next person who appeared before him was the city saint seller of the Kovades family. As for the merchant, he came to an empty dark alley, and then said to the oil barrel that was hiding something fishy, "There are no guards patrolling nearby, so you can come out." The next second, a masked man stood up from the oil barrel. This man was me, Virgil. Because the magic holy water I was looking for was right here, so I resorted to this desperate measure and asked a merchant who had been in and out of the holy water shop many times to secretly transport me in there. After the task was completed, I gave him the corresponding reward. This item is the horn on the top of the horned bear's head, so it is naturally worth more. But this was also to block the merchant's resistance to the greatest extent, in order to prevent my whereabouts from being exposed. But the merchant who got paid still looked like he had never seen the world, because I was actually stuck in the oil barrel for 2.5 hours. To him, I wasn't even human. After that, I came to the most prosperous central area and hid in the clock tower of the St. Celler city district. Although this is not the safest place, I knew from my previous life that Kovades was influenced by religion. As soon as the bell tower rang, they would stop, close their eyes, and perform a strange ritual on the spot. And this moment is exactly 2 seconds before the bell tower rings. Soon, when the time came, the bell tower rang. When people heard it, they immediately stood still and swayed with the rhythm. Even though I swaggered through the crowd, none of them noticed my presence. When it was late at night and everyone was asleep, I found a well and opened a bottle of medicinal wine containing pink liquid, ready to pour it all into the well water. However, what was poured here was not some laxative, but the Red Death infection bacteria extracted from the body of the deceased. Although this was an extreme method, It was the only way to get the holy water, but at this moment, 3 children suddenly came up behind me and looked at me sneakily, not knowing what I was doing in front of the well. They subconsciously wanted to escape, but how could I let them go so easily? I turned around and told them that the well was cursed and anyone who drank the water from it would die. If you want to live, remember what I said. As soon as the voice fell, the 3 children ran away. Seeing this scene, I finally felt relieved with such a terrifying warning. The children probably didn't dare to approach the well. Then I stuck a dagger into the ground, the one with the Reeves family logo on it. You have to know that the Cavadas family is their enemy. As long as they mistakenly believe that it was Reeves who did it, there will definitely be a lot of trouble because of the conflict. At this point, the plan has been perfectly implemented. The next step is to find Saint Dolores of Cavadas. I knelt for 2.5 days in front of the palace gate, just to worship an ordinary water pond statue, but I just took out a water bag, and the guards in the palace suddenly surrounded me. Just a few minutes ago, even late at night, the palace was still crowded with people. These people were basically noble officials of great wealth and power in the city. They all began to boast about the honors and achievements they had received. Some came to the statue to propose marriage, some came to the statue to cure their illnesses, and some even came to the statue to kill them. After a while, a hollow female voice was heard from the palace. This person was the saint these people were looking for. The statue is just a tool for her to meet guests and speak. Please don't stay here any longer, it's very late now and I want to open the door to see you. After hearing this, everyone left the place one after another, but I was the only one who knew that the saint's refusal was not because it was too late, but because no one's request could be affirmed by her. It turns out that before I was reborn, I saw countless saints at the forefront of the battlefield in order to treat the wounded. The white saint clothes they wore were often stained with blood. But as time went by, the saints began to have a great disgust for money and power. They felt that if these did not exist, there would be no large-scale wars between countries causing casualties at this time. The saint suddenly asked me why I was still reluctant to leave. I immediately knelt on the ground after hearing the news, and then I told the saint in the palace with my gun, I am a lost person. I couldn't find the meaning of my own life. Unexpectedly, the next second, the saint who didn't want to see anyone actually opened the door for me, but I was just pretending to get her initial approval. But when I walked into the palace, the saint met me in the form of a statue, but this was completely reasonable after all. How could she meet a stranger like me in strange clothes for no reason? When the saint saw me, she resolutely asked her what had happened that could have made her lose her way in life. Yen, I silently took out a water bag and placed it beside the pool, then said to the saint, I am here to report that someone has put plague virus in the well water of the slums. If you are really a saint, it will not be difficult for you to realize that it contains an extremely ferocious disaster. But I thought the plan would go on like this. But unexpectedly the saint revealed that everything I said was a lie. Before I could object, I heard the noisy sound of armor clattering from the second floor, and then a guard team, ready to fight, appeared above my head. The leader asked seriously, who are you? What is your purpose in coming to this holy place? On the other hand, I recognized the leader's identity at first sight. His name is Bedler, and he was the most righteous person I recognized in my previous life. In order to wipe out all the injustice in the world, his actions can be 100 times more cruel than the devil's massacre of humans. The tortures inflicted on the 7th young master in the dungeon were all learned from him. Now that we met again, I didn't want to talk too much, but told Bedler that I had explained everything clearly. But just as I turned around and prepared to leave the palace, a magical rooster suddenly slid past me. I snickered at the paper stuck on the wall. Bedler in this life has not changed at all, and still likes to use strange things as weapons. On the other hand, Bedler angrily scolded, do you think I will let you, a suspicious person, leave? Then he jumped down from the second floor. The water bag you brought does have an evil aura, but if it really contains the plague virus, you can't escape the suspicion of being the spreader. After hearing this, I responded calmly, if I were really the one who spread the word, wouldn't it be like walking into a trap if I reported it? Before I could finish my words, Bedler cast a spell and shot dozens of pieces of magical paper towards me. However, this level of attack posed no threat to me at all, and even if I took it hidden, it might not hurt me at all. But now I can't use all the skills related to Baskerville, otherwise my identity will definitely be exposed, and then naturally I will soon receive the news that I am not dead. It seems that the only thing I can use now is the skill of using the sword of Taotai. I used a hook to hit Bedler's forehead, although I didn't hit him at the first time. With the skill 1,000 gold pendant I got from the horned bear, even Bedler, who was experienced in battle, couldn't take it easily. The moment I landed on the ground, I quickly moved towards Bedler and threw a mechanical punch at him that was invisible to the naked eye. But the result was beyond my expectation. Bedler's book was printed with enough pages to withstand my full-strength moves. The sword hit me and I used the special move I got from Kerberos. Even if the book is on my mind, I will definitely defeat the wood, and it will be a hellfire that will not be extinguished until it burns to ashes. As for Bedler, fortunately he was healed by holy water, otherwise his hand would probably be crippled. The next second, I saw Bedler gather defensive magic in his hands, and then he quickly swung his fists at me. I didn't dodge the sword, I just used my toes to pick up the burning book, fearing that the hellfire would be on me. Bedler immediately changed his attack into defense. Little did he know that this move of his would be the best opportunity for me to kill him instantly. After being hit hidden by my powerful punch, Bedler, driven by inertia, smashed the statue into pieces, and then fainted temporarily with blood spurting out of his mouth. The soldiers upstairs turned pale when they saw what happened. They really didn't expect that General Bedler, who had always been undefeated, would be defeated by someone of unknown origin. However, in order to protect the safety of the palace, they still had to stay here at the risk of their lives. But just as I was about to destroy the soldiers who were trying to stop me, a blonde girl suddenly appeared upstairs and said, "All of you stay here." After a closer look, I found that this person was indeed the Saint Dolores I was looking for. Then she asked me, "You are the lost person, right? But when I see the damage you have done to the palace, I feel more like you are a wounded hound. Come with me, let's sit down and have a good talk." At this moment, I suddenly felt something was wrong. Could it be that Dolores had already guessed who I was? The girl only shed a tear, and saved the people who were tortured by the plague and frozen to death. It turned out that she was the Saint Dolores who possessed divine power. But she has a unique habit, which is not to treat any disease unless it is a real disease. The reason why Dolores rejected and disliked the nobles and merchants who had blocked the city gate day and night was because the diseases they wanted to be treated were all related to couples' diseases or fluke bad breath. I felt very sympathetic when I heard this. After all, it would be a waste to use the divine power on these things. However, I admire every saint, because every time I fought against monsters in my previous life, the saint who had no attack power at all could always run to the front line to heal the seriously injured patients. The number of people they saved is countless, and they can be said to be the role models of good people in the world. But at this moment, Dolores suddenly told me about her daily life, saying that she was overwhelmed by the recent stress. Originally, she went home for the holiday just to relax for a few days, but ended up being harassed by that group of people every day. I quickly changed the subject, thinking that if this continued, the infection would get out of control. I understand that you are upset, but the most important thing right now is to deal with the plague in the civilian area. At this time, Dolores once again launched a soul-searching discussion with me. Are you sure you really saw that someone poisoned the well? Another question is, did you scoop the water yourself? Or did the villagers ask you to bring it to you? After hearing this, I didn't know how to answer for a while, but it's normal for me to have doubts. It seems that I can only be forced to carry out the next plan unexpectedly. When my hand just moved in my pocket, Bezer, who was standing beside me, became alert instantly. He immediately dodged in front of Dolores and asked him, "What do you want to do?" The next second, the fingertips on the outside of my palm were suddenly surrounded by brilliant divine power. This made Dolores look dumbfounded, but since I could use this power, Dolores thought I must be of the same type as him. Then I patted my chest and spoke generously. "I really don't want my hometown to be destroyed, so can you believe what I say now?" Dolores answered in the affirmative, but he still didn't understand who would do such a despicable thing. After hearing this, I took out a map and said that the murderer probably wanted the holy Mecca to decline completely and gain benefits from it. Then I pointed to the location of the Reeves family. Since they often research and make poisons, they are most likely to make the most profit. Moreover, if Covatus were to decline, it would undoubtedly be icing on the cake for their existing archenemy. Moreover, the Lewis family is a plutocracy, and the death of workers will directly lead to the bankruptcy of landlords, so they can purchase high-quality goods at extremely low prices. However, I can make these precise guesses thanks to the merchant who deceived the barbarians last time. So I told Dolores that the Reeves family was likely closely related to this disease situation. Of course, this is just an assumption of mine. Dolores was very surprised after listening to me. She really didn't expect that I could predict the future so accurately. This also made him more eager to know who I was. In the end, all I could tell him was the pseudonym of Night Dog that replaced my identity. But Dolores looked through her own eyes and saw the countless emotional whirlpools hidden in my heart. There is the smell of violence, hatred, stupidity, bloody beasts, and so on. The most serious thing is the extreme sadness that is hard to fathom. Dolores then instructed Bedler that they must first go to the slums, investigate the actual situation of the plague, and then report to their superiors. When they arrived at the slums, the atmosphere was indeed quite depressing. When the local believers saw the saint coming with her guards, they immediately prayed to her to cure the patients suffering from the plague. It was at this moment that Dolores realized the seriousness of the matter. This also made him begin to completely believe what I said. On the other hand, I was patiently checking on the patients lying on the ground. It seems that the method of scaring the children that day was effective, and all those who were infected with the plague were adults. But I still want to say sorry to them for this. Although the plague was not fatal in the early stages, it was still extremely severe for the body and mind. As for what was next, it was Dolores' turn. He clenched his fists and made a prayer gesture, then recited the saint's magic spell, and his tears fell to the ground. Dolores' body was suddenly radiating with golden light, which could even turn the dark night into day. Under the illumination of the divine light, the patients infected with the plague were instantly cured. At this moment, both the public and believers shed tears of gratitude. Now that the holy water has appeared, the next thing I have to do is to find a way to send it to the barbarian tribe. The patient's body was covered with red spots and he was on the verge of death. But the attending doctor was not in a hurry to treat him, but instead fed him food frantically. Even after the patient had eaten and drunk enough, he used a knife to cut a huge hole in his heart. The people present all suspected that I was a quack, but they didn't realize that only 2.5 minutes had passed and they were all shocked speechless by the patient's condition. Among them was Saint Dolores, but besides being surprised, she was more impressed because I could combine divine power and medical skills so wonderfully. But just a few minutes ago, Dolores was trapped in a male body and forgot to eat and sleep. Looking at the newly infected areas on the map, he knew that the divine power's containment of the plague was only a temporary solution and could not prevent new patients from appearing. In addition, the analysis of the body fluids extracted from the patients showed that the incubation period of the plague was very short. Although the patients would not die quickly, they would suffer both physical and mental torture. Therefore, in order to completely eliminate the plague, Dolores needed to concentrate all her energy and purify the poisoned well with the purest holy water. As for the male body, it also appeared here. If he wanted to curb the growth of the plague with all his strength, he would have to give up treating some patients. At this moment, Dolores suddenly felt a darkness in front of his eyes, and then he collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Obviously, the excessive use of divine power had overdrawn his body, but even so, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He felt that using a little more strength could alleviate the suffering of the sick people, so he would continue to treat them even if he was exhausted to death. As soon as she walked out of the room, Dolores' eyes became particularly confused. It turned out that the 3 nobles who had been seeking salvation were standing outside the door. They said they brought 3 carriages with emergency supplies to relieve the pressure on the saint, but the ugly faces they showed next made Dolores feel extremely disgusted. This dirty and damp slum was not a place for a noble saint to come. If these untouchables get emergency supplies, will they lose their original independence? Dolores turned away halfway through listening, but the 3 men still refused to give in and decided to support the saint to the death. Hearing this, Dolores also thought of a good idea, and then turned around and replied kindly, "The distribution of the supplies will be left to you. Please don't let me down." As soon as these words fell, the 3 of them instantly became excited. However, when they arrived at the place where the patients were treated, they immediately regretted agreeing to the saint's help. Everything here made them feel nauseous naturally. This was what Dolores wanted to see for him. Ignoring the courtesy and avoiding the world was either a traitor or a thief, and helping with ulterior motives was an ugly act of blasphemy against God. Meanwhile, the priest here has just cured some patients with mild illness. Dolores did not relax after seeing this. Now he had to go to a more dangerous place, where the most seriously infected patients of the slums gathered. Even though divine power evolved wherever he went, he could not easily resolve the problem with his own strength. But in the next second, Dolores' expression instantly changed from serious to dull, because at this time I was taking his place. Treating critically ill patients, I cut the skin at the red spot with a knife, and then used the divine power to restore the red spot and the wound to a healthy state. This scene also gave the newly arrived priests hope of saving critically ill patients, and they all approved of the treatment method of directly injecting divine power into the infected area. As for Dolores, she was very impressed. She really didn't expect that I could combine medical skills and divine power to such an extent. However, Dolores' reaction was understandable after all. He was the only one who could exert the divine power to its full potential. The reason why I can use the power of the gods is because my soul has accumulated money from business. As long as I kill monsters for humans, there is a chance that I can get the approval of the gods to use their power, and it may even be a more advanced divine power. Normally, one's devotion to God would depend on how much power one obtains, which is the so-called 1-to-1 ratio. However, this is not the case for advanced ones. It can destroy the original equation, turning the previous 1-to-1 into 1-to-10, or even my current 1-to-100. At this moment, a little girl suddenly burst into tears when she saw me. She immediately turned back to comfort her, saying that her mother would be fine soon. Then I took out a coin and handed it to the little girl, asking her to buy some nourishing food for her mother. Unexpectedly, my behavior was quickly stopped by the pastor, who said that material assistance was strictly prohibited in the slums. At the same time, the people who were taking care of their own patients also saw it, and they all showed greedy expressions, which was exactly what the pastor was worried about. On the other hand, I appeared calm and composed. After all, I only had a limited amount of money, but I would give it to the patients who really needed it. But now that things have come to this, I still have to say sorry. Hearing this, Dolores was completely puzzled. He had no idea why I wanted to apologize. Everything we do here is to treat patients. Could it be that we are facing the same problem as him? That is, there is no way to do his best to treat more plague-infected people. It seems that because of the previous similarities, coupled with the same difficulties now, Dolores' heart actually beats faster unconsciously. Could it be that this is what is called love? These are 3 bottles of tears worth 10 billion gold coins. Created by a girl chosen by the gods, only 1 drop is needed to purify the evil areas that threaten life. But the process of making it is extremely difficult. Not only does the saint need to abandon all emotions, she also has to kneel in the temple without eating or drinking for 7 days and 8 nights. Dolores found me at this moment, and I hurriedly asked whether there were a large number of infected people in the slums again. Dolores replied in the negative. He came to express his gratitude to me for helping to cure the seriously ill patients. Without you, I'm afraid the mortality rate in the slums would not work. I responded to him by saying that it was not necessary to remember what I could do, but the next second, Dolores choked up. He told me that he actually hated the title of saint bestowed upon him by God. Many times he felt that he was powerless, just like the sudden Red Death this time. If I hadn't helped, many families would have suffered the pain of separation. He felt that he did not deserve the title of saint. God should give me someone like me who is strong in spirit, faith and thoughts. Seeing that Dolores was about to belittle himself, I immediately told him that the reason why God chose you among billions of humans is, of course, because you have the kindest heart, and what the world needs is a beam of light that can penetrate all sources of evil. At the same time, this is something that only someone as holy as you are qualified to take care of. After listening to what I said, Dolores' emotions finally stabilized, and he told me with tears in his eyes that he had found the meaning of his existence. The scene changed at this moment. 7 days and 8 nights had passed since Dolores and I met. Just at this moment, a beam of golden light suddenly shot straight into the sky from the slum house. It turns out that during the days when he was separated from me, Dolores had been condensing the holy water that was enough to purify the plague. And just in case, he created 2 more drops and stored them in the bottle. Dolores then gave the prepared holy water to Bedler, and asked him to place it in the underground vault of the Holy Pulse family under the name of a copy. Seeing that it was still early, Dolores decided to go do something else. When they arrived in front of a statue of a goddess, the person standing underneath and praying was the one Dolores wanted to find. This man was his father, Humbert, the Cardinal of St. Michael's Basilica. Dear Father, I am here to report to you the recent plague incident in the slums. Seeing this, Humbert immediately stopped praying and turned around to praise Dolores. You have accomplished a remarkable thing. Just as I expected of you after hearing this. Dolores bowed her head and responded that for a saint like herself, this achievement was far from enough. Dolores then outlined his plan to resolve the plague. I decided to go to the slums and use a bottle of concentrated holy water to drip into the plague-infected well. It was the most likely source of infection because there, someone found the glass bottle used by the prisoners to poison. And according to Bedler's search intelligence, they also found objects suspected to have been dropped by the criminal. What came into view was the sword of the Reeves family. Humbert became furious when his sword collided with his. And then countless golden lights appeared around his body, even the gravel on the ground floated up under his pressure. It seems that Humbert is really angry. Damn the Reeves family. How dare they bully our Kovades family. From now on, the crusade officially begins. There was also the matter of catching the guy who claimed to be Night Dog regarding the spread of the plague. He couldn't get rid of the suspect's body. Once I catch him, I will make him confess everything before God. As soon as she finished speaking, Dolores angrily accused her father. Night Dog could not be the culprit of the poisoning, because when the infected came to a terrifying branch, it was his utmost effort that prevented no casualties in the slums. I guarantee with my saintly title that Night Dog is definitely not a bad guy, but despite Dolores' explanation, Humbert still refused to change his mind, and it all stems from something he saw. My dear daughter, I will interrogate that guy myself. You don't have to worry about what happens next. As he spoke, he gathered divine power in his hands. Then it shot towards the sky to call on all the paladins in the Holy Vein House. In the name of the Red Leader, I order you to go and capture the unknown man who calls himself Night Dog immediately. In the bedroom, the paladins started to move, and the large number of them quickly locked onto the house I lived in. But when the paladins kicked open the locked door, their expressions instantly became stiff at a glance. The house was already empty. At the same time in the temple, a believer came running in panic to report an emergency. Humbert immediately asked what happened, only to hear the believer gasping and saying that one of the 3 bottles of holy water stored in the underground vault had been stolen by someone. Hearing this, Dolores suddenly realized, could it be that the purpose of your coming here is just to get him? 80 of the people in this city will become slaves, and only a few nobles will enjoy the treatment of rulers. So in order to uncover the evil organization behind the scenes, I disguised myself as a slave and sneaked in. After I successfully destroyed the slave auction, I also killed a girl from the barbarian tribe. This was my first meeting with Ai. Although she escaped the fate of becoming a lifelong slave of the nobles, the memory of being caught and auctioned became her inner demon forever. It turns out that Ai was unfortunately lost when she was very young at that time. She followed her tribe and hunted Kerberos in the Red and Black Land. In order to train Ai to be as strong as her mother Night Fox, the tribe left the final blow to her. Unexpectedly, Ai didn't realize that she had been pushed to the edge of the cliff. Coupled with the fear hidden in her heart, she kept retreating. Finally, the turquoise beneath her feet could not bear her weight and broke, causing Ai to fall from a height of 60 meters. The tribe members knew that there was no hope of recovery after all. It was enough to destroy a human body at a height of only 20 meters, not to mention 60 meters, but perhaps God did not want to disappoint a strong man who was born and fell. Miraculously, the mugwort leaves were saved by the gnarled branches. When she regained consciousness and opened her eyes, 2 merchants from the Empire appeared in front of her. This means that Ai will be in life crisis again, because these merchants who were driven out and fled to the restricted area were extremely terrifying in the Empire. Although the merchant helped Ai heal her fractures and other injuries, she had to fight in the duel arena for the merchant after she recovered. Even though she was a barbarian at the time and had shown considerable strength, Ai was still unable to remain calm when facing a ferocious opponent. She could have killed the opponent instantly with one blow of the sword, but she ended up hitting her opponent's shoulder by mistake. Even after seeing her opponent bleeding, she felt a surge of compassion for a moment. This also gave the opponent an opportunity to take advantage of. The opponent suddenly grabbed Ai's right foot and restricted his movements. Then he punched her hard and sent her flying. The strong impact made her spit out blood instantly. Seeing such a huge difference in strength, the nobles sitting in the audience burst into laughter. The opponent also roared recklessly, but Ai was desperate at the moment. Her kind heart made her miss too much. But just as she was facing death, All the warriors in the barbarian tribe suddenly appeared in her mind, including her mother Night Fox. In the end, she chose to stand up again amid the encouragement of her family and the ridicule of the evildoers. What Aie did next made the opponent panic. She smeared the blood on her face. But even though Aie was determined to win, she only won a game after completely draining Aie. The merchant planned to sell her to high-ranking officials and nobles for entertainment. The empty look in her eyes at this moment symbolized that she had lost the desire to live. Little did she know that when Aie came to her senses, her body had been healed to a healthy state, and it was me who saved her. After hearing that I could speak the language of the barbarians, Aie was even more shocked. But in the next second, Aie woke up from her dream in tears, and this memory has become her inner demon for a long time. Aquila Jinzhuang quickly comforted him. "It's okay. You just had a false nightmare." It turned out that at this time, Aie was also infected with the evil disease Red Death, and his fever reached 103 degrees. Coupled with my sudden departure, Aie not only suffered the pain brought by the disease, but also felt her heart dry. Under this double torture, Aie even felt that she was not far from the brink of death. One Yen Aquila told her a story a long time ago. "Your father and I planted a seed in the field. Your father was responsible for tilling the land, and I was responsible for watering it every day. Soon the seed sprouted. After a few months, the sprout grew into a healthy and beautiful flower. Then your father and I cut the flower and extracted its branches and leaves for smoking. And after a year of us staying up all night together, I got pregnant with you. I think this will be helpful for your and Virgil's future." After hearing what Aquila said, Aie's tears could not be stopped. She told her mother that there was no need to comfort herself deliberately, because from the day we parted, Aie had already realized that I would never return to the barbarians and become an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, the sentry stationed outside suddenly shouted that Virgil was coming back with special effects to treat the plague. Aquila was happy to hear her father's semen. But when he wanted to show off his prediction to his daughter, Aie had already stood up and ran out. Aquila was a little jealous of his strong body. He was obviously very weak after just suffering from the illness, but now he could run like an arrow. At the same time, Aie recalled the night when I rescued her. She swore at that time that she would follow me for the rest of her life, even if it cost her her life. So when I was preparing for a life-and-death battle with the giant pig, although Aie was very afraid in her heart, she still hid quietly aside, and when she saw me falling to the ground injured, she still resolutely decided to walk away in front of the powerful monster. At this time, Aie had already run to the entrance of the barbarian tribe. Seeing that familiar voice and hearing a few gentle words, Aie could no longer suppress her inner excitement. She took a step and pounced directly towards me, and then hugged me tightly in her arms. Fortunately, I used my strength in time. Otherwise I would have fallen to the ground and would definitely have had me lying in bed for 2.5 nights. I just learned from my tribesmen that Aie also suffered from the Red Death. When I was about to ask her how she was doing, Aie actually started crying in my arms. "Virgil, are you really not lying to me? Why are you crying? I told you I would come back." As soon as I rushed back to the barbarians from the Empire with the holy water, I immediately went to Alan's tent. Seeing that Azuz's condition had reached a life-threatening level, I untied the bag of holy water as the bottle shone with golden light. The people around me also shouted in victory. It turned out that after Asu came into contact with the light, the red spots on his body were shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye until they were healed. Of course, the happiest person among them was Alan. For 4 days, he had been looking forward to the day when his sister Asu would recover. At the same time, I asked Aie how many infected people there are among the barbarians. Although Aie has not conducted a survey, he is very sure that there are at least tens of thousands of people. When Yen, I immediately instructed Aie to gather all the infected people of the barbarian tribe by the river. When he heard that they had to go to the riverside, Aie was in a dilemma, because there was the dragon fish king, a creature they dared not provoke easily. Apparently Aie's worries were unnecessary, because I had already chopped the scum fish in half on my way back to the Empire. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around them turned into expressions of shock, and they seemed to want to continue discussing. I reminded him again to quickly gather all the infected people to the riverside. As time went by, under the call of Aie and others, all the infected people in the Red and Black Land were finally gathered. Then, under the gaze of all the tribesmen, I poured the bottle of holy water directly into the river. The moment the holy water merged into the river, the water surface within 100 miles immediately exploded several meters high. The river water that was previously polluted by the Red Death was completely purified in just 2.5 seconds. Seeing that the time was ripe, I turned back and told the chiefs of each tribe that the rest was up to them, but they must make sure that everyone drank a bowl of purified river water. With my help, the infected people have finally recovered to their health. For this, Aquila was the first to give praise and decided to let me sit in the position of elders when Yen declined this kind of gift. But at this moment, a clan leader behind me suddenly stomped on the ground. Seeing the other party's ferocious look, I thought he had some prejudice against my identity as an imperial citizen. As a result, the next second, under his roar, the tribesmen behind him immediately stomped on the ground and followed his example, shouting, "I am the hero of the barbarians." I understood it after seeing this. This gesture was actually the highest courtesy they showed to their meritorious officials. Then, under the leadership of other clan leaders, people from various clans also shouted my name. At this moment, a bold idea immediately came to my mind, that is, to win them over. If I can win over all the barbarians to my side, it will definitely play an important role in my annihilation of the Baskerville family in the future. It can even be said to be the key point between victory and defeat, and I, who was reborn, already knew that in Baskerville's eyes, the barbarians were the most difficult enemies to defeat in his life. Aquila alone is enough to threaten the two strongest men of the century, Hugo and Adolphe. If I add the strength I have gained from reaching the terrain and building a base, it would be easy to deal with a fish fruit. And because of my great contribution, Aquila decided to gather the rest of the tribe tomorrow night and hold a large celebration party for me. I naturally had no objection to such a thing, but before that, I told Aquila that there was something that had to be done. The next day, they were in a cave where Ashman was performing a sacrificial ceremony. But what no one expected was that the culprit who caused the plague infection in his tribe was actually Ashman himself. Just to become a hero in the eyes of his tribe, he deliberately let his granddaughter Asu be infected first, so that no one would suspect him. Then he could take the opportunity to ask Aquila for a sacrifice in order to find a way to eliminate the plague, and finally show up in times of crisis with the antidote, thus becoming a great hero among the barbarians. Seeing that the plan has been implemented for nearly half a month, Ashman is only one step away from realizing his dream of being a hero. Little did he know that he was completely dumbfounded as soon as he returned to the tribe. Those who were originally sick and couldn't even walk, now even doing tasks like cooking and chopping, would no longer had to pay. Even Ashwe, who was in the most serious condition, gradually recovered in his sight, and then Ashman ran away. The place he came to was the purified river, and the moment he saw the goldfish, he could no longer hold back, because this meant that Ashman's plan was on the decline. But his every move at this moment was completely within my calculations. "Elder Ashman, do you think the water is not clear enough?" One Yen Ashman suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and when he turned around, he saw the large group of poisons standing behind me. However, Ashman had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter, and even imagined that his tribesmen had come to give him a good guy card. On the other hand, I told everyone yesterday that Ashman was the culprit who turned Asu into a Red Death. Because before I was reborn, I learned from an old man in the barbarian tribe that someone had a strong desire to become a hero, so he spread the plague virus to the tribe, and then stepped forward with the antidote to achieve his goal at the same time. Aquila also spoke. "Elder Ashman, is your sacrifice going smoothly?" One Yen Ashman naturally gave an affirmative answer, and then Aquila told him about the Imperial War. "I heard that the Red Death is an infectious disease artificially created by the Empire in order to stir up conflicts between families, but I just can't figure it out. The Empire and the barbarians have only had trade activities arranged by you recently. How come the pathogen suddenly appeared here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ashman wanted to continue to express his ignorance, but Aquila showed no mercy at all. "Virgil, the situation now is just as you said." Ashman did not return to the village to take credit after the sacrifice, but came here to complain. The next sentence completely revealed the conspiracy designed by Ashman. "Ashman, I want to see what's in your bag. If it is the antidote as Vikiel said, then you will receive the punishment you deserve." The old man simply dropped a drop of blood on the ground, and immediately summoned an army of undead from the dead world. It turned out that Ashman and I were fighting a life-and-death duel at this time. Whoever could win this battle would directly gain the trust of the entire tribe. So in order to kill me once and for all, Ashman simply stopped pretending, but he was so confident that he thought he could easily win with the advantage of numbers. Little did I know that I had already acquired a super skill from that scum of fish 4 Kuan days ago. Defeating Ashman, who is over 70 years old, is easier than eating Lao B's secret recipe. As for Ashman's true identity, AI Yi actually explained it to me yesterday. Ashman is not a barbarian. He was captured as a slave like me, but later on, because of his great achievements, he was planned to become a member of the barbarian tribe. At that time, he killed the shaman elder who was planning to rebel against the tribe, and it was said that he also seized all of his magic power for this reason. The tribe leader made an exception and allowed him to take the position of shaman elder when he gained the true trust of the tribe. So in order to climb up as soon as possible, Ashman would take care of all the big and small matters in the tribe, and sometimes even take the initiative to be the pioneer to seduce prey. Time flies, and when his hair starts to turn white, he finally gets everyone's recognition after listening to Ashman's growth process. I understand one thing: the reason why Ashman dares to talk to Aquila every time to despise authority is nothing more than wanting to enjoy the power that he was unable to use when he was young. There might even be a bigger conspiracy, which is to annex and rule the entire flood forest, but the most important thing at the moment is to find out what is in the bag around Ashman's waist. At this moment, Aquila was filled with murderous aura. Elder Ashman, open the bag for me right now. But even though he was forced into this situation, Ashman still thought of a way to deal with it. He told Aquila that the bag actually contained a special mask for sacrifice. While he was explaining that it was useless, Ashman deliberately made a gesture to throw the bag and the evidence inside into the river. Seeing this, Aquila was helpless and embarrassed. I thought to myself, if I had believed what Vikiel said, I would have just dodged it. After complaining for 2.5 seconds, Aquila turned around and asked me what I should do next. But now the evidence has been destroyed unless someone admits it voluntarily. No one can prove that the bag contains the antidote. Yen Ashman immediately became furious and yelled at me, "It turns out that it was you, the guy from the Empire, who had been framing me all along. Any shaman elder who dares to slander Qinglian must be severely punished by the entire tribe." Aquila responded calmly, "Elder Ashman, without clear evidence, I have no power to punish anyone." Seeing that the suspicion was gradually reduced, Ashman couldn't help but feel secretly happy. But he didn't know that what Aquila said next would directly break his defense again. "At your command, please prepare everything for the Iliad." This is a duel between the two sides of the barbarian tribe after a conflict arose, but they are determined to fight for the country. It is also a tradition passed down by our ancestors. Whoever wins the final victory will be directly regarded as the decision-maker of the conflict resolution and gain the trust of the entire ethnic group. At this moment, Alan came over and warned, "Grandpa, you must abide by the tradition. You must give me an explanation and prove that it was not you who caused Asu to be died with the Red Death." Although Ashman had a lot to say to complain, he couldn't save face in his current situation. So he simply pointed at me and issued a declaration of war. "Then, in 3 days, when the moon is full, you and I will perform the Iliad. Of course, it is meaningless for me to fight a duel, but the time must be set by me, the challenged, because I have already expected it. From the beginning to the end, it was all Ashman's trick to make me perform the Iliad. In the end, Aquila listened to my schedule and held the Iliad at sunset. As for the location of the duel, it was arranged in the Holy Land. At this time, with Aquila's command and the tribal war song sung by the people, the Iliad officially began. In a flash, Ashman and I hid behind the tree at the same time, but what made Ashman furious was that there was not even a single person who supported him to win. Then he bit his index finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the ground beneath his feet. In the bedroom, I saw 3 undead skeletons jumping out of the mud, and gave them orders to monitor my every move in the woods. Just when Ashman thought he could win with the advantage in numbers, he didn't know that I had already fallen on top of him and concealed my breath. After defeating the Dragonfish King, I acquired his silent assassination skill, which allows me to hide my aura within a certain range. What surprised me even more was that even the skeletons of the undead could not detect this skill, which would be a great help for my future assassinations. But in order not to waste everyone's time, I had to make a quick decision. As I easily chopped off 3 skeletons, I silently came behind Ashman and stabbed him through the heart. When Ashman lost his fighting ability and fell, I also won the Battle of Iliad. However, I defeated a shaman elder so easily, which still frightened all the warriors except Ai. On the other hand, Ashman, who was on the verge of death, kept complaining he didn't want to die in humiliation like this. He had to take back everything that belonged to him. He wondered why he was not the one who became the hero since he was not born into a barbarian tribe. At the same time, I was discussing with the people of the tribe who would send Ashman on his final journey. Listen, as the grandson, Alan took the initiative to propose that he would carry out the order even if it was his grandfather. Anyone who dared to hurt his sister Asu would be killed without mercy. Little did we know that Ashman had already drawn a strange pattern next to him while we were discussing. The next second, his eyes suddenly glowed with blue light in an instant. The sky above the Holy Land was covered by a layer of dark purple evil energy. Everyone was stunned by this scene, but I was the only one who knew that Ashman must be executed immediately. But it was too late. I saw a magical bow and arrow blocking my way. After the smoke and dust cleared, Ashman's consciousness had completely fallen into darkness, and he kept muttering that now was the time for the ancestors to officially judge. Standing on the top of the mountain at this moment was the evil creature summoned by Ashman the Death Knight. They were pioneer warriors who once defended their homeland, but now they were slaughtering their descendants wantonly. What caused their temperaments to change drastically after they returned to the world of the living was the forbidden spell pattern drawn on the ground. It turned out that Ashman suffered a disastrous defeat in the Iliad, and the resentment hidden in his heart made him determined to do whatever it took. As long as he can destroy the tribesmen who are now against him, he will become the new king who rules the barbarians. At the moment when Ashman exhausted all his strength and drew the forbidden spell map of reincarnation, the cave of sacrifice suddenly flashed with dark purple light, and all the eagle mirrors inside opened automatically, and then the sky was covered by a large area of evil energy. As for Ashman, he completely lost his mind and fell into darkness. Everyone was stunned. When they saw this, only I realized that if I didn't kill Ashman immediately, the consequence would be the annihilation of the whole clan. But it was too late. I saw a bow and arrow with evil spirit suddenly attack me, and the huge explosion that followed made it impossible for me to kill Ashman for a while. When the smoke and dust cleared, the archer who suddenly appeared on the top of the mountain was the first generation of the barbarian immortals summoned by Ashman. Seeing that he had won, Ashman smiled and said that from now on, the ancestors would start the judgment on this matter. But as for the user of the forbidden spell of reincarnation, it should not be possible for a human shaman to perform it alone. Could it be that Ashman has already transformed himself into an undead at this moment? As he continued to perform the skill, he actually summoned all of the barbarian tribe's immortal warriors. But as the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. Alan had already drawn his bow, ready to shoot his grandfather from behind. However, his action was seen through by the immortals at a higher altitude. Seeing his attack being intercepted so easily, Alan looked at the opponent with fear, but he didn't know that the opponent's next attack would cost him his life. It turned out that Aquila locked the position with the light of the immortals. With his full-strength arrow, the immortal's head was immediately blown up by him. Then Aquila ordered the tribesmen not to be afraid, because the summoned immortal warriors were just puppets. As long as the head was destroyed, it could be destroyed instantly. But even though the tribesmen were well aware of the enemy's fatal weaknesses, due to the huge disparity in strength, some weaker barbarians were quickly injured and defeated. However, their sacrifice also gave Aquila the opportunity to kill the enemy instantly. As he fired 3 bursts in succession, the number of enemies was successfully reduced. At this moment, I was completely conquered by Aquila's strength. It seemed that he alone could protect the barbarians from being conquered by the Empire. This picture is not a rumor. On the contrary, when Ashman realized that the situation was not good, he immediately chose to escape. Jian Zhuanghua told me seriously, "Grandpa, follow me quickly. Chief Aquila is here. Let's work together to defeat Ashman. We must not let him escape unscathed." But as he ran, Ashman also thought of a countermeasure, because even if he escaped today, if he wanted to come again to destroy the barbarians in the future, Aquila would always be his most difficult enemy. At this moment, Ashman showed an evil smile. He already had a candidate in mind as to which king could get rid of Aquila. Even if Aquila was the strongest in the clan leader world, he would be helpless. As he sat on the ground and chanted the spell of reincarnation, Ai Yi and I successfully caught up with him. Although we can't see what tricks he is going to play, Ai Yi will definitely not miss such a good sneak attack plan. He must get rid of the scourge of the barbarians as soon as possible. But when the arrow was 0 away from hitting Ashman, 001 mm, the bow and arrow was caught by a hand that came out of the ground. Seeing this scene, Ai and I were also confused for a moment what on earth happened. The next second, a wreck with skin that had been corroded to the point of being in tatters emerged from the ground. This was the man Ashman had chosen to deal with Aquila. Divine Bao Adu knew was known as the strongest archer among the barbarians. But this was all due to the peerless divine Bao he possessed. Ai Jianxiang immediately shouted to me anxiously, "Virgil, please be careful of the opponent's attack. His strength is at the monster level." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Adu Nu took an attacking stance, and then a magic sword poured out. Fortunately, I reacted in time and summoned the Taotai sword, which was able to barely block and change the direction of the attack. But when that magic power hit the woods behind me, the power it generated was so great that my mind went blank. In my opinion, this is 2.5 times more terrible than Aquilea. At this time, I heard Ai's cries from behind me, and I realized that his leg was injured by the previous attack. The wound was festering, and it was obvious that he was poisoned. In my previous life, I heard from an elder of the barbarian tribe that there was once a warrior among the barbarian tribe who successfully conquered an octopus-clawed giant boar, and even chopped off one of its giant legs to make a weapon. It seems that the legendary person is definitely the Adumu in front of us. Suddenly, Adumu attacked again. In order to protect Ai from being affected again, I continued to use my blue power to block it. As a result of Adumu's continuous destruction, the forests within 100 miles also suffered serious damage. At this time, Ai saw that I was seriously injured, so he anxiously told me not to protect him anymore and to run away quickly. But how could I possibly do something like abandoning my companions? As for Ashman, when he saw that Ai and I were helpless, he couldn't help but laugh at us. Then Ashman ordered Adumu to kill us with one final blow of his full strength. Little did he know that just when the attack was about to hit, Aquila suddenly appeared from the side and grabbed Adumu's attack with his bare hands, crushing it into pieces. This situation frightened Ashman silly. It seemed that he would lose this bet miserably. The old man dug out his eyeballs and then attached them to the branches above his head. Because only in this way can he ensure his life safety to the greatest extent. It turned out that an unprecedented battle was taking place nearby at this moment, and even the aftermath of a slight attack would be enough to send him to paradise in an instant. As for the two sides of the duel, one side is the strongest leader of the barbarians today, Aquila, and the other side is the strongest archer summoned from hell, the divine Bao Adumu. Although his existence was only a legend among the barbarians, now that he was depicted by Ashman and appeared here, Aquila decided to challenge him. After Aquila blocked Adumus' attack for us, his hand immediately began to smoke from the poison. Seeing this, Ian anxiously reminded him, "Mother, the arrows shot by that guy are poisonous. We must go to the Fountain of Bravery to detoxify." But even so, Aguilar still looked at his charred palm calmly. After all, there was no way this injury could hurt him at all. He suddenly clenched his fist, and his sharp nails pierced his skin. However, I was stunned for a moment when I saw this scene, because I had seen this trick in ancient books in my previous life, which was to use the moment when the blood vessels burst to squeeze out the blood that had been infected with toxins. But what was even more unexpected was that Aquila actually mastered this move so well. At the same time, Ashman was frightened by Aquila's strength and broke out in a cold sweat. But now that the internal fighting has developed to this point, he will definitely not give up. But suddenly, Aquila asked about the identity of the undead in front of him. He wanted to know whether the other party was really the legendary Divine Bao. Wan Yen Ashman gave an affirmative answer and threatened Aquila that you will never be able to beat him. As soon as he finished speaking, Aquila just smiled faintly, and then he told me in Ai, "I order you to leave here in the name of team leader. I want to have a fair duel with Lord Shingong." After saying that, Aguila's excitement instantly reached its peak, because only by defeating Adumu here would he be worthy of the title of the strongest warrior of the barbarians. "It's an honor to meet you. Please let me see the strength of the strongest archer ever." As the battle began, Aquila was the first to draw his bow and launch an offensive, firing 3 bursts at his opponent. Little did he know that such a rapid attack was easily avoided by Adumu just by moving his body. Feeling threatened, Adumu immediately drew his bow and fought back, launching his ultimate move, poisonous sonic waves. Fortunately, Aquila's reaction was no ordinary one. The situation was easily resolved by a side flip, and after a few seconds, the battle immediately entered a white-hot state. The two peerless masters displayed their entire lives' strength, and even at this moment, their movement speed could not be captured by the naked eye. At this time, I had just walked away and also felt two powerful magical fluctuations. It's a showdown like this, but even I, who have lived again, have never seen it. On the other hand, in order to avoid being hurt by the aftermath of the battle, Ashman actually dug out his left eyeball and placed it on the branch above his head. Not only does it protect his life at all times, but it also allows him to keep track of the situation in the battle at any time. However, Ashman already had the answer to who would win this duel, and that would be the Adumu. He summoned this was because Adumu was a dead body, and his magic power would not be consumed or cooled down at all. An archer with unlimited skills, even if the King of Heaven comes, he will have to stay away for 2.5 minutes. At the same time, Aquila also realized this problem. Long-range shooting was not good for him at all. He had to find an opportunity to switch to close combat immediately, but he had to admit that the legendary divine bow was far superior to his own strength in terms of speed and explosive power. As the bows of both sides collided again, a huge explosion occurred. Aquila immediately thought of a countermeasure. He quickly rushed into the smoke and kicked his opponent's vital part, but Adumu easily got rid of it. Then he grabbed the core of Aquila's sword, summoned a poisonous blade out of thin air, and then slashed at Aquila's erection with one blow. It's just that the master's predictive awareness is all above the atmosphere. Aquila successfully stepped on the next move of Adumu. Seeing the attack coming again, he also pulled out the broken knife of the shoelace, and used the impact of throwing it upward to knock away the opponent's weapon. Then he kicked Adumu's knee firmly when Adumu lost his balance. Aquila had stepped up to the sky and was ready to use his only remaining special move to end the battle, but just when Aquila thought he was going to win, an accident happened. Although his attack did hit his opponent, Adumu would not die again due to the lack of his body. So Aquila attacked again, and he would definitely win after this move, but the next second another accident happened, and a hand took the attack for Adumu. Surprisingly, this hand actually grew out of Adumu's body, and his appearance was to fill Adumu's wound. Obviously, all this was a trick played by Ashman. Even though this move would cause self-destruction, he had to get rid of the guy who was hindering his plan before he died completely. As for the follow-up, please wait for the author to update in the early morning of next Monday. I know you are anxious too, but I am more anxious than you. Okay, that's the end of this episode. It was a complete waste. These were 3-level monsters with powerful strength, but the next second their heads were shot by Genbei at the same time. It turned out that the divine Bao Adumu had been completely demonized at this time, and its strength had increased by several levels compared to before. When facing a mere 11 monster, he only needs to use a simple attack. Aquila showed shock immediately when he saw this scene, because the enemy he was about to face would be the most difficult one he had ever encountered. However, just 2.5 minutes ago, Aguilar was able to severely injure Adumu's face and arms, but the opponent was a reincarnation of the undead map, and as long as he was not fatally injured, he could continue to fight without consuming physical strength and magic power. But at this moment, a monster resembling a devil suddenly emerged from the place where Adumu was injured, and then he actually began to merge with Adumu. This was obviously another trick played by Ashman. Even if this move would cost him his life, he would use the strongest power of the divine Bao to kill Aquila, who was hindering his evolution after the monster completely occupied Adumu's body. His consciousness was completely controlled by Ashman, and he became a puppet who only obeyed orders. At the same time, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared under Adumu's feet. When he looked up, he found a 300-meter-tall monster. Not only that, but there were also 2 other 11 monsters following suit. Ashman guessed that these should be attracted by the commotion just now, but just as he was thinking about how to respond, Adumu's performance in the next second made him laugh crazily. Adumu just turned around and raised his arrow, and instantly killed the 3 11 monsters that came to join in the fun. On the other hand, Aquila was shocked when he saw this scene because he couldn't even catch the arrows shot by the enemy. Seeing that the outcome was about to be decided, Ashman gave Adumu a final order, asking him to kill Aquila, who was hindering his plan. Instantly, Adumu launched a series of bombardments at Aquila. Even though Aquila could barely dodge with his combat awareness, he knew that this situation would not last long. It was because his legs were poisoned by the giant octopus boar's venom in many places, and the erosion of the toxin actually slowed down his movements. So Aquila made a decision. He had to end the battle in the last 2.5 minutes, and he could not fail, otherwise the barbarians would be destroyed. After Aquila used a 2-shot move, Adumu easily dodged the first arrow by turning his head. As for the second shot, Adumu no longer chose to dodge, but instead condensed a vortex of magic power at his fingertips. At the moment the bow and arrow touched, the vortex actually swallowed him up. Although Aquila was shocked by this strange move, he was actually prepared. At the moment when an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, the arrow that was previously dodged by Adumu had reached its highest point and produced a swirling effect. This time, Adumu had no time to react, and the back of his head was pierced steadily by the arrow that swirled back. This was Aquila's unique archery skill, which was developed from the records of the Divine Bow and the Imperial Warriors, but it was thought that as long as he suffered such a fatal injury, Aquila would be able to defeat the opponent in front of him. However, he never expected that the other party would pull out the bow and arrow without any harm in the next second. This scene frightened Aquila so much that he stood there in a daze. He used this trick to defeat countless masters of the Empire at this time. Ashman suddenly taunted, "Don't think that you, Aquila, are the strongest in this forest with your current strength. It is absolutely impossible to kill the god Bow. You should think carefully about how you want to celebrate your death on this day of death." At the same time, Ai Yi, who had already escaped to a safe place, was watching this unprecedented showdown. Now he can only pray to God, asking his mother to defeat the enemy and save the tribe. As for me, after saying goodbye to Ai Yi, I went alone to carry out a special mission. As long as I succeed, Aquila will also win. The mission is to kill Ashman, the mastermind behind Adumus manipulation. While on the road, I was constantly simulating the details of the battlefield in my mind. Knowing that Ashman was afraid of Aquila, I quickly guessed where Ashman was hiding. Then I quickly adjusted my body shape and rushed towards Ashman's position. The only thing I should do at this moment is to send Ashman to hell with one move. But just when I was about to succeed, I discovered that there was a summoned undead hiding behind the tree. Fortunately, I reacted in time and managed to dodge the enemy's attack. But thinking back to the body pieces he saw after that kick just now, if he had really been hit in the back of the head, he would probably have fainted instantly. At this time, Ashman found that I was the one causing trouble again, and he started to curse at me, but in fact, he had already guessed that I would come to assassinate him inadvertently. So he had already summoned an assassination force that had been active among the barbarians to protect him. It seems that before killing Ashman, I must first get rid of these 3 minions at the same time. On the other side, Aquila's left abdomen was accidentally hit by a poison arrow, and the intense pain made him kneel on the ground immediately. This scene was also seen by Ashman, who couldn't help laughing wildly, because he had never seen Aquila so embarrassed. At this moment, Ashman began to fantasize about his future glory of dominating the red and black land. First, he would kill anyone who looked down on him, especially that Imperial guy. But in the next second, Ashman's face suddenly became extremely embarrassed. He really didn't expect that I could defeat this powerful assassination team by myself. On the other hand, I said viciously, "Babies Ashman, it's your turn next." As for Aquila on the other side, he was still struggling on the brink of death. Facing Adam's repeated attacks, he could only kick the opponent's hands to forcefully move his body. Seeing that the time was ripe, I picked up the sword of Tao Tai. First, he cut off Ashman's arm that was casting the spell with a sword, and finally separated his head from his body. This time, I saved the barbarians again. After I cut off Ashman's head with my sword, the barbarians won the battle. The undead army, which had the upper hand, turned into black dust in the next second along with their bones. Seeing that the tribesmen in distress were rescued, Aquila finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at this point he also left a lifelong regret, that is, he was unable to prove his strength in front of Adumu. Looking at the senior who was slowly disappearing, Aquila immediately placed his hand on his and gave the junior a moment of silence. "Great ancestor, please rest here from now on. I will protect the barbarians for you." At the same time, Ashman, who was breathing heavily in Shanghai, suddenly shouted a complaint. "It was really hateful. The flood disaster was almost in my hands." Then she turned her attention to me. "Damn you and Imperial for always ruining my good things at the last minute." But when Ashman finished speaking, he showed another expression, as if he had a plan that had already succeeded. Before I could ask what was going on, Ashman's forehead was suddenly shot through by an arrow. When I looked back, I found that it was Alan who shot him. He felt that everything began with his family and should end with his family. Alan then apologized to me and said it was all his fault. If he had shot his grandfather without hesitation before, the subsequent war would not have happened. After listening to what Alan said, I was thoughtful. After all, one day in the future, I will kill my relatives with my own hands, and even destroy the Baskerville family that raised me. But before leaving, I still want to tell Alan that all this is not your fault. The fault lies in your grandfather's desire to fulfill his own selfish desires. 2.5 minutes after the victory, Yi also rushed over and shed tears of joy. He was very glad that I was not seriously injured in the battle, but unexpectedly, on the way back to the village, another accident happened quietly. The once bustling village suddenly turned into a ruin. Yi and the others couldn't believe it. After Ashman provoked the battle, the village should have been absolutely safe. Just then, Asu came over dragging his injured arm. From what he said, we understood the situation. The village was destroyed because of the massive destruction caused by the giant octopus pig. But it all seemed to make no sense. It was impossible for the giant octopus to attack the barbarians for no reason. It was not until Azu's next words that the cause of this tragedy became clear. I saw him pointing his finger to the top of a mountain not far away and saying, before the giant octopus came to destroy it. A large amount of unknown smoke suddenly came out of the place where Grandpa Ashman was offering sacrifices. After hearing the report, I began to grope around. The only thing that made me doubt was the green leaves on the ground that were burned to pieces by the fire. This is a plant that attracts insects when burned. It seems that the reason why Ashman showed a triumphant expression before his death was probably because he had already decided that even using the giant octopus pig to destroy it would not satisfy him. Afterwards, I told Akila about my findings and speculations. Although he was so angry that he slammed his pen, since things had come to this point, the most important thing to do was to rebuild his home. So he began to give strict and orderly orders to transfer all the injured tribesmen who were still alive in Shanghai to a safe place. At the same time, Yi also found her own pet. Fortunately, he was not killed by the giant octopus, but unfortunately, Brooke's hind legs had already been corroded by the poison to the point of being disabled. Seeing this scene, Yi said that it was all his fault, and he apologized to Brooke countless times. He shouldn't have left Brooke alone in the village, but seeing everyone in fear of the giant octopus pig, I began to ponder a question. Although it is undeniable that the giant octopus pig is indeed a catastrophic existence in the forest, is it really a monster that the barbarians cannot defeat? So when the night came, I decisively found Akila, wanting to ask her about the history of the giant octopus. At first, Akila was still a little disgusted. After all, even she herself didn't dare to provoke this monster easily. It wasn't until I took out a scroll that things turned around. This is what I found in the Rococo tribe. Before, it contains various information about the giant octopus pig, including the origin of its poison, the various monsters it has fought, and its hiding place, but it does not record why the barbarians are so afraid of its existence. Akila sighed deeply and then explained firmly that in fact we also have relevant records about the octopus giant pig here, and one of them is that Lord Adumu once broke one of its giant pigs, but that was also the beginning of despair because the broken leg would not grow back soon and even split into two, and the hardness would increase exponentially. Until now, the defense of the octopus pig has reached a terrifying record. So it can be said that it is actually a clue created by all the warriors of the barbarian tribe who have challenged it. Then Akila gave me another piece of advice. She told me that it would be better not to try to escape because of this loss. She didn't want to experience the pain of losing a loved one again. After hearing these words, I didn't ask any more questions. In my opinion, monsters are monsters. Although the giant octopus pig is a catastrophic existence, I have defeated many monsters of the same level in my previous life, so I naturally know a lot from experience. After all, since the day they invaded the human world, it has been impossible to defeat them. Monsters always have fatal weaknesses, so as long as I can find the fatal weakness of the octopus pig, I can kill it with my own hands. So in the next few days, I began to go to the octopus pig's lair alone, ready to observe its every move within a day. Finally, I came to a rule that when the giant octopus gets up, it makes a lot of noise, like a ritual to vent its dominance. Moreover, the time for going out hunting is fixed, and it takes about 2.5 hours to go back and forth. On this day, I decided to enter the giant octopus lair to find out. When I reached the top of the mountain, I found that the surface of the mountain did look like a mountain, but in fact it was completely hollow inside. Then I summoned the Taotai sword and made 4 consecutive horizontal slashes at the spider silk wrapped around the ground in order to remove a complete small spider web. Then I took it in my hand and observed it, and I found that the horizontal surface of the net was quite rough. If I didn't have the Taotai sword, I'm afraid an ordinary sword wouldn't be able to cut it off so easily. But it also brought me great benefits with these spider webs that are not easy to break. I can easily go in and out of the giant pig's nest. On the way down to the bottom floor, I found that the hollow part inside was in the shape of a pyramid. Although I don't understand the purpose of this design at the moment, I feel that this is definitely an environment conducive to the survival of giant pigs. At the same time, I saw the inside of the nest in an instant. The prey of the giant pig was wrapped in spider silk. There were not only hundreds of human skeletons, but also the corpses of monsters of lower levels than it. This means that the giant pig seems to know that it is at the top of the food chain in the flood forest. But I can't dwell on this issue too much, because I have to find more useful information before the giant pig comes back. Just then, I saw several small balls entangled together on the wall next to me. When they came closer to tease me, I discovered that this thing was actually an egg laid by a giant pig. And I also solved a doubt in my previous life, which is why a large number of spider monsters appeared when the world was on the verge of destruction. Unexpectedly, the next second, a giant pig suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave. For a moment I was so scared that I didn't even dare to breathe, and then I immediately activated the silent assassination skill to hide my own breath. Fortunately, the giant pig didn't notice me as an intruder, so it felt relieved and left. But its instinctive sensing ability still makes my back shiver. At the same time, the villages that were previously razed to wasteland have begun to be rebuilt one after another thanks to the efforts of the tribesmen. But this is not the most important thing for AIE, because she heard from Akila a few days ago that I was asking for information about the giant pig, so she would wait in front of my tent every day. She didn't want me to try to fight again, for fear that one day I would suddenly go to find the giant pig alone and die there. Now the night-loving love bug has lost one of its legs and can no longer run. If her lover makes a mistake again, she won't want to live anymore. Unexpectedly, as soon as I finished speaking, I called AIE, who was waiting outside, and said that I had something to say. After AIE opened the tent and came in, she was very confused about what I was studying and asked me what these drawings were used for. I didn't hesitate and told her the truth directly. These are my reports on the investigation of the giant pigs and their living environment. As for the pig net and eggs on the table, they are what I retrieved from the nest. Unexpectedly, when he heard the word nest, AIE immediately became excited and said, "Don't tell me you are going to fight the giant pig again. You know, this is not an easy crusade to accomplish." Seeing that I didn't respond, AIE said again, "Okay, then I will fight with you." When Yen, I immediately pointed out that her previous battle injuries had not yet healed, and then I directed the thunder to fall. Then I calmly told him my future plans, that I would leave here soon because I had something I had to finish, so I had to go back to my Baskerville family. AIE remained silent after hearing this until I told her another plan. Her eyes lit up again. "I really enjoy living here, so if I get things done, I'll definitely come back to see you. But before I leave the flooded forest, I must do everything in my power to protect the place where I most want to live. Look, written here are all the strategies for hunting down the giant pig. I want to kill it and get away with it safely." Suddenly, AIE's face turned gloomy. She thought I was stupid for using the word hunt to describe this confrontation. But the next second, AIE shed tears of joy again. She told me that she believed I could do it no matter what, whether it was an infectious disease or killing Ashman. I could always bring the best results to people. "Then can you also bring me this kind of result in this crusade against the giant pig?" Of course, it is inevitable. I waited for a rare rainy day that day, but my intention was not to get rainwater, but to find the swamp attraction that only appears on rainy days. I saw the other party suddenly attacking me. I was not afraid at all. I directly surpassed Taotai and cut off her arm. I didn't wait for it to happen. I was going to verify a piece of information that was very important to me. The next second, the lizard's original arm grew back. It seems to be true. The swamp lizard has the ability to regenerate infinitely as long as its head is not fatally injured. As long as I can plunder it, I will be able to take the head of the giant pig. Sorry, my dears, the order of the last episode was wrong. I didn't expect the original author to double update. That's why I have a gap when writing the copy. Let me correct the wrong explanation of the plot. The monster that Virgil plundered and regenerated was not killed by Adumu, but by Swamp West himself. I hope to update twice next week. It's all in vain. I never thought that the end of weapon manufacturing would be monsters, because in this world where monsters are rampant, if humans want to regain sovereignty, they must use the bodies of monsters to continuously manufacture weapons that can compete with them. However, although this weapon will be endowed with human consciousness and possesses the power to destroy the world, it needs to parasitize on living organisms in order to survive. Now, in addition to me having this weapon, Aquila, the Night Fox, whose combat power is already off the charts, has also obtained it at this time. As I separated Ashman's head with one sword, I was satisfied that I had won the battle. The undead army, which originally had the upper hand, gradually turned their bodies and bones into black dust in the next second, and the tribesmen in distress were rescued. Aquila finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he also had a lifelong regret, which was that he could not prove his strength in front of Adunu. Looking at the senior who was slowly disappearing, Aquila immediately placed his hand on his and gave the younger generation the moment of silence that they deserved. Great ancestor, please rest here from now on. I will protect the barbarians for you. At the same time, Ashman, who had a breath left in Shanghai, suddenly shouted and complained, "It's so hateful, the flood almost fell into my hands." Then he turned his attention to me, saying, "You, an imperial man, really deserve to die. You always ruin my good things at the last minute." But when Ashman finished speaking, he showed another expression, as if he had a plan that had already succeeded. Before I could ask why, Ashman's forehead was suddenly shot through by an arrow. When I looked back, I found that it was Alan who did it. He felt that everything started with his family and should end with his family. Alan then apologized to me, saying that it was all his fault. If he had shot his grandfather without hesitation, the subsequent war would not have happened. After listening to what Alan said, I was thinking deeply. After all, one day in the future, I will kill my relatives with my own hands, and even destroy the Baskerville family who raised me. But before leaving, I still want to tell Alan that it is not your fault. The mistake was that your grandfather wanted to fulfill his own selfish desires, and 2.5 minutes after the victory, Ai also rushed over and shed tears of joy. He was very glad that I was not seriously injured in the battle, but he did not expect that on our way back to the village, another accident happened quietly, and the once lively village suddenly turned into a ruin. Ai and others really couldn't believe it. After Ashman provoked the battle, the village should have been absolutely safe. Just then, Asu came over dragging his injured arm, and from what he said we learned the truth. The village was destroyed because of the destruction of the giant pig, but it didn't make sense. It was impossible for the giant pig to attack the barbarians for no reason. It was not until Asu said the next thing that the cause of this tragedy was revealed. He pointed his finger at the top of a mountain not far away and said that before the giant pig came to destroy it, a large amount of unknown smoke suddenly came out of the place where Grandpa Ashman was offering sacrifices. After hearing the report, I began to explore the surroundings, and the only thing that made me suspicious was the green leaves on the ground that were burned to pieces by the fire. This is a plant that can attract insects when burning. It seems that the reason why Ashman showed a triumphant expression before his death was probably because he had already decided to use the giant pig to destroy the barbarian tribe Brew. Afterwards, I told Aquila about my findings and speculations. Although he was so angry that he hit his nose with his hands, he believed that since things had come to this point, the most important thing to do was to rebuild our home. So he began to give orderly orders to transfer all the injured tribesmen and those who were still alive on the river to a safe place. At the same time, Ai also found his beloved pet. Fortunately, he was not killed by the giant pig, but unfortunately, Brooke's hind legs had already been corroded by the poison to the point of being disabled. Seeing this scene, Ai said that it was all his fault. He apologized to Brooke countless times. He shouldn't have left Brooke alone in the village. But at this moment, seeing that everyone was trapped in the fear of the giant pig, I began to ponder a question. Although it is undeniable that the giant octopus pig is indeed a catastrophic existence in the forest, is it really a monster that the barbarians cannot defeat? So when the night came, I decisively found Aquila, wanting to ask her about the history of the giant octopus. At first, Aquila was a little disgusted. After all, Even he himself didn't dare to provoke this monster easily. It wasn't until I took out a scroll that things turned around. This is what I found in the Rococo tribe before. It contains all kinds of information about the giant pig, including the origin of its poison, the various monsters it has fought, and its hiding place. But there is no record of why the barbarians were so afraid of its existence. Wanyen Aquila sighed deeply and then explained firmly, in fact, we also have relevant records of the octopus giant pig here. One of them was that Lord Adumu had broken a giant pig of his. But that was also the beginning of despair, because the broken leg would not grow back soon, and even split into two, and its hardness would increase exponentially. Until now, the defense of the Manhwa giant pig has reached a terrifying level. So it can be said that he is actually the clue created by all the barbarian warriors who have challenged him. Then Aquila gave me another piece of advice. He told me that it would be best not to try to escape because of this loss. He didn't want to experience the pain of losing a loved one again. After hearing these words, I didn't ask any more questions. In my opinion, monsters are monsters. Although the Bajau giant pig is a catastrophic existence, I have defeated many monsters of the same level as it in my previous life, so I naturally know a lot from experience. After all, since the day they invaded the human world, they were impossible to defeat. Monsters always have fatal weaknesses, so as long as I can find the fatal weakness of the giant pig, I can kill him with my own hands. This is a giant pig with 1,000 pairs of claws. If its legs are cut off, they will split in an instant. It is precisely this abnormal ability of the giant pig with claws that has allowed it to dominate the flood forest for 1,000 years. Even the barbarians, who were difficult for the two strongest men in the empire to conquer, did not dare to kill him. But after listening to Aquilace's description of the giant pig's power, I discovered a fatal weakness that could kill him. As long as we make good use of his abnormal ability, we can turn it into a curse on him. At the same time, the barbarian villager Mo, who was surrounded and flattened by the giant pig, finally recovered after everyone's efforts. In order to thank me for saving his sister's life, Alan built a luxurious villa for me. His friends were puzzled. So Alan immediately explained that Virgil was my brother, but he was laughed at by his friends as soon as he finished speaking. Are you sure? We remember that you used to hate Virgil, but now you are so close to him. Hearing this, Alan was immediately furious and shouted at them to shut up, and hoped that such embarrassing things would not be mentioned in the future. Then Alan came to my old residence, intending to tell me the good news of my new home, but no matter how he called, there was no response. At this time, Ai just happened to arrive, because his sixth sense told him that his sweetheart was taking risks again to defend the barbarians. On the other side, I followed the records in the Rococo scroll and safely arrived at the nest where the giant pig lived. Seeing that a storm was about to come in the sky, I guessed that he should be sleeping at this moment. This is the best opportunity for me to hunt him down. Before this, I also considered the possible variables that might arise when hunting the giant pig, and formulated emergency measures one by one, because I absolutely could not make any mistakes in the process. Otherwise, I will die here. As I jumped into the cave, the hunting operation officially began. Looking at the sleeping giant pig below, I began to use the elasticity of spider silk to increase my speed, turning it into my lethality. Because the part one wanted to attack was the leg, which had the strongest defense, and the intense pain also woke the giant pig up instantly. Then I started to observe the condition of his legs. As Aquila said, I saw the legs that I had cut off. At this moment, it grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye and split into two. Knowing that this information was reliable, I immediately implemented plan of the following consecutive slashes were all aimed at the legs of the giant pig. But as the overlord of the forest, his strength should not be underestimated. The venom sprayed from his mouth alone immediately suppressed me, and I could not continue to attack. Suddenly, a drop of venom accidentally fell on my arm. In a short time, the toxins penetrate into the blood vessels through the skin. In order to prevent the whole body from being poisoned, I had to carry out the next plan, which required me to endure the great pain and cut off the poisoned arm with a sword. What happened next was a scene that would scare even the giant pig to the point of standing on end. At this moment, blood began to wriggle at the sight of my severed hand, and then flesh and blood began to grow wildly, eventually allowing my severed hand to grow back successfully. This body regeneration ability was something I plundered from the monster that was killed instantly by Adumu before. Although it seems to be the same as the ability of the Bajau giant pig, it is actually not the case. After the regeneration was complete, my attack target remained the same, and I continued to chop off the giant pig's legs, seeing that its legs were increasing. My defense was enhanced to an epic level. I didn't feel the slightest bit of excitement in my heart, but this was far from enough, because the giant pig's movement speed was still extremely agile. But at this moment, because of my half-second negligence, the giant pig stabbed and cut off my right hand and right foot. Fortunately, the regeneration ability I plundered helped me a lot and greatly improved my accuracy rate in battle. As long as I make good use of the time to dodge, I can get the missing body parts back 2.5 hours passed quickly, and at this moment I had cut off the legs of the giant pig no less than 300 times, and the venom in its body was about to be sprayed out. Then the next round will be dominated by me alone. Finally, after chopping off the giant pig's legs 512 times, my plan completed its mission. However, the frequent use of the regeneration ability has also caused my magic power to be almost exhausted. But it's not hard to tell from my expression that victory in this battle is already mine. As for the next step, I started to plan the final plan to kill the giant pig. In 1 second I jumped to the highest point that the spider silk could reach. The giant pig with strong claws wanted to stretch out its palm towards me, but the next second it lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. This result is exactly what I wanted to see, because my plan is to split the giant pig into 1,000 claws. I had predicted long before that if each of the giant pig's legs were split and deformed, its walking would inevitably be seriously affected. Although the skill sounds like a magical machine, it is actually a deadly auxiliary. When the giant pig learned that it was transformed by my fine hand, it was immediately angry. However, the only means it can resist now is spider silk. This is also a crucial point in my ultimate plan. Before coming here, I had already researched the weaknesses of the Bazu giant pig spider's silk. It is indeed difficult to make it burn with ordinary flames, but as long as it is replaced with the hellfire from Kerberos, it is quite easy to ignite the spider silk. At this moment, whether it was the walls or the dead monsters, they were all covered with spider silk, forming a huge figure that could be ignited. I smiled wickedly and said to him, "Because you were blinded by power, too many consequences have occurred. So now is the time for you to pay compensation to the dead souls." With that, I stabbed the fire of hell into the horns under my feet, and under its ignition, the entire nest was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. Well, this week's Apocalypse Sword and Fist has ended again, and I look forward to new plots next Monday. Here is a question you can first guess what kind of perverted skills Virgil can plunder from the giant boar. Here, Dolphin also wishes everyone a Merry Christmas and hope everyone will support Dolphin's works in the future. The last picture is a benefit for those who love this comic. Anyone who has played with a spider web knows that its biggest nemesis is fire. But this spider, which has evolved to a height of 100 meters, can produce a web that can completely extinguish even fire. However, the monster always has a fatal weakness that can be used to destroy it. So in order to find it, I took away some of the spider web from the giant pig and took it back to study. Finally, after 2.5 days, I not only found the weakness that could defeat the giant pig, but also solved a doubt that had troubled me for 2 lifetimes. It turns out that the reason why the barbarians live in Baskerville's territory with a seal and hinder fishbone seal plan is all thanks to the giant pig, because only in this way can the barbarians help him resist the invasion of foreign enemies. In addition, contact Kerberos, who I met in the trial land. The sword wound on his back was caused by the barbarians, but he tried so hard to drive him away, but failed to avoid the other monsters. There is only one reason, that is, Kerberos will pose a fatal threat to the giant pig. To verify this conjecture, I immediately injected a ball of hellfire into the bottle, and the spider web inside was quickly burned to ashes. The Bajau giant pig was most afraid of the flames from hell at this moment. As I split the legs of the Bajau giant pig into 1,000 feet, his body coordination was finally seriously affected. That was the last step to the success of the plan. Like injecting hellfire into the rotting corpse of the horned bear, it would take a long time. Countless hellfires poured out after the horned bear's body exploded, and a series of spider web chain reactions also caused the giant pig to quickly fall into the endless sea of fire. As for what I should do next, I will wait for the hellfire to burn the giant pig to ashes. This result is certainly inevitable. Now that I know his weakness, I just need to do everything I can to prevent him from escaping from the nest filled with pig nets. Besides, he had just shot out all the pig nets in his body, so he would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Unexpectedly, in the next second, the ground beneath my feet suddenly shook violently. Seeing this, I subconsciously looked in that direction. Sure enough, it came from the nest of the octopus giant bead. The top of the mountain, which was originally sparking with sparks, began to slowly go out. This scene can't help but make me feel several times colder. Could it be that it is so hard that even the fire of hell can't burn it? As soon as he finished speaking, a huge crack exploded from the mountain, and what appeared with it was the giant pig with claws that was not burned to death. This is completely screwed. I actually left him enough strength to break through the mountain and escape. At this moment, in order to find me in the dense woods, the giant pig actually condensed a huge ball of venom and sprayed it into the sky. Suddenly he exploded like a firework, and wherever the venom reached, everything was instantly corroded without exception. But I didn't have time to hide in the woods, so I immediately captured two important pieces of information. The giant pig's eyes had been burned wet by the hellfire, and its body hair, which served as a sensory aid, had also been burned. But what surprised me was that a large shell had inexplicably appeared on the guy's body. There are many cracks around it. I guess it was probably damaged when the mountain was broken, and if my guess is correct, this will be a good opportunity for me to kill the giant pig. Then I summoned the Taotai sword again and launched the sixth sword attack at the forehead of the giant octopus pig. However, after I struck with the sword, I was actually bounced back. Even now, his skin is still so tough. Well, if one move is not enough, I will send him some more meal plans. But at this moment, an accident happened. The body of the giant pig began to break into pieces. Suddenly, his newly grown head and eyes appeared before my eyes. While I was intoxicated and shocked, the giant pig launched a sneak attack on me. After a huge claw attack, I was instantly knocked 1,000 meters away. Both legs were broken by the impact just now. Only then did I realize that I had made a mistake, because I had not expected that he could regenerate by shedding his skin, and due to the great loss of physical strength, I could no longer regenerate in a short period of time. As I watched the giant pig approaching me, I kept telling myself to stand up quickly, but it was of no use. But just as I was about to accept the coming of death, the soul of my past life suddenly emerged. He told me that if it was just for the purpose, you shouldn't have come to defeat this damn monster. Yes, the only thing I should do is to kill fish fruit and get rid of the entire Baskerville Empire. Okay, I actually also want to complain about the author of Sword Fist. Forget about the water. This week is so short. Is it that the popularity of Genquan in H country is not enough? But we still have to bless and support us. Happy New Year and revenge soon. These people have been bound by collars and chains since birth. They will follow the guidance of the chains to carry out their tasks, because the Father who created them only wants them to be ruthless killing machines. And I was one of them in my previous life. For more than 30 years, I have always adhered to the teachings given by Hugo, and put the completion of the mission first. Even if I was seriously injured or even on the verge of death, every time, I would not have the slightest complaint against my father. Although I tried to disobey his orders, I had no idea what to do after leaving the family. After a moment of contemplation, I chose to continue to let the chains lead me. To me, I'm nothing more than a well-trained hunting dog. It was not until I was sent to the guillotine by Hugo himself that I realized a truth. In fact, my loyalty to Hugo and everything I did were in vain. I used to regard them as my only belief in survival. It's so disgusting. So the soul of my past life has been reminding me repeatedly that I only need to do two things to survive in this life: kill the fish and destroy all of Baskerville. However, my previous live's soul still thought it was ridiculous that I wanted to help the barbarians get rid of the giant slap spiders, because the barbarians were not a place worth visiting. And he pointed out the changes I had made since coming to the savages. Not only is the speed of becoming stronger slower and slower, but even the desire for revenge is becoming stronger and stronger. Can even be said that I am on the verge of giving up. This was the result he didn't want to see. He just wanted to see Hugo experience the pain and despair of having his throat cut, because he thought that if I messed this up, then everything he had done in this life would be in vain again. Eventually, he will be bound by chains forever again, and experience the path of beheading in his previous life. After hearing what he said, I immediately said, "Don't use the moral high ground to kidnap me. There is no way I can forget the feeling of having my head chopped off. I know how to live in this life and I will live a different Wikipedia. Although I have regretted my current choice, I know what I want most. In addition to killing Hugo to avenge my past life, I also want to gain true freedom. This kind of freedom is something I can only feel when living among the barbarians. So this is the place I must protect with all my might. Please sleep peacefully in your death dream from now on. Don't appear suddenly to disturb my life again. At the same time, the giant octopus pig also came above my head. He saw that I was still lying on the ground, unable to stand up on my own. He immediately swung his powerful claw towards me, ready to kill me. After I sensed the danger, I used my full-body disarmament technique to dodge the attack. However, the aftershocks from the rubble still mercilessly sent me flying. But I couldn't fall down here. I endured the severe pain in my legs as they were healing and climbed up facing the giant octopus pig that was about to attack again. I kept praying in my mind that my legs would grow back quickly. But in the next second, the giant octopus pig let out a shrill wail. His attack was stopped by a magical arrow. My eyes widened instantly. Didn't I tell you not to follow me? Why are you so disobedient? Following my gaze, I saw Ai holding a bow and arrow and angrily pointing it at the giant octopus pig. If you stink bug, dare to touch my husband again, believe it or not, I will kill you in the next shot. Don't think that we barbarians are vegetarians. Then Ai said to me again, Virgil, I will bring everyone here to help you. As soon as he finished speaking, all the soldiers led by Aquila suddenly appeared behind Ai's lonely figure. Why didn't you report this to me, your brother, and just wanted to bear all this alone? Virgil is injured. Everyone please prepare for the battle. Give your full support to our great hero of the flooded forest. The commander said, and the vanguard members rushed towards the direction of the giant octopus pig fearlessly. With the continuous hits of bows and arrows, the target of the giant octopus pig's attack was successfully diverted by them, and it finally had their cover. My strength finally recovered to the point where I could repair my legs. Although I have reminded Ai not to reveal this matter to other people in the clan, I still want to thank Ai. If she hadn't called for help, I might have really died here today. As I stabbed the giant octopus pig's body with an arrow, I realized that this guy's shell was really red, and it bounced me back again. But because of my attack just now, the giant octopus suddenly went crazy and ran around in the woods. Fortunately, the soldiers reacted quickly and avoided being injured by his toes. Then Ai told everyone not to stop attacking and to continue, giving Virgil the opportunity for a second attack. Meanwhile, Aquila, standing on a high place, was feeling guilty for his cowardice. He had always believed that the giant octopus was an invincible disaster. It was as if it was destined to come and limit the growth of the barbarians. But after seeing me bravely take the risk, Aquila knew he was wrong. He understood that the best way to fight a disaster is to face fear. Therefore, no matter if he vomited blood or fainted, for the sake of the warriors fighting together, he had to endure the injury on his waist and accumulate strength to launch the ultimate move. Aquila, who had no worries at the moment, also stimulated the power hidden in his heart. I saw a sword like a cannonball suddenly shot out and hit the broken part of the octopus giant pig's body steadily. I could only seize the opportunity to step forward, and at the same time, a breath of death was emitted in my eyes. That's right, I'm about to let the giant octopus enjoy them one by one. I now mastered sword skills 1 to 6, and after using the first sword skill, which caused a huge explosion, I successfully broke through the shell of the giant octopus pig and rushed into its body. Then he continued with the rest of his sword skills perfectly. This time, I want to see how you can back off. After this battle, I finally realized why I was becoming stronger so slowly. Because I always feel that I was born to be a hound. I should give up this life. Live out your own genius. Just wait and see, Baskerville and Fish. Your days on Earth as dogs are coming to an end. They are human beings, but they like to wear dog collars around their necks. However, they do not want to be imprisoned like wild animals, but to continue the reproduction of their species. For example, this spiked collar can reduce mortality because when hunting, wild animals usually attack humans from the neck, so it plays an important role in preventing the neck from being attacked. As for the training collar I wore before leaving the barbarians, it was a token of love that Ai made for me personally. She hoped that no matter where I was, I would remember that there was a girl who was always looking forward to my early return and living with her in the barbarian tribe forever. But why do I want to return to the Baskerville Empire so badly? It all started from the moment I killed the octopus pig. I had just rushed out of the octopus pig and was lying on the ground dying, because I never expected that the blood of the octopus pig was also highly toxic. Fortunately, after seeing its already broken corpse, I was relieved that it would not shed its skin and be reborn again. So the only thing I had to do next was to quickly use the sword of Taotai to dilute the blood of the giant octopus pig and copy it to its most powerful skill. The moment Taotai's sword pierced into it, the monster soul that I had previously absorbed entered the spiritual realm of the giant octopus pig and began to bite it fiercely. When the time is right, the rest will be left to Taotai, who will activate his ability to randomly copy one of its skills. Fortunately, God still favors me, a person who has lived a new life. I successfully copied the octopus level skill, Deadly Poison. At the same time, Ai ran towards me regardless of the danger of the poisonous gas coming from my body. Jin Zhuang immediately stopped me and said that he was fine and there was no need to worry too much. My only request is that he stop disturbing me like this, otherwise I won't be able to have a good rest. And because I gained the skill of Deadly Poison, the poison in my body soon melted into my blood. Afterwards, in order to celebrate my successful killing of the Octopus Lord, Akila's store called on everyone to hold a food party. But this party was too outrageous. It actually lasted for 2.5 days, but the barbarians seemed to be enjoying the joy of victory. The complaints about my livelihood were thrown out of my mind. When I returned to the barbarian tribe, I saw that Brooks' injuries had basically healed. Although he lost a head in the battle, he also found his true love like many fathers. I have avenged you, so now it's your turn to repay me. I hope I can see you adding a few strong men to the tribe next year. I looked at my hands and fell into deep thought. After killing the giant octopus pig, I successfully comprehended Baskerville's 7th sword skill. Now, if I want to completely surpass Hugo's strength, I just need to practice it to the level of proficiency. After all, if I want to face Hugo, who has the same sword skill, Hedon, I still feel that I am slightly inferior. It's just that compared to when I left Baskerville, my strength has increased more than tenfold. As for what I should do next, I will go back and implement my revenge plan. However, what I didn't know was that Ai was hiding beside the pillar behind me at this time, and she also heard the fact that I was about to leave. Soon half a month passed, and I was able to put on the Empire's clothing again after recovering. Before leaving, I expressed my gratitude to all the barbarians. Without their help, I would have died in the battle against the giant octopus. Wanyan, Akila said with a smile, since we have already acknowledged that you are a member of the barbarian tribe, then your life is the life of the entire tribe. Having said that, it just makes me remember who I am. I am the commander of their hunting division at all times and in all places. I looked at the person standing behind me, but I couldn't see Ai. I guess that after she learned that I was leaving the barbarian tribe, she couldn't accept this fact just like last time, and she turned around and left. The barbarians behind him also shouted passionate support. Virgil, if you encounter difficulties, come back to us and we will avenge you no matter how bumpy the road ahead is. We hope to see you take over the imperial hegemony again. Take care, my good brother. The day you come back, I will challenge you again. Goodbye, Virgil. You are one of our barbarian race's greatest heroes. But at this moment, in the wilderness ahead, I saw Ai appear in front of me. She asked me silently with affection whether I really had to go. I gave an affirmative answer. Looking at her gloomy face, I thought she was going to act like a rogue again unexpectedly. She ran up to me the next second, handed me the package in her hand, and explained to me shyly, "This is the magic bow left by Lord Adumu. I made a simple adjustment so that you can control it." Looking at the magic bow in my hand, I realized that the reason why I hadn't seen Ai these days was that she was preparing such a valuable gift for me. Before I could say thank you, Ai put a training collar on me and then explained to me the reason for making her. It turned out that Ai overheard my talking in my sleep one night. In my dream, I was a hunting horn locked with an iron chain. The meaning of exercise is that I have broken free from the shackles of chains. But Ai felt that I was more like a lone wolf because now I was leaving her again. But just as I was about to say something, the next second Ai suddenly grabbed Lian Lu and came close to me, and she sent the highest parting scent pattern. At this moment, she couldn't hold back her tears anymore. The inner grievances were released in an instant. "Virgil, you did look more mature than I thought before. But now you have become more mature than me, so in the days to come, you must take good care of yourself. Wen Yen, I deliberately said something to mock him. This was the funniest farewell I have ever heard. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi turned around immediately. Stupid Virgil. Don't forget that there is a girl who loves you and is waiting for you to come back. The man was not dead yet, but the Empire built a statue to commemorate him. And everyone remembers his late heroic deeds. There are records of him being able to wipe out a powerful barbarian tribe with one sword. There are also records of him rushing through the hands of the enemy without caring about his own safety, and fighting against an level monster alone, buying the most time for his companions to escape. It turned out that after I said goodbye to the barbarians, I came to the Red Cone City rented to the Mog family. Looking at the flags of the two major families still flying on the city wall, I realized that my departure did not affect the cooperation between the two parties. But what makes me more curious right now is what Camus has done in the past 2.5 years. It was late at night, so I decided to find a hotel to stay for the night and ask passersby about Camus in the morning, but when I saw the golden statue in the middle of the street, I realized that it was made for me. But building it should require an agreement between the two families. Could it be that Hugo agreed? This is really not like his style. But at this moment, a patrol soldier suddenly ran up behind me. He scolded me that I should stand 10 meters away from the hero, otherwise it would be disrespectful to the hero. When he saw the bewildered look on my face, he concluded that I was from another place and didn't know the rules. But as the hero's #1 fan, he would never allow anyone to be unaware of things about the hero. So here are the 3 strange things mentioned at the beginning. After listening to what the soldier said, I was completely dead. Only the last thing about Li Ma was a little bit true. It was obviously Camus who killed the barbarians. At that time, because his sister was eaten by the people of the Rocco tribe, he was so sad that he burned all 3 people he captured to ashes. And what is the plot of this brave seizure of his fiancée? I deliberately let the barbarians capture Camus. After all, this was his fate that he could not escape. Only a person whose energy is imprisoned can unleash his potential and transform into the magic queen of the future empire. It seems that during the 2.5 years that I was away, the empire's evaluation of me seemed to have undergone a drastic change. Then I came to a hotel, but here I met the triplets who had blocked me from entering the city gate. The content of their conversation was what I had expected. It's all about me. He was the most handsome man in the empire, and his sword skills were so strong that no one could beat him. But the most outrageous thing was what Dabian said. He said that if he could see me again, he would definitely give birth to a lot of babies for me. But apart from that, I still heard some useful information. The things the soldier said before were actually what Adolf told me after he came back. But I never expected that when Hugo heard the news of my death in battle, he actually had the urge to wipe out the Mog family in one fell swoop in order to calm Hugo's anger. Adolf also offered countless treasures and 100 coins. Although I don't know whether Hugo has forgiven the Mog family, it is normal for him to be angry about my death. After all, I am his most beloved hound in this life. It was getting late. I dropped the coins and was about to go upstairs to sleep unexpectedly. My clothes attracted the attention of the sisters. Suddenly, Dabian pointed at me and shouted, "The suspicious person in front, come here. Are you an undercover sent by the barbarians?" I knew that the person Dashi was talking about was me, but when I heard people around me saying that he was drunk, I didn't want to respond and just turned away. But the next second, Daba launched a magical attack, and tree roots and vines emerged from the ground under my feet. Seeing this, I immediately jumped up and avoided the siege of the vines effortlessly. My extremely fast reaction speed and interception skills also shocked everyone present. Little did I know that the moment I gained my foothold, they surrounded me as an enemy and prepared to bring me to justice. Seeing that things were becoming more and more complicated, I decided to confront them anyway. I would officially return to Baskerville by then, so it didn't matter if I let them know that I was still alive. At this moment, the sisters fell in love at the first sight of me. Their faces turned red, and they even stuttered when they spoke. The soldier next to them had obviously never met me before. He actually said that I only looked a little like the statue. "No, are your eyes clogged with feces?" Finally, it was only after the sisters called out my name that I was able to go back to sleep peacefully. Soon it was the next morning, and after getting back what belonged to me, I decided to set off back to Baskerville. Earlier, I wanted to ask about Camus, but the 3 of them were jealous of my appearance last night, and they all said that I was alive because of their longing. It seems that the sisters in this life are not as shameless as in the previous life. Not only do they like to eat, but they are also talkative. Fortunately, they finally listened to what I asked. They told me that Camus had temporarily left Mog and joined the Dark Hall, and now he was probably practicing and concentrating on studying magic there. I was stunned on the spot. I vaguely remember that before returning, Camus had a bad relationship with the people of Dark Hall. Could it be that because I saved him from the barbarians last time, his future in this life has changed? Then I asked the sisters to help convey a message to Camus, asking him to find a time to meet with me. But the most important thing was to ask him to leave the Dark Hall as soon as possible. Soon, the news of my return spread throughout the empire, and they were all happy to know that I was still alive. Adolphe pondered for a long time because my death had brought great losses to the Mog family. At the same time, the news of my return also reached Hugo. He really didn't expect that his most beloved Hound was not dead. But Hugo would never have thought that my return this time was to wipe out the entire Baskervilles and avenge the beheading in my previous life. The little white mouse had been dead for 3 months, but it became lively after being touched by the little girl. I was stunned when I saw this, because this was the black magic corpse of the Rococo barbarians, and even the genius of the Baskervilles of all generations could barely enter the magic ridge at the age of 8. You have to know that Pomerian just turned 5 a few days ago, and he can use extremely difficult black magic so skillfully. But what Hugo hated most in his life was the Rococo tribe. Even if Pomerian was a rare genius in a century, as long as he found that her blood was mixed with Rococo's blood, Hugo would definitely not condone her and sentenced her to death. Then I asked Pomerian, "Can you tell me, Uncle, when did you discover that you have this ability?" After hearing Pomerian start to count with difficulty, I no longer felt embarrassed. After all, she was born in a barbarian tribe. Now she can communicate with me without any obstacles, which is a blessing in disguise. But on second thought, Pomerian's talent is also a pleasant surprise for me. If he could be trained more in the later period, many years later, Pomerian would definitely be the only black magician who could stand at the top of the empire, and would also become my absolute comrade in the Legion of Revenge. So next I have to use all means to keep Pomerian by my side without being discovered by Hugo. But there is another thing I am very arrogant about. Even after I came back to be the consul, the people living here were too enthusiastic. I don't know that I'm still very scared. When Yenwei explained with a smile, the news of your survival spread throughout the empire in the first place. They are celebrating you. You have made so many contributions to the city at this time. Vicky mentioned Wendy again, saying that he has been helping to manage the city's affairs. He is indeed as smart as I said in this regard, but recently, he has been troubled by a case and has not even found a single clue. After saying that, Vic took out a file bag containing relevant information about missing children. However, there was a puzzling point. Regardless of whether the children were kidnapped or not, their parents were not in a hurry to report the case. Although Weichi had investigated the situation on the black market, he did not see any signs of children being auctioned off. Therefore, it has been preliminarily concluded that this kidnapping case was most likely committed by one person, and this person is definitely a seasoned official criminal. Otherwise, it would be impossible to deal with all the remaining clues every time. But when I took over and saw the contents, I almost got angry. This is very similar to a case that was framed against me in my previous life. Many children were killed at the same time. Although this tragic event happened many years later, I concluded that there must be a connection. At the same time, Vicky received a pigeon letter, and the content of the letter instantly frightened him into a cold sweat. "Virgil, something bad has happened," Chief Hugo said. "He will come here tonight. Please be sure to wait for him in the office soon." The appointed time came. Hugo and his butler John arrived. Unexpectedly, after Hugo and I stared at each other for 2.5 minutes, neither of us spoke a word. This oppressive atmosphere frightened Vic behind me so much that he dared not move. Fortunately, John finally said something about reuniting after a long time, which made Hugo stop looking at me awkwardly. "My dear son, welcome back to the Baskerville family. But I'd like to know what you did among the barbarians while you were recovering from your injuries." After hearing that, I told them the lie I had made up long ago in the early stage. I was treated as a slave by them, but I used tricks to gain Yihu's trust and successfully got his daughter to form a partner with me to solve the food problem. In the process, I learned various details about the barbarians. Basically, I have been able to perfectly control the barbarians and make them willing to work for us. Hugo was very curious about this and immediately asked me how to do it. Then I told them about the people who were secretly trading with the barbarians. Even the cheapest vegetables in the empire can be exchanged for the finest pigeon gems there. Therefore, as long as we use these things that are abundant in the empire but scarce among the barbarians, we can sign a treaty during the trade process and let the barbarians help Baskerville eliminate flood monsters and expand their spiritual power. This will not only reduce the loss of our troops, but also greatly reduce the power of the barbarians. After hearing this, Hugo believed that this was definitely a feasible and good idea. It seems that my son is becoming more and more like me from now on. I will leave all matters related to trade with the barbarians to you. At this moment, John, the butler beside him, was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect that in the 2 years since I left, I could make Hugo smile so happily when we met again, you know. After learning about my death, Hugo didn't even have the simplest fake smile on his face. On the other hand, I was drinking tea peacefully, and Hugo had already been deceived by me. Naturally, Aquila certainly does not want to conflict with Baskerville, so after the octopus bead is destroyed, they will begin to migrate back to the place where they were driven away before. This would create a false impression for Hugo. After all, he didn't know the existence of the octopus bead. He would only think that the barbarians were helping to expand their territory, but at this moment, I smelled a terrifying flow of magic power bursting out of Hugo's body. He said to me murderously that the Roquefort group must be excluded in matters of trade because the only outcome for them would be that they would be destroyed by my own hands. I understand why Hugo feels this way, because his beloved daughter Penelope, born to his beloved wife, was abducted by Locke. Although I knew Penelope was dead, I still couldn't find any clues. But what surprised me was that Hugo was not only suddenly angry about what happened just now, but he even told me not to fight on the front line again. Even though TMU of my Yongjomoj family has been praised by the royal family, as a father, he really doesn't want to experience the feeling of losing his son again. So Hugo hopes that I will try my best to manage government affairs in the future. As for the front line, he will appoint others to take over. No, this is definitely not fish fruit. The contradictions are hard to believe. I still remember the time in my previous life when I was framed and targeted. At that time, Hugo didn't even give me a chance to explain, and concluded that I had colluded with the monster. Suddenly, the door behind me was pushed open. Seeing this, Vic and I were immediately frightened and didn't know what to do, because the person who pushed the door and ran in was Pomerian. Thunder roared and Pomerian didn't want to be alone in the room. At this moment, I just hope Hugo won't ask any more questions. Otherwise all the plans will be ruined. Hugo stood up suddenly, his expression becoming serious. Could it be that Pomerian's identity will be revealed today? Dolphin has a small request here, which is to hope that you can support other works. That's all. Oh no, Hugo actually discovered Penelope's daughter, Pomerian. At this moment, countless long-forgotten memories flashed through her mind. Those were the good times she spent with the First Lady Roxaman and her daughter Penelope. She looked at the little girl crying in my arms, and couldn't help but utter the word Penelope in a trembling voice. Seeing this, I immediately reminded Hugo to stay calm, and then made up a lie to her, saying that this girl was actually adopted by me from the border to be a maid. Although her eyes are red like ours, I have confirmed in advance that her bloodline is completely consistent with a minority ethnic group on the border of the empire. So I'm afraid she is not who you have in mind, father. After hearing this, Hugo sighed deeply, saying that he had indeed seen it wrong. After all, if her daughter Penelope were still alive, she would be older than me now. Seeing that Hugo's face was becoming more and more embarrassed, I quickly helped her go back to recuperate and rest. Before leaving, Hugo told me that I should go with him to attend the family dinner the next day. Hearing this, I calmly responded that I would be there on time. But Weichi was extremely shocked, because as far as she knew, those who attended the dinner party were all elites in the family. At this moment, Hugo, who had turned away, looked back at the glass bank again. This abnormal behavior really surprised me, and soon night fell. After taking a shower, I chose to sleep on the rough and hard carpet. The soft big bed didn't allow me to sleep peacefully. Perhaps this was the impact of living in the barbarian tribe for many years. Then I recalled the unusual reaction of the fish fruit not long ago, which gave me an idea that might work. If I report the matter of the pendant and the glass shore to Hugo, what will her reaction be? If it can meet my expectations, then the glass bank will definitely be a hidden trump card that can deal a fatal blow to the fish. However, no matter what we do, the direction of the plan must be to ensure the safety of the glass bank. At this moment, a man in black suddenly broke in through the window and pulled out the dagger from her waist. But I had already locked onto her with my keen sense of smell, and the man in black didn't seem to notice that there was no one under the quilt. So, the moment she was about to attack, I raised my hand, turned over, jumped up, and then kicked the dagger out of the black-clad man's hand with one foot. Then I pressed my hands against her vital parts and asked her who sent her to assassinate me. Little did she know that she was sent by Bichir the next second. After she took off her mask, I realized that the man in black was actually Wendy in disguise. She thought it was boring to walk in openly, so she thought of disguising herself as an assassin to test whether my skills had improved over the years. But what made Wendy curious was that she really couldn't understand why I knew that she was with the little girl who planted gold coins. As someone who has been reborn, I know for sure that this is Wendy's best way of doing things. She would continue to make friends with capital sponsors and help them invest rationally, thereby increasing the trust of the people in this city. I heard Wendy admit that what I said was absolutely right, but she was just working for others to make a living. Then she said proudly that if it weren't for her help, the 10 billion gold coins that the little girl had planted would have been swindled away by someone else. I was sure that I had anticipated this situation, so I had already arranged guards to protect the little girl. Among them are experts with extensive experience in finance. Wendy looked a little surprised. During the time we were helping the little girl, there was no one else except the guards, not to mention any experts who knew finance. When I turned around and winked. Only then did Wendy realize that the expert was talking about her. She really didn't expect that I could plan it so carefully. But these are secondary. Then Wendy took out a newspaper from the steamed bun. Seeing this, countless images of raccoons flashed through my mind. How come her personality has changed so drastically in just 2.5 years? But I still reminded her that it would be better to hand it in a folder next time. And what's inside the newspaper are information cards for everyone attending the big dinner tomorrow. Needless to say, Hugo was the team leader, so what would happen if she didn't participate? As for the people standing behind Hugo, they were my two uncles. Boston and Vita, they are both Hugo's half-brothers. They have the worst relationship with each other. This was Wendy's puzzled inquiry. We are all from the same family. Why do we need to collect this useless information? I said that I was away on business all year round and had no time to learn about all the family members. Then I saw my brother Osiris, who was equally talented in swordsmanship. As the first heir, she would also attend. She only attended twice. At the same time, her strength and cold-bloodedness are the strongest among all hounds. But the only thing that surprised me, Dewey, the second heir, will also be present. I vaguely remember that her sword skills were far inferior to many people. He has been weak and sickly since birth. But she's the only one I admire. She has a gentle personality. She would bury the dead and abandoned hounds properly and shed sad tears. As for the last 3 information cards, I didn't even look at them because they were the triplets who went from being enemies to being my little brothers. I know them so well that it seems that there will be a lot of interesting things happening at this big dinner party. It exploded. The Baskervilles had never expected this. A demon from the abyss was lurking in this grand dinner party. I only know this because I have experienced the era of destruction in my previous life. There was an extremely unpleasant smell of decay on the bodies of those demons. And the original body it emitted was actually my second brother Dewey. Time goes back to the moment when I just arrived at the big dinner party. The people participating this time are exactly the same as the information Wendy collected. The more unfamiliar faces among them are Hugo's eldest son Osiris and second son Dewey, as well as Vita Ball, the leader of the Knights of Maskov. I, Virgil Ray Baskerville, came to attend according to your instructions, and after getting permission from Hugo to take a seat, my seat also means that this big dinner party officially begins. As a result, an unpleasant incident happened the next second. As we all know, the relationship between Boston and Vita has always been very bad. When Boston saw Vita eating a rare steak, he immediately said, "This is really disgusting. How can you eat something that is not cooked well?" Hearing this, Hugo thought he was talking about the steak on his table. "If you don't like the taste, ask the chef to change it for you now." Unexpectedly, Boston pointed to Vita Ball beside him. "No, brother, I mean the steak on the plate next to you." Seeing that he bumped into Vita, He also responded with dissatisfaction, I am happy to eat bloody meat if you don't like it. You can turn left now. Then Boston said that this is all for my safety. He was afraid that if this person liked to eat raw meat, then even his nephew would be treated as a delicacy naturally. Virgil was not to be outdone. Virgil was my nephew after all. As an uncle, the only thing I can do is to guide him onto the right path. Stop nagging me. You, the Knights of Masterf, are worthy of being called the real treasure. Of course, the purpose of our knights is to destroy the enemy Hedon. Unlike you, the Pit Fist, who only attack from the dark, it turned out to be just as I expected. This grand dinner party was specially held by the 7 major knightly orders in order to recruit me to join. If I were to join the knights before my rebirth, it would be the best choice to train my strength, but how could I possibly join? My strength has even surpassed Boston and Weta. Now I look at them as if I were looking into a deep museum. When Hugo saw that his younger brothers still wanted to argue, he put down his authority and said, Today is the first time that my son Virgil attends a big dinner party. Please behave yourself, my 2 younger brothers. I was shocked when I heard these words, because Hugo's personality was becoming more and more unpredictable to me. This is what Boston asks curiously, my good nephew. I heard that you have been living in Flood Forest for the past 2.5 years. Can you tell me about your achievements there? This topic also happened to arouse Wei de Bao's curiosity. Yes, how many barbarians and monsters did you kill? I didn't know that this series of questions had already caused Hugo's mood to change. We are still eating as elders. Please don't push your children too hard. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, and even killed their souls. They had specially taken the time to come here this time, but as soon as they finished speaking, Boston and Vita's pupils shrank and they broke out in cold sweat at this moment. Hugo angrily said, Haven't we met for too long? You forget that I hate repeating something for the 3rd time, and under the pressure of Hugo's authority, the 2 finally stopped making a fuss. On the other hand, I decided to satisfy their curiosity, and Hugo told me not to take what happened just now too seriously. Besides, it's not a good idea to go to the dance hall while I'm still eating, but in my opinion, showing one's strength is something that can be done anytime and anywhere. I just put a piece of paper gently on the table, and then told the people present that I would evaporate the excess water in Uncle Boston's cup. Another thing is to cook Uncle Vita's steak to medium rare, and then I will inject the magic power in my body into the dining table. 2 streams of fiery magic rushed to the location I pointed to, and the result was just as I said. The water in the glass of wine was evaporated, the blood on the steak also disappeared. This is a win-win situation between me and the dining department. This is an ability that can only be mastered when the sword skill reaches the 4th level. If you are very satisfied after reading it, it means that I have refreshed Baskerville's historical record, a level that should be achieved at the age of 30. I had already mastered it at the age of 17. At the same time, my eyes were fixed on the triplets standing beside me. I remember they were there when I first fought the octopus giant pig, so they should know that my strength is far more than that of a low-level master. These 3 people are sometimes quite reliable, and they didn't expose me when I was fooling the people present. Suddenly, a sentence behind me made me feel extremely strange. You work hard. Brother, I hope you can surpass me one day. This is the first time I heard Osiris praise his brother. Is he sizing me up? In his previous life, he should have been both cold and arrogant, and was also called the child who looked most like a fishbone by the Empire. Then Dway also echoed and said, I am really happy for you, Brother Vikiel. My elder brother is so optimistic about you, and when he saw my bewildered look, he asked in confusion, Brother, you haven't forgotten who I am, have you? Although I was very weak and had to stay in the medical room to recuperate, I, your second brother, have been paying attention to your growth since you were little. It was just as Dway said in his previous life, he treated me and his other brothers equally and loved them all. Even when his brothers from the Pang family died in battle, he would cry in front of their graves. And when I was wrongly accused of colluding with the demons and sent to the guillotine, it was only Dway who stood up to defend me. There is no doubt that he is a breath of fresh air in the era of destruction. But now that I have returned, I no longer think so, because now I smell a foul odor from it, a smell that only demons can emit. After eliminating the suspicion of other people, I would bet 10 kidneys that the enemy next to me is no longer a human, but a demon whose body is occupied by the demons. It's exposed. Pomerian is a barbarian. Finally, it's exposed. Kuyuan thought that she would go on a killing spree after finding out, but unexpectedly, Just 2 words from Pomerian directly exposed the soft spot that she had buried deep in her heart for many years. Let's go back to the time when I was at the big dinner party. Now I am sure of one thing. Dway is no longer a human being, but a demon whose body is possessed by a devil. Even though she was still as amiable and kind in her conversation with the lower servants as in her previous life, the stench could never fool my nose. And I also know how to use external forces to identify the demons, because their images will not appear in the mirror. At this time Dway said kindly, I remember that you are now the governor of the city of the weak, right? Thanks to you for taking my place, the common people are freed from being oppressed by the nobles. I said this is what I should do. Then I took the initiative to ask her to clink glasses to celebrate, and planned to verify it using the mirror reflection of the red wine. Since the era of destruction had not yet arrived, Dway had no defense against my action at all. In this way, we successfully completed the toast. While she was drinking, I secretly tilted the glass as I expected. The reflection in the glass was only Osiris. This scene of the transformation confirmed that Dway was the devil. But how powerful is this demon? Why does she want to possess a weak and sick person? In fact, I could have reported it while the strong men of the family were all there, but I thought it would be a bad idea to bring trouble to myself. No matter what happens afterwards, you will definitely ask me how I knew that Dway was not a human. So before I report it, I have to collect more evidence that people can easily believe. Just then Dway asked again. He really wanted to know. Which would I choose between Pitbull and the Knights of Masterf? Before I could respond, Osiris warned me seriously. I advise you to stop nagging and eat well. Otherwise you will ruin your father's mood and you will be in trouble. Dway was immediately speechless and at a loss for words. On the other hand, I breathed a sigh of relief without Dway's questioning. I finally didn't have to endure that disgusting ugliness any longer. At the same time, she told me to come to her office tomorrow. When I'm free, she wanted to talk to me privately. After the big dinner party was over, I planned to find a room here to take a nap, but I still wanted to complain about this damn dinner party. It could have been over in 2.5 hours, but it took 5 hours just for a moment of induction. But before leaving, Butler John revealed something to me privately. The Academy's admission notice for this year was released, and I was included in the Baskerville family's new student list. It seems that Hugo wants me to go to Oscar to practice, and then return to the family to serve for life after graduation like Osiris. But little did I know that just as I was thinking about the Academy's plan, a figure holding a big sword stood on the city wall above my head, and without saying a word, he swung several bloody swords at me. I suddenly sensed danger, and with just one glance I concluded that this person was a high-level swordsman who had mastered the 6th level of swordsmanship. Recalling that the strength I disclosed not long ago was that of a low-level master, I can only perform up to the 4th sword level at best. But it is enough to cancel out 4 of the sword pavilions. As for the remaining 2, I can just use my iron body to withstand them. What I didn't expect was that the sword pavilion disappeared into thin air the moment it hit me. It seems that this person's purpose is to test my strength. I didn't expect you to take on my Janga. My nephew has grown up. Boston was standing on the city wall, smiling triumphantly. My unique vision is indeed correct. You are the talent that my uncle's knights are most looking forward to unexpectedly. Just as I finished speaking, Vita Biao of the Vastive Knights also appeared here. You fat guy, you actually drew your sword wantonly in the family territory. How is your behavior different from that of a barbarian? Moreover, according to the law, this is called killing for fear of punishment. If Brother Hugo finds out, you will have to stop for at least 2 to 6 months. Please don't discredit my love for my nephew. Besides, I have already controlled my strength and will not hurt my lovely nephew at all. Just like that, the 2 people who have their own conflicts are ready to fight to the death. Whoever wins can dominate my future and join their knights. I took advantage of the moment when they drew their swords and confronted each other and quickly fled from this dangerous place. But then again, the power of Boston's attack just now didn't seem to have been greatly improved compared to the era of destruction in the previous life. I vaguely remember that in my previous life, the rank of the 7 great knights was Earl, and their strength was never able to break through the level of senior master to reach the level of peak master. Now, at the age of 17, I have reached this level, and with my iron body and sword, as well as the swordsmanship I learned from the Baroque barbarians, it is not a problem for me to fight a count alone, and even my winning rate in a Unveiled fight can be controlled at 70 to 80%. At this moment, my 3 little brothers suddenly blocked in front of me, which made me look very angry. I didn't know that the next second, the 3 of them drew their swords at the same time. I was also ready for the battle, guessing that they probably wanted to use my concealed strength as a threat. If this is the end, there is only one way to go, and the next scene made me feel helpless. I saw the triplets turn the hilt of the sword and pointed the sharp tip of the sword at their right foot. As long as someone reached out and pressed it, the sword would pierce through immediately. I know this is a historical act of the Imperial Knights entrusting their lives to the Master of Fate, so I immediately asked you in an absurd tone, "What drama are you playing?" Hearing this, the triplets shouted back, "We intend to pay you back with our lives. Ever since you beat us up when we were 9 years old, we have always felt fear towards you. When you defeated Kerberos and the trolls alone, we acknowledged that you were more talented than we were. As for what we saw in the flooded forest, our feelings towards you have turned to awe. So ever since you saved our lives, and we 3 brothers have been talking about history. If you return, we will swear allegiance to you until death. From today on, we are your trident, Virgil. Please agree to become the master that we 3 brothers will obey for life." The triplets were a great advantage to me, and I agreed to be their master and give them orders. But this doesn't mean that I will forget the days in my previous life when the 3 of them desperately hunted me down. I kept this damn memory in my mind forever, and my first order was for the triplets not to reveal anything about their current relationship or what they saw in the flooded forest. As for the next step, I must inform Wendy as soon as possible and ask him to find out the strength of the demon in Daiwei's body and destroy it no matter what. Time quickly came to the next morning, and I arrived at Hugo's office as agreed. And just as I thought yesterday, he handed me the admission notice from Oscar Academy. "My dear son, this is the reward I promised you before. Oscar Academy is the most powerful institution of higher education in the Empire. There is no other organization in the Empire that can compete with it, and the students of Oscar Academy are all the descendants of the 7 major families. This undoubtedly provided me with countless sparring partners on my journey to becoming stronger. This is said to me kindly. I will choose the triplets you chose before. If you need any other servants, just tell me." But many people probably don't know why I insisted on choosing triplets, because in my previous life, I was their companion during the 4 years of studying. I suffered countless humiliations. But before that, there is one more thing. I want to claim the reward for helping my family gain great diplomatic benefits during the 2.5 years I was missing. Naturally, Hugo will not forget. I will keep my promise to your father. Tell me, what do you want? I told Hugo, I want to tell you a story, but you have to answer it truthfully. Seeing that it was so simple, Hugo readily agreed. Until I told the story I wanted, which was about his first lady Roxana and daughter Penelope. Hugo then realized the seriousness of the problem. John, the butler behind him, knew that this was Hugo's big plan. He was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Hugo suddenly became furious. "Reasons, give me enough reasons. If you're just curious, you know the consequences." Under such strong pressure, I still responded calmly. "You said you would keep your promise, but the reason you want, I will give it to you after I get what I want. Please believe me, curiosity is not enough to make me take risks." The reason why I deliberately touched Hugo's bottom line was all to prepare before making Pomerian public. Even though my butler John told me when I was a child that my father was a sentimental man, I still couldn't believe it. This sentence will allow Pomerian and Hugo to meet. So I have to confirm it myself, but I just can't think of it. Hugo opened his mouth, and it was Lei Ji. She covered her chest and whispered, "The First Lady Roxana and I are pure love. She is the only wife who made me fall in love." In fact, Roxana was not the family's first-month marriage. She was just an ordinary person born in the countryside. I remember we fell in love at first sight when we first met. Oh my God, what on earth have I been through to be fed dog food here? But our road to love is full of thorns. Both sides' parents strongly disapprove of our relationship. But in order to be with Roxana, I gave up all my honor and ran away with her. Okay, father, let's talk about intraembryonic bone fall next. As a result, Hugo, immersed in his memories, couldn't hear what I said at all. I thought running away from my family was the right thing to do, but I ended up killing Roxana. Your grandfather sent the family's elite hounds to capture me alive. Of course, we didn't want to give up, but the spiritual power brought by love still made us hold on. In the end, the parents on both sides had no choice but to let us go back where we were. So in the first year we gave birth to the fruit of our love, your sister. But the good times didn't last long, as Roxana's health suddenly deteriorated after giving birth. Although he managed to hold on for 2.5 years, he was eventually taken away by the disease. Fortunately, Penelope inherited all the good qualities of her mother. I thought everything would be wonderful from now on, but I didn't expect an unexpected accident to happen and Penelope was kidnapped by the Lokirk barbarians. Until now, I still don't know why they knew my daughter's walking route and daily routine, and why they wanted to kidnap my daughter instead of someone else's. I also fought against the barbarians for many years, but I still couldn't find any information about the intraembryo bone falling. At first I thought that I didn't have enough personal strength, so I kept getting married and having children. They took the initiative to help the empire expand its territory and garrison the border, but the result could not be changed. I don't even know whether the embryo is still alive in this world. So my story is over. You should give me the reason. I want the pressure that Hugo exuded at this moment was no less than the peak of his previous life, which made me feel several times colder. But facing her questioning, I didn't say much, but reached into my pocket and took out the pocket watch worn by Pomerian. Jinzhuang Yugua immediately took it in her hands excitedly. This was the adult gift she gave to embryo Luogu that year. I took advantage of her still being in grief and once again asked her a soul-searching question. If there are still children with embryonic bone loss in this world. Then I pushed open the door and brought in Pomerian, who had been waiting at the door for a long time. Yugua was deeply shocked at this moment when she saw Pomerian. It was like seeing her own daughter. But I ended up identifying them as ethnic minorities from the border area, because that's what I apologized to Yugua for. Then I told her that I found this child in Rococo's territory, and that the child was mixed with Rococo's blood. When Yugua heard this, her whole body was shaking and her face became very gloomy when she walked in front of me. This was exactly what I wanted. I wanted Yugua to be unable to make a choice between anger and grief. Her most beloved granddaughter was mixed with the things she hated the most. The next second, Yugua asked her again, "Is this really the child born to my daughter and Luo Kiki?" I gave an affirmative answer, but what happened next was completely beyond my expectations. Soon a week passed. During this week, Yugua was with Pomerian all the time, and his intimacy with her was no less than that with me. Yugua was overjoyed when his grandfather heard countless voices. Osiris and John both said that they had never seen such a thing before, and it was the most shocking part of their lives. On the other hand, I was in a dilemma. Why? Why does Yugua have such an expression in this life? Could it be that Yugua is really innocent? This is the end of the latest comic section for this week, and I will update it once a week, so don't rush me. If you want to continue watching, just look at what I can draw. I know many people cannot accept this form. My drawings are far worse than the comics, so please forgive me for not being able to satisfy everyone, but I still hope to continue in this way. One comic book a week is too slow. I would like to ask everyone here who doesn't want to see the later revenge and so on. Okay, let's break up. I have been wondering the same thing since I was born. What are the chances that I can kill my own father? As the only member of the Baskerville family who has reached the level of a swordmaster, his combat power is undoubtedly one of the strongest in the empire. When I was 15 years old, that was the first time I tried to find the fatal weakness in Yugua. But even if I simulated the previous assassination in my brain, I was basically killed instantly by him. In other words, no matter what the occasion, Yugua, who is at the level of a swordmaster, has a super strong sword pattern color. And during the 2.5 years when I temporarily gave up the assassination of Yugua, I met Pomerian in Rococo's footsteps. So I came up with a sophisticated plan to assassinate Yugua. It was well known that the only child she loved was Penelope. It just so happens that Pomerian is Penelope's daughter. If she could play the emotional card with Yugua by relying on her granddaughter, then her vigilant heart might relax a little naturally. The opportunity to kill her would surface. As time goes by, my strength becomes stronger and stronger. After I also absorbed the 7th sword level, I basically had a 50 chance of winning against Yugua, so in order to increase the chance of winning, I decided to start playing the emotional card with Yugua. But what I never expected was that Yugua suddenly knelt down in front of Pomerian and burst into tears. Even in the following week, Yugua was with Pomerian every minute of every day. But the smile on her face completely shattered my 3 views. This is not the Yugua I know at all. Is her cold-bloodedness just a disguise for her embarrassment of losing her lover? Just then, the butler John greeted me with thanks. Thank you, Master Virgil. Although I have said before that your father is a sentimental person, I have never seen him smile so brightly. This is all thanks to you. Hearing this, I felt extremely helpless. Even though I was as weak as I expected, after returning to the dormitory, I couldn't fall asleep while lying on the bed. I still feel bad about what happened these days because in my memory, if it should be like this, the bastard who pinned all the crimes on me and sent me to the guillotine with his own hands in the end. On the night when I was accused of colluding with the demons, I tried my best to explain that I was innocent and that the demons that brought disaster to the world were what I hated the most. The only thing I would do if I met them was to kill them, but before I could finish my words, Hugo cut off my tongue with a sword. Sinners have no right to speak here, and they are traitors who betrayed their families. Even though it has come to this, why am I hesitant about revenge now? Just then, a word from outside the window brought me back to reality. When I looked up, I realized it was Wendy. I asked him what he was doing so late, and Wendy got angry. This is all the information you want about Bichir Baskerville. Then he slammed the intelligence notebook into my face, but seeing that I was still lying on the bed unmoved, he thought that I must have encountered something unpleasant again. So he was no longer angry about what happened just now. As you said, I have conducted a detailed investigation on Dway in the past few days. He used many pseudonyms to support several Fuji infirmaries, and he would adopt a group of children every 2.5 days. He did good deeds to help the children rebuild new families. But in the end, it was difficult to explain that every time a child was successfully adopted, the information about the adopter would be deleted, and the child's whereabouts would disappear from then on. If, as you suspected, the deceased Dewey was possessed by a demon, does that explain the recent cases of missing and kidnapped children? Because in order to increase the power of the devil, it is necessary to dilute the essence and blood of humans, so naturally younger people and orphans will become his first choice. Looking at the report sent by Wendy at this moment, I was so angry that my lungs were about to explode. The enemy, who I thought was the only good person in the Baskerville family, turned out to be the culprit who framed the crime on me. At that time, he came to visit me in the underground prison with good intentions and promised to help me find the real criminal and tell my father to clear my name. When I thought about the ugly look on his face that would appear if his plan succeeded, I couldn't suppress the anger in my heart. You devil living in Dway's body. Just wait and see. I will come to you to avenge my past life. At the same time, on the other side, Dway was taking an orphan to an adoptive family. But as they walked, the little boy suddenly realized something was wrong. Dway should live in a luxurious villa, not in this wilderness. Dewey did not respond immediately, but waited until the little boy came to an antechamber of the cave before he revealed his intention from the beginning to the end. Big brother brought you here, of course, because you have gained weight recently, and you said that you instantly split Dway's face into 6 parts. The little boy had never seen such a scene before, so of course his pants would not be missing. What suddenly appeared in the camera at this moment was the brutal demon that was parasitic in Div's body. In this way, the little boy was swallowed by him in one gulp and became a nutrient for him to enhance his magic power. As expected, the most delicious thing among humans is children, but this demon also has a great origin. He is actually Andre Marius, one of the culprits who opened the vortex of the human and demon worlds in the previous life and caused the advent of the era of destruction. This man would plan to destroy the world with a crow every day. Sadly, he would rebuild a new family for orphans. Although it seems like he is doing good deeds, in fact, he will eventually take the children to a deserted cave, and when the time comes, he will reveal his true face. Swallow the child into your stomach in one gulp and transform it into nutrients to increase your strength. It turns out that he is not a human but a demon from the abyss. In order to open the gate between the human and demon worlds and destroy the world, he must absorb the blood of children to accumulate the corresponding magic power. It can be imagined that he can only eat 3 per day. Dway felt extremely annoyed. At this rate, it might take another 10 years for him to wake up. But he soon came up with a good idea. He planned to capture all the children and raise them as livestock. Firstly, it is convenient, and secondly, it can shorten the time of opening the door. However, he was opposed by his companion, the 3-eyed raven. He thought he had to stop temporarily and avoid the storm. As far as he knew, humans had begun to pay attention to cases of kidnapping and missing children. Moreover, the cave is already full of sea valleys. Once the smell is released and discovered by humans, the time it takes to succeed will only be extended in the opposite direction. Dewey told him not to worry about it. After all, he had set up a barrier outside the cave so normal humans would never be able to find this place. Then Dewey ordered them to leave, saying that he had something urgent to do and had to go out, but before he left, the crow reminded Dewey to stay calm and wait for them to open a new era, and then he could eat as many humans as he wanted. As he spoke, he turned into a pool of black water and disappeared into the air. On the other hand, Dewey fell into deep thought. The only thing he was afraid of at the moment was Baskerville's strategy. He must find a way to make Hugo return to his former cold-blooded and ruthless self, so that Hugo will treat the younger generation like consumables. Even if he gets rid of some of them, by the way, it won't cause any commotion. In addition, Dewey has another difficulty, which is that my return and the substantial improvement in my strength have affected his plans. Damn guy. At that time, the two black mambas were unable to kill you after you grew up. You brought Hugo's granddaughter back to the family. Do you know how much effort I put into destroying the fish fruit? The enemy was so angry at the thought of this that he made up his mind to put me at the top of his list of targets. At the same time, on the other side, Hugo actually saw me and wanted to tell me something in private. Although I can't guess what he wants to say, but after being influenced by Pomerian, Hugo is now full of flaws. If it was me before, I would have picked up my weapon and started the assassination, but now I am starting to hesitate. Suddenly, Hugo's words interrupted my thoughts. I know that you, my son, have always been blaming me, your father after all. I am a bastard who treats children like hounds and forces them to death. And even though you have been excellent in every aspect since you were a child, I have not even fulfilled my father's obligations. Apart from thinking about how to take revenge on the barbarians, I just want to continue to have children to increase my fighting power. At this moment, I suddenly feel bad. I wondered if Hugo had sensed my hidden murderous intent. He would never deny himself. Are you saying these words to test my loyalty? Little did he know that what Hugo said and did next was the real purpose of this trip. I sincerely apologize to you, son. I'm sorry. Then he repeated what he had heard from Pomerian. Penelope was no longer satisfied and died quickly. He was not tortured and humiliated, as he thought. Thank you for bringing Pomerian back to see me. Even though he is the descendant of the same barbarian tribe, as long as I can see him, I feel that my long-forgotten feelings have been saved. After saying that, Hugo bowed deeply to me at 90 degrees. Then he asked me if there was anything I wanted. Just tell me, and he would do his best to make it happen. At this moment, I am once again in a dilemma. Originally, I had a doubt in my mind after my rebirth. Hugo may have really changed in this life. During the freshman practical assessment, Hugo cheered me on, and when I proposed to duel with a stronger monster, Hugo was worried about my life. Even though I won in the end, he still cared about my injuries and pointed out the problems I encountered in the battle. He then recognized me as the Archon of the City of the Weak. This is a treatment that an illegitimate child will never get in his life. But how should I make a choice now? Revenge or forgiveness? Can I really forgive Hugo, who cruelly executed me in my previous life? He didn't even give me a chance to explain. But before I make my choice, I have one more thing to do. Please raise your head, my father. You said you would give me what I wanted, right? Wenyen Hugo gave a positive answer. Then I want to command the power of the 7 knights under your command. Little did they know that, during their conversation, they neglected to protect Pomerian. At this time, Devi was accompanying Pomerian, ready to find an opportunity to eat her. Seeing this, the nurse who was taking care of Pomerian dissuaded him in time. Sorry, second young master, the head of the family has given orders first. He asked me not to let the young lady get close to anyone except Master Bichir. Dewey asked the nanny to keep the secret for her, and said that she would play with her niece for a while and then go back to rest, but she dared not disobey the order of the master of the house, and then prepared to take Pomerian back to the room to rest. Unexpectedly, just as she finished her words, there was a creaking sound from Dewey's body, and then the back of her head turned into a huge mouth of the abyss, which swallowed the nanny inadvertently. When Pomerian saw that the wet nurse was missing, he was puzzled and asked about it. Dewey said that she went back in time. This way, no one could interfere with her. Suddenly, Sharp fangs grew on her hands and they slowly moved towards Pomerian's head. As an uncle, she actually wanted to save her niece. It turns out that the man's true identity is a demon from the abyss. Absorbing the blood of children is the fastest way for them to increase their magic power. In addition, if Pomerian is killed, Hugo will definitely become as cold-blooded and ruthless as before. In Andre's opinion, Hugo must not have mercy, otherwise she will continue to use her young offspring as consumables. Then Baskerville's overall strength will become more and more stable. But just when Andre was about to succeed, she was afraid to continue because of the words behind her. What are you doing here? Where is the nurse who took care of Pomerian? The person who came was Osiris, the eldest son of Hugo. Although the interruption of the plan made Andrea mad with anger, she still couldn't reveal her identity as a demon at this stage. I don't know where the nanny went. When I arrived, Pomerian was the only one here. That's why I take care of her for the wet nurse. Osiris did not continue to ask, but seriously reminded his brother. His father said that no one except him and his brother Bichir was allowed to stay with Pomerian for a long time. I can pretend that I didn't see what happened this time. You should go back and recuperate. When Andre showed a kind smile. But in fact, he had already said countless heartfelt words from the bottom of his heart. One day I will kill you. Osiris felt that his younger brother was somewhat complaining about his meddling. So the next second she hugged his shoulders. I'm worried that your body can't take it. Brother, I don't mean anything else. If you need my help, just let me know. At this moment, Andre's long-forgotten memories were awakened, causing even the devil's mind to be affected. She felt extremely disgusted by what Osiris said. It was because you acted too well in front of your father when you were young that he always compared me with you. If it weren't for you, I would never have fallen from grace to the point of having thoughts of suicide. I saw that my brother's face looked more and more strange. Osiris asked again with concern, Brother, are you feeling unwell again? Do you want me to help you to my room to rest? Andre refused her and turned away. No need. Brother, I appreciate your kindness. I'd better go back to my place and take care of my health. After hearing this, Osiris clenched her fists nervously, because this was the first time she took the initiative to express her concern for her brother. As the first heir of the Baskerville family, he has shown great ability to make achievements since he was a child. Now facing the return of Pomerian, Hugo also has high hopes for him, causing Osiris to always live in Hugo's shadow. Hugo showed tears of joy. She should also have such feelings now. She also found her true self. I will no longer live in the shadow of Hugo, and thank you, Pomerian. It was your arrival that changed the family's current situation. 2.5 days passed quickly, and Andre was now stamping his feet in anger in the cave. Her restless heart made her unable to even eat the delicious children due to Osiris' sudden intervention. Hugo had to stay with Pomerian during this period. In this case, she would not be able to eat Pomerian at all, and her future plans would not be able to proceed smoothly. Damn you, damn Osiris. Do you know that you have ruined my good fortune for more than 10 years? But on second thought, Andre felt that there was no need to be too anxious. After all, his magic power was not high enough to open the door connecting the two sections of the human model. The remaining time will allow Hugo to develop a good relationship with Pomerian. When the time comes, the effect will definitely be multiplied several times or even dozens of times. Even if he couldn't swallow Pomerian, he could still poison Roxana and pretend that she died of a sudden serious illness, or he could reveal her whereabouts to Locke so that they could escape by force like they did with Penelope Cruz. If you dare to neglect the protection of Pomerian for even a minute, I have thousands of ways to send her to see her mother and grandmother. But what Andre didn't know was that at this moment I had arrived outside the cave where he was hiding. At the same time, Andre, who was laughing wildly just now, was in trouble. He sensed that the barrier he had set up was destroyed. Seeing that the entrance to the cave was still blocked by a barrier, I picked up the sword of Tautai without hesitation and cut a big hole in the surface of the barrier. And someone of unknown strength broke in. The next second, I walked out of the dim tunnel. Andre was puzzled by this. He didn't believe that I could break his barrier. After all, in his opinion, I was just a 4th-level warrior. Brother Dewey, I came to keep the appointment as you invited. Maybe you didn't notice that I was following you, but I didn't expect that you lived in such a remote and secluded place. Are you planning to do something bad here? Just like the criminals who have been missing frequently in recent cases, Andre laughed instead of getting angry when he heard it, and then asked me how I found him. I didn't respond to this. What's wrong, devil boy? After hiding your identity for so long, why don't you just pretend? Of course, and today I have to settle accounts with you and make sure you don't leave here alive. Let's talk about it. Andre pulled out the accessories that Dewey left behind before he died, and dared to break in without even a weapon. I don't know whether to praise you for your courage or your stupidity. As a result, at the moment when Andre swung his sword horizontally, he, who was originally arrogant and domineering, suddenly stood there in a daze the next second because his right hand was cut off by me. Why? Why can your weapon hurt my body? But he didn't wait for me to answer his question. Andre felt severe pain in his wound, which could even harm his soul. The only thing he could think of was that the instrument was among the demons on earth. Then he asked me, how come the sword created by the ancient demon greedy camp is in your hand? As expected, you, as demons, know demons best. You can guess this. As for how I got it, you don't need to know. Then I uncovered Andre's conspiracy. I know you are one of the demons in the stone lion. In order to open the gate connecting the human and demon worlds, he took over my brother's body. This made Andre doubt whether I was a human being, but he quickly denied this suspicion because he could feel that I had killed countless demons at the same time. My eyes exuded murderous intent. The person in front of me now is the culprit who slandered me in my previous life and deceived me by pretending to be kind in the end. Hugo sent me to the guillotine. Get out of Dewey's body. I will definitely make you disappear from this world comfortably as long as I am here. The era of destruction will never come. How high is the latest episode of Revenge of the Iron-Blooded Sword and Fist? The demon Andre, who is parasitic in Dewey's body, is actually one of the Stone Lion Demon Kings who caused the advent of the era of destruction in the previous life. He is also a recognized natural enemy of humans among the Demon Kings, only because he possesses a super abnormal and omnipotent blood manipulation ability. Even if a living being has a tiny wound, he can transfer all of the opponent's blood to himself and gain immortality. 2.5 years after the destruction of my previous life, I encountered one of the 10 Demon Kings. The horror of that guy is still deeply engraved in my mind. At that time, I was leading a monster-killing team of 667 people, but just by making eye contact with him, within 10 minutes, 666 people in my team were chopped into countless pieces by him. As for me, I was the only survivor who was beaten red by him but still managed to survive. Before he left, he told me something that made me completely despair. You humans are nothing more than toys for us demons to vent our anger. My goal today is to kill 666 humans. I will save the rest for later. This is the entertainment project I created in this world. That night, I met Andre, one of the real devils. I never expected that this guy would hide in the cave and eat so many human children. The resentment that I had accumulated in my previous life reached its peak in an instant. So now I have to kill him immediately. On the other hand, Andre smiled smugly and said, "Are you trying to avenge the child whose bones are left on the ground? They are not dead. They are all alive and well in my stomach." Each finger on Andre's left hand turned into a part of a child's body, and at the same time, they all made sounds of children laughing and playing "Brother, please save us, we all want to go home and miss our parents so much." I understood that Andre was doing this on purpose to show me. He felt that he had mastered the sixth sword technique to the level of a high-level master. Even though I was furious and could not bear to see him live, I would definitely make him pay the price for his arrogance. I swung the sword and cut off his other arm. At this moment, Andre was kneeling on the ground, calling for his father and mother, with an expression as if he was about to die. Unexpectedly, within half a second, his arms grew back and he showed them off to me. "Are you angry, my dear brother? It seems your weapons can do no harm to me." Then Andre stood up and said, "I know that you and I have hidden a lot of things in the Baskerville family. Even a swordsmanship genius like Osiris only reached the level of a low-level master at the age of 25, but you perfectly surpassed him at the age of 17. In addition, you have the Tautai sword forged from the skeleton of the greedy demon eagle in your hand. I believe the probability of you becoming the most dangerous human to the demons in the future is very high. Then I can't let you live till then. Are you ready for your death? My dear brother, I will obey your command. But I still think you will be the one to die after all. You deserve to die. Let's not waste any more words." They marked out Baskerville's 1st to 4th sword levels and began to use their swords to attack the tiger demon, but when neither side had an advantage, Andre was the winner, and I felt confident the reason for this can be traced back to Baskerville's direct descendant Pang's illegitimate son. His status as a direct descendant allowed him to reach the 6th sword level, but it was different for the Pang family and the illegitimate children. According to Hugo's rules, they could only learn the 4th sword level at most. That is to say, from now on, Andre only needs to use the 6th level of sword to defeat me. But he never expected that I would also use the 6th level sword to fight him, but Andre didn't think it mattered. He had long guessed that I had hidden my true strength at the big dinner party. Then, while continuing the sword fight, a tuft of Andre's hair suddenly turned into another sword, and it was quickly sucked towards my eyes. I didn't feel the slightest fear when the sword hit me. After all, Andre was nothing in front of me, the 7th level swordsman. The aura attached to his weapon flag is nothing more than a liquid aura. You should know that my aura has now reached a solid state and can change its form at will. And the sword energy that burst out was much stronger than his liquid sword energy. After Andre's weapon was cut off by me, my sword energy also hit his body steadily. I didn't give him time to breathe. He thrust with the sword again, using the 7th level of sword. I saw Andre, who had no weapons to defend himself, being pierced through the heart by my sword. I didn't expect that I could also master the 7th level of sword that Hugo could master. If you act arrogantly in front of me, you will definitely lose. In fact, after the human side won the victory in the Age of Destruction, not all the demon kings who implemented it even appeared. Naturally, their strength is basically the dream of mankind. However, it is still a long time before the era of extinction. Perhaps the reason they dare not show up now is that their strength has not yet recovered to 100. Then I leaned close to Andre's ear and said, I know that a demon like you has 9 fingers. Your plan is to open the vortex gate connecting the human and demon worlds. But if I kill you, will the remaining 9-fingered demons be unable to carry out their plans? At this moment, Andre was no longer pretending to be afraid. He was truly trembling with fear because of what I said. But I thought that this was the first time I felt afraid of a human being. Andre was so angry that his lungs were about to explode with his roar. A terrifying pressure instantly emanated from his body. Then the body he was parasitizing suddenly exploded. I immediately retreated and dodged when I saw it hit me, in case this was another assassination skill of his. But what I didn't expect was that the blood that appeared from the explosion of my body turned into a solid ball. Before I could think about what this thing was, Andre's true face slowly emerged from it. You are the first human who can force me to reveal my true form. I admit that I was surprised by your unexpected strength. But don't ever think that you can completely defeat me that way. Andre's fingers turned into 10 long bloody mamba tongues, and in the next second, they attacked at the same time in a fatal position on the body. Seeing the collision, I used the 7th sword skill again to respond. Under the attack of my sword, the mamba tongue's fragile body couldn't resist at all. But Andre still laughed and mocked. Chop them as much as you want, I'll give you another batch after you chop off their brains. Little did I know that while I was concentrating on dodging the follow-up attack, Andre was actually imitating the young man who attacked teacher Baogua and showed no martial ethics, commanding a snake to launch a sneak attack from behind. Because I didn't have time to dodge, the mamba's tongue bit me hard on the shoulder. But I have the toxicity of the giant octopus and a body of steel. Naturally, I am not afraid of how much damage this thing can cause to me. Suddenly, Andre laughed a saintly laugh and told me that he had won the duel. I was so angry that I looked at him fiercely, but as he waved his hand, a mouth grew out of it. Only then did I realize something was wrong. I saw blood oozing out of my wound, and the blood was continuously absorbed by the mouth in Andre's hand. This is his special omnipotence in manipulating blood. He is absolutely invincible against any living being. Then Andre kindly reminded me, I will drain all the blood in your body, and you will die in pain. My good brother is mentally ill, and I am teasing him, so this is what the high and mighty devil thinks. How come he is so arrogant that he doesn't even know what he has absorbed? Before Andre could react, he spat out a large amount of blood, and then he felt as if his magic power and strength were drained away. Impossible. Human blood cannot possibly harm me. Tell me exactly how you did it. And I decided to show it to Andre without hesitation. I took the Tautai sword and cut the carotid artery at my wrist. The moment my blood touched the ground, The soil was instantly corroded and turned black. Andre then realized that my blood was actually highly toxic, but in his impression it could harm people who were mine. There are no other monsters except the giant octopus pig living in the flooded forest, the 9-headed snake in the giant kingdom, and the giant jellyfish at the bottom of the Black Sea. Moreover, he was actually poisoned by a human being. What made him even more terrified was that I demonstrated to him the super-fast regeneration ability that I had obtained from the west wing of the swamp in front of him, who was immortal and omnipotent. As the poison of the giant octopus pig spread throughout Andre's body, the intense pain made him unable to help but bang his head on the ground. The sword hitting me was a mockery. Why don't you like drinking human blood the most? Come and drink mine. I will definitely give you enough to eat. If it were in the same period of the Age of Destruction, I would definitely not be able to hurt the 10-style Demon King, including Andre. Although the octopus giant pig's deadly poison skill works on them, this is also because their strength has not yet recovered to 100. So I definitely can't let these guys drag on until then. At this moment, I have also confirmed a key thing, that I possess the 7th sword of Baskerville, the sword of Tautai, and a special all-powerful weapon. It's only a matter of time for me to destroy the 10-style Demon King in this time period. At the same time, Andre knew that he would most likely lose, so he immediately lifted the barrier that sealed the outside of the cave. After all, maintaining the status quo consumes a huge amount of magic power. The most urgent thing to do is to concentrate magic power to survive as long as possible and let the other 10-style Demon Kings hiding in the human world know. Humans have actually created a monster that they must take seriously. Just as I was wondering why Andre wanted to remove the barrier, countless water droplets suddenly appeared behind me, gradually condensing into a huge sphere, and the originally clear and transparent sphere was completely covered by blood in a short time. Could this be another terrifying omnipotence of Andre? Being able to transform nearby water into absorbable blood. It turns out that the 10th generation Demon King is not to be underestimated. Just in case, I cut open my aorta again and added poison, and reminded Andre that if you don't want to speed up the corrosion of your organs, you may not be able to absorb this blood unexpectedly. Andre laughed strangely after hearing this. Water naturally cannot give it infinite life like blood essence, but it does have another amazing effect. Then Andre shouted in a low voice, "Hear my call. Come out and submit to my blood knights." After saying that, the water droplets floating in the air suddenly fell, and the moment they touched the ground, blood knights formed by blood suddenly appeared before their eyes. After only 2.5 minutes, I was surrounded by countless blood knights without any blind spots. At the same time, Andre also told me that these blood knights made of blood are very weak, so weak that they can imitate all my fighting skills, and even use Baskerville's 1 to 6 sword skills without any obstacles. Next, I will definitely wipe you out, and then kill everyone you love. Don't think I don't know that you have a special relationship with the barbarians. I will make you regret fighting against the demons. On the other hand, I know that I don't have a 100 chance of winning, so I decided to use the last killing move. This killer move was what I got from Hugo. I asked him to give me half a day's command of the troops in the main city. This is equivalent to half of the Baskerville family's combat power, and the whistle in my hand now can command all the hounds in the main city, including the fish fruit. Then I showed the whistle to Andre. Having been hiding in Baskerville for so long, you should know what this thing represents, right? I don't lie. Andre started to panic after seeing this, and his face was covered with cold sweat and anxiety. As for me, I blew the whistle with all my strength. The sound quickly spread out of the cave and reached Hugo and others who were standing in the distance waiting for orders. My first order to Hugo was to strike the mountain where Andre was with all his strength. At the same time, Andre, who sensed something was wrong, gave orders anxiously. All the bloody knights, the target of killing is the human guys who are pointing their swords at me, but they can face the bloody knights who are about to hit them at close range. I didn't feel any fear at all, but quietly waited for the implementation of the first order. The next second, I saw the mountain behind me being cut in half by a huge sword energy. Those bloody knights who were touched turned into dust in the air in an instant. Next comes the second instruction. All the hounds attacked the mountain to expose it. Andre's legs went weak under the sword, because the ones who appeared above his head were half of his comrades from the Baskerville family. "Damn you demon, you killed my son and took his body. You will never escape today." The Hound will not let go of any target it has locked onto after that. Hugo did not immediately draw his sword and attack, but waited for my next order with the others. In this half-day, I will unconditionally command all the hounds to sacrifice themselves for me. 5 words. Bite it to pieces. This is the true strength of Fish Baskerville. He just swung the most ordinary sword to the sky. The sword guard that shot out from the sword body actually sent dozens of strikes to Wuji's side at the same time. Time goes back to the moment when I was the master and commanded all the hounds to bite Andre to death. And I also reminded them that this guy has the omnipotence of infinite life by sucking blood. As long as there is a wound on your body, jump into the blood pool nearby within 2.5 seconds. In this case, there is no possibility for Andre to survive. I just want him and the other 9 corpse-eating demons to open their eyes and see how terrible the consequences of angering humans are. At the same time, my uncle, who was watching from above, also agreed he is indeed my nephew from Boston, and he knows exactly how to boost the morale of the soldiers. Brother Fishfruit. I didn't expect that Bichir is also good at monarch blood. How terrifying can he be in the future? But Hugo didn't care about Wei Dabio's words. What he cared about was why he didn't even notice that his second son Dewey had turned into Ruoma. On the other hand, Andre was still struggling desperately, hoping for a slight chance to escape from the corner. In the past, he was afraid of nothing but fish fruit. The 7 Earls and Osiris now not only have a superstar, Bichir, but even a group of cannon fodder soldiers can hardly resist me. It's too abominable. Obviously these guys know my ability, but none of them are afraid. Could it be that Baskerville's overall strength has undergone a radical change? At this time, Andre found that he had very little magic power left. If you run out of energy, you won't even have the chance to beg for mercy, let alone escape. So he decided to lock his last chance on Osiris. Then the Alliance shouted at me, "Can you give me a chance to negotiate? If you agree to spare my life, I swear I will get out of Dewey Baskerville's body right now." I suppressed my emotions and hummed, "Stop. Don't be so accustomed to thinking that we Baskervilles are all morons who can only use swords. Our IQ is far beyond the imagination of you demons." In fact, Andre had already anticipated this result. He was just going through the motions and didn't place any hope on me at all. And in the next second, Andre suddenly begged for mercy. "Osiris, I know I was wrong. Didn't you say last time that I would ask you for help any time if I had any trouble? I really need your help now. I know you will never let my second brother be killed innocently." If Andre guessed correctly, Osiris, who was usually the most ruthless among his descendants, was actually a fragile guy with an extremely soft heart. If Andre could get to the bottom of his heart, he would have a chance to be spared. After hearing this, Osiris did not respond immediately, but I saw that his mood had changed a little, so I told him that what he had just said were all lies of the devil. Daiwei's second brother had been killed a long time ago. One Yen Osiris said that he could just deal with it himself. Then he stopped in front of Andre. If Daiwei's soul is still there, as the eldest brother, I should do something for him at the same time. Andre showed a triumphant smirk. The moment he looked up again, he replaced his face with Daiwei's. "Brother, I am really still alive. I am really sorry for you. I shouldn't have signed a wish with the devil just to become stronger, but I never forget to catch up with you. Because during the years when my father criticized me, I really blamed myself. Why do people with the same bloodline have such different talents and abilities? I regret selling my soul to the devil. Osiris, please save me, so that I can have a chance to atone for my sins." But little did Andre know that just as he finished speaking, he was greeted by Osiris' most ruthless power struggle. "Dear second brother, this is all I can do for you. I will not allow the evil to continue to occupy Nestle and harm innocent people. I have neglected to take care of you since you were a child. If I had cared more, maybe it wouldn't have ended like this." Osiris then attributed it to his own fault that the demon had hidden so deeply in his family. I told him that he didn't need to think so, because everything that happened just now was nothing more than a trick played by a cunning devil. Of course, Osiris wouldn't do that. After all, it was too early to feel sad about the fall and death of his blood relatives. But he really didn't expect that the damn demon would destroy the future of so many Baskerville families. As the first heir under Hugo, he felt very ashamed for not being able to stop it immediately. But at this moment, a pit bull soldier behind him suddenly shouted anxiously, "Hurry, hurry! Look up at the sky. The devil's head has grown wings and is flying away." Seeing that he was in a safe position that could not be attacked, Andre laughed at Z's. You stupid hounds, my final plan may be delayed, but the result of destruction can never be changed. Just wait and see, they'll be back to see you soon when I'm well again. And I would like to kindly remind you that when the time comes, it will not be just me who will come looking for you. Seeing this, I wanted to do something but was powerless. Given Andre's current position, I can't guarantee that I can attack him even if I take out the Tao Tai sword. But what I didn't expect was that the word son that Hugo suddenly said in a serious manner inexplicably caused a frightening effect on Andre. Is this the result of him forcibly taking over his enemy's soul? Since childhood, he was most afraid of Hugo's face at this moment. Hugo exuded a murderous aura. The moment he placed his hand on the hilt of the sword, everyone present held their breath. Hugo has never shown his strength since the unification of the empire. Today, he must give an explanation to those innocent children. He swung the sword behind him, and the clouds above Andre condensed into several spaced-apart shapes. At this moment, he still shamelessly mocked Hugo, but he didn't know that he would pay a heavy price for it. As Hugo drew his sword and swung it, a strong airflow instantly swept the surrounding world. As for Andre, he was already trapped by the fish fruit after the attack. The special clouds in the sky dissipated in the banquet room. Andre also shattered into dust in the air without a doubt. I was frightened by Hugo's sword skills. Is this the true strength of the sword master? I never expected that today would be the finale of Fishman Festival. Thank you. I don't know if you still remember that when the comic was first published, it was still April 11th in a blink of an eye. Lifun has been with us for 354 days. I am really grateful to the Land of Lightning for giving us such a wonderful comic, but I have to complain a little bit. That is, the novels in the Land of Lightning are really different from ours. Okay, without further ado, let's follow Dolphin to start the journey to the finale of the first season. After Hugo killed Andre, who was about to escape, life seemed to return to the way it was at the beginning. But today, all the civilians in the main city of Baskerville gathered together. They were discussing the important new announcement released by Hugo. The fact that spiritual and financial compensation has been given to children missing in the past decade or so is a cause for celebration for those parents who have lost their children. But when they saw that the mastermind behind the kidnapping was actually Baskerville's second deal, everyone instantly fell into panic, and it was also the beginning of their dissatisfaction with Baskerville. Not long after, Davy's biological mother Ruth was brought to the Hatchling Star platform for 1,642 cases, including allegedly placing a venomous snake in the newborn's room, allegedly poisoning the First Lady Roxana, allegedly leaking information to the barbarians to kidnap Penelope, and allegedly covering up the demon's kidnapping of a child. But surprisingly, Ruth was not brainwashed by the devil. Perhaps it was because his son left him too early. It was the devil's parasitism that allowed him to see Dewey again. After that, the servants who served Devi and his confidants were also executed one by one. The main person responsible for this series of events was Osiris, and everything went smoothly under his management and authority. After Dewey died, I inherited some of his power as the heroic deeds I created spread, and the incident of Dewey made the common people dissatisfied with the family. Many people gradually followed and worshipped me. Finally, after 2.5 months, I joined forces with Osiris to wipe out all the traitors in Baskerville, and used this as a warning to let all evil forces see that the law of Baskerville should not be underestimated. Another week passed, and today Hugo decided to give Pomerian a surprise. My dear granddaughter, look at how Grandpa has changed. Pomerian also discovered the clue after 9 generations, which was the beard. Grandpa shaved off his beard. How is it? Doesn't Grandpa look super handsome like this? Osiris and I, who happened to come to report at this time, saw this scene. I thought to myself that it seemed that you really loved Pomerian from the bottom of his heart. After so much trouble, he still found time to play and fight with her. Now all the people related to the enemy have been eliminated, and the remaining demons hiding in Baskerville have also fled. However, I gave the information about the other demon king and the demon to Wendy, and asked her to do her best to find its hiding place. Although I don't know how many times I was scolded for this matter, Wendy finally agreed. As for whether she could come back, it depends on God's will. This is what she said before she left. At this moment, Osiris interrupted my thoughts. Thank you for your hard work, brother. Because of handling related cases, your school registration time has been delayed. You should prepare well for the future. I told Osiris that the main program was still in chaos and I had to stay to help deal with it, but Osiris objected. This is an order given by your father himself, and you have no right to disobey. After saying this, Osiris suddenly smiled faintly and said, in fact, Father has always been worried about you, afraid that you would be hurt by the public opinion storm. Although this makes me feel like I just met my father, he really values you because his recent evaluation of you is similar to what he said when I achieved my success. So you can believe every word your father says. I glanced in Hugo's direction. At this time, he was humbly asking John to help Pomerian spread the seeds all over the ground. Master, you made a mistake. That step should be taken in the opposite direction. I didn't expect Hugo to be able to do this. It really opened my eyes. It seems that I really need to think about that matter carefully. Now I should not look at everything in this life with the eyes of my previous life, even though my life before returning was full of delays. Led by the chain, I could only follow Hugo like an animal, so much so that I didn't even know it. In fact, Hugo's situation was exactly the same as mine at that time. She was being led around by the demon hiding in the family. What I know in this life is that everything is basically changing. I have made an engagement with Camus, and got to know Dark Knight and Go during my time in the barbarian tribe. Wendy turned from evil to good and worked for me, discovered Pomerian in the Rococo tribe, eliminated the giant octopus pig and broke through to the 7th sword skill, obtained the poison bow of the divine Bawadumu, and shared the other side of me buried deep in my heart, the terrifying power of the demon Andre, and the emotional expression of Osiris from beginning to end. He loved his younger brother. At this moment, Pomerian kept repeating how much he loved his grandfather, which instantly destroyed my desire to take revenge on Baskerville. I didn't expect that Hugo would have such a side without the dog chain. It seems that I will have to fight with my past lives knife after I try it now. There is no need to retaliate against Hugo. What he did to me in my past life was not his wishful thinking. After saying goodbye to my previous life, I knew what to do in the future. I suddenly squatted down and picked up the dog chain that had once locked me. There was no doubt that I was going to attack the guy at the other end of the chain. The real revenge officially started from this moment. Time passed quickly after returning to the academy. I put on the night dog suit again and began to break the judgments that had signed contracts with the devil and the empire one by one. You have to know that in the days of the doom, these people are the rat shit in the pot. Eradicating them means delaying the arrival of the doom. They revealed too much information to the devil. This is from the human rebellion. The devil asked my name before he died. I responded without hesitation. I am the Hound of the Night, the avenger of you demons. Dolores actually discovered my true identity because as a saint, she can awaken when she meets her true soul mate. At this moment, I became the only condition for her awakening, and she also gained an ability called soul resonance. Under the illumination of her divine power, I began to share my emotions with her, and she knew that my identity was Vigilante Baskerville. Not only that, Dolores also felt my grief for the sacrifice of my children and my anger at the demons. After he passed his divine power to me, who was recognized by him, my strength has now reached the same level of root and fruit, that is, a sword master with sword skills reaching the 7th level. Feeling the power of this high realm flowing through my body, I never thought that the awakening of the saint would become my trump card. On the other hand, Dantalian demon fighter Mara couldn't believe that my strength was almost much higher than hers, and she had lived in the human world for so long. There are very few humans who can reach my current level. Even if they do, they are basically patriarchs of prominent families. How could a kid whose hair hasn't even grown out yet be qualified to reach this level? But just as Dantalian was considering, the world in her sight suddenly turned upside down. You guessed it right, my sword strike was so clean and sharp that she didn't even have time to react. Then I used the 6th sword skill on Dantalian, chopping the remaining part of her body into pieces. Leaving Dantalian with only one head will also make it convenient for me to continue to mock her later. After I stepped hard on her face, I began to say, "The souls you have collected over the years have evolved, and it seems that you no longer have any extra face to save your life. But I also understand your current mood, so just despair as much as you can." On the other hand, Dantalian was furious. Their mission as a demon was to gather enough magic power in the human world to open the gate to hell. I was almost able to achieve my goal, but now I was knocked down by a young boy. I should have known from the beginning that I should have been prepared for someone who could stop me now. No matter what means I use, I must at least clear the obstacles in front of me. Then Dantalion suddenly laughed strangely like a pig. What makes you so sure that I won't be able to resist? Next, I will let you see my ultimate move. I will take you and everyone in the nursery to hell. Dolores also quickly asked me what to do next. If this continues, this area will become a ruin. But I told Dolores not to worry. I have found a way to destroy this demon. Although this may be a realm that I will never be able to reach in my entire life before my rebirth, I am very sure at this moment that I am now fully capable of mastering the power of this realm. I want to imitate the sword move that Hugo showed me that day, which is his strongest attack that he would only use a few times in his life. As for Dantalion, he was on the verge of self-destruction at the same time. He proudly left a message: "It is up to you brothers to complete the mission. You must bring humanity to destruction." He said he didn't know what would happen in the next second because I successfully replicated Hugo's strongest attack, which directly chopped his last hope into dust in the air. The power of this move of mine was also extremely strong. It pierced through a large area of clouds in the sky. Even the streets and alleys in the imperial capital were affected by my pressure, causing aftershocks. This caused Dudwa and others to wake up from their dreams, thinking that it was a sudden earthquake and were preparing to run away. But when they looked up at the sky from the window, the scene made everyone stunned. In an instant they didn't understand how this happened. As for Dolores, he saw it the same way, but he understood one thing better than the others, that is, the night dog he knew destroyed the demon and protected everyone in the nursery. Soon this incident caused the people in the imperial capital to panic. This time, just like the last time, the nursery belonging to the Kovadis family was destroyed. Many people who stopped at the scene also began to focus their attention on the man who was called the Night Hound in the newspapers. At this moment, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and he swore without knowing the truth, "I will personally bring the criminal to justice to prove that I have the qualifications to be a savior hero." But St. Joe was very surprised there was such a huge explosion, but there was not a single casualty. Feiji Wenyan quickly corrected his mistake, because the director of this nursery, Quilty, and his personal guards were inexplicably missing, and they might have died heroically in the battle with the Night Hound. So you'd better not talk nonsense. It's disrespectful to the dead. On the other hand, Dolores told Bedler the whole truth, but he just couldn't understand it. Although I think Quilty is always a cunning person, how can he be a demon? He has been in our Kovadis family for so long, but the one who finally solved this problem was the Night Hound who was accused of the attack. It seems that even if the truth is told to other people, they may not be able to believe such a ridiculous plot at this moment. Dolores suddenly said, "From this moment on, I apologize to you for what happens next." After saying this, he walked quietly towards the reporters who came to collect information for reports, and when they saw that it was the saint, they all came forward. So Dolores took this opportunity to take out a notebook, which I gave him yesterday before I left. What was recorded in it were all the people involved in purchasing the pardon uniforms and the crimes they committed. This time Dolores decided not to escape anymore. He wanted to expose all the contents, including the details of the indemnity suits and their sales. The sender was Quilty, the head of the Pang branch of the Kovadis family, and the recipient was Humbert, my father, also the cardinal of the Kovadis family. As for what happened next, Dolores of course recounted the purchase of the exoneration suit and her crime word for word. On the other side, I was sitting where I had last been with Perry. Hunting down the demons of current events is naturally my duty in this life, but because of meeting Perry, I have one more goal. That is to create a future world that Perry, a child, longs for at the end of this road. At the same time, I also hope that you can always be happy in heaven after 167 days. I, Vikiel, can finally return with my domineering spirit. In this new series of Oscar Academy chapters, I will launch a killing crusade against the criminals collected in this blacklist. Because these are the main culprits that caused the human side to be at a disadvantage for a long time. During the advent of the era of destruction, they signed a contract with the devil and sold important intelligence of the human side to the devil. In addition, during the time I escape from the control of the state of you, I will practice my sword skills to the strongest imperial sword skills, and then personally behead the 10-generation demons hiding among humans one by one, and finally prevent the advent of the era of destruction. But before entering the academy, I had to give up Baskerville's letter, hide all my strength, and pretend to be a commoner because my original identity was recognized by the royal family. I was already well known in Venice, the capital of the empire, so if I enrolled in school with a fake identity, I wouldn't attract much attention. But to my surprise, there were 9 freshmen with the same name as me, which was simply icing on the cake, but I must teach those 3 idiot brothers a lesson later. We agreed that you shouldn't follow me unless it was something important after we got to the academy, but you turned out to be so disobedient. At the same time, all the clubs in the college were busy recruiting new students compared with previous years. The competition among clubs this year was much more intense. Of course, this year's freshmen have many extremely powerful guys, who are at a level that we can never catch up with even if we work hard all our lives. These people are the most popular among them. Dudu from the Don Quixote family, who was famous for his spearmanship, and Huanca from the Evil Society family, who was famous for their swordsmanship, tied for first place in the cold weapon skills test. As for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place, of course, it was the 3 Harry brothers. They told everyone that no child from the Baskerville Empire was ever a coward. Since the academy is divided into 2 major factions, one of them is the cold weapon department. The commonly used weapons are swords, bows and guns, and body size is very important to them. The second is the Ministry of Magic, where weapons are basically staffs and spells are used as a means of attack. In this year's Ministry of Magic, there is only one person who is the most popular, and his name is Sinclair. The strength is simply at the monster level. In addition to winning first place in the magic skills test, he also won 2nd place in the theory competition test. Of course, the academy still focuses on practical ability, otherwise how could I, as the first place winner of this competition, not be welcomed? People like me are treated as stupid nerds by them. Just then, the club admissions office next to me caught my attention. Standing in the middle was Dolores, the saint of the Covadis family. The people surrounding her were all her fans. Listening to Dolores' self-introduction, it seems that she is not only the director of the news department, but also the president of the Student Union of the Academy of Sciences. This official position is truly in line with her prestigious status. But unless it is necessary, it is better for me not to meet her. After that, I came to the dormitory building of Oscar College and found the assigned student dormitory at this time. Someone next to me said to me, "It seems that you are the club member who will live with me for the next 4 years. My name is Feiji. It's our first meeting. Please give me your guidance." I was very surprised when I saw him because I had a particularly deep impression of him in my previous life. When I came to the academy to assist the 3 brothers, Feiji often took care of me. He is a good guy, but due to his poor combat ability, his nightmare soon begins. The final ending was also quite tragic. I hope that my presence in this life will prevent him from experiencing the same thing again. At this time, Feiji smiled and said to me, "You choose a bed first, and I will pick the rest for you." Sure enough, this guy's personality hasn't changed at all. Then Feiji invited me to attend the freshman welcome party tonight. He felt that if I couldn't get along well with my classmates or seniors, these 4 years would definitely be very difficult, but I declined his kindness, and Faye was puzzled by my response. Then he told me anxiously that if I didn't participate, I would be targeted, which would not be good for me, but if I participated, there would be a lot of benefits. You can meet the student council president Dolores and some very strong freshmen. It will be a great benefit if you can build good relationships with them. That's right, the aircraft specialty is collecting intelligence, and its analytical capabilities are also excellent. At this time, the plane thought I would be induced by these factors, but unexpectedly, my face wrinkled again. In the next second I refused again, and then walked out of the dormitory without looking back. I wish you a good time at the welcome party. As for me, I had more important things to deal with. Night fell in the blink of an eye, and I put on my night dog suit and prepared to take action. At the same time, in a corner of the city, 3 mercenaries were chatting around a fireplace. Their duty is to guard the warehouse door behind them. It was dirty enough, and the warehouse was full of kidnapped children. The door was provided to the nursery run by the Covadis family, and suddenly a loud shout interrupted their conversation. It's better to be clear about what to say and what not to say, so as not to bring trouble upon yourself. The man who came was their captain, Ron Battison, nicknamed Ground Chicken. After scolding his subordinates, he was about to find a midnight snack, but suddenly someone knocked on his door from behind. Was he stupid enough to think it was his subordinates? Take out the knife from behind and be prepared to teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, when Ron turned around, all his subordinates fell to the ground. Dead, he was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. "Come, what is your purpose in coming here?" I didn't respond directly to this because there is no need for any sympathy in killing such a guy. In his previous life, he sacrificed 4 lives of his neighbors and signed a contract with the devil, and then joined the Northern Mercenary Guild. After the advent of the era of destruction, he leaked human intelligence to the devil many times. My team suffered an unexpected and complete defeat, and he was the culprit. At this time, after Ron caught my position, he immediately swung his 2 swords to attack me, but before he finished his attack, my Taotai sword had already cut off his arms, and the intense pain washed over his whole body. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? I told him coldly that you will make me angry in the future. Of course, those things haven't happened yet. I know you have signed a contract with the devil, so if you want to survive, you must honestly tell me all the information about the devil. But the moment I finished speaking, Ron's face became distorted and swollen, and finally his head was blown up by this invisible force. It seems like the result is still the same. These people are like being cursed. As long as they mention the devil at that time, their end will be like this. I have experienced the same result nearly 20 times if I am not mistaken. This is probably the unique ability of the devil, and this guy must be hiding somewhere in the capital. Also, according to Wendy's investigation, those who have had a good relationship with Dway in the past 10 years are all in the capital, and the probability that they are demons in disguise is quite high. Don't wait and see. I will definitely rescue you. But at this moment, I encountered a difficult problem when I wanted to torture those traitors to obtain information and traces of the real devil. They were all blown up by some invisible force. Perhaps this is a unique ability of one of the real demons, or it may be a condition of their contract. But it doesn't matter. This clue may play an important role in my future fight against the real demons, and the situation tonight is also a constant warning to me. The process of this annihilation battle will be long and tedious, and it is not too late. I had to return to the college as soon as possible to prevent my actions from being exposed, but the moment I climbed over the wall, I found that the freshman welcome party had not yet ended, so I immediately took off my night dog suit, changed into the clothes I had to wear to the party, and prepared to go in and simply show my face. Anyway, there is nothing to do now, and the students inside are enjoying the food. Dolores is still surrounded by his adoring fans. At this time, I saw several familiar faces. I really didn't expect to meet them at this age. In the era of destruction in the previous life, they, led by Camus, sounded the clarion call for a counterattack and led the human side to the final victory. Among them, there are 3 most critical contributors. The talented young man Dudo from the Don Quixote family, the talented young girl Bianca from the Usher family, and the fierce General St. Joe Valateria from the Northern Mercenary Guild. Suddenly, a commotion not far away caught my attention. I turned around and saw that my roommate's flight was stopped by some senior students. They wanted the plane to play a song for everyone. One of the women even shouted loudly, "Everyone, come here quickly. The freshmen are going to show us their talents." Seeing that Feiji did not obey this order, the woman suggested to punish him. He brought a large bucket of blind mother wine in his hand, and asked Feiji to give the wine to Shenwen within 30 seconds. Otherwise he would never let it go easily. After hearing this, Feiji's eyes popped out. Unconsciously he wanted to escape, but found that he had been surrounded by the enemy. Finally, under the continuous pressure from senior students, Feiji had no choice but to obey, picked up the barrel of blind mother wine and started drinking it wildly, and they were so happy that they seemed to be watching a clown. Even when they drank so much that they vomited on the plane, they still didn't feel proud of me at all. Instead, they felt a great sense of accomplishment. What's even more disgusting is that they also require the plane to lick the floor clean like a dog. Seeing that these people were becoming more and more outrageous, I finally decided to help Feiji out of the situation. Although Feiji was bullied to the point of dropping out of school in his previous life, in the middle of the outbreak of the Age of Destruction, if it weren't for his outstanding strategic intelligence analysis capabilities, the number of casualties at the front line would have increased by 100 or even more. So the airplane is also my respectable comrade in arms. I will not allow others to bully him in front of me. At this time I took off my cloak, covered the vomit on the ground and said, "Airplane, you go back and have a rest first. I can help you clean up the dirt on the ground." Naturally, what I said will cause a lot of brainstorming among the seniors. Hey, who are you? Can you disobey the orders of your seniors? No, I think I know you. Aren't you that stupid nerd? You seem very confident. Little did I know that the moment this person mocked and teased me, The murderous intent behind him suddenly erupted. That's right. The three brothers who recognized me as their leader couldn't stand it anymore. But a look from me scared away the anger that had just been aroused in them. I have warned the three of them again before that my identity in the academy is not Baskerville, but a commoner. If others knew my true identity, you'd better live to see the next sunrise. At this time, the woman spoke again, saying that she felt ignorant and should be taught by the seniors. Then she thought of an interesting punishment, mixing wolf mother wine with high-concentration vodka. This is an invisible bomb for the future. Finish her drink, and we will let you two go. The plane wanted me to leave here after hearing this, and it didn't want me to be innocently hurt because of supporting it. I didn't pay any attention to it. If this means I can let the plane go, I will drink this glass of wine. My throat was a little dry after I finished the job, and just when everyone thought I would fall to the ground in pain and make a fool of myself. Little did they know that as the amount of wine in the glasses decreased, the faces of the senior students became more and more embarrassed. They could not believe that an ordinary person's body did not show any adverse symptoms after drinking it. They had no way of knowing that I had grown up eating poison in Baskerville. Combined with Mingisias' iron body and the lizard's regenerative ability, there's no way this thing could possibly hurt me. Afterwards, I helped the plane leave amid their shock, but a guy who wanted to set an early death date for himself stepped forward to stop me. Did I allow you to leave? Give me. Unexpectedly, he was just halfway through his words when I turned around and exuded murderous aura, which frightened him to the point of almost losing control of his bladder. Dolores came over and scolded me after hearing the noise. I have told you so many times to get along well with the freshmen. The strong men are also tactical brains, not what you think, President. A freshman drank too much and vomited, and we are here to help him. And my extremely handsome glance back made the three Danmao brothers give me a thumbs up. He is worthy of being the master we follow. It was really cool. At this moment, a white-haired girl appeared in the crowd. She was attracted by my good behavior just now. Maybe this is a special habit of hers, and she is Sinclair, the top freshman in the Ministry of Magic. This man could never have imagined that she, a child of destiny, just hit a nerd with all her might. The other party didn't even retreat a millimeter, and he was even knocked away and fainted. This scene also shocked everyone present. You should know that Dudwa ranked first in the practical skills test for freshmen this year. His physical fitness is naturally top-notch. But if everyone knew more about my true identity, they would probably know how big the gap between you and me is. After the freshman welcome party last night, formal classes began the next day. In order to form a competitive situation between the 7 cold weapons departments and the Ministry of Magic in a short period of time and improve the teaching concentration, all cultural theory classes this year will be arranged at the same time and in the same classroom. At this time, Professor Bensamore of Combat Theory took the class. This concludes today's comprehensive lecture on the barbarian tribe. Next, I will give you a question. Based on the geographical location of the battle with the barbarians, who among you can guess where their base is? For a moment, nearly 90 of the students fell into anxious thinking. The same goes for the 2 first-place winners in cold weapon combat. Although they are extremely proficient in combat skills, their achievements in theory are simply a big wave. At this time, Sinclair from the Ministry of Magic raised his hand. Professor, this question is too simple. Let me answer it. Bensamore affirmed. No problem. Now please tell us your answer and the process of your speculation. Sinclair then expressed it in extremely official language. According to the paper announcements sent by the frontline troops to the academic community, the battles with the barbarians basically took place on the high ground. Except for the battle in the number 8 Cap Depression, I guess they basically live in basins that are facing each other on all 4 sides and can form a natural defense. Hearing the satisfactory answer, Bensamore added 10 points to Sinclair's attitude score in the combat theory class. As for the rest of the Ministry of Magic students, 1 point will be added each. At the same time, I still want to find some useful clues from what happened last night. Since the traitors we deal with are basically the same, they will not only emit the unique stench of demons after death, but once they reveal relevant information about real-time demons, their heads will be blown up by a force. Assuming that the latter point is really a unique ability hidden in the Imperial Capital demons, the first place that can be expected should be, forget it, let Wendy handle this issue. But at this moment, Bensamore was so angry that his veins bulged when he was defeated by a student who had given up on him. In all the years I have been teaching, no student has ever dared to sleep in my class. Boy, you're the first. Yes, the person Bensamor was talking about was me. Wen Yen, who was sitting next to me, hurriedly told me to stop sleeping. The professor was very angry now, but when I came to my senses, I said that I just closed my eyes. I was not really dozing off. Professor, you misunderstood me. Banshamor, who thought I was making excuses, became even more excited. So what you meant was that I was blind and saw it wrong? Anyway, if you can answer the following question. I just turned a blind eye to what happened today. But if you get the answer wrong, I'm sorry. Your attitude score will be penalized by 20 points. All students in the cold weapon field with you will have a negative score of 1. You see, Bianca and the other students are very arrogant. Why should they be punished together with an idiot? I understand that many people will have opinions about me. After all, this is a normal reaction as a student, so I decided to let Banshamor cancel the punishment for the others who answered the questions incorrectly. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his words, Banshamor raised the question. According to the battle with the Baro barbarians, can you guess what terrain they are best at attacking? When hearing this question, some students no longer believed that anyone on the scene could answer it. Because there are so few related paper announcements about the Baro barbarians, it is impossible for a freshman to give the correct answer. As for me, I just grinned. I thought it was some kind of difficult problem. It was so simple. I, who had lived in Baro for 2.5 years, knew it all. After the incident with Ashman, Baro space had changed. A lot of the previous habits have changed under my suggestions. At this time, after listening to my analysis, his face wrinkled instantly, and he thought to himself that this was impossible, so it didn't matter if the answers were all correct. He even analyzed papers that have not yet been verified and published by the academic community. But soon Banshamor understood why I was so powerful. This guy seems to be called Bichir, right? He was the guy who got full marks for the theory test, but since he got all the answers right, he should get 10 extra points for attitude, just like Sinclair. The rest of the students in the cold weapon department were given 1 extra point each, just to regain some of the professor's authority. Banshamor confiscated the 10 points I had just added. Even though you are an excellent student in theory, Bichir, you are not allowed to sleep in my class. If there is a next time, I will never forgive you. By this time Sinclair had noticed me, too. It turns out that you, the Bichir, are the Bichir the students present also began to discuss. The students of cold weapons even paid for their contempt. As for Duo, he became interested in me, a top student in culture. He was a little curious about what use a better brain would be in the coming physical education class. The scene suddenly changed to physical education class. The cold weapon department will conduct a ball game called Nifuli. The use of magic and weapons will be prohibited in the rules. The number of participants is 40, so the cold weapons will be divided into teams of 20 people. No matter what method is used, as long as the ball is scored into the opponent's goal, it is considered a score. The game officially began as the referee blew the whistle. Duo took the lead in pitching. He was very fast and easily got rid of the encirclement of dozens of people. The Don Quixote family, famous for their marksmanship, is indeed terrifying. Their agility and speed are at their best. The little fangirl outside the stadium was cheering for the handsome guy as much as she could. Only Bianca felt that this sport was like a barbarian rushing about recklessly. At this time, Duo, who had just escaped the encirclement, was stopped by the 3 brothers of Daimao. Arrogant guys. Where can you run? If you want to score, you have to get past us first. Put the ball down. Duo knew that these 3 people were not easy to mess with, so he didn't plan to fight them head-on. Then they used their virtual fire several times, and before they knew it, they made the 3 stupid brothers lose their sense of direction, but they were not pushovers. Daimao soon blocked the distance between them again. Jinzhuang Duo decided to meet the enemy head-on. He gathered strength in his hands and then punched Daimao directly, sending him flying. Judging from the degree of the depression in Damao's abdomen, it is clear how powerful Duo's blow was. Soon the defense's physical strength began to deteriorate, which made Duo get closer and closer to the goal. But at this moment, Duo discovered that the goalkeeper was actually my teacher. Being curious by nature, he decided to wonder how a bookworm could defend against his attack. My friend, I hope you can take this incident as an opportunity to focus on both theoretical learning and sports. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Duo flew into the air with a wail, while I stood there unscathed after being hit by the opponent. Seeing that many of the people who fell to the ground did not wake up immediately, and the people around me looked strange, I quickly sat down on the grass tactically. Although I didn't know if I could fool the audience, I at least pretended that I was also in a state of danger. It was unknown how long it had passed before Dudwa finally woke up. His memory of what had just happened seemed to be incomplete. He only remembered that the moment he came into contact with the goalkeeper, his eyes went dark and he passed out. But how could a nerd possibly hurt him? Or was it because his left foot was pulling his right foot? So in order to find out the reason, Dudwa decided to try it again. The sturdy man could never have imagined that not only would he be hit by a nerd with no fighting skills at all, but the feeling after the blow was as rough and hard as if he had been hit by a 1,000-ton mountain. But this is all because the other party doesn't know my true identity, and my strength is enough to make me invincible in an unknown fight with the devil. When Dudwa woke up from his brief coma, he couldn't understand why he was dozing on the ground. The memory in my mind is only frozen at the moment when he rushed towards me with the ball. So in order to verify and find the cause of the coma, Duduo gritted his teeth and decided to try again. As the game got back on track, Dudu was still the offensive player with the ball. The defensive team knew his strength very well, so they encircled and suppressed him more tightly. But at this moment, everyone outside the field was shocked. The goal was clearly right in front of where Dudwa was standing just now, but he actually turned around and rushed from the side. On the other hand, although the three Daimao brothers saw through the opponent's plan at a glance, in the face of absolute strength, they were like having glue on the soles of their feet and were frozen in place by Duoduo's body movements and speed. After getting rid of the three brothers' defense, Duoduo also locked his spearhead on me in front. I was speechless about this and vowed to train these three idiots well. After class I have already told them not to let others get close to me easily, otherwise my identity will be easily exposed. Little did I know that while I was feeling frustrated, Dudwa had already used the family secret. This time he really used his right to suckle without reservation. He firmly believed that there would be no accidents this time, but the result was contrary to his expectations. The moment he bumped into me, his eyes went dark and he passed out again. When he woke up again, everything that happened was exactly the same as the first time. His memory was lost again, and he was still frozen at the moment of the collision. St. Joe, who was standing next to him, saw the collision and comforted him to calm down, and told him what he saw with his eyes. You hit Virgil at an incredible speed, and flew into the air at an incredible speed. At the same time, I understand why you are so obsessed with hitting him. That guy must be hiding a dark secret. Next, I will do my best to attack Virgil, so please open your eyes and watch me clearly. On the other side, I saw St. Joe pick up the ball and lock his spearhead towards me. The three brothers quickly took a defensive stance. This time they swore that they would never let anyone pass by them. However, their harsh words were not what they expected. St. Joe did not even consider dodging, but directly used the pig rush, ignoring anyone who came over. Without any obstacles, the three brothers were mercilessly knocked away. I was helpless about this. This defense was really a big drag. Then I turned around and winked at them, but the three brothers were speechless after seeing this. The opponent was charging like a bull. How could they, with their small bodies, not be able to stop him? Seeing St. Joe getting closer and closer to me, I decided to stand still. St. Joe, on the other hand, did not hold back at all. He raised his arm and gathered strength, and then hit me hard in the abdomen with his palm. Little did he know that the next second, St. Joe's whole body was paralyzed. He felt the moment he touched my abdomen. The feeling in my hand is as rough and hard as hitting the surface of a mountain, and I can't push it. It won't break even if you hit it, but this is also the key to my clever plan. Yes, I will definitely play along with those who want to test my strength. I just fell backwards quickly to meet their expectations. The inertia I pretended to have also made me fly out of the field, and the effect was indeed effective. No one inside or outside the stadium noticed that I had made a mistake, as expected of a northern mercenary. The defenders were completely defenseless. It seemed that the outcome of the game had already been determined. Only St. Joe, who had experienced it himself, knew that it was no coincidence that the numbness in his body had not subsided after such a long time. I am their hard drive, and while St. Joe was in a daze, Damao instantly transformed into the sixth player and approached quietly. After successfully stealing the ball, he sprinted towards the opponent's goal without looking back, and finally he succeeded in breaking through before the referee blew the whistle. The team won the game with a score of 10, so the rest of the team regarded the three brothers as heroes. But they didn't know that I was the one who turned the game around. Well, Doesn't this mean that there are no flaws in my performance? Someone poured cold water on my head. You, Bichir, are the hero behind the victory. We sincerely apologize to you. We underestimated you just now. Later, Dudwa expressed his gratitude to me, saying that he made me understand a truth: when looking at a person, one should not only focus on the other person's appearance. But St. Joe still wanted to know one thing: what did I eat when I was little? Until now, he has never met an opponent stronger than himself. At first, he thought he was secretly using magic to cheat. I told them that I was a commoner and couldn't control my magic, although Duo felt sorry for this. He also told me that with my physical condition, I could easily become number one among commoners with just a little practice. While we were talking, 3 female fans who admired Dudu came up behind us. They came to give us towels. Now things are getting more and more interesting. I met good teammates who fought side by side with me during my school days. Being able to get to know them so early will be the icing on the cake for me to deal with the difficult implementation demons in the future. But at this moment, St. Joe's expression became stunned, and Dujuo's expression was surprised. As for the female students present, their faces were all red. Yes, when I took off my glasses and wiped the sweat, they saw my true appearance. This will also cause unnecessary trouble to my future campus life. In the blink of an eye, night fell again, and I started my night-killing operation again. The traitor in front of me was my 52nd target. He was the director of the nursery in the imperial capital. I have been in constant contact with the devil until now, and I have been supplying the devil with stolen human children. At this moment, the opponent was shocked when he saw the halo of the sword in my hand. This was the level that a sword master could achieve. But in fact, I understand that my aura is only infinitely close to liquid. The strength displayed by Tianyu fruit has made me know what it means to truly step into the realm of a sword master. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? I responded coldly, this is the retribution you deserve for colluding with the devil. But at this moment, a huge piece of rubble suddenly appeared above my head. Sensing the danger, I quickly dodged, and the traitor was smashed to pieces. Looking in the direction where the murderous aura was emanating, I am sure that the person who came here is definitely not an ordinary person, and he is likely to be the evil demon hiding in the imperial capital. How high is the latest episode of Revenge of the Iron Hound? After defeating Andre, one of the demons in Baskerville Empire, I once again found clues about the devil's implementation, because when I was interrogating the director of the Venice nursery in the imperial capital, a huge broken rock suddenly appeared above my head. But this little trick didn't pose any danger to me. At the same time, the stench of the devil began to spread. Following the source, I found that the other party was standing on the broken lighthouse. Judging from my experience of fighting on the battlefields of my 2 lifetimes, the other party is definitely not an ordinary person. And it is very likely that he is the evil demon hiding in the imperial capital. Suddenly, the man in the suit swung a sledgehammer and rushed towards where I was standing. The sword hit me and I quickly dodged sideways, but the masked man's level attack was really powerful, and it actually smashed a big hole in the thick concrete floor. But I didn't know that the masked man's attack moves also made me know his true identity. At this time, he picked up the sledgehammer again and smashed it on me. Although I still managed to dodge it as expected, as the number of attacks increased and the opponent controlled the attack distance, I instantly realized something was wrong. Instantly, a powerful pressure burst out from the hammer. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and summoned the sword of Tao Tai in time to block it, so I was lucky enough not to be hurt at all. If I had been hit in the head by this move, I would definitely have a concussion within a short period of time. This can definitely give the enemy a buff effect. However, I also got some reliable information from it. That is, the masked man is not a demon, he is from the Kovades family. Because the move he used to attack me just now was a killer move from the Kovades family called Dunshu. I am very confused about this. The Kovades family is the representative of the Holy Saint. Demons must be their natural enemies, so why does the masked man have a demonic stench? Could it be that the demons have infiltrated even the Kovades family? It seems that I must ask Wendy to investigate secretly as soon as possible. Now that I know that the other party is also a traitor, I might as well kill one more person today. It just so happens that I haven't been properly untied since the beginning of school, because the traitors I eliminated were either ordinary people or a little bit stronger than ordinary people, so let me find the devil to warm up before carrying out the implementation. Who knows, the other party may suddenly show up after I defeat him. At this moment, the masked man thought he had found a loophole in my defense. Then he raised his hammer again and flew into the air. Seeing this, I did not choose to dodge, but confronted him head-on. He easily blocked his attack with a casual rising dragon kick. But this shocked the masked man. He knew that he had used all his strength, so how could a mortal possibly take it? On the other hand, I took advantage of this opportunity to gather my strength. Then he used the charge to hit the masked man's chest. But it was not enough. The same was true for both sides of his ribs. Finally, he delivered a full strength and precise blow to his face under the drive of inertia. Although the masked man had already adjusted and regained his balance, he was still knocked hundreds of meters away. At the same time, I jumped up and followed him. Seeing the threat approaching again, the masked man wanted to pick up his weapon and continue to resist. But in the face of absolute strength, it will be a hard work. I saw that when the opponent approached me, he immediately flashed to the top of his head, and then with a downward elbow strike, he first disabled his right hand, and then tightened his clothes on his chest with his big hand, and then used the inertia of his body rotation to. He effortlessly threw the masked man away again, letting the steel bar pierce his abdomen. The intense pain made him suffer unbearably, and it seemed that the mask also made it impossible for him to speak normally. At this time, I saw the name Abed on the other person's chest. I guessed that this was most likely the name of the masked man. I originally wanted to ask who turned him into this, and who was behind it, but it seems like interrogating him won't yield any useful clues. But I have another way to replace the interrogation. I just need to disassemble every part of the masked man's body and investigate the state of his internal organs, the layout of his bones, the freshness and concentration of his blood, etc. After completing these investigations, I will be able to obtain some useful clues. Abed, since you are here, cruelty is nothing to you. Then, the special interrogation officially began. Now soon, after 30 minutes, the interrogation came to an end. But at this moment, an anxious cry for help came from the place where the boulder had just fallen. When I removed the rubble covering it, I discovered that the guy's fate was so severe. You are lucky, the weight of several tons can't crush you to pieces. Now I give you two choices. The first is of course that you refuse to cooperate, and I will send you to hell again. The second is that you cooperate well and tell me all the information you know honestly. Then I will definitely keep my promise and let you go. Little did I know that at this moment, on the rooftop at 11 o'clock, an unknown man was watching all this. In order to save his life, the director of the orphanage agreed. I have what you want in the safe in my office. Then he begged me to protect him absolutely because, unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, a pair of green eyes suddenly pointed at him. Instantly, heads kept coming out of his mouth at the same time. I also realized where the killing weapon was, but when I turned around to find out, the director of the nursery suddenly emitted a green murderous light as expected. He had become a time bomb. As the explosion sounded, the soldier on duty sounded the alarm. The soldiers escorting St. Dolores also became alert. What on earth was going on? There are probably casualties at the scene. We have to go over and take a look. Soon the explosion site was filled with soldiers from the Empire looking at the devastated scene around them. Dolores was puzzled. He didn't understand what happened here in such a short time. But suddenly, Dolores' eyes were attracted by something on the ground. That thing was exactly the broken part of my night dog suit hood. In order not to be discovered by the patrolling soldiers, he immediately pretended to have a hypoglycemia attack and squatted down to rest, covering it secretly with his skirt. Could it be that Lord Night Dog had just been here? I just took off my glasses and washed my face during physical education class. But the next day I was featured in the hot searches of the college newspaper. Fortunately, they didn't speculate too much about my birth. But at the same time, I also thought of the next plan based on this, since the news of the college news department is so well informed. In addition, their influence in the Imperial City is amazing, so I might as well find an opportunity to join them so that I can get all kinds of news in the Imperial City in real time. Who knows, maybe we can find some clues to the evildoers' plan. Now it's time for the boring and tasteless cultural class again. This class of Shima is really boring. They are deliberately trying to embarrass me. Please ask Vikielny to introduce the academic report on magic crabs to the students. This thing is very simple to me, but when I said that the magic crab has 2 poisonous needles as a means of attack, Benchimore immediately accused me of talking nonsense. saying that the devil crab only had one poison needle at the tail, and there was no second needle as I mentioned. I was numb to classical Chinese. I didn't expect that academic reports at this stage would be so careless that they didn't even know that the devil crab had a hidden poison needle. So in order to prove that I was right, I asked Banshamore to read according to what I said. Little did he know that just as he picked up the dagger and cut open the heart of the devil crab, the poison needle hidden in the body of the devil crab suddenly rushed out, and the students present were frightened by the scene before their eyes. Fortunately, I picked up the notebook in my hand in time to block it, otherwise Banshamore would not be able to react at all, and in serious cases he might even lose his life. Banshamore, who was frightened to the point of almost losing control of his bladder, never imagined that the devil crab actually had two poisonous needles. This happens to explain the strange incident in which a certain investigation team was inexplicably killed. Then Banshamore invited me to go to his lab after class to talk about the matter in detail. Because of my outstanding performance, the students' expectations of me have increased. It was the first time that I felt that I could be very cool if I was good at academic subjects. I remember that Bichir was also very good in physical education class. Dudu and St. Joe were no match for him. But what they care more about than my literary and martial arts is my extremely good looks hidden behind my glasses. When I returned to my seat, I recalled what happened last night after the explosion. I was severely affected because I didn't have time to dodge. Fortunately, I had the healing ability of the swamp lizard, otherwise I would have to be reborn again. But when I went back to look for the remains of the masked man's body, those things had disappeared without a trace. The only reliable information we got was from the director of the nursery. The account books hidden in the safe are just account books, and they only record the movement of the trafficked children to certain places, and even the locations are variable. It is indeed difficult to determine where the demon is hiding based on this information. But the most important point is who was the culprit of the explosion. Who was that guy? Why was he wearing the uniform of the Academy of Sciences? Is it possible that the evil demon is hiding in the academy? The scene changed. Dolores, the head of the news department, was very happy to learn that several members had joined today. Welcome everyone to join. In the future, I hope everyone will bring endless possibilities to the news agency, so please introduce yourselves. I am Don Quixote from the first year of the Cold Weapon Department. I love to study. Studying is my progress. The news department is my first choice. I am a freshman from the Cold Weapon Department. I feel like I am useless except for being quick and powerful. So I plan to apply my wisdom to the news department that is most likely to need talents like me. I am Sinclair, a first-year student from the Ministry of Magic. I believe that intelligence is the most reliable thing besides money and power, so I choose to join the news department, the source of intelligence. I am Urs Vianka, a freshman in the Cold Weapon Department. I think the news department is the most promising place, so I chose it. In addition, the aircraft that is good at collecting and analyzing intelligence also joined. After all, this is simply his duty. My name is Virgil. I am here because the college requires me to get the election to join the club. So I followed my clubmates on the plane. If nothing unexpected happened, as long as I joined, I could easily get the information I wanted. But the only thing that bothers me is that my president is Saint Dolores. But at this moment, Dolores suddenly became angry and said, "If Virgil, you come here with the intention of getting credits, you may be eliminated by me today." Before he finished speaking, Anna, the vice president of the club, rushed out with today's newspaper and said, "It's you. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. It turns out that when I was washing my face yesterday, Anna, who specializes in freshmen, took a photo of me. Because of my good looks, I was mentioned in the college newspapers. That's how Anna hired me into the news department. Because the impact of last night's explosion was quite severe, the news department had to give this incident a name and write some immersive copy. Dolores decided to let the newcomers sit down and think about it together, and then Anna speculated, "I think the mastermind behind the explosion is probably the same person as the criminal who has killed many people in Huangdu recently." Seeing that there were still many children, the plane quietly asked me, "Virgil, who do you think this weirdo is?" I didn't respond. Because I didn't know a lot of the information in the newspaper, I had to analyze it carefully. Soon everyone came up with their own headlines. Then it was time to choose. Dudwa took the lead and confidently said, "Why not call him the Undead Shadow Master?" What he feared most was that the air would suddenly become quiet, and his thoughts would be completely distracted from the incident. In addition, some people thought of the devil who brought the unfortunate bomb, some people thought of the killer in the nursery, some people thought of the Mr. Terrorist. As for Dolores, she mentioned the Night Hound. He named it based on the wreckage mask he had secretly hidden, and naturally he also wanted to know why the night dog he was familiar with appeared there last night. I have sincerely saved so many people suffering from the Red Death in the streets. The spirit that appeared was not false, although the holy water he made was stolen before leaving. Dolores still believed that Night Dog must have taken it to save people. My eyes are not wrong when it comes to judging people. Night Dog is definitely not the culprit of the explosion and the destruction of the nursery. Even if he is the murderer, he must have his own reasons. At this time, Feiji thought the name Night Hound was a good one. Not only does it have the violent enlightenment method of the barbarians, but it also gives people a super mysterious feeling. At the same time, everyone present agreed, and the title of this issue of the newspaper was finally called Night Hound. After that, the text was finalized. Since there is no definite evidence, it is natural to be more obscure. The Night Hound has put the imperial capital in danger. Who is he? At this time, Dudwa asked, Virgil, do you think the Night Hound is a good guy or a bad guy? I said bluntly that he was a bad guy, but I didn't expect that what I said would anger Dolores. Why did you say so confidently that he was a bad guy? It's over. How should I answer Dolores' question? Blast it. The Academy of Oscars never expected that the corpse-eating demon who wanted to turn the human world into hell. He was actually lurking among a second-year student, and because he had taken over the body of a school idol, he could eat the female students. He had arranged to go to the secret grove almost without being discovered by the school. I finally found you. You are too arrogant. The scope of activities is wider than the sea. Time goes back to the moment when Dolores questioned me. Why do you conclude that Night Hound is the murderer who attacked the nursery without any evidence? I was so disappointed when I heard the news. How the hell should I answer this question? Seeing that I was slow to respond, Dolores became more aggressive. You can't answer, right? Then can I conclude that you not only didn't think about it, you are not just saying this without any evidence. You are now a full member of the news department. You must be very careful with your words. Just to add a comment, I remember the soldier on patrol that night gave relevant testimony, saying that the Night Hound was the most likely suspect in destroying the nursery. Dolores said that this was indeed irrefutable. But until there is evidence, this testimony will only be considered speculation. Moreover, part of this case took place in the basement of the nursery. How the children died is still a mystery. But if it was really the work of the Night Hound, then there must be more strange links. Hearing this, everyone present was very upset and thought to themselves, it was obviously a nursery run by her family, so why could President Dolores take a neutral stance to deal with this matter? Then, Anna and the others, who had nothing to say, expressed their agreement. Well, before we prove that Night Hound is the murderer, we should try to remain objective and not take sides. After all, it is not too late to write about the condemning reports after the evidence is solid. But if that guy is really a bad guy, Dolores didn't finish her words, and the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open by a student from the news department. Oh no, the president, the club's consultant Professor Benchimore is here. He asked you to immediately revise your report on the Night Hound and write it in a super bad direction. Dolores Tingba, Wu, you died. This old man really has no shame at all. I know. I will talk to the professor. As a result, the moment Dolores walked out of the meeting room, a noisy argument was heard outside the door. After all, Benchimore and he had huge differences in ideas, so it would be strange if they didn't have a big argument. Virgil, don't you think the president is quite stubborn and very likable? I gave a positive answer to this. After the destruction of the previous life, Dolores still maintained this situation. When some frontline soldiers were afraid to go to the battlefield, he would immediately boost their morale. When the frontline soldiers were injured, he would do his best to provide treatment support in the rear. But then again, I did expect that I would be considered a bad guy. Thank you, Dolores, for daring to go against the orders of your superiors in order to prove the innocence of the Night Hound. Time quickly came to the next day at 6 o'clock. The Academy's piercing wake-up bell rang. Then, all the students in the Academy had to appear on the playground within 2.5 minutes to run together. After the morning exercise, some students would go back to catch up, while others would take a shower or have a meal first. At this time, Feiji complained that morning exercise was torture because he felt that his brain was very slow. For this reason, I decided to explain to him that morning exercises are meant to activate the activity of brain cells. I guess it's because you don't go to bed early that you don't get enough sleep. On the other hand, Duo said, Virgil, you have to be compassionate. Otherwise, no female classmates will like you. Try to comfort the weak heart of the plane. I don't want to. I'm not gay. Let's get back to the point. They decided to go to the city to play during the weekend. Virgil, why don't you come with us? You'll get bored if you stay in the academy all the time. 1 yen. I refused without hesitation and told them that I had to attend a charity event on the weekend, but just as I was about to leave, the 3 people behind me suddenly changed their minds. I think it's fun to do charity work. Why don't we go with Virgil? Get out of here. I don't want to take you with me, but there's a reason why they want to follow me. Dudu and Sanxiao have long felt that as long as they stay with me, I would somehow exude a kind of leadership aura, making people feel that it was right to listen to me. Feiji was the same. She admired me in both study and sports, so she felt that as long as she could be with me, it seemed that I could learn the unknown invisibly. At this moment, my eyes suddenly became murderous. Feiji thought that my expression was just for her to see, but she didn't know that I had other intentions. Just when I passed by a man hugging 2 female students, I smelled that disgusting stench again. There was no doubt that the guy in the middle was the devil hiding in the academy. Then I asked Feiji, do you know that guy? You should be talking about the one standing in the middle of the girls. He is the sophomore school idol, senior Byn Kudzak, but the current environment is not conducive to my offensive. After all, if I force it, it will definitely cause a lot of casualties. We must not let the heroes who will stop the era of destruction in the future get hurt by the nail points. Then I made an excuse. I felt a little unwell today, and went back to the dormitory to sleep. I will make an appointment for charity another day. Then I launched a silent assassination. I hid my breath unexpectedly, just when I took off my glasses and was about to chase after him. Dolores appeared at the corner of the stairs. We bumped into each other. Dude and his strong men ran over to ask him, President Dolores, are you okay? And you, Virgil, why don't you apologize quickly? I did as I asked, but at the same time, Dolores said that she was at fault. First, she was in a hurry to do things, so she didn't slow down her running speed when she reached the corner, but little did she know that Dolores was very puzzled at this time. I'm just a weak nerd, but when we bumped into each other, I didn't even show any sign of taking a step back. On the other hand, I decided to use a delaying tactic. Too many people around me were keeping their eyes on me, so it would be better to postpone following that guy. At the same time, over at Zach's side, he had already brought 2 girls to a very dark secret base. The girl was scared and wanted to leave, but she couldn't stand Zach's pitiful look. Senior brought you here because I have something very sad that I want to tell you. Recently, a guy suddenly disrupted my life, which made me feel disgusted and irritated. Moreover, the guy seemed to have found the college when he saw me in school uniform. The 2 girls started to offer suggestions, little knowing that the person standing between them was the real villain. Zach suddenly stretched out his big hand and grabbed the girl's face. The next second, the girl's face was transferred to Zach's hand. There was absolutely no way that guy would have died in the explosion. Judging from his aura, he must be at least a high-level swordsmanship master. Plus, all the people he killed recently were related to my food, so it was obvious that he sensed the presence of the devil. This means that he is definitely the one who killed Andre. Boy, you want to kill me, right? Come on. This Demon King is really awesome. Not only can he absorb other people's faces and switch them in seconds, he can also install them on his subordinates. This is definitely an anti-reconnaissance secret. Originally, the corpse-eating demon Dantalion was hiding in the academy, but when he found out that his whereabouts were exposed, he disguised himself as a wealthy man and hid away. But little did people know that Dantalion actually had another identity in the Kovades family, and his plan all along was to devour Dolores. Just now, due to the recent series of cases and accidents in the imperial capital, the college newspaper department was quite short-staffed, so Anna and Dolores decided to let the newly joined first-year students participate. At this time, the table was filled with relevant events which they had worked on for 2.5 days. Listen carefully. Now everyone should select the events that they can handle, and then write a formal report and hand it to me for review. Just then, I saw a familiar face in a pile of newspapers. This was an article about disappearances in the academy. Among the missing people was Zach, whose body was possessed by a corpse-eating demon. At the same time, in a wealthy residential area in the imperial capital, the corpse-eating demon Dantalion has disguised himself as the employer here. Ever since I nearly killed his subordinate, the masked man with fake hands, he sent out 3 of his best bullet makers to search for me all the time. But today they came back empty-handed again. They said that after the explosion, The guy wearing the plague mask has never appeared again. Dantalian never expected that a mere human could be so cautious, so in order to find any trace of my private information, he decided to expand the scope of his search and activities. At this moment, eyes grew out of Dantalian's fingers. The next second, his fingers shot towards the face of his subordinate in front of him, and soon merged with him. At this moment, the employer's wife suddenly opened the door and walked in, and hurriedly asked her husband who these people were, but her fate was predictable, which was death. Then Dantalian ordered his subordinate Fedor to get rid of it, and specifically reminded him to keep the face intact, as he wanted to use it as a collection. Due to Andre's death and my repeated obstruction, the plan to let the corpse-eating demon open the door to the demon world has been repeatedly postponed, but regret will not solve the current situation after all. Dantalian suddenly came up with a brilliant plan, and time quickly came to the next day. Dolores came to a nursery managed by his family, which was under the management of his uncle Quilty. I just heard Dolores say, "I thought about it all night and decided to tell my uncle because there have been a series of murders and disappearances in the academy and the imperial capital recently. I suggest that the pardon system be abolished as soon as possible. A sinner is a sinner. How can he become innocent just by donating some money to a nursery or hospital?" His uncle is the head of the Pang branch of the Quadis family. Although he runs a hospital and a nursery, he also serves the society as a volunteer. But they have always supported a system that exonerates the rich. But what Dolores didn't know was that his uncle's body had long been occupied by a corpse-eating demon, and the recent frequent incidents were all caused by his crimes. Why? This system has been implemented well all along, and they don't just donate money to atone for their sins. Dolores explained solemnly that the so-called atonement is to tell God about one's sins, and then accept the corresponding punishment in order to be forgiven. But those rich people don't care about money at all. The amount they donate each time is less than the tip of the iceberg of their own wealth. How can such a system be used to save sinners? Seeing that Dolores' words were still aggressive, Quilty said that he was just following the teachings of the order. Then he suggested that he go talk to the cardinal. The person Quilty mentioned was Dolores' father. Dolores said that they would talk about it later and turned and left. At the same time, the overly deep Quirty almost revealed his true form. He was so greedy for Dolores' face. Damn it, he almost couldn't resist the urge to eat him. For Dantalian, the saint was the only sacrifice he had ever found in this world. Only when he has collected the saints will his collection be complete. But in order not to reveal his identity and open the door to the demon world, Dantalian had to hold back. Little did I know that, at this moment, I took the investigation report Wendy gave me. He found the nursery where Dantalian was staying based on his analysis of Andre's actions in the imperial capital before his death. This was the nursery he frequented most frequently. But looking at the flag of the Kovadis family hanging on the flag, I fell into deep thought. If even the most sacred place can be invaded by corpse-eating demons, the other 5 families must have some conspiracy. Just as I was about to walk in, 3 familiar voices suddenly came into my ears. Why the hell are they here? Now things are getting complicated. I am dizzy. So dizzy. This man and his 4 brothers plan to destroy the world every day. But his other identity is the director of the largest nursery in the imperial capital, specializing in reorganizing new families for orphans. Although he seems to be doing good deeds, he actually wants to kill these orphans. The blood of young children is simply a delicacy for him. His true identity is Dantalian, one of the corpse-eating demons who plans to open the gates of hell and swallow up this world. And now, the character he plays is Quilty, the Pang family of Kvaldis, and Dolores' uncle. Time goes back to the moment when I received Wendy's investigation report. After confirming the most likely place for the corpse-eating demon to hide, I decided to take a vacation. I went into the orphanage as a volunteer to find out what was going on before Andre died. He often came here to meet the director of the orphanage, but before I could get excited, I stopped getting excited. I saw 3 guys who shouldn't have appeared suddenly behind me. I had been so tough with them and told them not to follow me, but how could they be so shameless? This is terrible. All my previous plans have basically gone to waste. It seems that I can only be prepared to improvise. At this moment, Duo was a little surprised by the luxurious environment around him. He felt that this place was more like a palace, not a nursery for orphans. When Yen St. Chao asked who the dean was, the plane, who was good at collecting intelligence, pointed to the portrait next to him and answered, "It is said that he is not only the head of the side branch of the Kovardis family, Quilty, but also a gold medal lecturer established by the Oscar Academy. He is also a big man with a certain prestige and reputation in the imperial capital, but I also heard a rumor that President Dolores has a lot of prejudice against him. The reason is that they have different views on the cult. Listen to it more. I immediately thought of my own situation and sighed. It seems that every big family is bound to have some conflicts. On the other hand, I am thinking about it. After all, I know Dolores best, but there must be a lot of tricks about this guy. After that, we met with the director of the nursery. After a brief welcome speech, he assigned us a task to be the enlightenment teachers of the group of children behind him for 10 days. As long as you take care of them sincerely, they will remember your kindness no matter how long in the future. But at this moment, Dudwa suddenly hesitated for a moment. He didn't understand why Bianca and Sinclair happened to be here as volunteers. Bianca immediately became unhappy and said, "I should be the one asking you this question. Many people are gloating over other people's misfortunes. Does this hero need a reason to accumulate merits? Everyone knows that the rule of my Don Quixote family is to do one good deed a day at the same time." Sinclair and I made eye contact. I didn't expect to encounter a crisis here by chance. We are really destined to meet. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his hand with fluttering hands. "I have never participated in this kind of activity before, so please take care of me during these 10 days. I shook his hand to show my agreement, and Sinclair danced with joy as if he had won. The aircraft ship immediately told me a secret information. Last time I saw Sinclair specifically looking for the person in charge of the college activities. Please ask him to do something. So do you understand the value of this sentence? I pondered for a long time before I realized that my chance encounter with him might have been planned. It seems that I need to be more vigilant against him, but strangely, I have been observing for so long, but I have not seen Dean Quilty. It seems that he probably didn't come to participate in the charity event, but it also gave me some time to get a brief understanding of the situation here. Then the person in charge began to guide the children. Let them choose their own enlightenment teacher as expected. Bianca and the others were very popular. Only when I asked their names with a serious face, the children were almost frightened to the point of incontinence. They all ran to the nearby planes for comfort. Virgil, you are really... Can't you control your facial expressions a little bit? I ignored what the plane said. I'm not good at taking care of children. It's 100 times harder than killing a current affairs demon. And when I looked back, I found a little girl standing alone not far behind me. I wanted to go over and ask her what happened, but the next second she suddenly ran out the door for no apparent reason. At this moment, the little girl was leaning against the stone pillar in the corridor. Seeing this, I walked up and said, "I feel suffocated when I am in a crowded place. But if I don't care about their opinions, I will feel much better. So why are you avoiding going outside?" But my words seemed to be met with her disdainful response. It seemed that this method was not going to work. Then I thought of what AIE taught me about how to get along with children in a friendly way, which is to keep smiling when talking to them. After seeing the tag on the little girl's collar, I followed what AIE said and asked her with a smile, "Your name is Perry, right?" On the other hand, when Perry heard me call her name, her expression seemed to change a little bit, and then she ran away with her head covered. Just when I thought she hated me because I smiled too maliciously, Dolores suddenly appeared behind me. "I didn't expect you to have such a gentle side." Then she told me about Perry. The child's mind was severely traumatized. After that, she closed the door of her heart. I even suffered from aphasia and couldn't speak. "If you don't mind, I'll let you be responsible for taking care of her this time." Little did he know that the moment Perry ran out of the corridor, my mood instantly became high seeing Dolores still chattering non-stop. So I immediately covered her mouth and hid behind the stone pillar in the corridor. At the same time, Quirty came over with a nobleman. They were talking about donations and confession of sins. It turns out that this noble wanted to pay to pardon his crime. He said he had just captured a barbarian slave, but on the way back there was some friction and he taught him a lesson. As a result, he accidentally killed the barbarian slave. So I planned to donate 1 billion gold to the gods, while I used the silent assassination skill to hide my breath. I'm sure this guy is the director of the nursery. He is definitely the devil I met in the academy. But Dolores didn't know why I covered his mouth, and he knew the person passing by. Little did he know that just as he was about to break free and question me, the man following behind Quilty suddenly spotted us. "This is bad, am I going to start a war here?" The forest overlord that once frightened the barbarians for 100 years, now had his eggs bounced by a little girl like a ball. It turns out that after I killed the giant octopus pig, I kept one of its eggs with me. Although there is no sign of life now, but because the children of the Barrow barbarians like it very much, so I kept it as a souvenir. It just so happens that it can be used now. Time goes back to the moment when the devil's men found me with their fake hands, and he immediately asked coldly, "You'd better tell me honestly, what are you doing hiding here?" I didn't respond to this because I could tell from the rotten smell coming from this guy that he was the masked man that I almost got rid of. Could it be that face-changing is one of the abilities of this demon? Suddenly Quilty called Dolores and said, "I didn't know that a saint like you had the habit of eavesdropping on other people's conversations." Or was she hiding behind a pillar, just enjoying a pleasant date with a male classmate? When Yen Dolores was so nervous that she broke out in a cold sweat. He himself didn't know how to explain it after all. The word eavesdropping was more suitable for the current situation. Then Quilty came up to me and said, "Look at the clothes you're wearing, little fellow. He must be the one who came to my nursery as a volunteer. But don't forget your duty. Go back and take good care of those abandoned orphans. I don't know if this demon has any special interests." He actually secretly praised my beauty as comparable to Dolores. Fortunately, Quilty did not pursue it too much. He left with his employer without looking back. Dolores, on the other hand, dared not speak out, for the blasphemous act was happening before his eyes. But he couldn't stop Quilty from selling the pardon suit. After they walked away, Dolores turned around and asked, "Why did you hold me and hide behind the stone pillar just now?" As for the reason, he probably wouldn't believe it after all. That guy was able to sneak into the inner circle of the Cavades family. I was absolutely sure that I could keep my identity secret, so I said sorry and left. At this moment, Dolores stood there in a daze. He could vaguely sense that I was very angry at the moment, but he couldn't figure out what I was angry about. As for Quilty, I recently learned a little bit more. He spends no more than 2.5 hours in the nursery each day. As for his work, most of the time, people who have committed crimes come to him to pay for pardoning their crimes. But what I didn't expect was that Quilty even sent the account book of the pardon clothes he had sold to Cardinal Humbert of the Cavardis family. Did Dolores' father also die? In addition, the most important point is that Quilty has 4 personal guards. There were 3 men and 1 woman who followed him in rotation every day. Since I knew that the masked man's strength was not as good as mine, but the difference was not too big, the other 3 were also very powerful, so before they faced the demon Hedon, I have to get rid of the 4 guards around him one by one first. Otherwise, with my current strength, I will not be able to withstand the siege of more than 3 of them. Just then, the 3 of them found me. They didn't expect that I could be so busy with washing clothes that I forgot to eat and sleep. Although they sympathized with my suffering, they also hoped that I would not push myself too hard. But these 3 guys didn't know what my intention was. The location I chose and the things I did. All of these would allow me to better observe Quilty's movements. Time passed quickly and another day passed. At this moment, I was playing football with my kids on the playground, and suddenly, I noticed that Perry was sitting alone in the distance, watching. So I approached quietly and sat down. He was playing with something like a bouncy ball in his hand. As expected, the common point among children is that they are extremely curious. My actions successfully caught Perry's attention, but this thing is not a toy. It is the unhatched egg of the octopus pig. Because the children of the Barrow barbarians used it as a ball. That's why I kept one as a souvenir. Looking at Perry's expression at this moment, I knew the time was right, so I deliberately flicked my egg into her hand. Perry just started playing with the egg happily. I had actually anticipated this situation a long time ago, but I didn't expect the effect to be so significant. Suddenly, Sinclair called me from behind. "Virgil, you are as kind as I thought." Although he always had a cold face towards me, when he heard me, he asked what he wanted to see me for. "Of course I want to have a good time with you, Virgil." As soon as these words came out, I felt a little overwhelmed. Then Sinclair even asked, "Can you take our relationship to the next level? If you don't mind, I'll call you Brother Virgil from now on. He happens to be 1 year younger than you." As soon as he finished speaking, I rejected him outright. No, that makes me feel uncomfortable. At this moment, the ball in Perry's hand suddenly bounced out. It just happened to fall through a hole in the iron net into the stinky ditch, which immediately made him cry anxiously. Sinclair didn't know what to do when he saw this. The stinking ditch blended into the color of the ball. I comforted myself by saying, "Don't worry, I can find the ball back." As I was talking, I started to take off my shirt when my 8-pack abs were exposed. Sinclair blushed. He also seems to stutter when speaking is this something that can be seen based on our current relationship? On the other hand, I jumped without hesitation. Finally, after searching for 7,749 minutes, I finally found the egg in this stinking ditch. But I have to say, it was quite painful for me with my keen sense of smell. "Perry, you don't have to feel sorry. Look, I found it for you, didn't I?" And Dolores happened to see my considerate side. He was originally going to come and apologize to me, because he had heard from Dudwa and the others that I hadn't had a single moment's rest in the past few days. No matter what favor I am asked to do, I will choose to help first and then do my own thing. Dolores had always had a bad impression of me. She criticized me with prejudice the first time. This caused me to lose credits and have to participate in extracurricular activities. He felt that he had wronged me and that I was not as bad and annoying as he imagined. He is a demon, but he teaches humans how to have compassion for abandoned orphans. He not only gave a 2.5-hour passionate speech. At the end of the event, he pushed a donation box and sincerely told everyone present, "The future of the children depends on you. I hope you can all contribute your own little bit. The more money you donate, the greater the help it will be for the children." As soon as the words fell, everyone lined up to donate money. I was the only one standing aside, feeling extremely disgusted, because the purpose of donating money is just to satisfy the selfish desires of the demons. These orphans were just the ones they kept in captivity. Time quickly came to our last day as volunteers at the orphanage. At this time, most of them were playing football with their children on the playground. They lamented that the 10 days of volunteer life passed by too quickly. It always feels like it was just yesterday when I came here. To celebrate this last day, they decided to have a carnival that would exhaust their energy. As for me, I just sat with Perry and watched from a distance. What's different from before is that he no longer avoids me. The favorability towards me has almost reached its peak. Perry even made me a wreath. Seeing this, I thought he was saying goodbye to me, but his bare hand rejected my offer. Since Perry couldn't speak, he wrote on my hand. He said this was to thank me for my company these days. The memory of him sacrificing himself to find the ball for him is particularly profound. At the very end, Perry put on a pitiful expression. He asked if we would see each other again. This sentence reminds me of what Dolores told me before, that there is another reason why Perry doesn't want to interact with people. That is, he doesn't want short-term companionship. But in this imperial city full of demons, I was prepared to die instantly every time I hunted. But just when I was hesitating whether to rush to answer affirmatively, Perry's mood has gradually become depressed. There's really nothing I can do with this little guy. Just think of it as receiving another daughter of Gone. I promise you, Perry, we will have a chance to meet again in the future. As long as I stay in the college, I will make time to come and play with you. Hearing the answer he wanted, Perry smiled brightly and then started gesturing on my hand again. This was an agreement between my uncle and I, but we didn't know that a great disaster would soon happen to Perry. Afterwards, we came to the lecture hall of the nursery. At this time, Quilty was giving us his farewell speech. Although these 10 days are short, they are immeasurable for the children who have left their parents through meeting you. The children have experienced the beauty of family love again. Can also fill the emptiness in their hearts. If they can achieve success in the future, it will be all thanks to you. Then, at the end of his speech, Quilty asked his subordinates to push a donation box over. He wants everyone here to do their part, and I just want to say, it would be a pity if the devil didn't become an actor at this time. Not only did he talk about grace in a very reasonable way, they also cleverly take advantage of the inherent kindness in human beings, but these are all insignificant. Now I have a thorny problem. I didn't expect that on the last day. For if Quilty's men would show up at the same time, it undoubtedly posed a threat to my attack plan. However, I absolutely cannot let this guy continue to be so arrogant and overbearing. My plan must proceed as it is. At this time, people present began to line up to donate money. My strange behavior aroused Sinclair's suspicion. He asked me why I didn't join the others in taking action. In Wenyan's words, I said bluntly that I had no money and they didn't need my help. Sinclair thought my answer seemed a little ruthless. So I responded again, anyway, this world must rely on its own strength to survive. As a parent, they are needed only during the early childhood. Unexpectedly, before I finished speaking, Sinclair suddenly held my hand. It seems that you, Virgil, must have a lot of sad past. But it doesn't matter. You can come to my house every holiday or vacation. Eat with me and my family. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and ran away, which really made me unable to figure out what he was thinking about all day. What a strange guy. But it makes me wonder, who is Sinclair? Why did he come to the academy in disguise? He is one of the most outstanding talents in magic. Why did he suddenly disappear after graduation? Then came the final farewell to the children. Perry never showed up, and then I found Dolores. Senior, I have a question. From the beginning of the speech till now, has Perry not been present? Dolores Wenyan also looked around fiercely. He vaguely remembered seeing me when he was using the bathroom just now. Hearing this, my heart instantly rose to my throat. Could it be that Quilty was ready to eat Perry for dinner, and he dared to do whatever he wanted in front of me? Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you have 4 little brothers with you. The scene then shifted to late at night. When everyone was fast asleep, I put on a night dog suit and hid in the darkness of the nursery. At the same time, the 4 subordinates of the corpse-eating demon also seemed to act in a planned manner. They each took their own position and began to act separately. This also gave me the opportunity to defeat them one by one. Then I appeared behind the masked man's fake hand and asked, "Where are the children imprisoned?" On the other hand, when the fake hand saw Dixie, it immediately swung the hammer and hit me hard. It seems that you don't want to cooperate well, so I can only make you disappear from this world. After killing the fake hand with one strike, I will start looking for the next target. I never expected that my fiancée Camus would be on my hostile side. When I met her again, I couldn't accept such an ending. In the future, he will become the strongest magic queen in the continent. There must be some unspeakable secret hidden in this. Back to the time when I strangled the corpse-eating demon's guard hand. The next second his head suddenly began to melt and smoke. Then another familiar face fell out. When I saw him for the first time, I remembered the most righteous person I recognized in my previous life, Betrayal. He was the captain of the guard whom I met when I went to look for the saint. But at this moment, I suddenly found something strange. There should not be this black treasure under Betrayal's right. My thoughts were pulled back to a night before my rebirth. At that time, Betrayal once told me that he had a twin brother and sister, but they disappeared after joining the Dark Hall for closed-door training. It seems that Betrayal's information was wrong. His brother was not missing, but was possessed by a demon and became immortal. As for the rags left in my hands, I guess this thing is probably related to masks or something like that. At the same time, after sensing that the prosthetic hand had been removed, the other 2 men of the corpse-eating demon immediately turned around and rushed to the scene. I was quite curious about this. Could it be that these guys' faces under the masks? They must be the guys I knew before I was reborn. Seeing that the other party was ready to attack, I took the lead without hesitation. After I had made the first Baskerville shot. However, they did not expect that the attack could only hurt them slightly. It seems that if we want to defeat both of them, this confrontation is bound to last for some time. On the other side, Dolores was praying to the holy goddess. Now she was very anxious, and impure thoughts kept wandering in her mind. That's why Dolores came to pray in the middle of the night. I only pray that the goddess can forgive this behavior that should not happen to her saint. But even though she tried her best to overcome her inner thoughts, but that handsome figure is still vivid in my mind. Just like a virus, it has taken root in her mind, and she has no choice but to rely on herself in the end. Dolores, calm down. Virgil is very nice and handsome, But you absolutely cannot fall in love with her. It is enough to have Night Dog as your sweetheart, but at this moment, why is it at this time and place? Why did the Night Dog suddenly appear? These are questions that Dolores couldn't think clearly. After hearing Dolores shout the word Night Dog, I realized that I was in the wrong place. Just when I was thinking of a way to lure these two bastards away, a swift attack suddenly landed on my waist. Fortunately, I used my defensive skills in time to avoid serious damage. So I don't have to use the super regeneration ability that consumes a lot of magic power and physical strength immediately, but what I didn't expect was that Dolores actually stood in front of me the next second and gave me her assistant. Although I don't know exactly what happened, the person behind me is my friend and you can't hurt him. But in the face of Dolores' persuasion, the two guys decided to get rid of him first and then make further plans. Saint, run quickly. Even though I shouted loudly, the Saint closed her eyes in fear as if she didn't hear me. When he was unable to block the two attacks with the Taotai sword, on the other side, I had to use my arm to block it. Dolores asked anxiously, "Yechuan, is your hand okay? It's all my fault that you got such a serious injury." When I didn't respond immediately, I had to get rid of these two guys quickly. Then I used Baskerville's 7th sword skill. The opponent's weapons were destroyed in an instant due to the power, and now they had no power to resist. You have undoubtedly become a lamb to be slaughtered in my eyes. They were all knocked unconscious by my sword easily. This scene made Dolores tremble, but he still suppressed his fear. Instead, he eagerly asked me to stretch out my hand. He could help me with my wounds, but I declined his offer, saying they were not serious. Then Dolores asked again, "Why did Uncle Quilty's guards attack me?" I pointed to the ground and explained, "Because these two guys are not human at all. They are immortal beings with human faces covered on their heads." Dolores was very surprised what was going on. This kind of thing shouldn't happen in the Kovades family if you ask me. I don't know how to answer. On the contrary, as a saint, you didn't even notice their weirdness. After hearing my last words, Dolores' pupils suddenly bulged and she cursed. Could it be that he was the one who caused this? Meanwhile, one of the faces on the ground. It was Stav, the captain of the Beak Knights who had assisted me before. After the flood and the forest separation, I heard that he also went to the Dark Hall to practice in seclusion. As for the other one, I think I can guess it. The tattoo on his neck is unique to the Don Quixote family, but I vaguely remember that Dway had gone to the Dark Hall to practice before. Could it be that it has become a demon's lair? At this moment, I couldn't help but think of what the 3 Amazon sisters had told me before. Camus escaped from Adolphe's control. In order to avenge me, he decided to join the Dark Hall and concentrate on studying magic. At this moment, a wave of blazing flames suddenly appeared in front of me. The powerful impact instantly destroyed the stone pillars and walls in the house. Fortunately, I reacted in time. Not only did he block all the flames in the area, but he also saved Dolores. But when I saw the face of the attacker, my heart, which had been at peace for 2.5 years, could no longer remain at peace. "You, are you Camus?" I just got a simple clue. I concluded that the girl in front of me was not my fiancée Camus at all. It was just that when I saw her for the first time, the emotion that had not been seen for a long time began to waver. She looked so much like Camus. Back to the moment when I protected Dolores. At this moment, she felt her heart pounding. I didn't expect that not only would the girl I had been thinking about day and night hold me in her arms, but she would also protect me regardless of danger. But Dolores quickly regained control of her emotions. Now she must deal with the enemy in front of her first. Then she asked me if the other party was also an immortal demon. I answered in the affirmative, but I really want to know, when did that guy follow Quilty? Dolores said that he himself rarely interacted with Quilty. He really didn't dare to confirm the specific time casually. After finishing her words, Dolores chanted a magic hymn. "If the enemy standing before me is a demon, as a servant of God, I cannot sit still and wait for death. I will support you with all my strength." I ordered Dolores not to move. "Please don't interfere for now, because I have something very important to confirm with the red-haired girl opposite." But at this moment, the red-haired girl suddenly gathered magic power in her palms, and then she summoned several blazing rockets. and attacked me. But these little bullying tricks pose no threat to me at all. I just raised my hand and easily blocked the attack, looking at the other person's long red hair. I couldn't help but sigh. Why are there two faces in the world that look so similar? According to the memories of his previous life, it is impossible for Camus to master at least level 6 magic so skillfully at this stage. What's more, it is his worst combination of iron and fire. Besides this, there is no trace of this generation of talent appearing in the Mog family. But at this moment, my heart is constantly trying to make me put away my sword temporarily. It seems that if I don't take this opportunity to accept some punishment, I'm afraid I'll have to suffer for a few more months so when facing the red-haired girl's next attack. But I just used my body to resist completely. Because before my rebirth, I vaguely remember that Camus and Adolphe had always had a good relationship. It is impossible to suddenly quit the family and join another force. So the responsibility for Camus joining the Dark Hall lies entirely with me. If I hadn't made an engagement with him since childhood, if I had not followed Adolphe to save him, if I hadn't used him to get out of Hugo's sight, perhaps he would not have joined the Dark Hall, which was full of dangers. At the same time, I had already arrived in front of the red-haired girl after experiencing the punishment just now. My heart is finally relieved. Perhaps this is how history should have played out. Even if I am reborn, I can only control my own future. On the other side, the red-haired girl gathered an even more fervent imitation, but before her attack landed, I grabbed her. Then the other hand suddenly grabbed her head and fiercely pulled off the mask on her face. After seeing the other person's true face, I had given up the intention to kill the red-haired girl's mask was not a familiar face to me. Then I summoned the Taotai sword again. The sword cut off her neck. As for now, I have to wait for my body to regenerate and recover. Just then, Dolores suddenly ran over and cast a healing spell on me. With her help, I recovered quickly. At the same time, Dolores asked me a question. Do you know this red-haired girl? Because Dolores saw me giving up attacking and defending if we didn't know each other or had a closer relationship. How could I do this? I responded that I didn't know him at all, but I suddenly thought of my second brother who passed away not long ago. I felt a little depressed, and just wanted to use the attack to paralyze myself. Seeing Dolores' reaction, it seems that the lie I made up did have some effect. But just as I was about to leave, Dolores suddenly asked me a soul-searching question. Why are you here? Can you tell me without lying to me? After hearing my response, I only had 4 words. Hunting demons, perhaps, because this answer was not what Dolores expected. His mood was obviously much lower. On the other hand, I lowered my head and picked up the broken object. Judging from the powerful magic power still remaining on it, its existence does not seem to be simple. So I decided to stay with him and then investigate further. Little did they know that a terrifying magical power suddenly emerged in the next second. Then Quilty's voice appeared out of nowhere and said, "Give me back what you have." At this moment, a mouth grew out of the red-haired girl's body. I just heard her mumbling to herself that if those things were lost or damaged, that woman would never. Then Quilty asked me how I discovered their existence. After all, Andre was discovered by me, and the news had long been heard by the corpse-eating demon. I responded in the classical Chinese way, because you smell bad, I can't let you pollute the air wherever I go. At this moment Dolores suddenly cried out in shock. This voice, are you Quilty? Now that the matter had been exposed to this extent, Quilty decided not to conceal his identity in the Qualdy's family any longer. I didn't expect that I, a saint, had been hiding from you for so long. You, who believe in the sacred, didn't even notice my abnormality. But seeing Dolores' desperate and terrified expression, Quilty laughed harder and harder. I can finally get your face. But she had just finished her words. The next second Dolores suddenly chanted a hymn of magic, and a pure beam of light instantly fell from the sky and hit where Quilty was. But just when Dolores thought that the matter was over, the familiar figure appeared again, and at the same time, a powerful attack hit my abdomen in front of her. My lovely saint, have you forgotten what I taught you? It is impolite to interrupt others suddenly. Then Quilty walked up to Dolores. Seeing that she was still trying to protect a seriously injured guy, Quilty continued to say, A sword of ice and death can be drawn. Even if you don't save her, she will still die. Then Quilty grabbed Dolores' chin. Now is the most delicious age for you. Why don't you give me your face? As she finished speaking, Quilty stretched out her long tongue and tried to lick it. Unexpectedly, the next second, she would be greeted by a person whose head was pierced by an arrow I shot. Did you just let me hit you on purpose? I gave a positive answer. My acting skills should be okay. Quilty, how does it compare to you demons who enjoy taking over human bodies? But at this moment, the other party suddenly said to me with a controversial look, my name is Dantalion. You are tired of living, right? Here it comes. My showdown with the corpse-eating demon Dantalion has finally begun. Little did I know that I would soon face a problem, because Dantalion's omnipotence was to be able to plunder other people's faces and gain their vitality and memories. But in order to reveal Dantalion's true identity, he must kill all the faces he has collected. Otherwise, he is basically equivalent to a nearly immortal being. But suddenly, I saw a familiar figure among the faces Dantalion collected. Time went back to the moment when I stabbed Dantalion's head with a sword. Then I taunted him, are you really a corpse-eating demon? You can't even see my poor acting skills. Dantalion's expression immediately turned fierce. Should I say you want to die very much or very badly? You little brat. Dolores, who was standing behind him, had her eyes wide open. You were stabbed in the head, weren't you? How are you still alive? But no one responded to his words. Suddenly, Dantalion had an idea and said, I remember, you are the one who killed Andre. As soon as he finished speaking, another body emerged from behind Quilty. This figure is quite amazing. But the abominable thing is that he actually became a part of the body of the corpse-eating demon. Because Dantalion's ability is to collect other people's faces and gain the other party's vitality and memory. Quilty is but one of my many faces. Before you kill all the substitutes, there is absolutely no way you can get rid of me. I was extremely furious when I heard his words. If that's the case, I will kill you one by one, as you said, until you reveal your true form. But at this moment, after I pierced Dantalion's second double with my sword, he actually used the original owner's emotions without permission and begged, please don't kill me. I have a child at home waiting for me to go back and feed him. But this trick alone can't affect me at all. At most, it can affect Dolores behind me. The next scene was the same as before. Dantalion was resurrected again in another form. This time it was an old man who was halfway to his death. I had clearly bought my granddaughter's favorite sesame cake and was on my way home. Why was he here? The moment he fell, he was still greeted by a cold sword. The next person to appear was a little child. I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you so mad at me? But what I want to say is that no matter what kind of emotional issues you have, none of them can affect my battle. It is also the work of your friend Andre. If it weren't for him, your acting skills might have some effect on me. Suddenly Dantalion showed an evil smile. In this case, how should you respond to this move? I saw Dantalion's face suddenly shot at my wrist. This is my gift to you, little brat. I'm sure you'll like it. At the same time, the substitute that Dantalion showed up now was the one that appeared at the academy. He laughed triumphantly. My facial trick can always be planted on anyone and show the memories and emotions of this face before his death. What I just transplanted to you is the rare face of people with paranoia and schizophrenia that I have collected. How could a human like you possibly be able to bear the shadow area he has accumulated? At this moment, Dantalion, who was originally self-righteous, was suddenly stunned for 2.5 seconds. He finally understood why Andre was defeated by a human. Yes, in order to get rid of Dantalion's facial transplant. I chopped off his arm without hesitation, and then I used my super regeneration ability in front of him and Dolores. As you wish, I am indeed not an ordinary human. At the same time, Dantalion saw the Tautai arrow that was parasitic on my arm. So that's how it is. I was wondering why this brat had a faint devilish aura. If I were to fight him in an unknown duel, I might not be his match. Then Dantalion pointed his finger at Dolores behind him. At the moment when his facial transplant was activated again, I reacted quickly and intercepted it instantly. But in fact, this is just something Dantalion wanted to verify. You have been protecting Dolores. But if you continue like this, your weaknesses will be exposed. In literary language, I responded, if you have the ability, come and give it a try. There is no such thing as weakness in my dictionary, but Dolores was worried about my safety. He swallowed hard. He couldn't let the night dog he loved fight alone. Even though I am so scared that my whole body is shaking uncontrollably, I still have to help. But Dolores' courage had just been summoned. The next second, a face appeared in his field of vision. Hello, young lady. Meanwhile, Dantalian decided to let me try the move he had just thought of. I saw countless tentacles suddenly rushing towards me. If one face can't take you down, what if there are tens of thousands? Even if you are not an ordinary human, you can't bear it. 1 yen, I responded relentlessly. Then I will make sure that none of these people can touch a hair on my body. Then I started to swing at lightning speed without stopping. Little did I know that, at the moment I had cut 2.5 minutes, a familiar face suddenly rushed into my sight. You actually ate Perry. I can't let you go. I will definitely be here today to send you off to reunite with Andre. Under the divine power of Holy Word Dolores, my sword skills finally achieved a real breakthrough. I saw that the liquid halo surrounding me at this moment instantly turned into cloth. As for my strength, I have reached the same level as Hugo as a swordmaster. Time goes back to the moment when the 9th demon Dantalian cast countless souls on me. Since a human face poses no threat to you, then I will give you all my lives collection at once. I will not give a second thought to 1 yen. Then I will not let these souls touch even a hair of mine. And as I started the endless attack with the speed that was faster than one could blink, I actually saw a familiar figure among that pile of souls. At this point, my discarded ones are about to explode. As I thought, Perry was eaten by Dantalian. Little did I know that this also caused me to have a clone for 2.5 seconds. This directly resulted in me being surrounded by piles of souls. After that, my eyes went dark and I passed out. When I woke up again, I had appeared in an unfamiliar dark environment, but I soon determined where this place was. I saw the cold air of countless souls coming towards me at this moment. They kept mumbling words of denial about themselves and expressing strong emotions towards those they hated and resented. Yes, this is Dantalian's visionary world. My consciousness was devoured by the soul just now. I never thought that Dantalian could do this, but just as I was thinking about Dolores outside the vision world, the cold air made me feel like a ball of flesh was attached to my body, and now I was receiving the dark side of all the souls here at the same time. That is the shadow area in their hearts. So I quickly squatted down and touched a child's head to comfort them, but I found that they seemed to be unaware of my presence and did not respond to me at all. But since the souls eaten by Dantalian appeared here, Perry should be somewhere too. I must find him first. Meanwhile, at another point, not only me, Dolores' consciousness was also swallowed up by Dantalian's vision world. The next second, he fell to his knees helplessly, knowing that the people in front of him were the souls of the innocent who were eaten by the devil. Suddenly, Dantalian appeared behind Dolores and said, "How do you feel, my lovely saint? Here are the treasures I have collected in the human world so far. I have thought about it many times. I didn't eat any of those ugly guys." Then Dantalian asked very happily, "The music played here is beautiful, isn't it?" Hearing this, Dolores would be furious. No matter if the children are from the nursery or somewhere else, how could you commit such a heinous crime? Unexpectedly, Dantalian didn't think he had done anything wrong. I take in homeless orphans without any conditions, provide them with food and a warm environment, and if they know how to be grateful, they should be treated as food by me. So what's the sin of just eating? Then Dantalian took out the so-called amulet of forgiveness. What's more, I have this. I can buy off crimes with money. This is an idea I learned from you humans. If I really had to be convicted, then you should let the people who taught me reflect on this first. Of course, you, the saint in people's mouths, should be condemned the most. You are just lucky enough to have divine power. But the heart is so fragile that it is useless. Prohibition will cause trouble to people around you. If it weren't for you, the people here might not be locked up in this dark corner. It's all thanks to you. Looking at Dolores, who he had said was not a rip-off, Dantalian felt very refreshed at the same time. He was also looking forward to it. After Dolores was contaminated by her soul, she experienced a lot of despair at this moment. Dolores suddenly gave Dantalian a positive answer. Yes, you are absolutely right, all my shortcomings are due to my cowardice. However, I still believe that the only thing that can help us find direction in despair is the power between people. As Dolores' body radiated dazzling divine power, Dantalion was immediately shocked for 2.5 years. You are not yet contaminated, Dolores responded. Thanks to you, I finally understood how much negative impact my indecision has had on me. Because he was afraid of his father, he did not dare to forcibly abolish the pardon. Fearing death, he dared not to help the night group who was fighting alone. Of course I realized how useless I was very early on, but after that day, I had found the answers I wanted in my heart. The reason why God chose you among billions of people is, of course, because you have the kindest heart. And what the world needs is a ray of light that can penetrate the source of all evil. At the same time, only a holy person like you is qualified to shine. This time I will definitely not choose to escape, nor will I have the slightest timidity. In the lower world, Dolores' divine power reached its peak. Seeing his collection about to be destroyed, Dantalion was eager to stop it. The people here can still survive, but if they encounter the divine power, they will really die. Dolores is naturally 100 times or even 10,000 times clearer than him, because the group of children have already made a certain decision and reached a consensus with him. I'm sorry that I couldn't do my best to bring you back to your family. Please forgive me, sister. On the other side, after a long journey, I finally found that familiar figure. Perry, I kept my promise and came to meet you again, but I actually still have something to say to you. My life should be about revenge on the devil. This time I came to the nursery, it was the same. I never thought about what would be involved behind me. I don't know when I will die in the hands of the devil. I didn't know until I met you and saw your smile. Besides revenge, there is another meaningful thing waiting for me to do. That is to create a future world that you long for. At the same time, Dolores' divine power also covers your location. The next second, Perry suddenly spoke. I didn't care about anything. I don't care about anything. What I care about is that you really keep your promise and come to see me again. When I immediately hugged Perry in my arms. I'm sorry that I failed to protect you, but please believe me again. I will never let go of the guy who bullied you. After purifying all the wrong souls, Dolores and my consciousness also escaped from Dantalion's vision world. How could the saint possess such power? Could it be that she has awakened again? On the other hand, my body changed under the illumination of the divine power. My original liquid aura gradually turned into a solid state. This time my strength has truly broken through to the 7th sword level. Damn 9th demon, you'd better not think about dying with dignity from now on. Saint Dolores actually discovered my true identity. Because she is a saint, she can awaken when she meets her true soul mate. And at this moment, I have become the only condition for her awakening. And she also gained an ability called soul resonance under the illumination of her divine power. My emotions began to share with her, and she knew that my identity was Bichir van Baskerville. Not only that, Dolores also felt my grief for the sacrifice of my children and my anger towards the devil. After she gave me her divine power, at this moment my strength is at the same level as the root and fruit. That is, a sword master who has reached the 7th level of swordsmanship. Feeling the power of this high realm flowing through my body, I never thought that the awakening of the saint would become my trump card. On the other hand, Dantalion Motamala couldn't believe that my strength was almost 1 level higher than hers. And she has lived in the human world for so long. There are very few humans who can reach my current level. Even if he did, the other party would basically be a team leader from a prominent family. How could a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair be qualified to reach such a level? But just as Dantalion was considering, the world in her sight suddenly turned upside down. You guessed it right. My sword strike was so clean and sharp that she didn't even have time to react. Then I used the 6th sword skill on Dantalion, chopping the remaining body into pieces. Leaving Dantalion with only one head will also make it convenient for me to continue to mock her later. After I stomped my foot on her face, I said, "The souls you have collected over the years have evolved. It seems that you no longer have any extra face to save your life. But I also understand how you feel right now, so just despair as much as you can." On the other hand, Dantalion was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Their mission as demons is to gather enough magic power in the human world to open the gate to hell. I was almost able to achieve my goal, but now I was knocked down by a target guy. I had to be on guard from the beginning against those who could stop me now. No matter what means I use, I must at least clear the obstacles in front of me. Suddenly, Dantalion laughed strangely like a pig. Why do you think I won't be able to resist? Next, I will show you my ultimate move. I will take you and everyone in the nursery to hell. It was obvious that Dantalion was trying to gain a slight victory by destroying himself, but he saw that his opponent's degree of expansion was increasing rapidly. Dolores also quickly asked me what to do next. If this continues, this area will become a ruin, but I told Dolores not to worry. I have found a way to destroy this demon. Although this may be a realm that I will never be able to reach in my lifetime before my rebirth, but at this moment, I am very sure that I am now fully capable of mastering the power of this state. I want to imitate the sword that Hugo showed me that day. This was his strongest attack that he would only use a few times in his life. As for Dantalion, he was close to self-destruction, and he proudly left a message. Now it's up to you brothers to complete the mission and bring humanity to extinction. Little did he know that he would be numb again the next second, because I had successfully replicated Hugo's strongest attack. He directly chopped his last hope into dust in the air. The power of my move afterwards was also quite fierce. The vigor penetrated the large clouds in the sky. Even the streets and alleys of the imperial capital were affected by the pressure of my sword energy, and there were aftershocks. This caused many people to wake up from their dreams. They thought it was a sudden earthquake and were about to run away. But when they looked up at the sky from the window, the scene also made everyone stunned in an instant. They didn't understand how it happened. The same thing happened to Dolores. But he knew one thing better than the others, that the night dog he knew had destroyed the demon, protected everyone in the nursery. Soon this incident caused the people of the imperial capital to fall into panic. This time, just like last time, the nursery belonging to the Kovades family was destroyed. Many people who stopped at the scene also began to focus their attention on the man who was called the Night Hound in the newspapers. At this moment, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and he swore without knowing the truth, "I will personally bring the criminal to justice to prove that I have the qualities of a hero." But St. Joe was very surprised there was such a huge explosion, but there was not a single casualty. Feiji Wenyan quickly corrected his mistake because the director of the nursery, Quilty, his personal guards also disappeared inexplicably, and they might have died heroically in the battle with the Night Hound. So you better not talk nonsense, it's disrespectful to the dead. Dolores, on the other hand, told Bedler the whole truth. But he just couldn't figure it out. Although I think Quilty is always a cunning person, how can he be a demon? He has been in our Kovades family for so long. In the end, the person who finally solved the problem was the Night Hound who was accused of the attack. It seems that even if I tell this truth to others, they may not be able to believe such a ridiculous plot. At this moment, Dolores suddenly said, "From this moment on, I apologize to you for what happened." Next he walked towards the reporter who came to collect information and report. When they saw that it was the saint, they all came forward. So Dolores took this opportunity to pull out a notebook. "I gave this to him before I left yesterday. What is recorded in it are all the people involved in purchasing the pardon suit and the crimes they committed." This time Dolores decided not to escape. He wants to expose all the contents here. Regarding the details of the exoneration suit and its sale, the sender is Quilty, the head of the Pang family of the Kovades family. The recipient is Humbert, my father. He is also the cardinal of the Kovades family. As for the next step, Dolores will of course buy the exoneration suit. And his crimes were described verbatim. On the other side, I was sitting where I had last been with Perry. Hunting down the 10th life demon is naturally my duty in this rebirth. But because I met Perry, I had one more goal, which was to create a future world that Perry, a child, longed for at the end of this road. At the same time, I hope that you in heaven can always be happy. The giant pig egg that had been incubating for 2.5 years finally cracked, but the creature that jumped out of the egg was only the size of a palm, and it didn't make the usual spider sound but rather the barking of a dog. This is totally different from its old mother. Fortunately, although this guy is small, there is still a chance that he can be trained into an S-level companion insect to assist me. Another interesting thing is, I unexpectedly turned into a dog. Time goes back to half an hour ago. Dolores was in Professor Bensamore's office at this time, arguing about a column he wrote not being published. I didn't lie. I recorded all the most true things truthfully. Bensamore heard this and responded seriously, "You are asking this question even though you already know the answer." Then he pointed out the problems in Dolores' report one by one. And all these questions are highly offensive to certain groups of people. For this reason, the college decided to remain neutral in the ruling. Besides, didn't your father, the cardinal, deny all this? Hearing this, Dolores Alliance said that he had the account book of the sale of the exoneration suits. However, it was directly disagreed by Bensamore, because the outside world defines it as an unclear account book. Then Dolores threw out a question. Are you also on the side of the Kovades family now? Bensamore did not respond to this. Anyway, if you want to publish it, then put the focus back on the crimes committed by the Night Hound and don't cause unnecessary confusion for me and the dean. Dolores said that this was not confusion at all, but she felt that Bensamore was under pressure from his father, the cardinal. Bensamore was a little helpless. Your father's existence might have affected my abilities, but it definitely wouldn't be the academy. At this moment, Dolores' head exploded. Because there is another person in the Kovades family who has a higher status than his father, and that is the Pope, who holds the highest authority. But Dolores never believed that even if all the people in the world were corrupted, the Pope whom he was born to worship could not be corrupted. Could it be that there is some hidden secret that cannot be revealed? At this time, Bensamore explained again that your column was not suitable for publication from the beginning. Because in the process of reading, you obviously have a biased tone towards the Night Hounds. Don't forget that he was responsible for the earliest attacks. At this point, Dolores didn't know how to explain it, but she always believed that the Night Hound had done nothing wrong. The ones who did wrong were Kovades and the demons hiding inside. And there are other demons out there. The Night Hounds exist to eradicate them before Dolores leaves the office. Bensamore also specifically warned him not to delve into the matter any further, otherwise the consequences would be something he would not be able to bear. Dolores naturally obeyed this, but that didn't mean he couldn't help the Night Hound. At the same time, at another point, after a long period of volunteer activities, I returned to the boring and noisy college life. Suddenly, Duo patted my shoulder and said, "Today we agreed to exercise together, and we still counted the steps." I responded that I wasn't feeling well and needed some alone time. Hearing this, Dujuo's face suddenly changed, as if he had thought of some image. Then he immediately took the plane and St. Joe and left. After that I went back to the dorm, and since that day I haven't had any time to be alone. Now I can finally organize the things in my backpack. The biggest gain from this battle is, of course, it is the mask worn on the head of the Dantalian Guardian Knight. Because as long as you put them together, a magical scene will appear at this moment. The four faces suddenly connected together at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the mask of the beast star Picarisk suddenly appeared before my eyes. According to his memories from his previous life, his power was a demon that could rival Tautai. His mask inherited one of his abilities. The more of your own kind you kill, the stronger you become. In other words, anyone who wears this mask will have this ability and enjoy some of the power accumulated by Picarisk, but there is a drawback to the mask. That is where a human-faced beast star will be attached to the person who wears it. In order to find out what the effect is, I decided to try it out. But what happened after I put it on shocked me for 2.5 years. The magic power and physical strength lost in the battle with Dantalian were instantly restored, and even the fatigue value generated was completely eliminated. Even the super-generative abilities of lizards may not have such special effects. But I always felt something was strange. Why did my sight become lower? Even my vision became gray when I saw my body shrinking. It wasn't until I turned into a dog that I understood that the debuff of this beast star would turn the user into a dog. Fortunately, I returned to the dormitory and the plane was not there, otherwise it would be difficult to explain. After taking off the mask, I quickly returned to my original shape. Suddenly, A good idea came to my mind since the college has no rule prohibiting keeping pets. Maybe I can be more flexible in my actions in the future. But at this moment, I heard the sound of eggshells breaking in my school bag, so I quickly took out the giant pig egg. Only then did I realize that this thing was actually in the hatching state. But it is also very durable. It has been played with for so long and everything is still normal. After struggling for 2.5 minutes, the thing in the egg was finally taken out, but I was shocked to find that it was only the size of a palm. He even imitated the barking of a dog from time to time. Could it be that he learned it from when I turned into a dog lion? Then I took out a piece of dried meat and placed it in front of him. He had a good meal, although he was a little behind his old mother. He still had the potential to grow into an class companion. Then I was about to go out and find something to eat for this little guy. I was at the corner of the corridor and saw Feiji being bullied by a group of people of the same grade. I knew the one with purple hair among them. This person is Gilia, the arrogant genius of the Reeves family. I heard that he is also the second strongest in this Ministry of Magic. From their conversation, I figured out the reason for bullying Feiji. They wanted Feiji to voluntarily apply for withdrawal from school, and stated that this kind of place is not a place for civilians to stay. But when Gilia mentioned that I should get out of the academy, Feiji suddenly became angry, and immediately grabbed the opponent, Yilin, and warned him, "You can insult me, but I will never allow you to insult my friends." But the moment he finished speaking, Jilai pushed the plane away. Then he ordered his younger brothers to teach him a lesson. Feiji closed his eyes at this moment. He was obviously powerless to resist and was ready to be beaten. Unexpectedly, the moment he opened his eyes again, those who wanted to fight were grabbed tightly by those who came over. As for the other little brother, of course he would let St. Joe deal with his teammates, seeing that he could not gain any benefit. Gilia said some harsh words and prepared to leave. But the consequences of bullying our brothers may not be so easily resolved. The 3 Baskerville brothers finally appeared on the stage. This time I will form a strategic team with them. Let's fight together for this year's Academy Awards midterm exam. Time goes back to the moment when the plane was bullied by the arrogant genius of the Reeves family. Fortunately, Dudwa and others arrived in time and stopped their violence. But I see that I can't seem to get any benefit. Gilia also picked it up and uttered some harsh words and prepared to leave. But many people are not happy about this. How come you have the guts to bully our good brothers? You only talk to us, right? When Yen Gilia smiled evilly. I didn't expect that a genius from the Don Quixote family would be so friendly with lowly commoners. It seems that your level is not that good either. Duo said that the academy had clear regulations, and there was no distinction between nobles and common people. Unexpectedly, Gilia changed the subject immediately. After saying this, he lost control of his emotions. So easily could it be that he was still ashamed for not being able to perform a meritorious service at the crime scene of the night Hound? Judging from Dujuo's expression, he obviously did have this factor, but he still responded by saying that the incident happened while he was sleeping. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of red poisonous gas was seen emanating from Zilly's body. I only know that, in my dictionary, losers always like to find various excuses to cover up their failures. If it were me, I would definitely catch the sinner, the night hound, even if I slept that day. Seeing that the poison gas was still being released and even showed signs of attacking, Dudwa immediately warned, "This is within the academy. Are you, the Reeves family, so uncultured? It's bad enough that you bully civilians, but you actually display your strength in public. If this is how you define it, then I can only say that your vision has become as lowly and narrow-minded as that of ordinary people. So, you guys should just feel the difference in the gap." On the other hand, I inhaled the poison gas released by Gilia. Judging from the body's physiological reactions, this thing has paralyzing properties. At the same time, the little spider on my shoulder seemed to have developed a different interest in the gas. The next second, I saw its bloody mouth open. The poisonous gas that filled the air was actually sucked in by it crazily. My mind was instantly filled with doubts. Could it be that this guy mistook the poison gas for food? However, in order to prevent it from becoming poisoned, I hurried to stop the little spider from going on. But it seemed that the poisonous gas had been absorbed by it and only 1 second remained. At this time, the threatening poison gas disappeared without a trace. I thought Gilia was afraid and stopped, Little did he know that Juliet was completely numb at the moment. He had a hunch that, just now, my poison gas was absorbed by me who was standing at the end, but this kind of thing has never happened before. After thinking about it, Juliet naturally dispelled his doubts. Suddenly, Dudwa issued a challenge to Juliet in accordance with school rules. If you have the guts, let's compete to see who gets the better score in this midterm exam. As for the punishment, of course it's whoever loses. Whoever wants to do it must run around the college playground 100 times with bare chest. Juliet did not refuse. He accepted Duoduo's challenge without hesitation, and he also arrogantly stated, "By then you will probably become the hottest topic in the history of the Academy of Sciences. Not only will people laugh at you, but they will also point fingers at you." After Juliet left, Feiji also apologized to Dudwa. If it weren't for him, this wouldn't have happened at all. Duwenian said that he didn't mean to blame anyone specifically, he just didn't like that guy. But at this time, Feiji started to cry, because he felt that with his own strength, by then, he will definitely be the one who holds back the most. In response, Dudwa pointed out the best features of the aircraft. "Don't forget that you have the best logic among us. I believe that your intelligence gathering will play a key role. Besides, St. Joe and I will be the vanguard. You just need to be the commander and stand in the middle." As for Virgil, he was the rear guard with his bow and arrows. It would be hard for our group not to get high scores. After listening to Duoduo's big bowl of chicken soup, Feiji finally regained his confidence. What I said the next second surprised everyone present. I had actually already agreed with my friends to form a team with them, so I'm afraid I won't join you. Is there no room for us to sit down and discuss this? Indeed, no, you all know that agreements are important, but of course I have a big plan for doing this. The scene changed, and time quickly came to the day of the midterm exam. At this time, Dolores' team appeared on the scene. There were passionate shouts of support from the audience. This midterm exam is open to the public. There are 3 subjects in the exam. The first one is to test the team's defense ability. The second item is an assessment of personal ability, and the last item is a competition that many people hate. As for today's test, it is a test of defense ability. The Academy will use the most advanced holographic projection magic technology to create a challenge copy. That is to say, the monsters in the dungeon are all illusions. On the other hand, the students' entire bodies will be covered by shield magic. When subjected to a certain amount of impact, it will be displayed in digital form on a distant dashboard, and finally the test results will be evaluated based on the team's contribution and defensive time. Of course, if someone's HP drops to 0, the exam will be deemed to be over. There are 3 waves of monsters, each lasting 20 minutes. If you can hold on for 60 minutes, you will get a perfect score. In this way, 58 minutes have passed quickly. In the end, Dolores' team unfortunately failed to hold on to the monster wave in the last 2 minutes, but everyone also believed that Dolores' team would definitely win the first place this time. Because this year's 4th grade graduating class did not attend at the same time, all this information was collected by the plane. He told his teammates with professional analysis, but there was a doubt about this plane. If first grade students like them persist for 20 minutes, what place will they get? Wenyen Dudwa responded, 20 minutes is nothing, we are aiming for full marks at this time. A girl's voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. The person who came was Bianca, who was ranked first in strength. With me, the possibility of getting full marks is naturally infinite, and you don't even need to help. I can deal with all the monsters by myself. Dudwa responded tirelessly. If you want to show your personal ability, wait for the second exam. Regarding the first game, teamwork is also very important. People are just joking. After all, you have made a bet with others. I don't want people gossiping about me behind my back. My teammates were doing that on the playground, and saw them arguing fiercely. Feiji said that he was used to this and that their relationship was not good to begin with. But what made Feiji curious was that I, as a member of his club, actually formed a team with those 3 powerful characters. I wondered when I first met them. That's right, in order to hide my identity, I naturally had to form a team with my own people to take the midterm exam. At the same time, I also gave orders to the 3 brothers Daimao. When the exam begins, you 3 should fight as hard as you can. Never let other people's attention be on me, I will just quietly cheer you on from the back. At this moment, The three brothers had only one thought in their minds. That is to complete the first task I assigned to them in the academy well, and absolutely no mistakes are allowed. On the other side, Gilia watched as Bianca joined the Dudwa team. I couldn't help but laugh at him for abandoning his civilian teammates out of fear of losing, and he still arrogantly made harsh remarks. He will definitely not lose because there is also a tough guy in his team, and he is Sinclair. The first midterm exam for the first grade has officially begun. If you want to know what will happen next, please watch the next episode. It's over. I clearly have the power to kill an A-level monster with one sword, but when facing a B-level monster, my bow is a mess. Not only was it weak, but its accuracy was also questionable, and this was all because I had to hide my strength in the academy. I just didn't expect my performance to be so exaggerated. It still alarmed my friends. Time goes back to the moment when I gave the order to the three Daimao brothers. I told them to try as hard as they could once the test started and to make sure that no one's attention was focused on me. In my previous life, I didn't have the opportunity to watch every exam process with my own eyes like I do today. At this time, Damao suddenly realized that I seemed to be trying to understand relevant information about this model, so he began to explain it to me. Each of us has a 100-point HP limit. If it drops to 0, it is equivalent to losing the ability to fight, and we will be forced to stop and be sent out of the examination venue. Although those strange beasts were illusions created by holographic projection magic, the poisonous gas ejected from their mouths was real even if we were not physically attacked. Staying in the poison gas area for a long time will also continue to consume HP. However, safety is guaranteed if any accident occurs. The instructors will immediately intervene and carry out rescue. After hearing Damao explain it so clearly, I asked, "Could it be that you have practiced it before?" Ermao gave a positive answer. "My lord. Weren't you missing for a long time?" That was the time when the three of us practiced several times in the training ground at home. But even though this was my first time using this mode, I wasn't affected at all. When the exam starts, I just need to stand at the back and input some information, and give them some encouragement. On the other hand, the three Daimao brothers were also full of confidence. They swore that they would give me a perfect answer sheet no matter what. At the same time, Dudwa and others came over. "So you are here, Virgil." What he didn't expect was that the people I had an appointment with were actually the Baskerville triplets. So Dudwa quickly pulled me aside and started talking to me in private. "I want to make sure whether I am being threatened or forced to resist by the other party. After all, it was well known that the triplets had a bad reputation when they were young, so I gave a negative answer. They explained that they came to me to help them with their homework because they were not doing well in academic subjects. In exchange, they would help me do well on my first team exam." Although Duo found it a bit unbelievable, he did not ask any more questions. As the first-year Team 68's exam came to an end, it was the turn of Gilia and others from the 69th team to enter the exam venue. The scene changed, and the appearance of many virtual monsters meant that the exam officially began. At the same time, Gilia and the others also handed over the main output position to Sinclair. The three of them were responsible for controlling and attracting the monster's hatred. On the other hand, Sinclair lived up to expectations after charging up an attack magic. The several strange beasts that attacked him were killed instantly. The strong people watching outside raised enthusiastic cheers. Its decibel level is also slightly lower than Dolores. I was also surprised by Sinclair's performance. His strength is truly worthy of being ranked number 1 in the Ministry of Magic. There is no need to talk about future growth, but during the period of the Era of Destruction, this kind of talented player has no clear impression in my mind. Soon, the HP of all members of the Gilia team dropped to 0. Although the exams have come to an end, their results are quite impressive. 19 minutes and 55 seconds. Currently ranked first in the first grade. This shocked Duo because this result broke the record set by the first grade. But when he saw the fierce look from below, Dudwa and others were so angry that they almost exploded, and swore that they would never let the new record stop there. The winning team will definitely be theirs at this time, with the end of the 107th team. Then it was our turn. Jian Zhuang, as a good brother, immediately sent encouragement. On the other hand, the three brothers also encouraged each other. They also set a new record as their top priority. But the exam had just begun, and Bianca, who was standing in the audience, was a little curious. It turned out that he saw that my main weapon was a bow and arrow like his. Little did he know that his curiosity would soon be transformed. I saw that I was facing a group of people attacking me. I immediately drew my bow and loaded arrows, then I quickly shot nearly 10 arrows in one breath. Even if the accuracy is off and the damage is just like a brain itch. But it shocked Bianca for 2.5 years. What the hell, Virgil's rapid fire can actually reach this level? What exactly is this feeling of disharmony? Could it be that his talent with the bow and arrow is higher than mine? But in fact, I have already suppressed my strength to the point where I can't suppress it anymore. After all, if I use my full strength, even if it is a brand new level monster, I can kill it instantly, but doing so seems to violate the agreement I made with AIE. I remember what she said at that time: if you are still looked down upon when you go back, I will never forgive you. But it doesn't matter, it won't be too late to explain it to her when she hears it. Then I called the octopus pig out. After all, it was time for free meals, so I took advantage of the opportunity to release poison gas with the beast energy to let her have a good meal, but I still reminded her not to attract too much attention. The buffet will continue until the exam is over. The scene changes, and the 3 Daimao brothers all kneel on the ground and cry bitterly because they have failed. The team's result was only 19 minutes and 50 seconds, ranking second only to Zilly's team. After Gilia learned of this result, he immediately mocked me, saying that civilians are civilians, and even if someone leads them, they will only be a burden. For this reason, the 3 brothers put swords on their necks, and they wanted to die to atone for their sins. It is their lack of strength that causes me to be mercilessly ridiculed by others, which makes me speechless. They can scold me if they want. It won't hurt me. Besides, the fact that you 3 can take second place is already quite impressive. As for what comes next, of course it is the turn of Dudwa and others from Team 109 to take the stage. Everyone cheer up, we want to be the first freshman team to last more than 20 minutes. I absolutely cannot lose to a disgusting guy like Gilia. As the exam begins, they still followed the original arrangement, with Dudwa and St. Joe acting as the vanguard, and the archer Vianta standing behind as auxiliary output. Although it does not have strong combat power, the aircraft with clear logic serves as the core brain of the entire team, directing them how to hunt monsters most efficiently. At the same time, their cooperation with each other was quite tacit, and it seemed that they were well prepared to win. But then again, I've been feeling a strange sense of emptiness since the end of the game. Wait, where is my octopus? The material started just as I looked at the projection below. I was completely confused. Why was he still eating a buffet at the competition venue? Could it be that I was afraid that he might be left in there? A magic stone worth 10 billion is Dolorous goal to smash it at all costs. Just because the magic device of holographic projection had a false alarm. As a result, even if the HP of all team members dropped to 0, but he was not able to walk out of the examination venue safely. A new wave of monsters was also forced upon them. You should know that when the HP value reaches 0, the shield magic on the student will become ineffective. This means that whether it is the beast's poison gas or physical attack, it will cause real harm to Duo and the others. Time goes back to the moment when I found that octopus piglet was missing, but when I looked down at the projection below, I was stunned. Why was he still eating a buffet in the competition venue? No, I had clearly put it back around my neck and hid it. Could it be that he sneaked away from me because he couldn't control his greed? Not only that, the octopus pig's large amount of eating caused him to shed his skin several times, and his body size more than doubled. I have to say that the growth rate of the octopus giant pig's offspring is really far from the stride, but the exam is still going on and I can't do anything about it. He could only pray that he would not be discovered by others during this period before the end of the exam. On the other hand, at this time, Duo used his family's unique spearmanship skills. Even though he could shuttle back and forth among the ant beasts, and kill one in the process, and most of them are very satisfied with their performance. But in Bianca's opinion, it was a useless waste of energy. To defeat the ant beast, you don't need to smash it into pieces. You must know how to be moderate, otherwise your girlfriend will be unhappy in the future. After saying that, Bianca immediately prepared to demonstrate it to Dudwa. As he shot out the arrow with magic power, the ant beast that was hit in the vital part instantly lost its life. But of course they would not just stand there and admit defeat. He also said that he was just trying to look cool. As for the next step, of course, it was to decide with Wyanka who could kill more anteaters before the end of the exam. But the more passionately they fight, the more helpless they become. They were all part of the team, so why did they leave him alone? But soon their self-willed behavior caused chaos. So Feiji hurriedly asked the two to readjust the formation they had discussed in advance, and he also formulated tactics for the team. Wyanka would shoot arrows at the anteater's legs from behind, rendering it unable to move. Dudwa is fast enough to catch the arrows of the ant beast when it turns around and attack it. As for St. Joe, he flexibly helped Wyanka and Dudu. In this way, the efficiency of dealing with an ant beast will be greatly improved. He is worthy of being the commanding strategist of our team. His mind works much faster than ours. With the aircraft tactics, we can definitely break the record of the innovative first grade. After hearing the praise and recognition of himself, Feiji was also very happy. This also means that his research results before the exam were not cheated, and all of them were put to use to help the team win. At this moment, everyone had a realization in their hearts, that is, this team can definitely win. But the final result was still not what we wanted. Their 109th team finished the test with a score of 19 minutes and 55 seconds. Tied for first place, the ship-cracking device was so excited that its lungs were about to explode. Why can a team with civilians stand in the same line with me? I don't accept it. On the other hand, they are also very upset even if there are more zero. It can break the record in 1 second and also punish that arrogant guy Gillier with a humiliating blow. But even so, they will never give up. Little did they know that just as they were about to leave the examination room, the unexpected happened. The test prompted that the second wave of monsters was about to appear every time they attacked. More than 4 people were surrounded by swarms of ant beasts. Jian Zhuang, the captain, shouted, "We don't know what happened, but our defense magic has failed. The subsequent attacks of the ant beasts will cause substantial damage to us. Therefore, our only way to save ourselves is to hold on until the college issues a countermeasure. Everyone, cheer up, we are facing a real battle now." On the other side, the professor in charge of the exam immediately questioned the professor who controlled the projection magic device for the entire department. The exam was clearly over, so why did a second wave of monsters appear? The professor in control explained that this was because the examination venue detected unknown life signs other than students. This results in an error message that the system defaults to the exam not having ended. At this moment, Dolores suddenly pushed the door open. He also came to ask what was going on. But in the end he had to find a way to rescue the students who were still in the venue. But what happened next made Dolores feel so sick that she couldn't bear it anymore. Regardless of which side the professors were in charge of, they all felt that the appearance of unidentified signs of life was not their responsibility. Although some people suggested that the device could be dismantled, this would need to be reported to the superiors for approval. Some people also suggested that the magic wall could be dismantled. But that requires a key. Unfortunately, the professor with the key went to the toilet and disappeared. Dolores naturally understood after hearing about their situation no one wanted to take responsibility, so let me, the student union president, do it. At the same time, in the corner of the window outside the control room, I could hear clearly what the professor said. It seemed that all this was caused by the little pig. The system assumed that the guy with signs of life was him, but the poisonous gas in the examination room gradually spread to the entire area. I had to take rescue measures as soon as possible, otherwise they would definitely be in trouble. Suddenly, I found a connecting device of the full system projection magic device, and concluded that it could play the role of realizing internal air circulation. Although the entrance is small, it will definitely work if you use it. Just like that, I turned into a dog again in order to prevent myself from exposing myself. When I turned back to my original form, I had to hold my smiling mouth in my mouth. At this moment, Dolores did something that made all the professors break out in a cold sweat. He actually used his sword to attack the magic stone that kept the device running with all his might. As for the professors, they immediately stopped him and said that if the magic stone was broken, Dolores would not only be expelled, he must also pay compensation for the magic stone's market value of 1 billion. But Dolores didn't care about that. He only knew that if he didn't rescue them, students who take exams inside will die. And Dolores' prediction was not wrong. After the plane was hit hard by an ant beast, he lost consciousness in an instant and fell into a coma. Jian Zhuangdu wanted to go over and protect the plane. But he himself was also facing the situation of being attacked by ant beasts, and no matter who he was, his magic power and physical strength were almost at the bottom. It seemed like they were going to fail here, but what they didn't know was that the gears that would reverse their fate had already appeared. Just as the ant beast was about to launch the next round of attack, I had already taken off the mask and turned back into human form, and hit the ant beast on the head with a powerful punch. Don't worry, I will definitely let you leave here alive. I just pretended to faint at the college's exam venue, but the next day I was featured in the college's newspapers. He was even awarded a seniority award by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Fortunately, there has not been much speculation about my true birth, but this also means that, from now on, my stable life in college will be completely disrupted. Time goes back to the moment when Dolores slashed the magic crystal with her sword, in order to rescue the Duo team trapped in the holographic projection device. The only thing he could think of was to quickly destroy the magic crystal in the park. However, Dolores' reckless behavior. It was soon discovered and stopped by the professor in charge of supervising the exam. Suddenly, the professor in charge of the projection device on the other side discovered that a life board had been inexplicably added to the examination venue. This unexpected news instantly shocked the others, because they really didn't know how to penetrate the magic wall except by force. Is there any way to get in completely? And who is this person in the academy? What exactly happened inside? At the same time, due to excessive intake of poison gas, the four of them had fallen into a coma. Fortunately, I arrived in time and helped them eliminate the second wave of monsters. Otherwise, their lives would definitely be seriously threatened, and they might even be killed on the spot. At this moment, I glanced at the octopus pig hiding behind the corpse of a beast, and kindly reminded him for the last time that the fate of a beast that cannot be tamed is only one waiting to die. This time I will assume that you didn't mean it, but I will definitely teach you a lesson. If you understand, quickly absorb all the poison gas around you, and don't let Dujuo's symptoms get worse after receiving my order. The little octopus pig also ate with big mouthfuls. He also estimated that his future life would be much more difficult at this time. Suddenly, a larger beast appeared above my head. I saw him immediately opened his cherry mouth and wanted to kill me, but he didn't know that I had already sensed the murderous intention coming, and then I gave him a 560-degree roundhouse kick, giving him a set of clothes that separated him. At the same time, my attack also made the professors in charge of the exam feel incredible. They saw a strong fluctuation of magic power in the instrument. On the other hand, I remembered an important thing in time. That is, the monsters here have the energy to sense life, so I decided to control my magic power level to the level of advanced experts based on the age of 18. But I have to admit that even the monsters created by holographic projection magic are basically the same as the real ones in the outside world. At most they are dangerous. Fortunately, in my previous life I was quite familiar with this type of beast strategy. With the help of the senior experts, they were just able to deal with it. Then I took with me all the weapons and equipment I could use on the ground. Prepare to face the third wave of monsters. There are two fatal weaknesses of the beast. One is the backplate where the head and body are connected even if it is not possible to separate it successfully. Hitting that part is enough to make the beast lose its direction. The second is the middle of the skull. The hardness of the shell there is much lower than elsewhere. But little did I know that just as I dealt with the third wave of magic power, an even bigger beast quietly appeared. The current situation was a little unbelievable to me. I didn't expect that a boss-level beast with a dangerous level of a would be arranged in this exam. However, as long as you accurately attack their fatal weaknesses, even if the magic power is at the level of the ultimate expert, it may not be broken. On the other hand, outside the examination venue, due to the small amount of poison gas released by the beast and the smoke and dust in the venue, no one could see clearly who was fighting the monster inside. After 2.5 minutes, the professor in charge of the holographic projection suddenly became puzzled. The boss-level General E-Beast was actually defeated. What's even more strange is that up to now, all the vital signs of the test takers have shown to be normal. By chance, Benchimor arrived and heard everything he said this time. He knew that the general was too powerful to be defeated by Dolores. It is also a strong force invested to prevent candidates from stepping into the 1-hour score. While Benchimor was thinking about who defeated the general, the door behind him was suddenly pushed open. It turned out that the professor who was carrying the magic-dispelling strongman with him was found. Judging from his drunken appearance, there is a 99% chance that he passed out in an alley somewhere. As for punishment, it is of course indispensable. On the other hand, Dolores shouted in a vehement voice, "Why don't you take the key and do your business? Now is not the time to continue chatting here." At this time, as the magic power was removed by the professor who came over, a full 42 minutes and 13 seconds had passed since the accident. But little did they know that the scene that appeared in the public's view next. The professors were shocked. All the monsters, including the general and the beast, were defeated. There were only 5 students who were still conscious and lying on the ground. I didn't have enough time to escape. I had no choice but to pretend to faint near the Duel team, although it might look a bit unfamiliar. But this is also the best way for me to avoid being on the trending search again. It's just that the idea is not good, and the reality is more exaggerated than one. Not only was I on the hot search again, I was also labeled as a hero who saved the students whose lives were hanging by a thread. I only found out about this afterwards. These are the details that Bianca stated before she fell into a coma. He clearly saw me kill one and one in front of him. In addition, my previous hot search was once again popular. It was simply out of control, and in desperation, I can only tell you the way I know to defeat the beast. Just to calm down the disturbance in the academy. However, I didn't expect that this first fatal weakness was a method that was not even recorded in the strategy guide. To thank me for my contribution, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince personally visited the Academy of Sciences and awarded me the award. Although I am no longer the subject of hot searches, but he suddenly became a star of the Academy Awards. What should he do? I just want to spend my 4 years in college quietly. I hope they don't delve too deeply into my family background. At this moment, an owl suddenly flew towards me, which scared the octopus pig on my shoulder. But it is actually just a pet that connects me and Wendy. This time, I still received regular reports. One of them was through Wendy's secret investigation. He has found new clues about the demon, but I have to wait a month before I can implement the plan to subjugate it. After all, I was able to kill the 9th demon easily last time. The first is the help of Dolores' divine power, and the second is the appearance of 2 suspects pretending to be night hounds. One is for the purpose of praise, one is for unknown purpose, and the third is the news that my elder brother Osiris has left the main city. Finally, the Academy of Oscars has royal bloodline. After learning this information, I destroyed it on the spot, but I didn't know that in the next second. I don't know why Sinclair suddenly showed up. I didn't expect to meet the hero of the Academy so late at night. We are really destined to meet. He is the most openly dressed professor in the Academy of Sciences. But when the students saw his true face, they only had the thought of running away. Because he was the strength tester for the second midterm exam, he actually treated all the students as his hunting targets. Back to the moment I received the survey letter from Wendy. There are 4 things clearly recorded in it. One is that he found the hiding clues of the corpse-eating demon again. The second is that there are 2 imitators pretending to be me, Night Dog, causing trouble in the imperial capital. The third is that my eldest brother Osiris suddenly left the main city. As for the last part, there is royal blood hidden in the academy. After learning about these things, I destroyed them immediately. Little did I know that Sinclair's sudden appearance the next second actually made me a little confused. I didn't expect to meet the hero of the academy so late at night. We really do have an inevitable fate. But what he said next made me immediately give up the bad idea I had just given up. This is the best place to look at the stars whenever I feel down. I will come here to stay for a while, but despite this, Sinclair is very happy. I fantasize about meeting me here every night. Seeing that I remained silent, Sinclair started to talk about something. Brother Virgil, do you know that everyone in the academy is talking about you? To which I responded that I don't know and don't want to know. It turned out that he didn't care about what I said at all and just listed all those things one by one. the most powerful cultural genius, who has published 4 research papers that have revolutionized the academic world although he was born a commoner. His magic power is at the level of a senior expert. Just as he was about to continue talking, I can only helplessly tell the audience that grades and the like are meaningless. So there is no need to pay too much attention to it. Sinclair immediately fell into a state of pressure after hearing this. I don't know what point I want to make. But this is not surprising. After all, he has not experienced any era of destruction. At that time, money, honor, power, etc. will soon lose their original value. The only thing known to the world is the order that has collapsed at this time. Sinclair smiled and said, "If there is rebirth in the world, I really think you are like this, brother, because what you said is like an old man who has lived through the whole world." Fortunately, I stopped at that point. Sinclair did not say much. As for our future topics, they are all about the content of the upcoming midterm exam. But on second thought, Sinclair is just like me, hiding a lot of secrets even though he is always the top of the Ministry of Magic. But after the era of destruction came, he lost contact with everyone. Completely disappeared from history. But if his civilian identity was also a disguise, then the fourth thing Wendy found out might be about him. The royal bloodline hidden in the academy. The scene changed, and time quickly came to the day when the second midterm exam began. They still followed me closely with the young man Jinban. The topic was also about the incident that happened to their team in the first exam, although it was a bit regrettable that the bet with that guy ended in a draw. But now I know who my real opponent is, even though I know he is referring to me. But I really didn't dare to say a word, and in the end I couldn't escape their collective complaints. "Virgil, you are really abominable. You actually concealed your ability as a senior expert from your best friend." So I quickly found a topic to divert the current situation. I heard that there is a new case of Hound recently. Sure enough, after this, their focus was no longer on us. Feiji took out the information he had collected. The terrorist attack took place at the training center in Barankian. There were 100 people with minor injuries and 23 people with serious injuries, including the director of the training center. Besides that, I recently heard that there are people who support Hounds. What exactly that guy's purpose is has not been investigated and revealed yet. On the other hand, I fell into deep thought because I knew that this was what the 2 imitators did. So far, more than one case has been implemented. One of them has been very inactive, and the other one is frantically trying to create a sense of presence and increase the number of activities. But even if they are friends or enemies, they are not enough to pose a threat to me. But the thing is, I care about the impact they have. Because in the future, the vigilance against the Hounds will become more stringent at night in Huangdu, which will directly hinder my assassination operation. It seems that after this exam is over, I have to find a way to completely eliminate this hidden danger. Otherwise, I will be the biggest victim, not the imitators who continue to commit crimes. Soon the second midterm exam began. Unlike the 4-person group, this exam focused on individual strength. Students will be assigned to a professor in charge of the test, and will have a 10-minute unknown duel with the professor's avatar. As for the purpose, of course it is to accumulate practical experience between students and strong people, but the most common mistake students make is to underestimate the enemy. For example, after defeating Benchamore's clone, Dudu actually became lax. Not only was he surrounded by a vine magic, but he also couldn't figure out that it was a dress attack. He was beaten by Benchamore and lost his ability to fight, so he ended the exam early. But in the end, Benchamore also gave a warning: "Don't think that I am a magician and ignore my other attack methods." Even magicians would use fists and feet, or even use vile attacks on body parts, for the so-called victory. In the end, the effective attack is 12 points, the effective avoidance is 20 points, the effective defense is 3 points, and the fatal attack is 0 points. Achieved a good score of 35 points in total. When Bianca learned about this, she seemed a little unconvinced. I thought my score of 31 was already high, but now I was actually stepped on by the yellow-haired boy I least wanted to lose to. So he quickly found a way out for himself. This unknown test mode is obviously disadvantageous to archers. Unexpectedly, Dudwa was about to respond when Gilia called him from behind. "I will definitely be much better than you in this second exam." Seeing his arrogant look, I thought he got a score of 40 or above. Little did he know that he ended up in a tie with Dudwa Gillier also scored 35 points. But despite this, he quickly adjusted his state. Because he knew that the cultural subjects were very bad. He will definitely lose to me in the next competition. On the other hand, Dudwa is also aware of this. I'm really angry that I couldn't work harder and get more valid points. To this, Bianca consoled him, saying, "We are already very lucky after all, our personal strength tester is Bensamor. If we had met Professor Sadie, we would never have been able to get more than 30 points today. I have heard from my seniors that Professor Sadie has a weird personality and a terrible work attitude, and he is the first professor that students should avoid." Duduawenian asked anxiously, "Then why can he still stay in the college to work?" Bianca explained that it was because he had unquestionable strength. I even heard that he was assisting the military in catching extremely dangerous criminals like Hound of the Trade. At this time, Dudwa began to worry about the friends who were assigned to Professor Sadie. Hopefully, they won't make any mistakes, but Bianca tells him that this worry is unnecessary, explaining that Professor Sadie is the descendant of a fallen marquis. Students who are less talented than their teammates or have strong family backgrounds are particularly prone to inferiority complex. There were also rumors that he had trampled students to the point of disability during exams. But this rumor is obviously true, because at this moment, the plane is being stepped on by Sadie with her high heels. Sinclair and St. Joe were also beaten to the point of passing out. All three of them received 0 points. Seeing this, the other candidates wanted to escape from the examination room. I was afraid that my life would end today. On the other hand, Sadie began to sneer, thinking that all the freshmen in this year were cowards, and there was not even one like me. But what he didn't know was that the next candidate he would face would be me.